This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. The alarm on the phone rang on time. He woke up from the bed, turned over, opened her eyes, and stared at the roof for a while, then got up, changed her clothes, and found a piece of bread to eat. She came into this body yesterday. At that time, this body had a fever of 40 degrees. She forced herself to take a fever-reducing medicine before she fell asleep again. This sleep was not comfortable. She woke up several times and had nightmares at night. The world was collapsing. When she opened her eyes, she felt as if she was in another world. She was an 18-year-old high school student. Her parents died in a car accident when they came back to celebrate her 18th birthday. She couldn't bear the blow. After dealing with her parents' funeral, she got depressed and dropped out of school. Yesterday was the 5th day of her 40-degree high fever. She couldn't stand it and burned herself out. So Ji came through. She was an orphan in her previous life, and her personality was always independent. She was a standard sophisticated egoist. When she found out that she had obtained a space, her first reaction was that she wanted to make money. After learning the conditions required to upgrade the space, she hurried to the beach to collect seawater to upgrade the space. So she chose to cut her flesh and took a taxi to the beach. Who knew that the driver seemed to be in love, and sent voice messages to his girlfriend while driving. When Ji found that there was something wrong with the car in front, he had no time to react, and subconsciously sent her to the co-pilot seat to save her life. Thinking of this, Ji sighed. Whose good person would die the next day after getting the space? This is a rhythm that will make her die with regret. Thinking in her heart, her hands did not slow down. She quickly ate the bread in a few bites, put the prepared luggage into the space, and then went out to catch the subway and set off to the train station. She didn't dare to take a taxi for the time being, but the subway should be okay, right? After her fever subsided slightly yesterday, she had confirmed the basic situation. The good news is that the space came with her. Although it is still in its initial state, it is divided into two parts. The left side is a piece of black soil, and the right side is an empty room. The area of the two spaces is quite different. The planting space can be more than 20 square meters, and the storage space is more than 50 square meters. She has tested it before. Black soil can be used to plant plants, while the empty room can be used for storage and time is still. There is a sign in the planting space, which shows the daily state time and the materials needed for upgrading. Now only 1 hour is allowed to enter every day, which can be accumulated. She was reluctant to use it, and would use it when she was ready to go into farm. Now she had accumulated 2 hours. The conditions for upgrading from level 1 to level 2 were very simple, requiring seawater and sand, but the quantity was not specified. Upgrading the space had become her obsession. Yesterday, she didn't care whether her fever would subside today, and she dragged her sick body to stubbornly set a time of 7:40 this morning to rush to the nearest coastal city. Sitting on the train, blowing the air conditioner, Ji finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was only 7 o'clock in the morning, it was like a fire outside. She felt a little breathless from the heat all the way. After all, the fever had just subsided, and the physical strength was not enough. After tossing and turning this morning, Ji's forehead was sweating non-stop. She simply closed her eyes and leaned back to rest. At this time, the chattering voices of several little girls next to her reached her ears. It's so hot. It's only the beginning of March, and it's better than August in previous years. I read the report. Experts said that the temperature may be higher this year, and that the sea level will rise again. Experts say this every year, and they don't want to give any solutions. Is the heat not so bad? Just in time to wear a skirt. Do you think my new skirt looks good? It looks good, it looks good. Where did you buy it? Several people started to chat about other topics. But Ji's right eyelid has been twitching since she heard the temperature rise. It made her unable to sleep. She couldn't help but think of the bizarre dream she had last night. The collapse of a continent. Broken faces. But that continent is obviously not this world. After thinking for a long time, she still couldn't figure it out, so she had to put it aside and took out her phone to search for the latest weather forecast. Sure enough, the temperature was higher than in previous years. If this were put in front of ordinary people, no one would care. After all, it was just a little higher, and life would go on as usual. But Ji was different. She had just died once, so she was particularly cherishing her life. In addition, her right eyelid was throbbing, which made her feel even worse. She snapped the phone on her leg, stroked her chest, and made up her mind that no matter if there would be an accident or not, she was going to buy more supplies and stock up. At worst, I can just keep it and eat it slowly. It won't go bad if I put it in the storage space anyway. After making the decision, she began to calculate the funds on hand and the materials she was going to buy. The original family conditions were average, and there was not that much money on hand. In addition to the small bungalow with a yard on the edge of the city where she now lives, there is a deposit of more than 300,000 yuan. Everything is unknown. She doesn't know whether the disaster will break out, when it will break out, or what kind of disaster will break out. Then she needs to prepare a lot of things. As far as she knows, there are many types of disasters, such as extreme heat, extreme cold, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, acid rain, nuclear radiation, etc. There are also virus-related disasters, such as zombies, infectious diseases, parasites, etc. Invasion-related disasters, such as alien civilizations, spiritual energy revival, etc. Well, Ji thought about it in her heart. Not only did she not feel better, but she felt more painful. If this cycle goes on, will she still be alive? I'm afraid she will have to reincarnate as a 10,000-year-old turtle and hide in the center of the earth to survive. Despite her despair, Ji still quickly pulled up a shopping list on her phone, which basically included food, water, medicine, and life-saving technology. She didn't plan to buy too much food at one time, not because she was poor, but mainly because it was more cost-effective to grow her own food. As for water, she planned to buy only some for daily drinking. For other living water, she could dig a hole in the space and borrow some from the reservoir, which would save her money. There was nothing much to say about medicine. It wouldn't save money. If a natural disaster really came, without medicine, she would die even if she had a lot of food. Life-saving technology doesn't save money either. The price difference between high-end and low-end products is huge. The high-end ones are good in every way, and the price is good. She doesn't care about them anymore. She just hopes to buy some mid-range ones. After all, she doesn't dare to buy the cheapest ones when it comes to her life. As Ji wrote down all the things she needed, she calculated the money and found that she didn't have enough money. She had to cut and reduce, put the unnecessary things at the back, and stock up on the necessities first. As Ji kept calculating, time passed quickly, and soon the train station announcement came. Ji had to put her thoughts aside, carrying her luggage, and squeezed into the crowd to get off the train. On the train, she thought about whether to buy things first or upgrade the space first. Chapter 2. After thinking it over again and again, Ji decided to upgrade the space first. There was nothing she could do about it. The space was too small now. If she didn't upgrade it, she would have no place to put the supplies she bought. After getting off the bus, she took the subway and headed straight to the nearest beach. There weren't many people playing at the beach at this time. Ji chose a place with the least people. She first took out a plastic bag from her pocket, took off her shoes, wrapped them up, put them in the bag, and then rolled up her trousers and walked into the sea. She walked until the seawater reached her knees before she began to absorb it. She didn't just stand there stupidly, but walked back and forth while collecting, pretending to play in the water, not attracting any attention at all. She walked in the sea for more than 2 hours, and the space reminded her that the upgrade was complete. Ji immediately probed into the space, and the black soil in the planting space on the left expanded a circle, which now looked to be half the size of the previous one. There was also a miniature ocean next to it, with an area of about the size of a basketball court, and a circle of golden sand on the coast. Can seafood be farmed in space? Happy, Ji checked the space for a long time, and seeing no other changes, he went to look at the display board. The content on the display board has been updated, showing that the current level can stay in the space for 2 hours per day. The materials needed for the next level upgrade are fresh water and soil. Ji's heart moved. Will there be a lake in the next level, or a stream? In fact, for her, she would rather have a stream that can flow continuously, so that she doesn't have to worry about water problems, but it should be unlikely. After looking at the planting space, she looked at the storage space. The storage space was also expanded this time. It seemed to be twice as large as before, about 100 square meters. This area was enough for her. Even if she was given a bigger place, she couldn't fill it up without money. Ji looked at her phone. There were still a few hours before the train back in the evening. She didn't want to waste it, so she simply searched for the nearest reservoir and prepared to do something sneaky. There are several reservoirs in this city, and Ji soon found a relatively close and completely free one. She walked quickly to the shore, dried her feet, put on her shoes, and headed straight for the subway station. Because she didn't know how long it would take to upgrade, she didn't want to delay on the road, so she simply bought 10 buns on the roadside and ate them while walking to the subway station. She could store the remaining buns in the storage space. The subway came very quickly, and there were not too many people on the train. Ji soon found a seat to sit down, took out her mobile phone to log into the online shopping platform, put the items she liked in the shopping cart first, and then started to compare prices. The subway arrived at the station soon, and Ji got off the train, looking around for directions. The subway station does not lead directly to the reservoir, but you have to walk a distance. She found the right direction and started running towards the reservoir. The idea was good at first, as it could save time and exercise the body, killing two birds with one stone. However, her physical fitness could not keep up. In this hot afternoon, Ji sweated after running for a while. A large area of her t-shirt was wet, and the sweat on her forehead kept rolling down. The heavy panting sounded like a worn-out bellows. Ji had to stop and walk slowly forward. The physical strength of this body is really poor, not as good as her original body. How can this be a teenager? Ji walked along the road, using his mobile phone to identify the direction from time to time. Slowly, more people began to appear around him, and small vendors began to set up stalls on the roadside to sell things. Ji bought a roasted egg and ate it while walking forward. The roasted egg was delicious, not the tasteless boiled egg. Ji ate the egg in a few bites and saw the reservoir soon. It was afternoon now, and the weather was extremely hot, but as soon as she approached the reservoir, Ji still felt a little bit of coolness in the wind, which made her feel much less hot and comfortable. The reservoir here is a free tourist attraction, and there are many people. Ji wanted to find a shade but couldn't find one, so she had to find a place with few people and sit cross-legged, put her left hand into the water to absorb water, and took out her mobile phone with her right hand to log into the online shopping platform. She had put a lot of things in the shopping cart before, but she didn't compare them carefully. Now she had time, so she checked the reviews again, and then found a few medium-priced ones and started to place orders. Because she didn't know if she had enough money, fast food and snacks were not on her shopping list for the time being. She planned to buy rice and clothes at the wholesale market. So she bought daily necessities online. These things are shipped quickly and in sufficient stock, so it is much more cost-effective to buy them online than in the supermarket. Such as shampoo, shower gel, sunscreen, toilet water, soap, laundry detergent, sanitary napkins, toilet paper, towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, detergent, thermos, etc. She spent a total of 15,000 yuan. She bought all these cheap and in large quantities, not for the brand, but for the quantity. After sending messages to the stores one by one, asking them to hurry up and ship, Ji closed her phone and looked at the water in front of her. In fact, she didn't know if it was right to use all her savings to buy supplies, but she couldn't afford to gamble. With her small body, if the apocalypse really came, she wouldn't be able to grab anything. After more than 3 hours, the space finally reminded her that there were enough freshwater resources. Ji pulled her hands out of the water, rubbed her numb legs, and stood up. It was already past 6 o'clock in the evening, and she had to go to a place where no one was around to get some soil. The speed of collecting soil was much faster. There were originally many wastelands around the reservoir. At this time, there was basically no one around. She spent less than an hour to collect all the soil needed for the space. At this time, the space had been upgraded to level 3. In addition to the expansion of the original ocean and planting land, there was also a small lake and a mountain next to it. It was called a mountain, but it was actually a small earth slope that was not too high. There was nothing on it. But this did not prevent Ji from being happy. Although there was no stream, the lake was not bad. Fish could be raised in it. Even if the natural disaster did not come, she could still develop the aquaculture industry to make money. She also thought of a use for the small earthen slope next to her. She could plant fruit trees here. After all, she could not spend all her time on planting in the space. She had to leave some time just in case. After seeing the changes in the planting space, she turned her eyes to the notice board to see the conditions for upgrading from level 3 to level 4. This sight reduced her good mood by half. Chapter 3. To upgrade from level 3 to level 4, you need 10,000 different kinds of animal and plant specimens, either some or all. Ji stared at the words 10,000 different kinds of animal and plant specimens, and her heart was throbbing. Space, you really don't understand your master's financial situation. This is going to make the already poor family even worse. It's going to force her to go down a path of no return. With her current conditions, where can she get 10,000 kinds of animal and plant specimens? She simply skipped it, ignored it by default, and continued to read on. The daily stay time in the level 3 space has been increased to 3 hours, which has made Ji feel much better. The storage space has become much larger, several times larger than before, and the few leftover buns from lunch look particularly pitiful in it. Ji was so happy that she walked with the wind. She ate the few leftover buns from lunch on the way. They were still hot, and she ate them happily. In fact, she didn't eat buns often in her previous life. The life of an orphan was not easy. She had to save tuition and living expenses. Most of the time, she ate steamed buns with free soup in the cafeteria. The classmates were okay, they didn't look down on her, and always invited her to go to parties. Although they always paid AA, she couldn't afford it after a few times, and later she refused directly. After refusing too many times, the classmates stopped inviting her. Ji got on the subway and went straight to the train station, catching the evening train back to H-City where the original owner was. It was already past 3 a.m. when they arrived in H-City, and it was pitch black outside. It was always unsafe at night, and Ji didn't want to take risks. Anyway, it was only a few hours before dawn, so she didn't plan to leave. She simply slept at the train station for a while, and went directly to the wholesale market at dawn. Ji had an uneasy sleep. She would always wake up when someone passed by her. Finally, it was 6 o'clock in the morning. She washed her face, and tried to collect water into the storage space. It turned out that the water automatically gathered into a ball, and would not overflow. This saved money on buying a water storage bucket. Ji went straight to the car rental company after leaving the train station. She had to buy a lot of things in the next few days, and it was inconvenient without a car. After she walked in, after some bargaining and pretending to be pitiful, she finally rented a shabby three-wheeled car with a cargo box at a deposit of $2,000 and a rent of $80 a day. Although the paint was peeling, she tried it, and it was still usable, which was not bad. It was not that she didn't want to rent a car, but the original owner had just become an adult, and had not yet passed the driver's license test. She was afraid that she would be caught by the traffic police not long after she got on the road. Ji rode the tricycle, and went straight to the largest agricultural wholesale market nearby. Although she could grow vegetables in her space, she still had to eat them before they were grown. When she arrived at the wholesale market, she went straight to the vegetable area. Although it was morning, the wholesale market was crowded with people, and everyone bought a lot. The amount Ji bought was really nothing here. She didn't buy much, but picked out daily necessities, such as various green leafy vegetables, lettuce, spinach, rapeseed, water spinach, winter melon, pumpkin, lotus root, potato, sweet potato, onion, ginger, garlic, various radishes, etc., and bought 30 kilograms each, ready to buy enough at one time, at least until the vegetables in the field grow. Basically, she bought one of each sold in the market, and finally spent 1,500 yuan. There are many vegetables that she has never seen in the wholesale market here. When she bought vegetables, she pretended to be curious and asked the boss for one of each. The boss was easy to talk to and gave her all. Without counting the vegetables she bought, she had accumulated more than 10 kinds of vegetables just from the boss. After buying vegetables, Ji went to the farmer's market, found a deserted place to store the vegetables, and rode back. Passing by the fruit area, she spent 1,000 yuan to buy some fruits. Compared with vegetables, fruits are not cheap. Even in the wholesale market, 1,000 yuan can buy more than a dozen boxes. She picked ordinary ones. After buying fruits, Ji went straight to the grain area. The grain area was crowded, and she did not make an impulsive decision. Instead, she followed behind to see how others bought, and finally found a relatively honest boss. She picked 50 jin/bag of rice, 10 bags of 50 jin/bag of flour, 100 jin each of other kinds of noodles, rice noodles, vermicelli, 50 jin each of red beans, mung beans, peanuts, black beans, black rice, glutinous rice, soybeans, etc. 70 barrels of peanut oil, corn oil, and soybean oil. Among them, she had space to grow rice and various beans, so she didn't buy too much. It was too troublesome to make soybean oil by herself, so she just bought more. In the end, she spent about 25,000 yuan in total, mainly because the oil was expensive. After bargaining with the boss, although she didn't get a discount, she was given 2 large bags of millet and 1 bag of rhubarb rice. While the boss was preparing the goods, Ji went to the seasoning area next door. There were many people there. As soon as he walked in, he could smell a lot of spices and a bunch of large jars on the ground. Ji didn't know much, so he finally chose a larger store and walked in. "Hello, boss. How much is the soy sauce and vinegar?" The boss was so busy that she didn't even raise her head. She replied, "The prices are all marked on it." Take a look first. The starting price is 2,000 or more. No bargaining. After saying this, he shouted to the people inside, "Where are the people? Hurry up and deliver the goods. Bailey Supermarket has urged us several times. Go now." Jihi saw that the people were too busy, so she looked down first. The prices here were indeed cheap, basically 1/3 of the supermarket prices, but they would not sell anything less. There were aged vinegar, rice vinegar, salt, soy sauce, cooking wine, oyster sauce, white sugar, rock sugar, cumin, pepper, star anise, cinnamon, etc. There were also many spices that she had never seen before. Each type is high, medium and low grades, and the cheapest 500 milliliters of aged vinegar can only be sold for more than 2 yuan. Jihi ate it herself, and did not go for the cheapest one, but prepared to pick a slightly better one. After a round of shopping, she said to the boss lady who was still busy, "Soy sauce, cooking wine, vinegar, and white wine need 500 kilograms each. Brown sugar, rock sugar, white sugar, and yellow sugar need 300 kilograms each. Chicken essence, oyster sauce, 5 spice powder, Sichuan pepper powder, chili powder, star anise, cinnamon, pepper grains, bay leaves, cumin, baking soda, and small sesame oil need 10 kilograms each. 1,600 jin of salt is needed." Jihi forgot. Even if the natural disaster didn't come, she could finish this amount before she died, so there was no need to worry about waste. The boss lady calculated on the paper and kept selling. "Do you want hot sauce, stinky tofu, and fermented bean curd? They all sell well." "Yes, 20 bottles of each, and add some bean paste." The boss lady calculated everything, and handed the bill to Jihi. She recalculated it again, nodded, and transferred the money. It cost about 18,000 yuan to buy these seasonings. The boss lady saw that Jihi was a stranger, and wanted to attract customers. "I give you a box of curry cubes and a box of sauce. Eat well, and come back next time." "Okay, thank you, boss lady. We have so many seasonings. Can you pick some trial packs for me that I didn't buy?" Chapter 4. What's this? Take what you like. The boss lady is generous, and makes a lot of money. With permission, Jihi happily took one of each spice. She was not greedy. She really only took one of each. As long as it was enough to upgrade the space, it was enough. The boss lady told the clerk to hurry up and stock the goods. Although they were sold by kilogram, the seasonings were now packaged in barrels, not in bulk. After taking the spices, Jihi saw that it would take a while to get them all, so she told the boss lady that she would come to get them later, and rushed back to the food area. The goods were ready, so she asked someone to help move the goods onto the tricycle, and she finished the delivery in a few trips. After taking away the food and seasonings, she saw the dry goods area again, and simply turned in to buy some fungus, mushrooms, kelp, seaweed, red dates, and pickled mustard greens, and bought 50 kilograms. In the end, she spent 7,000 yuan before leaving. After buying these, she went to the seed wholesale store on one side of the market. This really opened her eyes. Basically, there were many types of each kind of food, most of which she had never heard of. Even corn was simply divided into sweet corn, glutinous corn, black corn, ordinary corn, and high-oil corn, and there were many different models below. Jihi asked the store owner to help introduce, and finally she picked out the ones with good taste and could be saved for seeds, and bought all the vegetables, grains, fruits, cotton, and medicinal seeds she ate every day. When she bent down, she saw the piles of yams, sweet potatoes, and sugarcane on the ground, and Jihi didn't miss them, and she bought some of them all. Although the boss was a little surprised that she bought so much, he also introduced various mushroom bags based on the principle that if you don't make money, you're a bastard. He said that you can eat them after pouring water on them, and you can harvest them 3 times in total. Jihi didn't miss them either, and picked out the commonly eaten enoki mushrooms, oyster mushrooms, king oyster mushrooms, and shiitake mushrooms, and ordered 40 bags. The final bill was 1,000 yuan. Although the seeds were not too expensive, only 1 or 2 yuan per bag, Jihi bought a lot, so it was not that cheap in the end. Seeing that she bought a lot, the boss gave her a lot of other seeds, and asked her to plant them back. After leaving the seed shop, Jihi went to the sapling area next to it and bought 2 apples, bananas, oranges, dragon fruits, dates, pears, bayberries, mulberries, apricots, peaches, nectarines, plums, mangoes, cherries, mangosteens, lychees, durians, lemons, pomegranates, yellow heart kiwis, and jackfruits. The boss kindly told her that tropical fruits, like durian and mango, can't be grown here. He said she took it back to study, and it didn't matter if it didn't grow. In fact, she just wanted to try it. If the space can really grow durian, what vegetables will she sell in the future? She can plant durian trees instead, and then she can make more money than selling other fruits. In addition to these, she bought a lot of farming tools, such as hoes and shovels. In the end, she calculated that this trip cost more than 50,000 yuan. Although she felt a little distressed, he was still satisfied. When she saw the space full of supplies, she really felt a sense of satisfaction and security from the inside out. After finding a deserted place to store the saplings, he went to the breeding base again. The place was not small, but the smell inside was not good. He picked 10 hens, 2 roosters, 5 female ducks, 2 male ducks, 3 female rabbits, 2 male rabbits, 3 female geese and 1 male goose, and 6 quails, and paid for them. They were all young quails, which were not expensive, only a few yuan each. After buying these, she picked pigs, cattle and sheep, 1 male and 1 female each. These were more expensive, even the young quails were not cheap, and she spent a total of 9,500 yuan. He bargained for a long time, but the boss didn't give her a discount. He only agreed to give her some feed boxes, troughs and other matching items. After all, it was better to have some gifts than nothing, so he finally nodded. After buying the livestock, he was starving. She didn't eat in the morning, and she was busy all morning. Her stomach hurt a little. She rode her tricycle, and soon found a lunch box at a construction site. She lined up with the construction workers, spent 12 yuan to buy a lunch box, and ate it on the tricycle. As soon as the lunch box was opened, he smelled the fragrance. After taking a bite, she nodded in satisfaction. The taste was good. Today's dishes included meat slices, dried tofu with hot peppers, dry pot cauliflower, and roasted eggplant, 1 meat and 3 vegetables. He ate with satisfaction, and didn't leave a grain of rice. In the end, she drank the egg drop soup sent by the boss, and then she felt alive. She took away all the livestock in the tricycle, and then rode to the aquaculture base. He had never raised fish before, and there were too many types of fish fry in the aquaculture base, many of which she had never seen before. Finally, she decided to buy a few selectively. She found a larger store, and told the boss about her needs. "Boss, I want to raise fish at home, and I came here to pick some with good taste." The boss was a middle-aged man who looked quite honest, and did not bully he because of her tender face. "Do you want freshwater or seawater?" "Both, preferably the ones that are tasty and easy to sell." After listening to he's needs, the boss provided her with a set meal and carefully introduced the varieties of these fish for a long time. Some can be raised together, such as lobsters and crabs, but some cannot. He nodded repeatedly after hearing this, and finally, accompanied by the boss, bought more than 20 kinds of crayfish, hairy crabs, eels, loaches, etc., not much of each kind, just keep some seeds. Gradually, the boss's expression became hesitant, probably thinking that he would definitely be beaten if she bought so much at home, and tried to persuade her a few times, but seeing that he insisted, he didn't say much in the end. After all, he was conscientious to say that one sentence. Seeing that he had bought the fish, the boss also explained some fish farming techniques to her, and by the way, sold a bunch of fish worms, water plants, seaweed, kelp, fish feed, tool nets, etc. He thought they were all useful, so she bought them all, and also bought some extra fishing nets, preparing to make a few partitions in the space sea. After all, they were all bought with money, and she didn't want to eat them all, and then they were eaten by carnivorous fish in the space. At the last count, it cost almost 6,000. After buying the fry, he also discussed with the boss to ask for one of each of the fry that she didn't buy. The boss agreed without thinking, because those fry were not big, and if they were one, it would really be worthless. He asked her to catch them herself, and he went to prepare the stock. Chapter 5. In this way, after a day of doing this, he collected hundreds of species of plants and animals without spending any money. If he went back to collect the things in the space now, he would probably get a lot more. The boss happily helped he move the things he bought onto the tricycle, and reminded he to feed the crayfish and crabs with some high-protein animal bait, including various animal carcasses and internal organs. He said goodbye to the boss, rode the tricycle, found a deserted place, and collected the fish into the space first. Because she was afraid that the fish would die, she quickly got in and headed straight for the beach. She quickly took off her clothes and rushed into the water. She first used a fishing net to divide the ocean into several areas, and then put shrimp cages, scallop cages, and the like in place. Then she put all the sea fish fry she had just bought in. After putting the sea fish fry in, she continued the previous steps to put freshwater fish fry in the lake. After everything was done, even if he could swim, she was exhausted. She lay on the ground to rest for 5 minutes, then got up again and left the space to go to the clothing wholesale market. The city's largest clothing wholesale market was bustling with people, many of whom were carrying trailers to sell wholesale clothes. He went to the cotton-padded clothes area first. The temperature was high now, and cotton-padded clothes were out of season. The store was selling them at a discount price. She picked out the thickest goose-down coat, military coat, cotton trousers, cold storage suit jumpsuit, thermal underwear, cashmere pants, thick sweater, and coral fleece pajamas and bought 3 sets of each. Shoes must not be forgotten either, 5 pairs of sneakers, hiking boots, and snow boots. After buying winter clothes, she went to buy some spring and autumn clothes, such as sun protection clothes, assault jackets, black sportswear, underwear, panties, etc. She bought some more underwear, and 5 sets of other things. The original owner still had some clothes at home, so she didn't plan to throw them away, and could still wear them for a while. She found a place to put all the clothes in, and bought 3 air conditioning quilts, goose-down quilts, and thick cotton quilts weighing 10 kilograms each. She also bought 3 sets of sheets, quilt covers, pillowcases, and bedding. After buying all these, she went straight to the outdoor goods store and bought a bunch of assault boats, sleeping bags, inflatable boat first aid kits, tents, climbing ropes, binoculars, waterproof flashlights, outdoor simple stoves, solar chargers, etc. These things are now on sale. He compared prices from 3 different stores, bargained for the last meal, and even asked the boss to give her a lot of things. Before leaving, she also saw alcohol stoves, alcohol blocks, portable gas stoves, insecticides, disinfectants, water purification tablets, and warm packs, and she bought a lot of each. Finally, she walked out of the clothing wholesale market, spending a total of $40,000. At this time, it was already dark outside. He rode a tricycle to find a snack stand with good business, ordered a plate of fried rice noodles, and ate happily. People eat best when they are hungry. After dinner, he started calling various pharmaceutical companies. Pharmaceuticals have big profits. It is too expensive to buy them at pharmacies. If she can meet a pharmaceutical representative, it will be much cheaper. Although they may make a lot of money from her, she is also suitable. After making several calls, she finally ordered 30,000 yuan of basic medicines, most of which are daily necessities, such as antipyretics, diarrhea medicines, cold medicines, antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, traumatic injury medicines, masks, and helmintics, Huixiangjingqi water, painkillers, etc. She is not a professional medical student, and she doesn't know other medicines, so she thinks these are enough. After agreeing to pick up the goods and borrow money tomorrow, Ji rode her bike home. Up to now, she has spent more than 150,000 yuan in the past 2 days. She really spent money like water, and half of the money in her hand was spent. When she got home, Ji lay on the bed and looked at the daily necessities she bought online. They were all shipped and would probably be delivered in a few days. She didn't rush to enter the space, but turned on the computer and searched online for how to farm. Let alone the original body, a little girl who went to school every day, even when she worked part-time before. At most she helped others plant trees, and did some dirty and tiring work, but she had never farmed. She searched and downloading all the tool materials, videos, and maps that she thought were useful to her computer. This was incredible, and Ji frowned. Apart from other things, planting rice was too time-consuming, not to mention raising seedlings, and paddy fields were also needed. She had a limited time to stay in the space every day. Even if there were no accidents, she spent all her time in the space every day, and it might not be enough to farm and raise livestock. It seems that she bought too little rice, and she needs to buy more. She can grow other things that are not so troublesome, such as sweet potatoes, but forget about rice, unless the space-time is enough for her to squander. Of course, she is not in a hurry. She has bought so much, enough for her to eat for a while. Ji looked at the time. It was getting late. She asked the computer to continue downloading, and she flashed into the space to plant the saplings on the hillside. This busyness took more than an hour. After planting all the saplings, she did not forget to carefully pull off a wilted leaf from the sapling and give it to the space, wanting to test the bottom line of the space. I didn't expect this space to be so easy to talk to, And it really recognized me. There are dozens more species of animals and plants that have been recovered. Jihee's mind became active now. Maybe she found a way to upgrade the space faster. After planting the saplings, she began to prepare to place the livestock. She was dumbfounded when she saw it. It was because of her lack of experience. She didn't buy a fence today. The livestock would run around when they were released. They could only stay in the cage for one night. She would go buy a fence tomorrow. Although they couldn't arrange a place to live, they had to be given enough food. They were hungry all day, and they were all a little wilted. Jihee fed them some of the donated feed and cleaned up the feces. Collect the feces and pile them aside for composting. After feeding the livestock, Jihee hurried to feed the fish. The environment in the space is very comfortable, and these animals and fish adapt well, so Jihee is relieved. This is her second time to enter the space. She didn't have time last time. This time she took out a ruler to measure the black soil in the space, and finally calculated that it was about 60 square meters. This area is not small. If she grows vegetables and grains, it will be enough for her to eat. After finishing her work, Jihee hurried out of the space. In fact, there is still a lot of work to do today. The land has not been planted, and the storage space has not been cleaned up. But it is already past 11 o'clock. She has been busy for several days in a row. She is too tired. If she doesn't rest, she is afraid that she will not have the strength to work tomorrow. Jihee washed up, turned off the lights, and lay on the bed to sleep. Maybe there are too many things in her mind. Jihee lay down and tossed and turned for a long time, but she really couldn't fall asleep. She took out the notebook again and wrote and drew on it, preparing to prepare everything that was not prepared tomorrow. The room was quiet, and the clock hand quietly walked to 12 o'clock. Jihee didn't notice it at all. At this time, a burst of electric current suddenly came to her ears, followed by a not too loud electronic mechanical sound. Hello, residents of Planet M. I am glad to inform you that you have been selected by the assistance game. This game is very democratic and voluntary. There will be no punishment for refusal. Do you want to participate in the game? Yes or no? Countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Jihee was shocked at first and then hesitated. She had read a lot of novels before. Basically, if you enter this kind of game, you will not have a good ending. You will fight hard and your life or death is unpredictable. But opportunities always coexist with dangers. Now that games have appeared, does it mean that the real world will really change? If she refused, she would fall behind, and if she fell behind, she would be beaten. But she didn't want to be beaten, so Jihee made up her mind and clicked yes before the countdown ended. Then her eyes went dark, and she was teleported into the game. Jihee opened her eyes again, and in front of her was a huge farm, and she stood in front of a chicken coop, and heard the sound of the game in her ears. Congratulations on coming to the one-star farm. The farm is very busy. Labor is the most glorious. As the largest farm on Tatak Star, Kekita Farm has countless work to do every day. In order to have a better and faster supply of the freshest and most delicious food, Kekita Farm has to recruit a group of temporary workers. And you are now the latest batch of temporary workers recruited by the farm. Please kill more than 100 chickens within 8 hours, clean them up, and hand in the fresh chicken. Note: those who fail to complete the task will be dismissed. Note: the final reward will be determined based on the amount of completion. The more you work, the more you get. Please show all your enthusiasm, temporary workers. Chapter 6. Jihee looked around and saw a vast expanse of chicken coops, with a person standing in front of each chicken coop. At this moment, their faces were covered with a veil, so they couldn't see each other's faces clearly, but it could be seen that they should have come directly from the bed. Many of them were barefoot and wearing pajamas like her. Everyone was looking around, full of curiosity, but no one pushed the door to enter the chicken coop. After a while, the first person to eat crabs came. He was a strong, burly man. He seemed to be a little impatient, and pushed open the door of the chicken coop and walked in. Soon, people around entered the chicken coop, and Jihee also walked in. However, she had reservations about processing 100 chickens in 8 hours. It was not that she thought too much. On Star M, a skilled chicken butcher could cut the necks of more than a dozen chickens in 1 minute. And she was the ruthless neck-cutting expert. She once cut the necks of hundreds of chickens in 1 hour in order to compete for a job. And 100 chickens, just to remove the feathers and internal organs. Why would it take 8 hours? As a result, Jihee was dumbfounded when she entered the chicken coop. There were hundreds of chickens in the chicken coop, with pure black feathers and green heads, and they were leisurely walking on the ground. When they saw Jihee coming in, All the chickens stopped and looked at Ji He with hostile eyes. She even saw a few chickens spread their wings in a determined manner, as if they would attack if she dared to get closer. And not only the color, but also the body shape of the chickens was wrong. Every chicken was as high as Ji He's thigh. The sharp beak flashed with metallic light, and it looked like it was not easy to mess with. If it was bitten, it would probably leave a bloody hole. The 2 chicken feet below were not vegetarians either. The sharp nails scratched the ground fiercely. If it scratched her, she would bleed. How could this be a chicken? Is this a chicken plus? Ji He hesitated, but looked up at the watch on her head. It had been 5 minutes since the task started. She had to kill the chickens. She no longer expected to kill hundreds of chickens within an hour, but at least in her working life, she had never given up. Ji He looked around and saw the jumpsuit, apron and machete hanging on the wall next to her, with bloodstains on them. It was probably left there before, but it was hard to tell whose blood it was. Ji He was dressed neatly, but it was a little too big, so she tied it up again to make sure it would not delay her actions, and then she took the machete to look for the first lucky person. The chickens were a little restless after she put on the clothes, as if they knew what was going to happen. Ji He ignored them, aimed around, and found a big rooster that looked the most unruly. Very good, I start with you. Let's deal with the tough guys first, then the soft bones will be easier to deal with. Ji He picked up the machete and chopped at the chicken. The chickens that were ready to rush up just now scattered like birds and beasts. Many chickens even cried out in fear. But there are troublemakers everywhere. A few chickens rushed out of the flock. Not only did they not run away, but they rushed towards Ji He, waving their big wings and flew straight up, as if they were going to fight Ji He to the death. Ji He sighed secretly. What a good flight. She quickly put the machete into her belt at the back of her waist. She did not retreat but advanced, and rushed forward, avoiding the sharp beak of the chicken and grabbing 2 chicken feet. In the process, a chicken accidentally pecked off a piece of meat on her arm, and a bloody hole appeared on it. Blood kept flowing from it, but Ji He did not even look at it. She moved smoothly, without any pause, grabbed the chicken feet, and made a 360-degree rotation, directly knocking away several chickens that were trying to attack her again. At this time, she couldn't hold it anymore, so she threw the chicken in her hand and hit it hard into the flock of chickens watching the fun, directly hitting 3 of them. 3 kills, beautiful. If she hadn't had time, Ji He would have wanted to whistle to express her joy at the moment. Sure enough, her skills were still so agile. Quickly pulling out the machete, Ji He rushed towards the chickens that hadn't climbed up yet, and with a few quick and accurate strokes, she cut the necks of the 3 chickens. The chicken blood splashed high, spraying all over Ji He's face, making her look particularly terrifying to the chickens. There was one last fish that had escaped the net and just staggered to its feet. Seeing Ji He like this, it was already scared out of its wits. It was chirping and flying towards the flock of chickens. But wherever it went, the chickens retreated and it directly came to a vacuum zone, with no way to hide. In the end, it was killed by Ji He with 1 knife. After killing these troublesome chickens, the remaining chickens were much easier to deal with. Although it was inevitable that some of them were struggling fiercely at the critical moment of life and death, which would cause some trouble to Ji He and cause her to have a few more wounds, it was okay. As long as the key parts were protected, none of them would be fatal. After an hour of killing, Ji He finally ran out of energy. She found a random place to sit down with her machete in hand, breathing heavily, while looking up and observing her surroundings. Soon she saw that in another corner of the chicken coop, there was a huge pool, beside which there was a relatively small knife. There was also a large basin, and next to it was a conveyor belt. Ji He stood up and walked slowly, observing carefully. She soon understood that this should be the place where chickens were processed. The chickens were plucked, washed, and then put on the conveyor belt, and they should be transported away. Ji He saw a pool of water on the left, and she curiously reached out and touched it. It was cold and nothing special. There was a trash can next to the pool, but it was blocked. Ji He didn't see it just now. It should be the place where chicken feathers and other garbage will be placed later. After Ji He figured it out, she turned around and brought the chickens she had just killed one by one. At this time, the other chickens in the flock saw that she had no intention of killing them, and they began to walk around lazily. This alien chicken is the same as the chickens on Planet M, remembering to eat but not to be beaten. Ji He ignored them, and prepared to finish the work at hand first. On Planet M, after killing the chicken, you have to scald it with hot water before plucking the feathers. There is no hot water here, so Ji He prepared to pluck it directly with brute force. But changes appeared all of a sudden. Chapter 7. Just a second after the chicken was taken out of the pool, The water outlet valve at the bottom of the pool opened automatically, and the water with some chicken feathers disappeared in a short while. After the water outlet valve at the bottom was closed, the faucet above also began to release water, and soon the pool was full. Magic! Jihee's eyes widened. Is it so amazing? She reached her hand into the pool and subconsciously tried to collect the water into the space, but the pool of water quickly disappeared in front of Jihee again. Jihee, If she said she didn't do it on purpose, would anyone believe her? She was just curious and wanted to try it. So why did it disappear? What should I do? Fortunately, the faucet above soon started to run water again, which made Jihee feel relieved. At this moment, she didn't dare to collect the water, so she sat on the stool and started to work. Although these chicken pieces were big, the basic steps were still the same. She was a skilled worker, so she got on track in a short while. To be honest, there were not many people who could compare with her among the people she brought in. She worked in the chicken farm for 2 holidays. If it weren't for the chicken plague and the chicken farm's closure, she would have been reluctant to leave. Jihee quickly plucked the feathers, removed the internal organs, rinsed the chicken, and put it on the conveyor belt. As a result, the conveyor belt not only did not move, but also heard a rigid electronic prompt sound. Unqualified, please clean the chicken. Jihee, ? No, how can it be clean? Nothing is left, only meat and bones? Jihee had no choice but to take the chicken down and rework it. She removed the chicken skeleton and put it back on. Still failed. She chopped off the chicken head, chicken neck, and chicken butt and put them on, but still failed. She made up her mind and chopped off the chicken wings and put them on again. If that still didn't work, she could only chop the chicken thighs. The result was passed, and the chicken was soon teleported away. Jihee didn't know whether she was more happy or regretful at this time, but she knew that her chicken thighs were gone. Sighing, she waved her hand and put the chicken heads, chicken necks, chicken wings, and chicken entrails piled on the ground into the space. After thinking about it, she even didn't spare the chicken feathers. These chicken feathers can be used to make feather dusters after they are cleaned up. You don't mind these, but she doesn't mind them. The more the better. It just so happens that she dislikes the high price of meat and hasn't been willing to buy it yet. If she can get some wool from the farm, it would be the best thing. The level 3 storage space is very large. Including the height, it is almost 1,000 cubic meters. The things she bought only occupy a small part of the space. She didn't have time to clean up the things inside. The things were placed in a mess. Although there were a lot of things, there was no basin inside. The meat could only be temporarily piled on the ground in the storage space. Fortunately, the blood inside would not flow. Jihee kept the matter of buying the pot in mind, and lowered her head to concentrate on her work. She stepped on the chicken with her foot to make it unable to move, and plucked it with both hands, doubling her speed. Her movements were too fast, and she almost left an afterimage in the air. She gritted her teeth and plucked the chicken feathers hard, wishing she could do 2 jobs at once. Even her body, which had been aching slightly just now, seemed to not feel any pain now. At this time, her mentality had changed. She was working for the farm just now, and she was a dedicated employee who did her job well. Now it was her turn to do it, and she was a desperate woman. The chicken offal and chicken wings were all hers, and she would not waste even the chicken butts, which could be fed to the crayfish and crabs in the water. Her motto was, if you can't kill it, then kill it. This time, it took only half the time to clean a chicken. She didn't hesitate at all, and quickly chopped off the chicken head, chicken neck, chicken wings, chicken entrails, and chicken butts, rinsed them, and put them on the conveyor belt. Sure enough, the chicken was sent away after it passed the test. Jihee was satisfied and began to clean up the 3rd chicken. In this way, in the next few hours, she kept repeating the process of killing and processing chickens. When the chickens were gone, she picked up the knife and became a ruthless butcher, killing chickens in the flock. After killing a circle, her arms were numb, so she stopped, carried the chicken to the corner, and started plucking the feathers and removing the bones. Slowly, she also figured out the experience. Isn't it just the meat? The chickens are fatter or thinner, and the amount of meat contributed by each chicken is different. Anyway, the machine didn't stipulate that she should leave more meat on the skeleton, so she simply left more meat and didn't remove it so cleanly. After a test, the results showed that it was qualified. Jihee was satisfied. Sure enough, this bottom line can only be found through continuous trials. Then she didn't remove the meat so cleanly. She quickly removed a large layer of meat along the bones. This not only increased her debiting speed, but also contributed to her pitiful small treasury. Everyone is happy. when Ji finished with the last chicken. She picked up the machete and raised her head to continue killing chickens, but when she looked around, the chicken coop was empty. Where was the figure of a chicken? Ji, are you just going to kill them like this? It feels like you haven't killed enough. Although Ji was a little reluctant, there were no chickens in the chicken coop, so she had no choice but to slowly walk to the door, take off her work clothes and hang them on it. She didn't feel it because she was busy plucking wool just now, but now that she stopped, she felt pain all over her body with every step. She looked down and saw several bloody wounds on her arms and thighs. Through the big holes pecked out of her pajamas, she could clearly see the hideous wounds. Although there was no large amount of blood oozing out at this moment, there was still a little blood oozing out when she moved. It was very horrible to see. There was no medicine in the space now, and Ji had no way to deal with it. She could only endure it, but the more she endured, the more obvious the pain in her body seemed. At this moment, she even felt that her bones began to hurt. At this moment, Ji especially hoped that this game could awaken superpowers. She wanted to awaken a healing superpower, so that she could at least relieve the pain when she was injured, and she didn't have to bear it like this. Ji thought about it for a while, then he withdrew his thoughts, and turned his attention to the clock above his head. It was called a clock, but it was more like a countdown, and it showed that there were still 15 minutes left. Ji stretched out his hand and pushed the door of the chicken coop, but it didn't work. He couldn't get out. It was estimated that it would be open only when the time was up, but he didn't know whether it would directly teleport them out or something else. Since there was still time, Ji might as well walk around in the chicken coop and distract himself. It's called a chicken coop, but it's actually a large yard with no houses inside. All the chickens are raised in it. Now the chickens are gone. It looks so empty. She lowered her head and walked slowly in the yard, not leaving out any corner. She had a vague fantasy in her mind. If such large chickens live in this yard, there must be a few sensible ones, right? Soon, her eyes lit up. Chapter 8. Look what she found. Eggs. The oversized eggs were hidden in the weeds at the base of the wall. Wouldn't it be a pity if she missed them? Ji walked over quickly, picked up the eggs, and put them into the space in an instant. She was radiant again. Is there anything more delicious than a free egg? She thought there was nothing else. Ji squatted down and quickly searched in the grass, not missing a single place. Her skilled movements made people feel distressed. After a while, she found the second egg. This gave her motivation. In the following time, she carefully searched other bushes again. Unfortunately, she did not have the good luck at the beginning. The delivery rate of other bushes was not high. A total of 3 eggs were found. Ji was very satisfied with this. She found a total of 5 huge eggs today. One of these eggs was enough for her to eat. There were still 5 minutes left. Ji did not waste it. She moved a stool and sat in front of the pool to collect water. Even if she did not drink this water, she could still wash vegetables and clothes. After collecting water quietly for 5 minutes, the countdown finally reached 0. A familiar electronic voice came to Ji's ears. Hello, dear temporary player. Congratulations on completing the 1-star dungeon alive. The farm is very busy. The dungeon settlement will be completed in 15 minutes. At this time, you have 15 minutes of free time. You can choose to leave the dungeon directly, or choose to move freely in the dungeon. You will be teleported out after 15 minutes. After the system said this, there was no sound. Ji stood up and walked quickly towards the gate. She didn't choose to leave the dungeon directly, but wanted to explore it. Since the dungeon gave 15 minutes of safe time, it must be useful, and she couldn't waste it. And she was inexplicably concerned about what the system said just now. Temporary players, can you pass the level alive? Does it mean that there are formal players? What are formal players like? What does it mean to pass the level alive? Does it mean that people will die in this game? But the first level is indeed simple. If you don't want to pass the level just now, according to the system, you can stay by the side for a long time and teleport out. But I don't know what the consequences will be if you are fired. Will he return to planet M alive, or die? Ji thought a lot, but he didn't stop moving. He walked to the door quickly, and pushed it gently, and the door was pushed open. Just now, the door was tightly closed, and it didn't budge no matter how hard he tried. Ji walked out of the chicken coop. There were already some people moving outside. Their heads were covered with mosaics, so their faces couldn't be seen clearly. They could only see whether they were men or women. Many people still had blood on their bodies, and they looked a little tragic. Everyone kept a safe distance from each other, and didn't get close. These people should be those who stayed after clearing the dungeon. There seemed to be quite a few. Ji observed silently. Most of them were strong men. There were some women, but they were not strong. They were strong and powerful. He was so thin that she was quite special. When she was observing others, others were also observing her. Seeing her body shape, they glanced at her in surprise, but that was all. The mosaic on her head made everyone keep a safe distance from each other. After leaving the chicken coop, everyone separated tacitly, and went to explore the places they wanted to go. He had already made plans in her mind. She explored all the way, picking remote corners, but the farm was too big, and she couldn't see the end at a glance. There were all machines inside, and no one spoke. He also tried to communicate with a robot, but the robot ignored her, and only lowered its head to work. She had no choice but to search the farm by herself. Time passed by, and he was afraid that she would be too late and had to jog. She didn't know how many places she had searched, but she couldn't find what she wanted. Just when she was wondering if she was going to return empty-handed, a somewhat dirty and messy machinery factory came into her sight. At a glance, she felt that this was the place she had been looking for. He excitedly sped up, rushed to the door, and pushed the door with both hands, but the door did not move at all. He continued to increase her strength, but the door still did not move at all. She was a little panicked. No way, could she not get in? Time passed by minute. He forced herself to stay calm. There must be a way. She left the door and prepared to go around to the back to take a look. As she walked along the side, she did not forget to observe. There were no windows on the side, so it was a dream to climb through the windows. Going around to the back, Jihee's eyes lit up. Isn't this a coincidence? The back door was wide open, leaving a gap of more than 2 meters. At this time, a robot covered in dirt was using its own shovel to shovel out the garbage in the room and load it onto the garbage truck next to it. The garbage and the shovel in front of it was a pile of animal viscera. Because it was much larger than the animal viscera on Star M, Jihee did not recognize it at first glance. She carefully identified it, and found that it was sheep offal. There are sheep on this farm, but this is not Jihee's most concerned issue now. Her most important issue now is to pick up scraps. Grab them quickly. Pick up as much as you can. In order to prevent the robot from attacking her, Jihee did not enter the garbage room immediately, but approached the garbage truck. Seeing that the robot ignored her, she turned her head to look inside this time. At this time, it was full of disassembled animal organs, bones and hair. It seems that for this farm, everything that is not meat is garbage. Jihee tried to put a portion of tripe into the space, but the robot did not react. She took courage and continued to collect it. The robot still did not react, and continued to shovel the garbage into the garbage truck silently. Jihee became bolder. She collected it much faster than the robot did. Soon the whole garbage truck was emptied by her. She didn't know how much edible food was in it. She would wait until she got back to see. After Jihee collected the animal organs in the garbage truck, she began to think about the garbage room. She walked tentatively. The robot was not unresponsive this time. It stopped immediately, without moving its body, and turned its head towards her. At the same time, a beam of light shot out of its eyes, and began to scan Jihee's body up and down. Jihee's heart was beating fast, her heartbeat was accelerating, and sweat began to seep out of her forehead. She stood there motionless and dared not move. She glanced at the big steel shovel in front of the robot from the corner of her eye. If it hit her, she might have to meet her grandmother. At this moment, she regretted a little. Shouldn't she take the risk? Maybe it would be better to just collect the garbage on the garbage truck? Although it would be slower and less, it would at least be safe, right? But she soon denied it. Even if she was given a choice, she would still try to walk into this room. Chapter 9. Waiting in place is not her nature. People have to fight hard to survive. If she had muddled along, she would have starved to death in her previous life, and would not have lived to this moment. Jihee felt that time was very long, but in fact it was only a few seconds. The rays in the robot's eyes were retracted, and then an electronic sound rang out. Temporary worker, strong working ability, likes to pick up garbage, no danger. The robot turned its head, and continued to transport the garbage out as if nothing had happened. Jihee breathed a sigh of relief, and took a deep breath. This time it was terrible. A smell of fishy and greasy smell almost sent her away. She vomited as a physiological reaction, but fortunately her stomach was empty, and nothing came out. She covered her mouth tightly, held her breath, and quickly suppressed the feeling. Jihee didn't know how many minutes it would take to get out, so she was reluctant to waste it, so she endured the discomfort and walked in quickly, collecting whatever she saw. As long as her fingers touched the place, a pile of garbage, livestock organs, and bones would disappear. It couldn't be seen from the outside, but when she came in, He could find that the entire garbage room was full, from the ground to the ceiling, without a single gap. This also made it convenient for her. She didn't even need to squat down. She just needed to raise her hands and keep stroking. Just as he waved her hands and inhaled frantically, the system prompt sounded. 15 minutes have passed, now teleport out of the copy. He only had time to quickly put the last garbage on hand into the space, and the whole person was teleported out. She was very reluctant in her heart. In such a short time, the supplies she collected were less than 1/10 of the materials in the house. Seeing the full food being treated as garbage, her heart was broken. Waste shamefully. This dungeon is really good, she loves it. He was teleported out of the dungeon, and the first thing she did was check the time, 1 o'clock. She didn't know what time it was when she entered the dungeon, but it certainly wasn't 1 o'clock. She laid down on the bed at 11 o'clock, and writing and drawing in such a short time wouldn't make it 1 o'clock. She stayed in the dungeon for 8 hours and 15 minutes. If the dungeon time was synchronized with reality, then it should be more than 8 o'clock in the morning, but the time didn't look like that. This proves that the time in the dungeon is not synchronized with reality, and the time in the dungeon flows faster, while the time in reality flows slower. Before he could think about it, the familiar electronic sound of the system came to his ears again. Congratulations to the temporary player who has perfectly cleared the 1-star dungeon, and won the next opportunity to enter the assistance game. The dungeon settlement rewards are as follows. A total of 138 live chickens were processed, and 13 copper coins were obtained, which can be used to purchase supplies in the mall. Because of your extreme thriftiness and fanatical love for garbage, the talent Scavenger is activated. Scavenger. After wearing the badge, the natives of the game will assume that you are a garbage worker. When you pick up garbage, they will subconsciously ignore you. At the same time, there is a certain chance that the garbage can be turned into treasure in your hands. Be true to your true desire and activate the talent Healer. Healer has healing ability and can heal wounds. The next time to help the game is uncertain. Please be ready at any time. After saying the last sentence, the system disappeared. At the same time, a badge appeared in her palm, and a force appeared on her body. Jihee's mouth twitched uncontrollably. It was speechless, really. Can she say that she really doesn't love picking up trash? She just wants to make some money. She doesn't like trash at all, right? Jihee called the system several times, but no one paid attention to her, not giving her a chance to regret. She stood there, taking deep breaths, comforting herself. It is said that men's destiny is security, and women's destiny is cleaning. Scavenging trash is also a part of cleaning, so she can be said to have avoided 40 years of detours and reached the top directly. Thinking this way, she felt much better. Jihee raised her hand and carefully observed the badge on her palm. This should be the scavenger badge, with a simple broom and trash can drawn on it, which can be said to be very vivid. The badge did not have a paper clip, so she tried to put it on her chest, and the badge automatically stuck. She tried very hard but couldn't pull it off. She changed her mind and wanted to take it off, and she easily took it off with more force. It's quite user-friendly. After testing the badge, Jihee put it into the space and put it away carefully. Only then did she have the energy to look at her own wounds. Even after leaving the dungeon, the wounds on her body did not heal automatically, but continued to spread fine and dense pain. Jihee looked down at her tattered pajamas and sighed. The pants were full of holes and blood, and it seemed that she could not wear them anymore. She took off her clothes and began to try to heal her wounds with her healing ability. The palm of her hand emitted a white light, shining on the most serious wound. After a while, the wound slowly closed and then scabbed. Jihee did not continue, but stopped to heal other wounds on her body. She didn't know how strong this healing ability was, how many wounds it could heal at one time, and she had a lot of wounds on her body. If she relied on her own recovery ability alone, it would not be enough, so she naturally had to maximize her ability. She didn't feel much pain after the wound scabbed, and it didn't affect her next actions, so she naturally used the ability on more serious places. After a set of treatments, Jihee began to feel fortunate that she had awakened the healing ability. This healing ability is actually quite good. Before the treatment, she actually had a total of 8 serious wounds and 6 minor wounds on her body. After treatment, only 6 of the 8 most serious wounds remain, and all of them are in the scab stage, which does not affect daily activities, while the other 2 wounds and 6 less serious wounds have all disappeared. No trace at all. Jihee looked in the mirror, and was very satisfied with her smooth face. This skill is still good for saving life. Combined with her identity as a scavenger, it should not be a problem for her to survive in the game. No matter how strong your ability is, You have to survive to survive. After finishing all this, Ji-hee was so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes. She hadn't rested for 24 hours, and her head was very dizzy at the moment. But she still took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and fell asleep on the bed without even blowing her hair. Let's wait until tomorrow morning to see the rest. The alarm clock woke Ji-hee up from her sleep at 6:30 the next morning. She rubbed her eyes, turned off the alarm clock, and lay on the bed for another 5 minutes before sitting up. She looked at the ordinary house, a table, a wardrobe, and a double bed. It was the place where her original body lived for 18 years, but it also reminded her that everything that happened was not a dream. Ji-hee used her consciousness to look at the space again. The thing stored in it reminded her that everything that happened last night was not a dream. She was summoned into a support game and killed chickens for 8 hours. No matter what happened, life still had to go on, and this sudden game confirmed Ji-hee's guess. It was inevitable that she was a little anxious. Chapter 10. First, she entered the space to feed the livestock and fish. Seeing that they were all adapting well, Ji-hee came out of the space and found some bread to eat. The house she lives in now is a self-built house located in the suburbs of the city. It has 2 floors and a small yard. The original owner's parents usually drive a truck outside and have little time to farm at home, so the yard is empty. Ji-hee walked around the house. The original owner's room was upstairs, and her parents' room was downstairs. In addition to 2 bedrooms, there was also a storage room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a living room downstairs. Apart from the room where Ji-hee lived upstairs, there were still 2 rooms. This house was very spacious for a family of 3. Ji-hee went into the storage room and took a look. There were a lot of supplies inside, piled up. Some were brought back by the original owner's parents in a truck. There were a lot of bread, cakes, biscuits, ham, instant noodles and other things, which were convenient for the original owner to eat when he was hungry when he was not at home. There were also some old things that were discarded at home, but were reluctant to throw away. Ji-hee took a look, took 2 packs of biscuits and 6 small loaves of bread and threw them into the space, preparing to eat these when he was hungry and had no time to eat during the day. After eating a piece of bread and drinking a bag of milk, Ji-hee rode her tricycle and set off again. She first went straight to the farmer's wholesale market. She bought less rice and flour yesterday, so she decided to buy more today. 30 bags of rice and flour, each weighing 100 jin, for a total wholesale price of 12,000 yuan. Ji-hee paid the money and transported the food back and forth several times before taking it away. After buying these, Ji-hee ran back to the seasoning store where she sold it yesterday and bought 10,000 yuan worth of seasoning again. This time she chose more cooking wine, baking soda, and various marinade ingredients. Seeing her coming again, the lady boss was very enthusiastic. Although the price didn't drop, she sent her several boxes of braised meat ingredients and asked her to come back after she had eaten. Ji-hee also thought very clearly. Since it was garbage, she would probably pick up the internal organs and the water in the future. It would not be her turn to eat the real meat. Not to mention the distance, there were so many internal organs piled up in the space. If the seasoning was not prepared enough, it would be inedible. When I saw aloe vera and cactus seedlings passing by, I bought a pot as if possessed by ghosts. Anyway, it was not expensive, and I only spent 6 yuan. After transporting the food, she went straight to the agreed place and took the medicines away after paying for them. The next day, she rode her tricycle around the city. She first picked out the necessary things to buy. She went to the electrical appliance store and asked the boss to buy a diesel generator, a solar generator, a large battery, a solar panel, an egg incubator, an ice maker, an electric blanket, an electric rice cooker, and an induction cooker. She didn't buy air conditioners or electric fans. She had old ones at home, which had only been bought a few years ago, so she used them first. There are both expensive and cheap electrical appliances. Ji-hee didn't choose the cheapest one, because she was afraid that they would not last long. She spent 21,000 yuan in total. The generator was diesel. Ji-hee said that diesel was hard to buy, and there was a limit on the purchase. Unexpectedly, the boss gave her a business card and told her that she could buy it by calling this number. As long as the quantity was not large, it would be fine. Ji-hee nodded in understanding, said goodbye to the boss, and continued to buy. She first bought a diving suit, oxygen cylinders, and life buoys. She bought 10 oxygen cylinders, some for diving and some for daily use. She bought 2 of the others. After coming out, she bought 5 engineer shovels, 3 axes, an electric saw, a hand saw, an electric drill, a stone mill, 30 stainless steel basins, 10 stainless steel barrels, 30 plastic barrels, and 10 large pickle jars. These cost about 7,000 yuan in total. After buying these, he went straight to the wholesale meat place. This place is full of big customers. It is not worth the trip if you buy less. He looked carefully. Pork is not expensive now. Different parts have different prices. The cheapest place is 8 yuan per catty. She bought 700 catties and wanted the processed ones directly, such as ribs, pork belly, tenderloin, etc. She disliked the pig head because it had too much hair and needed to be processed, so she didn't take it. She ordered 600 kilograms of beef and mutton, 200 kilograms of rabbit meat, and 50 chickens, ducks, and geese. The quantity she bought was not too much in this wholesale place, and the boss didn't even ask her. After the bill was settled, he gave her a zero and gave her a lot of offal. The final bill was 35,000 yuan. Seeing that there was still time, she went to the gardening area, where fences and various bamboo products were sold. Now many city people have yards, and like to build a small garden. They surround their yards with bamboo fences and grow some vegetables. It is quite fashionable. Ji's place was not big. She bought 50 meters, and spent a total of 1,000 yuan. She also asked the boss to give her a few bamboo chicken coops and backpacks. So far, Ji has spent a total of 86,000 yuan today. Excluding what she spent yesterday, she still has about 65,000 yuan left. She saved this money to buy some gasoline, diesel and coal, but now she needs plants and animals to upgrade the space, so she has to keep some money for emergencies, so she can only slow down the speed of collecting things. After putting all the things he bought into the space, Ji rode his tricycle to return the car, and suddenly remembered that the space was still short of bees. Without bees, who would pollinate the flowers? Would she have to pollinate manually? He quickly turned the car around and went back to buy a box of bees with a queen bee, spending 600 yuan. The weather was very hot, and the bees were a little wilted, but the boss said that they would survive if they were taken care of. If too many died, come back to him, and he would give him another box of bees. After he put them into the space, he took a look and ignored them. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and she had to return the car before the rental company closed, otherwise it would be 3 days' worth of money. After rushing, he finally returned the car before the rental company closed. She wiped it before returning it, so that it would not be too dirty, and the rental company would deduct her deposit. With the return deposit, he ran to the barbecue restaurant and ordered a barbecue, spending 100 yuan and eating happily. While eating, he thought that she would rather have nothing to stockpile than come to the end of the world, otherwise she would never be able to eat such delicious barbecue again. After eating the barbecue, he took the bus home, watching the bustling scene on the way. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was still hot outside, 2 degrees higher than the previous few days. Ji's clothes were never dry when she rode her bike during the day, and she drank several bottles of mineral water because of the heat. Thinking of water, he suddenly remembered that she hadn't stored drinking water yet. There was space for domestic water, and she planned to buy 2 foldable water towers on the online shopping platform for emergency use, and the 1-ton type would be enough. She was more anxious about drinking water, so she quickly changed cars and went to a nearby mineral water bottle factory. Fortunately, there was a staff on duty in the factory. They ordered 1,007.5 L bottles at 10 yuan each. This saved money, and she was not afraid of dying of thirst even if she was thrown into the desert. The factory happened to have some in stock, and they agreed to deliver the goods the next morning, so he turned around and went home again. When she got home, it was not completely dark yet. He opened the door and entered the house, looking at the room again. In fact, if possible, she wanted to replace all the doors and windows. Chapter 11. But I was really short of money, with only 50,000 left, and I had to save some for gasoline and diesel, which were very expensive, and I couldn't buy much even if I spent 50,000. Fortunately, the original owner's parents were not always at home at the time, and they were afraid that the original owner would be unsafe at home alone, so they replaced the doors and windows with more solid ones. Although they were not bulletproof, they were much better than ordinary ones. He did not turn on the air conditioner, but chose to open the window. At this time, the temperature in the evening was not as unbearable as during the day. There was a slight breeze, which was quite comfortable when blowing on people. He went to the bathroom and took out the bathtub, started to fill it with water, and then flashed into the space. The space now has 8 hours of time to stay, and he didn't want to waste it, so she was ready to make a quick decision. She installed the fences first. The black soil area was limited, and he didn't plan to enclose a lot of space for them. In total, she enclosed 10 square meters, which was enough for the time being. She would use it like this first, and she would expand it when it was not enough in the future. After the fence was installed, she found the grass seeds given by the merchant. The store owner said when introducing it that it was an imported variety with a good taste, livestock loved to eat it, high yield, and rich nutrition, so she asked her to go back and try it. He carefully spread all the black soil, installed the food troughs he bought, and then let the livestock out. They were not big, they were still babies, and they were very obedient. He chased them, but they did not resist. They just seemed a little hungry, and kept barking at He sent them into the fence, and then quickly got up to find feed, fed them one by one, and saw them eating happily, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Raising livestock does consume a lot of feed, although many stores give it away, but it can't last for a few days. He thought to herself that the sooner she planted the land, the better, so she wouldn't have to buy animal feed. For food, she planted potatoes, sweet potatoes and corn, which had high yields and were easy to work with. She didn't plant vegetables for now, because there was a vegetable market near her home, and vegetables only cost a few cents in the morning market, so it wasn't worth it for her to plant them in the space. She would plant them when it got cold in winter and vegetables became more expensive. Seeing that they were enjoying the food, he cleaned up their feces and put the cages in the storage space. Then she went to the pond, and many of the water plants she planted yesterday had grown a circle. With these water plants, the fish in the water could hide and eat when they were hungry. He took out the inflatable boat and put one on each side, ready to use for the time being. There was nothing she could do about it. There was no wooden boat in the space now, and she didn't want to get wet every time she fed the fish. She would prepare a wooden boat when she had more money in the future. After spreading the bait, he went up the small earth slope to look at the saplings planted yesterday. The saplings were growing well. Although there were many species, and they were all from different climates, they were very harmonious and looked full of vitality. He looked around and hesitated whether to water them. After thinking about it, she decided to water them less so that they wouldn't be thirsty. He poured some water directly with the water in the storage space, and then left the space. First, she took away the water in the bathtub that was almost full. He let the bathtub continue to collect water, and did not close the door, so that she could listen at any time to prevent the water from bubbling out. She found the old basin at home from the storage room, and took out the potatoes and sweet potatoes she bought yesterday. She found the tutorial she downloaded yesterday, and played it in front of her. He took the potatoes in her hands first and observed them carefully. Unfortunately, these potatoes were very new and had no sprouts. Putting the potatoes down, she stood up and took the basin to the yard to dig a small basin of soil, then sprayed water on it to make the soil moisture, and then put the potatoes in. After wrapping the potatoes with soil, he put them in the planting space and left them alone. Next was the sweet potatoes, which were more troublesome and needed to be raised. He looked at the unsprouted sweet potatoes in her hand, thought about it, cut the sweet potatoes in half with a knife, and then went to the kitchen stove to find a handful of plant ash, smeared them evenly one by one, and put them aside. Then she took another large pot to the yard, filled it with soil, sprayed it with water to make it moist, and put the sweet potatoes on it one by one. After doing all this, he put the large pot into the planting space, and planned to leave it for a few days, to see if it sprouted, and then consider how to plant it next. All these were learned from watching videos, and he didn't know if it would be successful. She found another pot, put some corn seed she bought in it, soaked it with warm water, and prepared to soak it overnight, and plant it the next day. After finishing all this, he washed her hands, turned on the computer, and found that all the information she downloaded before going out had been downloaded. She selected some technical information to continue downloading, such as planting, breeding, etc. These are all needed in life, and it is not a big deal to download them in advance. After finishing all this, he lay on the bed, and probed her consciousness into the storage space. As soon as she probed in, she saw the mountain of internal organs she collected yesterday. It was really a mountain. Although she only collected them for a while, she collected them quickly and collected a lot. He estimated that there were at least several thousand kilograms. There was no time to deal with them for the time being. He passed by them, and began to organize the space with her consciousness. She was in a hurry before, so she put things in a mess, and it looked irregular. He used her consciousness to sort things out, putting food in one pile, seasonings in one pile, clothes in one pile, daily necessities in one pile, and survival supplies in one pile. After working for about half an hour, he felt a splitting headache, and her eyes began to blur, and she couldn't see clearly. This forced her to withdraw her consciousness and lie on the bed gasping for breath. It seems that it is not feasible to organize the space by consciousness all the time. It is better to combine work and rest. He rested for about 10 minutes before she felt that her headache was relieved. She looked at the ceiling and wiped the sweat from her forehead with her hand. Suddenly, she remembered that after completing the task yesterday, she seemed to have been given 13 copper coins to buy things in the mall. Where is the mall? He just finished thinking about this, and an interface appeared in front of her, with the word mall written on it. It simply wrote several major categories: clothing, food, housing, transportation, weapons, and others. He curiously clicked on the food column. She saw it at a glance. The first item was mineral water 10 copper coin/bottle. Well, it turned out that I couldn't buy 2 bottles of mineral water after working for 8 hours yesterday. This is really cheap labor. He shook her head helplessly. What a black-hearted capitalist, working for 8 hours and only giving me this little thing. Little did she know that her salary was still high. Many temporary workers did not complete their work yesterday and were directly fired. Some even completed their work, but only got a few copper coins, and couldn't even afford a bottle of mineral water. After all, even if such a big chicken can be killed, it will take half a day to pluck the feathers. How can it be done without skilled labor? Besides, the chickens people by now are already processed. Who would pluck the feathers? Many people will leave some feathers on the chickens at the end, and finally be beaten back and start again. Everyone is in a hurry, and it may not take an hour to process a chicken. He did not buy mineral water but left. After working hard for 8 hours to earn these copper coins, she would not buy a bottle of mineral water no matter what. Then she looked around the mall carefully. There were a lot of things in it, which basically met the needs of life, but the prices were very expensive, several times higher than in real life. He didn't understand what the meaning of such a mall was. Would anyone really work illegally to buy things here? She searched for weapons again. There were quite a few, including knives, stun guns, bulletproof vests, etc., but the price was not measured in copper coins, but in gold coins. The system also reminded her that 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins. 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins. Then 1 gold coin equals 10,000 copper coins? He only took a look at the price below and closed the interface directly. She was forcing it. She directly selected the cheapest item from the search bar above. She wanted to see if this mall was so flashy. Soon there was a display on the search bar. Chapter 12. He clicked it and looked at it. Radish seeds, 1 copper coin/seed. Cabbage seeds, 1 copper coin/seed. Tomato seeds, 1 copper coin/seed. These are the 3 cheapest seeds. The others are slightly more expensive. He thought about it, picked the cheap ones, bought 5 radish seeds, 5 cabbage seeds, and 3 tomato seeds, and spent all the money in his hand. After paying the copper coins, 3 small paper bags appeared in Jihee's hand out of thin air, with words written on them, namely radish, cabbage, and tomato. Jihee curiously opened them one by one, and found that they were just ordinary plant seeds. She also took out the seeds she bought from the space, and opened them to compare. She couldn't see any difference, so Jihee had to wrap them carefully, got up, and went to the storage room to find an empty cookie jar to put them in, and put them into the space. Although there was no way to organize the space now, Jihee was not idle. She took out a few large plastic buckets, took out the livestock entrails she picked up yesterday, and started to sort them. She had a lot of work experience, and she could tell what kind of livestock these entrails were at a glance. This one is from a cow. Jihee threw all the cows into a pile. This one is from a chicken. Jihee threw all the chickens into a pile. Finally, 5 species were found, namely cow, sheep, chicken, duck, and goose. It not only includes internal organs, but also a lot of heads, necks, bones, and the meat on the bones is more than what Jihee secretly left behind last time. It can be seen that she was still merciful at the beginning. This farm is really wasteful. It's okay not to eat the internal organs, but why don't they even eat beef ribs and lamb ribs? This is the essence, and the most delicious part. Jihee began to feel distressed again. How much would be wasted? I wonder if she will go to this dungeon tonight. If she does, she will hurry up and pack more, Jihee thought as she worked, and went to the bathroom to collect water several times in the middle. She moved quickly, and did the work quickly and well, putting the internal organs in one pile, and the ribs in another. She didn't sort out the internal organs she picked up in the space, until she used up the 30 large barrels she bought yesterday. There was no pig in the end. Jihee didn't know if there was no pig sewage in this garbage room, or if this farm didn't raise pigs. He put the thought behind her and looked up at the time. It was already 11:30 p.m. Was it around this time yesterday when she entered the game? He put the awful bucket on the kitchen and dining room floor and went back to the house, changing into black sportswear and sneakers. Then she took out a large loaf of bread and ate it while sitting on the bed. She had to replenish her energy to prepare for the game in the evening. She waited and waited until she couldn't open her eyes due to sleepiness, and the time had already passed 12 o'clock, but the system still didn't notify her to enter the game. He contacted the system, but no one responded to her. She looked up at the clock, and it was already 12:30 in the evening. She thought that she must have entered the game before this time yesterday. It seemed that she could not enter the game today. He quickly accepted the reality. She got up, changed into pajamas, put the 30 barrels of internal organs in the kitchen into the space, and then fell asleep. She was very busy these days, and he rarely slept until 7 o'clock the next morning. It was not that she didn't want to continue sleeping. It was really hot, so hot that she sweated all over. She got up and took out her phone to check the weather forecast. Wow, it was 32 degrees at 7 in the morning. Wouldn't it be 40 degrees during the day? At this time, her phone rang. It was the manufacturer that sold mineral water bottles yesterday, asking her to leave someone at home to deliver the mineral water bottles to her. He agreed, got up and quickly washed and changed clothes. She wore a simple t-shirt and jeans, and looked like an ordinary student. She put on an apron over her clothes, and a jumpsuit before entering the space to feed the livestock and clean up. In the morning, she still fed the fodder. It was easy and fast. She was not too busy today, so she could mix vegetable leaves and cornmeal for them for dinner. After feeding the livestock and fish, she left the space, walked to the front of the yard and opened the gate to facilitate the delivery of trucks. There were many families around this house, all of whom built their own houses, some with 2 floors and some with 3 floors. They all looked good, and her house was the most humble. Not far away there was also a high-end family area, which was built by a developer a few years ago. There were high-rise buildings in the front and villas in the back, with the main theme of being close to nature, living a healthy life, and staying away from car exhaust. He opened the courtyard door and went back to the house. She found a lot of beef offal and put it in a basin. She brought it to the courtyard, sat on a small stool, bent down and began to clean it. First, remove all the excess fat and put it in an empty basin. Then pour flour into the offal and soak it for a while. Before cleaning, she did not forget to take out a crayfish from the space, cut the butter into pieces, and put it in front of it to see if it would eat it. The crayfish was quite considerate and started eating it quickly. After eating, he observed it for more than 20 minutes. He did not see any signs of dying and was still crawling vigorously beside him. He was relieved that the meat should not be poisonous. There were so many internal organs in the space that she couldn't finish them all by herself. She now had an immature idea and wanted to try it. She planned to chop the internal organs into pieces, stew them, and sell them. They didn't need to be chopped very finely, just cut them into small pieces so that people couldn't tell they were alien animals. She could make some money from selling them, and if the disaster didn't come, she wouldn't go bankrupt, right? And the fat and useless stuff next to the internal organs, she could feed them to the carnivorous fish in the space, so that nothing would be wasted. He looked at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock. Thinking that the truck should be coming soon, she got up and moved the internal organs into the house, and then she went out to continue sitting in the shade of the yard and waiting. In her mind, she kept using her consciousness to organize the storage space. This time she had experience. She stopped to rest after organizing for a while, and did not do it all at once. In this way, she did not have a headache like yesterday. A little after 8:10, the truck drove over. He opened the door and asked them to help move the goods in. Before leaving, seeing that the workers were tired and sweating, she stuffed each of them with a bottle of mineral water. Have a drink. It's really hot today. Thank you so much. It's been so hot these days. The 40-year-old uncle unscrewed the mineral water bottle, raised his head, and took a big sip. When sending them back, he pretended to ask casually, "It's hot. Your business should be good, right?" Chapter 13. That's right. Recently, a lot more people have bought mineral water bottles. The factory has been working overtime to catch up. The uncle was a little happy when he talked about this. Although the work was a bit tiring, he had work to do, and his commission at the end of the month would be higher, which was also a good thing. He said a few more polite words, sent the truck away, locked the yard door, and then bent down to move the mineral water bottles into the house little by little. At this time, there were many people peeping, and there were surveillance cameras everywhere. She didn't dare to put these mineral water bottles into the space in the yard, including the curtains in her room, which were always drawn. He moved back and forth for a long time before moving all the mineral water bottles into the house. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, went back to the house to change into a dry dress, then picked up her bag, took the key and went out. Compared to working at home, she now has more important things to do, which is to upgrade the space. The space upgrade this time is demanding, and she has a hunch that if she doesn't upgrade it quickly now, it will only be more difficult in the future. She got on the bus and headed straight to the city's largest zoo. It is said that there are hundreds of animals here, not only those that run on land, but also those that fly in amphibians. He had a clear goal and went straight to the back of the zoo. The small door where garbage was transported out every time. She thought very clearly that since the space did not say that she wanted a whole animal, wouldn't it be the same if she took some hair, nails, and scales that fell from the animals? He was lucky. When she walked to the back door of the zoo, she saw an ant dumping garbage such as feces out. She adjusted her expression to make herself look harmless and innocent, and approached, looking at the ant at the door with a pair of eager eyes. "Auntie, let me help you clean up?" The ant had seen Ji coming over a long time ago. Seeing that it was a girl in her teens, she didn't care too much. She just touched her with her arm to prevent her from getting close. "It's dirty. What are you doing here, little girl? You didn't go to school today? Are you skipping classes?" Ji thought to herself, "Here it comes." Tears quickly gathered in her eyes, and she tried hard not to let them fall. She said in a gloomy voice, "No, Auntie, my parents died in a car accident. They let the will before they left. I am here today to fulfill their dream." The auntie saw Ji crying so sadly, and immediately stopped what she was doing. She wanted to comfort her, but her hands were too dirty to touch her. She said in a panic, "Don't cry, girl. I didn't know your parents had passed away. I'm so sorry. Do your parents have any unfulfilled wishes? Tell me and see if I can help." The auntie felt sorry for the little girl in front of her. She looked much younger than her daughter, and might still be in high school. She lost her parents at such a young age. How hard her life would be in the future. Ji sobbed and answered, "My parents love animals. They want to collect the hair, nails, scales, and other things that fall from the animals. No more than one will do. They asked me to go to their graves and burn them for them." Auntie clapped her hands and said, "What's the big deal? I help you. It's hot now. These animals are cute and have lost their hair. Every time we sweep the garbage, we can sweep out a lot of them. We used to like to pick them up, but later we didn't want them anymore. Wait here, I help you find someone. I know a lot of breeders. There are plenty of these things." After hearing what Ji said, the cleaning lady quickly finished her work and ran back to the yard. Ji wiped her tears and smiled. It was true that colleagues helped each other. They were all cleaning staff, so they were kind. She found a shady place to sit down and pretended to take out 4 bags of fruit from her backpack behind her, which were apples, pears, dragon fruit, and bayberry. Added together, they weighed more than 20 kilograms. Her backpack couldn't hold more. She prepared these fruits before going out, thinking that if they worked, she could give them to others, so that they wouldn't help her in vain. Ji put the fruit at her feet, put her bag back on, and continued to organize the supplies in the space with her consciousness. She used her watch to count the time, working for 10 minutes and resting for 5 minutes, keeping this rhythm, and her head didn't hurt. 2 hours later, Ji finally organized the space and cleared a large area. At this time, the cleaning lady just now also pushed open the door and walked out with a happy face, holding a black plastic bag in her hand. Ji immediately adjusted the expression on her face, put on a well-behaved smile, and greeted her. Before she got close, the auntie smiled happily and said, "Little girl, you are lucky. Recently, not only land animals have lost their hair, but also amphibians have lost a lot of scales. When I told you about your situation, everyone was very enthusiastic and helped you collect a lot. This bag contains not only land animals, but also many swimming fish. I heard that some died in the hot weather, so they cut off their fins and gave them to you." After the auntie finished speaking, she handed over the black bag in her hand. Ji did not take it immediately, but handed over the fruit in her hand, with a very sincere attitude. "Auntie, you have helped me so much, I don't know how to thank you. This is the fruit I brought from home. You must accept it, otherwise I really don't have the face to ask for your things," Ji said, as he handed the bags of fruit in his hand to the ant. The ant quickly dodged backwards, but after a few rounds, she saw that Ji really wanted to give it to her, so she accepted it. She felt even more pity for Ji in her heart. It was true that children without parents had to grow up early. She held the fruit, felt the heaviness on it, thought for a while, and said to Ji-hee, "Child, do you still want the insect corpses?" Insects? Ji-hee was surprised. There is such a good thing? Insects are also considered species. Yes, I have an old sister who works as a cleaner at the Insect Research Institute. They specialize in studying insects. If the insects are intact, they can be made into specimens. If they are broken, they can only be thrown away. If you want them, I will ask her for some for you. Ji-hee nodded frantically. Yes, I want them. Thank you very much, Auntie. I only need a part of the insect, not the whole one. Okay, let's add each other's contact information. I give you the location of her house. You can go to her house tonight and ask her to give it to you directly. That's great. After the two added their contact information, the aunt hurried back to work. Ji-hee also walked back happily with the black bag, and when she reached a public toilet, she quickly went in with the bag. After sending the things to the space, the number of animals increased by more than 500 species instantly. She sighed, this aunt is really an honest person. She must have been very busy to collect so many species for her in such a short time, and she should thank her when she has time. Chapter 14. Ji-hee came out of the bathroom and walked towards the bus stop. She planned to go to the botanical garden as the second stop. It is said that there are tens of thousands of plants here. If she can pluck a leaf from each tree, then upgrading her space will not be a problem. So, this afternoon, Ji-hee put on a hat and did sneaky things in the botanical garden. She didn't go up to pick flowers or big leaves, but just picked the dry leaves that were not noticeable at the bottom. She didn't dislike the dry yellow leaves and weeds in the ground. The botanical garden is very large, and there aren't many people. If Ji-hee walks alone carefully, she won't be seen by passers-by. Even if they see her, they will at most say a few words behind her back, saying she has no sense of public morality, and they won't think about anything else. Ji-hee didn't stop for the whole afternoon, and hurried to pluck all the leaves she could reach before the garden closed. She had to give up on the leaves that she couldn't reach or that were fenced off. When she walked out of the botanical garden, Ji-hee felt exhausted. This afternoon, she walked more than 40,000 steps, really non-stop, racing against time, hoping that spending the ticket money this time could solve all the problems. But until she walked out of the botanical garden, she was still 900 species of plants and animals away from the upgrade standard. Ji-hee was walking on the roadside and saw flowers in the flower bed that were not in the botanical garden in the afternoon. She subconsciously squatted down and plucked the leaves. When she turned around, many passers-by looked at her with strange eyes. She smiled at others embarrassedly, and quickly got up and left. Although she was a little embarrassed, she squatted down and plucked something she had never seen on the road. As she walked, she suddenly saw a Chinese medicine clinic and smelled a strong smell of medicinal materials when she got closer. Her eyes lit up. Medicinal herbs, aren't these herbs also considered plants? Although she bought some medicinal seeds, they were not complete. There must be many medicinal herbs in this pharmacy that she didn't have. Ji-hee walked in quickly, and with her eloquence and shameless skills, she spent 500 yuan from the old man who dispensed the medicine, and got a small piece of each medicine. The old man gave her the full piece for the cheap ones, and for some expensive ones, the old man gave her some of the crumbs that fell into the medicine box, but she didn't mind. Ji-hee had never picked up medicine like this before, so she had no idea how to do it, but she knew she was bothering the old man, so she thanked him several times before leaving. Carrying a bag of medicinal herbs, the hot weather did not dampen her joy. After leaving the pharmacy, she took the bus and rushed to the address sent to her by the cleaning lady. The location was not in the city center. Although she did not live in the same place as her family, there was a direct bus, so she could go home at night. In the car, Ji-hee put the medicinal herbs into the space covered by the backpack. She looked at the display board and saw that the number of animal and plant species had increased by more than 200 species. She was happy. Almost there, she still has more than 600 kinds to collect. Ji-hee secretly put the fruit into her backpack, then hugged the backpack in her arms, leaned on the seat, and looked out the window, praying again in her heart. Please don't come to the end of the world. She would rather be so poor in reality than to float in the end of the world with supplies. After getting off the car, Ji-hee carried the fruit and stood at the place given by Aunt Lee. This is the entrance of an old community. It is the time to get off work. Many people are carrying vegetables and fruits to go home. The barrier at the entrance is not lowered at all, and cars going home are one after another. From time to time, there were cars driving out of the community. There were many vendors selling things around, and some were selling grilled squid and chicken strips, which smelled delicious. He hadn't eaten properly for a day, and her stomach couldn't stand the smell. She silently changed her seat, a little further away from the grilled squid. She couldn't eat it yet, and the smell alone was too torturous. After waiting for a while, he felt someone approaching her. She turned around and saw a slightly fat auntie, who was dressed decently. She looked Ji up and down, and her eyes lingered on the red marks on her hands caused by the fruit for a moment, then she walked forward with a smile. "Are you Xiao He?" Although it was a question, her tone was full of affirmation. "Yes, auntie, hello, I'm sorry to bother you today." Ji put on a well-behaved smile on her face, and nodded to the auntie in front of her. "What's the trouble? It's just a piece of cake." The auntie handed over the bag in her hand, and took the fruit from Ji's hand. "You kid, you're here, why bring fruit?" Ji smiled. "It's my duty, the fruit is my gift, auntie, go back and try it." "Okay, it's late, I'm in a hurry to go back and cook, so I won't keep you." After saying that, the aunt in front of him waved to Ji and turned away. Ji didn't say much, carrying the bag, mixed into the crowd and turned away. When he left, he didn't forget to send a message to Aunt Lee to let her know so that she wouldn't worry. Ji couldn't wait to go home, so she found an inconspicuous corner on the roadside. With the help of her backpack, she successfully put the black bag in her hand into the space. She kept staring at the sign, and the numbers on it kept changing until 9872 stopped and didn't move. Ji stared for a long time, and when she saw that it really didn't move, she raised her head, put her backpack on her back and walked towards the bus stop. She kept thinking in her mind, there are still 128 types left. Where can I find them? Ji's mind was spinning like crazy, but she didn't hesitate, and she squeezed into the bus home with the crowd. It was time to get off work, and the bus was very crowded. Fortunately, there was air conditioning, otherwise many people would have fainted from the heat. Ji relied on her thin body, and found a place by the door, and stood still. She looked at the shop outside the window, thinking frantically about what to do next. Where else to go? After thinking for a long time, she couldn't come up with a good idea, so she stopped thinking about it, lowered her head, took out her mobile phone and started searching for where to buy electric tricycles. She had almost spent all her money, but life had to go on, and she had to make money to support herself. Since she was planning to do some small business, it would be convenient to buy a tricycle, and renting a car was not suitable. She soon found a store, which was quite convenient and 3 stops away from her home, so she could just ride back after buying the electric bike. Ji got off the bus 3 stops in advance, and found the electric bike store according to the navigation on her mobile phone. Fortunately, his family was still busy. Ji finally chose a tricycle from a big brand, spending a total of more than 4,300 yuan. This is a little more expensive, and the quality warranty is also good. After purchase, it is guaranteed for 1 year, and replaced for free within 1 month. The store owner was afraid that she was young and ignorant, and also told her not to forget to go to the traffic police team to register the license the next day. Now electric bikes also need to have a license plate to go on the road, otherwise they will be confiscated. Chapter 15. Ji agreed and rode her new bike home. After arriving home, she rode the bike directly to the yard, then turned around to lock the gate, changed her shoes, and went into the kitchen to cook noodles for herself. After a busy day, she was starving and was too lazy to make anything complicated, so she quickly cooked a bowl of tomato and egg noodles and ate it. While cooking noodles, she remembered that she forgot to buy eggs, so she had the last 2 eggs at home for her to eat. If she wanted to eat eggs again, she could only eat the huge eggs in the space. At noon, she did not forget to feed the livestock, but she only ate 1 piece of bread. She felt that she was not as well off as the animals in the space. Ji put her consciousness into the space while eating. Seeing that the livestock were well taken care of, she felt relieved, but soon she could not laugh anymore. What are these cattle and sheep doing? The grass seeds planted yesterday were very competitive. Today, small tender shoots have grown. However, these uncompetitive ones are eating the newly grown tender shoots without raising their heads or opening their eyes. They are so happy to bite them one by one. After a while, the grass under his feet was completely bald, and he began to move on to another piece. Ji's mouth twitched when he saw this. She knew without asking that this batch of grass seeds was finished and planted in vain. It was her fault that she was inexperienced and a little anxious. Putting cattle and sheep in before the grass seeds grew up, wasn't that just waiting for the extinction of the family? Things had already happened, so she didn't think about it anymore, and lowered her head to eat quickly. It didn't matter. Although the grass seed planting failed, she could still think of other ways, such as planting it on the small slope where the fruit tree seedlings were planted. Anyway, grass seeds are easy to plant, and it won't take much time. After washing the dishes, he first used a tube to connect water to the mineral water bucket, and then checked the potatoes and sweet potatoes that were thrown back into the space yesterday to sprout. They are all very good, and have sprouted a long piece. It seems that this space should be very suitable for the growth of animals and plants. He carefully took the sweet potato pieces out of the soil, put them in a basin on the side, and put them back into the space. Prepare to wait until the sweet potato vines grow a little bigger before taking them out to plant. Potatoes were much easier to deal with. After a day, there were many buds on the potatoes. He cut the potatoes into large pieces, leaving 2 to 3 buds on each piece, and then covered them with wood ash and put them aside. In this way, a small pot of potatoes was quickly cut. He put the potatoes aside and checked the corn seeds that had been soaked for a day. They looked good. She put the potatoes and corn seeds back into the space, and she also flashed in, picked up the hoe, and started to dig trenches and bury potatoes, like in the video. She didn't cut too many potatoes, but she planted about 15 square meters. Then she started planting corn, and the steps were similar. After planting, she left less than 20 square meters for sweet potatoes. The black soil was full, and he went up the mountain and planted grass seeds in the gaps between the fruit trees on the mountain. Until all the grass seeds in his hand were used up, less than 1/3 of the small soil slope was planted. The area here is much larger than the black soil. After he finished planting the land, he went to see the bees. They adapted well, and seemed to have recovered. They did not attack He's approach. Not only them, but other animals that entered the space were also very friendly to He and were particularly obedient. He made them some more sugar water, so that they would not starve to death before blooming, and then left them alone. She turned around to feed the livestock and aquatic products. Even if she was fast, it took her more than an hour to finish all the work in the space. In this way, she could not save much of the 3 hours given by the space every day, except for the necessary time. It was simply a foolish dream to want to save all 3 hours. Fortunately, she is living a peaceful life now, and she can save up time for the space slowly. After finishing the space, he lay on the bed to rest, looking at the ceiling, and took out her mobile phone, picked up the business card given by the electrical appliance boss, and dialed the number on it. She thought about it, and still wanted to save the 50,000 yuan on hand to buy oil. After a final bargaining, the boss agreed to sell her 3,000 liters of diesel and 2,500 liters of gasoline for 50,000 yuan, and gave her 5 gas tanks as a gift. After agreeing on the time to pick up the goods the next day, he hung up the phone. By this time, she had spent all her money, with only 1,000 yuan left in her pocket. She lay on the bed and rested for more than 10 minutes before getting up and preparing to work. She was not afraid of losing money, as she would just work hard to make money. She had a treasure called space, so she couldn't starve to death. He first turned on the TV and played a variety show, then took a small stool and sat down, put on gloves, and began to repeatedly scrub the sheep's internal organs. Thanks to her many years of work experience, she could do all these jobs. She planned to make a pot of mutton offal soup to test the market and see how it would sell. If it sold well, she could make some money. If it didn't sell well, she would eat it herself. In addition to mutton offal soup, she could also sell some boiled tripe and cold dishes. He put the processed internal organs aside. She stood up and went to the kitchen to mix the ingredients in the big iron pot. After all, it was an alien animal, and the size of the bones was somewhat different from the poultry here. She planned to keep the bones and other things for herself, and cut up the other internal organs that could not be seen, and sell them after they were prepared. On the first day, she made a mutton soup, boiled tripe, and braised some duck intestines and goose intestines to sell. She cut them into small sizes so that others couldn't see them when they ate them. He's family used the old-fashioned wood stove, induction cooker, and natural gas stove. She used the induction cooker to cook noodles at night, and now she was going to use the wood stove. She sat on the bench, put all the firewood into the stove, then lit the hay with a match and stuffed it into the stove. When she saw the flames, she put all the clean mutton offal into the water, and then kept skimming the foam. Her mutton offal not only includes mutton offal, she also plans to put mutton face meat in it. The main focus is on real ingredients, and it is best to attract more repeat customers. He turned down the fire in the stove to let the mutton soup simmer slowly, and turned to the side to prepare the marinade. She also planned to put goose head, duck head, and chicken head in it. Although she couldn't take them out to sell, she also had to eat, so she could eat them herself after braising them. In addition to these, she also cut some green vegetables including lotus root slices, potatoes, etc., and put them in at the end to stew them together. After finishing the kitchen work, I looked at the clock, and it was already past 1 in the middle of the night. Didn't the game start again today? You are so unprofessional. How often do you play? Gee, he was a little sleepy. She yawned, confirmed that the fire in the kitchen was extinguished again, and turned off the faucet that was still running. She got up, went to the bathroom, took a shower, and fell asleep on the bed. The next morning, he woke up on time. She looked at the clock, and it was 6 o'clock in the morning. The temperature outside was 32 degrees. Since she woke up, she didn't lie down anymore. She got up and continued to fill the water that was not filled yesterday. She took a braised duck head and started to eat it. Salty, spicy, and delicious. This duck has a taste that local ducks don't have, and the meat is very chewy. He couldn't say what was good about it, but it was delicious anyway. The duck head is very big, and there is a lot of meat on it. He stopped eating after eating too. Chapter 16. If she didn't eat staple food in the morning, she always felt like she hadn't eaten. In the end, she had to eat another pack of instant noodles to feel full. She got up and started to prepare the ingredients for today. First, she took out the coriander and green onions from the space, washed and chopped them, and put them in a small bowl. Then she took out the braised duck intestines, chicken intestines, and goose intestines and sorted them out, and chopped up the mutton offal and put them in a large stainless steel bowl. Then she poured the boiled mutton soup into the stainless steel barrel and covered it. She got up and went to the storage room to get a cardboard and wrote with a black marker. Sheep offal 10 yuan per bowl, small, 12 yuan per bowl, large, fried tripe 15 yuan per bowl, small, duck intestines 70 yuan per gene, goose intestines 50 yuan per gene, chicken intestines 35 yuan per gene, vegetarian dishes 8 yuan per box. After packing up, he went to the nearby morning market to investigate the market. It was also a good opportunity to see if there were any disposable lunch boxes for sale at the morning market. If possible, she also wanted to buy a few plates of tofu, which is also delicious when soaked and stewed. Even though it was past 7 o'clock, the morning market was still crowded with people, and many people were walking back and forth with a lot of vegetables in their hands. There are also many small shops selling daily necessities, socks, and underwear. Socks are sold for 10 yuan for 10 pairs. They are very cheap. He concentrated on finding disposable lunch boxes, and soon found them. She touched them, and found that they were quite thick, and of good quality. The prices vary according to the size. He bought 500 large, medium, and small sizes. In the end, she spent a total of 400 yuan on 1,500 disposable lunch boxes. The boss also gave her a lot of disposable plastic bags and disposable chopsticks, asking her to use them and come back next time. So far, he still has 600 yuan left. She held the plastic bag and disposable lunch box in her hand and looked around. Many people were sitting and eating breakfast, noodles, soy milk and fried dough sticks, buns and tofu pudding. Although the weather was hot, the sun was not particularly strong at this time. He looked at the crowd that was not decreasing, thought about it, and walked home quickly. She took out the mutton soup, duck intestines, and water-fried tripe and placed them on top in order, then rode the tricycle and went straight to the morning market. When she arrived, she didn't squeeze in. She just hung a paper sign at the edge of the morning market, set up a stall, and started selling. She first turned on the natural gas and let the fire slowly boil the mutton soup in the pot again. After a while, the aroma of the mutton soup spread out, attracting the attention of many people, but no one came to buy it. He was not in a hurry, and stood aside and waited patiently. After a long time, the first customer did not come, but the management staff came instead. It was a middle-aged uncle in his 40s, with a serious look. He had a loudspeaker on his waist. He glanced at Ji-hee and said, "Little girl, how old are you? Are you an adult? Where are your parents?" Ji-hee answered obediently, "Uncle, I am 18, just an adult. My parents died in a car accident, and I have to make money to support myself." If it was the original owner, she might not be embarrassed to show weakness. After all, it is quite challenging for a child who has just become an adult and has not entered the society to say this. But Ji-hee has long been trained. She is very thick-skinned. When she said this, her face was full of loss and sadness, without any shyness. She has long learned to use some of her own weaknesses appropriately to exchange for the sympathy of others, and let herself live better. She does not steal or rob, and lives by labor, which is not shameful. Sure enough, the uncle in front of him looked better, and no longer looked impatient. He glanced at Ji-hee and said, "This is a regular morning market. You have to pay a booth fee of 20 yuan a day to set up a stall here. Do you know that?" Ji-hee nodded quickly, took out 20 yuan from his pocket, and handed it over. "I know, uncle, I pay it now." The uncle didn't take it. He looked down at the 20 yuan in Ji-hee's hand, looked up and said, "There's not much time today, so let's do it here. If you want to set up a stall tomorrow, come early, from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. After saying that, he turned around and walked away without caring about Ji-hee's reaction. Ji-hee put the money in his hand into his pocket, and smiled again at the people passing by. When she said she was an orphan just now, many people around heard it, and now they all showed her sympathetic eyes. Ji-hee didn't care, and smiled and shouted, "Mutton offal soup, delicious and inexpensive, real mutton offal soup." Soon the first customer came, a middle-aged uncle, who asked for a large portion of mutton offal soup. Ji-hee generously served him a large spoonful of mutton offal, put it in the scoop net, and heated it in the mutton soup. After heating it up, he poured it into a disposable lunch box, and filled him with a whole box of mutton soup. "Do you want chopped green onion, coriander, and chili oil?" "All of them." "Okay, take it." After handing over the money, the uncle didn't say much and quickly turned around and left. Soon, Ji-hee welcomed the second and third customers, and then the business became more and more prosperous. She was busy selling all the time. Someone asked her why she was selling mutton soup at such a young age, and she said without hesitation that she was an orphan and needed to make money to go to school. Her tone was calm and optimistic, and she still had a smile on her face, which made many elderly aunts sigh and sympathize with her, and she sold a lot of braised food. By the time they closed the stall at 9 o'clock, the mutton offal that Ji-hee prepared was almost sold out, and only a little was left in the stainless steel basin. She put the remaining mutton offal into the pot and boiled it, and then filled a large bowl of mutton soup. She carefully closed the lid of the disposable lunch box. Then she took a large lunch box, and filled it with a lot of braised food. When the serious-looking uncle came over with a loudspeaker again to urge them to close the stall, she waved at him. "Uncle, uncle." The uncle put down the loudspeaker and walked over, with a serious face. "It's no use begging me. You can't set up the stall anymore. We have a rule that we must withdraw at a certain time, do you know?" "Uncle, don't worry, I know, I can't make things difficult for you." Ji-hee nodded. With a well-behaved face, she handed over 2 disposable lunch boxes. "Uncle, I especially saved these 2 boxes for you. Take them back and try them, and see if my cooking is delicious." "Uncle, oops, it seems a bit too early to scold. What to do, will she cry?" The serious-looking uncle stood there, paused for a while, and then looked down. You can vaguely see a lot of mutton offal in the mutton soup, and the box of stewed food next to it is also full. It seems to be delicious. The stomach called out at an inopportune time. Ji-hee and the uncle heard it at the same time. "Uncle, help, I want to leave." He pretended nothing happened and cleared his throat. "Okay, then I keep it. Come early tomorrow, come to me around 5:30, I saved you a good seat." After saying that, he turned around and left with the mutton soup. The steps were a little flustered. Ji-hee sent the mutton soup out without staying for long. She quickly packed up everything, and rode the tricycle out of the market. She also had to go to the traffic police brigade to get a license plate. Chapter 17. At 10:30 in the morning, Ji-hee left the traffic police brigade. The tricycle at hand already had a legal license. The sun was too strong at this time, and she couldn't rest yet. She put on a middle-aged makeup to make herself look older. She rode to the agreed place, and took 50,000 yuan of gasoline and diesel in batches. It was mainly because the gas tanks took up space, and there was not as much gasoline and diesel as she imagined. After everything was done, Ji-hee rode her newly bought tricycle to the back door of the zoo. The afternoon sun made people feel dizzy, and Ji-hee was sweating while riding. She parked the bike in the shade of a big tree. The cicadas in the tree were disturbing her. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Aunt Lee. She had troubled her a lot yesterday. She had some duck intestines and goose intestines left over from the sale this morning, so she wanted to send some to her. After she sent the message, she packed the goose intestines and duck intestines in disposable lunch boxes. Aunt Lee just came out of the back door of the zoo. She was holding a black bag in her hand. When she saw Ji-hee, she greeted him with a smile. "Xiao-hee, why are you here again? We were still talking about you. I'm here to bring you some food." Ji-hee got off the car and handed over the disposable lunch box full of duck intestines and goose intestines. "Auntie, please try my cooking skills. You helped me so much yesterday, and I don't know how to thank you. I made some duck intestines for you today. Don't be disgusted. You girl, your life is not easy, but you are so generous. These duck intestines are so expensive now. Take them back and eat them yourself. Why are you giving them to me? Auntie Lee was so angry that she slapped Jihee's shoulder. Take them back quickly, or I will be angry. What's the point of giving you some animal hair yesterday? It's all garbage. Even if I don't give it to you, it will be thrown into the trash can. Jihee insisted. Auntie, just keep it. Even if it's garbage, you helped me collect so many kinds and spent a lot of effort. I really thank you. The two of them pushed and shoved for a while, and Auntie Lee couldn't resist Jihee, so she had to accept it. You girl. Auntie Lee was full of smiles. Everyone wants the person they help to be grateful. I know you want these things, and I helped you collect a lot. Take it back. If there are more in the future, I will also keep an eye on it for you. After Auntie Lee finished speaking, she handed the black bag she had been holding to Jihee, who took it with a smile and thanked her. Auntie Lee complained again. I don't know what happened recently. Not only is the temperature abnormal, but a lot of fish in the aquarium have died. The aquarium is anxious and has spent a lot of money to urgently transfer a lot of fish from other places. There are a lot of fish fins in the ones I gave you this time. I asked the old sister who cleans there to help me cut them off. Jihee listened and felt something in his heart. It's hot, and a lot of fish died. The two chatted for a while, and Auntie Lee hurried back because she was afraid that others would find her if she was out for too long. Jihee rode the tricycle but didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, he put his hand into the black bag. Looking at the numbers on the space display board, he calculated in his mind that Auntie Lee gave her a total of 15 different animals, so now she needs 113 more. Jihee thought for a while, and finally thought of a way to continue collecting. She found a corner to put the tricycle into the space, and prepared to take the bus to the large dog market in the suburbs of H-City. H-City is a metropolis, so the dog market cannot be built in the city center. Jihee took a bus for an hour and a half to reach the dog market. The bus was very comfortable, with air conditioning and not many people. Jihee sat at the back, and there was no one around. She was not idle either, but secretly counted the money under the cover of her backpack. That's right, she was counting the harvest from the morning stall. She had wanted to do it for a long time, but she had never found the time. Now she couldn't bear it anymore. She just looked at the money transferred, a total of 1920. The rest was all cash. She took the money out from the space one by one, and counted them one by one. She counted the 100 bills first, a total of 4, and then the 50 bills. Her eyes widened when she counted to the end. She made money. Including the money transferred, she sold a total of 3,958 in the morning. Jihee carefully put the money back into the space, excited. For 1,000 a day, 40,000 in 10 days, 120,000 a month. The name was indeed correct. It really helped the game, helped her game. Such a good game, she should support it. What a good treasure. Jihee was very happy, planning to finish the work quickly, go back to continue stewing, and go early tomorrow to try to earn more. As for the money, she also had a use. She didn't plan to keep it in her hands. She still had a lot of supplies to buy, such as eggs, coal, snacks, etc. Jihee took out her mobile phone and logged into the online shopping platform, picking out the things she hadn't bought before and placing a lot of orders passionately. Like biscuits, instant noodles, ham, sausage, potato chips, self-heating rice, self-heating hot pot, chocolate, fruit candy, pickles, snail noodles, etc. She bought more than 5,000 yuan in total, and if the money was not enough, there was mBay, where she could borrow money, spend this month, and pay it back next month. Her credit limit was 6,800. After buying these fast foods, she went to buy some things that she had bought before and thought were useless, such as insecticide, rat poison, plastic buckets, stainless steel basins, tissues, wet wipes, sanitary napkins, saltpeter, etc., spending a total of more than 1,000 yuan. She didn't stop until she had used up her credit limit. She used to spend every penny carefully, but this time she felt so happy that she couldn't stop and wanted to buy everything she saw. At this time, the bus also swayed to the dog market in the suburbs. As soon as she got off the bus, Jihee felt dizzy from the heat. She checked the weather forecast in the morning and found that the highest temperature today was 39 degrees, but she felt something was wrong. This temperature was not just that. At this time, she felt sweating after standing in the sun for a while. Jihee did not stay for long and hurried into the dog market. The smell of the dog market was not pleasant. It was the smell of various small animal feces. In addition, It was hot and evaporated. Even outdoors, the smell was choking. He took out a mask and put it on, and then she felt better. There were shops around, and many animals were placed on display stands on the street. They were all a little wilted in the sun. There were quite a few people in the dog market at this time. There were many young couples who came here for dates, and there were also parents who brought their children here to watch. Most of them were looking, and there were also people who bought, but not many. He had a clear goal. She was here to rub her fur. On this hot day, cats and dogs shed more when they get hot. She walked to the display stands, and the stall owner sitting behind her looked up and down at her, sat on the stool, and continued to shake the handheld electric fan in his hand to blow the air, without even standing, and was too lazy to pay attention to her. Chapter 18. At first glance, I knew she was not a potential customer. She must be another visitor. He was happy that no one paid attention to her. She walked over and saw a few hairs on the platform. She picked them up and went to the next store. In this way, in the afternoon, many shop owners saw this strange girl wearing a mask. She just stood in front of the platform and watched. She rarely touched it. If she saw any stray hairs that fell, she would help pick them up. Seeing that she didn't even ask, the stall owner didn't talk to her at all to save a few words. If it weren't for this trip, he would never have thought that there are so many varieties of pet cats and dogs. In just 1 hour, she collected the fur of 48 different kinds of cats, dogs, and rabbits. Having tasted the sweetness, she turned her attention to those niche pets, such as small fragrant pigs, sugar gliders, lizards, foxes, hedgehogs, and chinchillas. She didn't dislike any of them. She touched the ones she could touch, and if she couldn't touch them, she would pay the boss to ask for one. This allowed her to collect more than 10 kinds of pets. Then she went to the flower and birdfish shop. She originally wanted to buy some ornamental fish, but when she looked down, she saw that the boss had fished out the ones that had just died today and threw them aside. There were a lot of them, so she shamelessly stepped forward and asked to leave. Seeing that she really wanted it, the boss waved his hand and let her take it away. Anyway, they were dead, and there was no other use for them except being garbage, so the little girl could take them away if she wanted. In this way, she picked up more than 30 different ornamental fish in the flower, bird and fish shop. Some were big and some were small. The boss didn't want to give her the big ones, so she licked her face and asked for a small piece of fish scale. In this way, she walked out of the dog market, and she only needed 12 different kinds of animals and plants to complete the collection. Today was another day full of harvests. He happily got on the bus and prepared to go home. As soon as she got off the bus, she looked up and saw the big willow tree on the street. She walked to the front, plucked a leaf, and threw it into the space. There were 11 species left. He walked slowly towards home, and suddenly remembered that she had not given the alien cow, sheep, chicken, duck, and goose feathers in the space to the space, so she gave one of each to the space. Sure enough, the space recognized it, and showed that there were 6 species left. Victory is ahead, come on. He did not forget to lower her head, and pull weeds while walking, but unfortunately, these weeds were all pulled by her before, and the number on the space displayed board did not decrease. She was not discouraged. She only needed 6 more ingredients, and she would be able to get them all sooner or later. As soon as she entered the house, she turned on the air conditioner. She was so hot after running outside all day. With the cool air conditioner, Jihee's appetite came. It was hot, so she wanted to eat something cool. She took out the cucumber that had been chilled in advance from the refrigerator, cut it into strips, and prepared to make cold noodles. The cold noodles were very simple. Jihee boiled the noodles and rinsed them with cold water. Then she put the cucumber and coriander on top, and then added the seasonings prepared in advance. A bowl of fragrant cold noodles was ready. Jihee ate it with relish, and praised herself for having prepared all the seasonings. Sure enough, seasonings are the soul of food. She was tired after a day, and she didn't want to lose weight, so she wanted to eat something with good color, aroma, and taste. While eating noodles, she didn't forget to take out the duck head, chicken head, and goose head and gnaw them. At the end of the day, only the dinner in the evening satisfied her the most, and the lunch at noon was the most manageable. After dinner, Jihee first connected the mineral water bottle. Today she prepared to connect 3 taps at the same time. This will be much faster. Edley mentioned the mass death of fish today. For some reason, she was a little concerned and felt that it was not a good sign. She compared the size of the spice box with the storage space. Now it is about 1,000 square meters. In fact, it is definitely enough to store her things. There is more than enough. She actually wanted to fill the mineral water bottle at home, But there are many things to do every day, which makes her unable to rest at all. He sat down, turned on the computer, and started downloading information. He took out the sweet potato seedlings from yesterday and looked at them. The sweet potato seedlings grew well, and now reached the standard for transplanting. It seems that the plants in the space grow much faster than in reality, which is a good thing. Otherwise, the black soil of more than 60 square meters grows slowly, and she is afraid that it will not be enough for the livestock. He found the cornmeal and the Chinese cabbage she bought before, chopped them up with a knife, and mixed them together. He entered the space with them. First, feed the livestock with these grains mixed with feed, and the cattle and sheep will eat the feed. When the grass seeds on the mountain grow well, let them go up the mountain to eat. After feeding the animals, he got up late, and went to the field to plant all the sweet potato seedlings. At this point, all the free space in the planting space has been fully utilized. He looked around with satisfaction. She just likes this feeling of fulfillment. It makes her feel safe. But there is also some not so good news. When she was feeding the livestock today, she found that the animal feed was gone. She had to buy some the next day. He left the space, turned on the computer, and started to check the fish feed ratio. It is not realistic to buy it for a long time. She wants to try to make it herself. She frowned when she saw it. It's not that it can't be made, but it requires agricultural and sideline products such as soybean meal, wheat bran, and peanut cakes. These surplus agricultural and sideline products can be reused to raise fish. This is not a waste, as everything can be used. But there are many problems in front of her. First, she does not have these peeling and oil pressing machines. Secondly, the area of black soil is not enough. She has such a small area, and it is now full of crops. There is no place to plant more. He carefully took a pen and wrote down the things she needed in the notebook, and she would buy them when she made money in the future. After closing the interface, she continued to select a lot of information for the computer to download slowly. She decided to buy some feed the next day. She couldn't let the fish starve to death, right? He walked to the living room, turned on the TV, and continued to play variety shows. She lowered her head and continued to work. The mutton offal and stewed food sold well this morning, so she planned to make more to avoid not having enough to sell tomorrow morning. He worked very efficiently, and had finished all the preparations by 11 o'clock in the evening. She set the alarm for 5 o'clock the next morning and prepared to go to bed now, to avoid not being able to get up the next day. Although she thought the game would not start today, he still put on her sneakers before going to bed. Clothes were easy to deal with, but her feet would be ruined if she ran around barefoot on the farm. As a result, when he was half asleep and half awake, she heard a familiar electronic sound ringing in her ears. "Hello, dear temporary player of M-Star. The support game invites you to participate in the second round of the game. Do you want to participate? Yes or no? Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 5, 4, 3. Chapter 19. He was startled and woke up from her sleep. She quickly clicked the confirmation button before the countdown ended. Just kidding, there is no better way to get the wool than this game. She would be a fool not to enter. Then Jihee's eyes went dark. When she opened her eyes again, she was standing in front of a goose house. Jihee looked at the people around her, and was surprised to find that there were no mosaics on their faces. Many people were looking around, and she could clearly see the expressions on their faces. There was a young lady in her 30s on her left, and a young man in his 20s on her right. Jihee quickly lowered her head, and pretended to take out a mask from her body, and put it on her face. She didn't want to use her real face in the game. Who knows if there will be any bad chain reactions when she returns to reality? At this time, the young lady next to her shouted to Jihee, "Little girl, the mask on your face is very good. If you have an extra one, can you give me one?" Jihee shook her head, and was about to refuse, but she didn't open her mouth to speak. The system prompt sounded. "Hello, temporary players. Congratulations on coming to the one-star farm. The farm is very busy. Labor is the most glorious. As the largest farm on Tatak Star, Kekita Farm has countless work to do every day. In order to provide the freshest and most delicious food better and faster, Tatak Farm has to recruit a group of temporary workers. And because of your good performance, you were retained in the last job. Whether you can successfully become a regular employee and become a glorious formal worker depends on your performance. Please kill at least 200 geese within 14 hours, clean them up, and hand in fresh goose meat. Note: those who fail to complete the task will be dismissed and will never be hired again. Note: the final reward will be determined based on the amount of work completed. The more you work, the more you get. Please show all your enthusiasm." After listening to the notice, he did not look around. She raised her hand and pushed the door, and walked directly into the goose house in front of her. During this period of time, she cleaned up the animal viscera in the space, and saw a lot of goose heads. Seriously, they were much bigger than chickens. The bones are also much harder. The number of geese needed today has doubled, but the time has only increased by 6 hours. This task is not easy to complete. Ji frowned, and when she saw the geese in the goose house that were taller than her waist, her frown deepened. In her hometown, geese are tough and can take on the responsibility of guarding the house. Although they don't have sharp teeth like dogs, their mouths are very hard and they will twist and bite. If they bite, they will leave a large purple patch, and even bleed, which is quite difficult to deal with. The goose in front of her had light pink hair and red feathers on its tail, which made it look very girly. But they looked at her with their wings spread out, their necks stretched out, and their sharp teeth in their mouths, which didn't look girly at all. Ji started to change her clothes expressionlessly. Last time, she was able to kill chickens even though she had no talent, so this time she was even less afraid because she had talent. What's more, she thoughtfully prepared gifts for the little cuties on the farm. Ji took out a homemade mace from the space. It was called a mace, but it was actually a thick wooden stick with a lot of nails on the front. Last time she was inexperienced, this time she was well prepared, and she would definitely take down these geese at the lowest cost. Ji held the mace in both hands, looking at the geese in front of her with their wings spread out, staring at her with a malicious smile. You are still too young and don't know how dangerous society is. Today I will teach you a lesson. Ji waved her hand, and a lot of big stones flew out of the space and hit the geese. These were picked up by her when she passed by the suburbs during the day, just to use her numbers to bully the few. Only a fool would go head-on with them. She happened to have a lot of big stones piled up in her space, which could be given to them. Ji didn't throw stones randomly. She didn't throw too many at a time, but adjusted the direction and aimed specifically at the head. She didn't want to kill them all at once, but just knock them unconscious. Ji took advantage of the geese's chaos and rushed in to hit the geese's heads with a mace. She was very strong and hit them with a few blows without restraint. The geese under attack could not lift their heads. Ji was not greedy. After hitting the geese on the head several times in a row, she retreated without waiting for the geese to react, so as not to be surrounded. She waved the mace to prevent the geese from getting close, while running around the fence, and while running, she also found the right time to throw stones at the geese's heads. The geese were so angry that they screamed. Ji waved the mace desperately to keep the geese at a safe distance from her, and at the same time, she had to find the right time to hit the geese on the head. She was very busy. She was not as good as she thought at the moment. Her tool was still a little lacking. The goose's neck was too long, almost as long as her mace. If she didn't pay attention, it would reach out and bite her. She had already taken out the machete on her waist. If the goose got too close to her, the mace would be less useful than the machete. The machete wiped the goose's neck, found a good angle, and killed it one at a time. It was very convenient. Ji ran for more than 40 minutes, and couldn't hold on any longer. She was breathing heavily, and her legs felt like they were filled with lead. Looking at the geese that were still chasing her and roaring angrily, she knew in her heart that she couldn't continue like this. She had to find a place to rest. She couldn't afford to waste time with these geese. Geese are much harder to kill than chickens. When killing chickens, you can sit down and rest from time to time to recover your strength. This goose is strong. It chased her for an hour, and didn't show any signs of dwindling. Instead, it became more angry and chased her more closely. And there was not a single coward. All of them were full of energy, staring with a pair of goose eyes, with a feeling of not caring about life and death, and fighting if they didn't agree. Ji continued to run the geese in the yard, while constantly observing the yard with her peripheral vision, and soon she found a good spot. It was a corner of the yard, right-angled, with walls on both sides, and no weeds, so she only needed to block the one in front of her. Ji made up her mind, and while running, she threw stones into the corner without leaving any trace, and built a stone wall. Finally, she didn't know how many laps she had run, and when Ji was almost unable to hold on, the stone wall in the corner was finally built. She was delighted, turned around and swung the mace wildly at the geese, scaring them away. Then she ran a few steps, jumped, and hid behind the stone wall in the corner. She quickly put out the remaining stones in the space and piled them in front of her, so that the geese could not attack easily. After doing all this, Ji leaned against the wall behind her and began to breathe heavily. Tired, too tired. It felt like her lungs were going to explode. Just when Ji thought she could sit down and rest for a while before fighting again, the stone wall in front of her kept making collision sounds. reminding her that the geese were coming. Chapter 20. The stones on the outermost layer began to slide down. Ji looked serious, stood up again, and held the mace tightly. After all, it was hastily piled up, and the stone wall was just a pile of numbers, not particularly solid, and there were small gaps in the middle. In addition, the geese were not stupid, and she was afraid that they would use brute force to knock the stones away. Then she had to keep running. If she was drowned by the geese, her fate would definitely be much worse than the last time she was among the chickens. The beaks of these geese are extremely sharp. If they take a bite, it will not only cause bruises and bleeding, but also cause her to lose a piece of flesh. There are so many geese. If she takes a bite from each one, she will die. Ji took advantage of the fact that the stone wall could still hold out for a while. She leaned against the wall behind her, and quickly took out the chocolate, and started eating. She ate a large piece of chocolate in 2 or 3 bites. It had been several hours since she last ate. If she didn't replenish her energy, she couldn't hold on. After eating the chocolate, she took out some water, and drank a few sips. Only then did she feel much better. At this time, the stone wall in front of her was still sliding down. These geese were really not discouraged. Ji knew that the weakest part in front of her should only have the last layer left. If she was pecked by the geese a few more times, she would be exposed. She was alert, holding the mace in her right hand, and her left hand reached to the lower back that was still bleeding, and began to treat herself. There was no need to treat it directly, as long as there was no bleeding, and it did not affect her movements. Just now, when she was chased by the geese, she was not careful, and the geese bit off a few pieces of her flesh, and now she was bleeding continuously. Ji quickly stopped the bleeding, while staring at the stone wall in front of her. She watched it become thinner and thinner, and even through the gap, she could clearly see the goose's huge head. Unexpectedly, she had a cross-species eye contact with one of them. Ji saw the bright anger and contempt in its eyes. How could this be a goose? Is this a small tank? Ji was ready to rush out at any time. At this moment, a hole appeared in the stone wall in front of her. The first goose that couldn't wait to bite her didn't wait for the stone wall to collapse completely, and stretched its extremely long neck through the hole. Reached in, Ji's eyes lit up. Why hesitate? A second more hesitation would be disrespectful to her who had been chewing duck necks for more than 20 years. She held the goose's neck tightly with her left hand, making it unable to struggle, and with her right hand she quickly and accurately cut the goose's throat, and the goose's blood instantly splashed all over her face. Ji didn't even have time to wipe her face. After killing the goose, she pushed hard with her left hand and quickly pushed the goose's head, which was still twitching, out of the hole. Then came the second, third, and fourth goose heads, one after another. Ji kept killing one after another, with amazing speed. Even so, the stone wall in front of her began to have 2 holes, because it could not withstand the impact of the geese, and even the third one had 3 holes. Ji only had 2 hands, and she was anxious but could not do anything. She could only dodge the attack of the goose's beak in a narrow space, while trying to grab the wildly shaking goose's head with her hands, and touch its neck as quickly as possible. In this way, Ji didn't know how many hours she had been doing it continuously. Her hands holding the goose's neck began to tremble constantly because of exhaustion. Finally, the stone wall in front of her collapsed completely. The geese had not been killed yet. She reacted quickly and jumped out from the side at the first moment, but she still couldn't avoid the attack of the big goose outside. The big goose guarding outside bit off a large piece of meat from her buttocks. She gasped in pain. But she ran faster. She didn't dare to stop for a moment. If she stopped, it would be more than just this piece of meat. Ji ran a few steps and took the time to look back. Fortunately, after several hours of fighting, the number of geese behind her was much less than at the beginning. As long as she holds on a little longer, victory will soon be hers. A gleam of determination flashed across Ji's eyes, and then she quickly stuffed a piece of chocolate into her mouth to replenish her energy, picked up the mace, and turned back to fight with the geese. After an unknown amount of time, when the last goose fell, Ji's strength also loosened, her legs softened, and she couldn't help but stagger and sit directly on the ground. This time, she almost screamed out in pain. Her buttocks were bitten by the goose, leaving several bloody holes. These geese are wicked and have no moral principles. They specifically target the back and buttocks to bite. Ji stretched out her hand tremblingly, and treated the most painful part first. When the bleeding stopped, she immediately moved to the second part. After Ji treated the whole body, and the wound stopped bleeding, she finally stood up, and walked to the door to check the time. She found that there were only more than 7 hours left on the countdown. 200 geese, at least 30 of them must be processed in an hour, which means one every 2 minutes. He looked down at the huge goose lying on the ground, and without a second of hesitation, he turned around, picked it up and ran away. Time is running out. How can she hesitate? If she fails to complete it, she will be fired. She cannot be fired. If she is fired by the game, she will fall into the extremely poor class. With the fear of being fired, He kneels on the goose's body and starts plucking feathers with both hands. At this time, she dares not to feel her arms sore, and she works with both hands, plucking them madly. With a fierce light in her eyes, she becomes an emotionless plucking robot. Since she knew that the farm didn't want the goose head, goose neck, and goose wings, she simply skipped these parts and cut them off completely, storing them all in the space, and would deal with them slowly when she got home later. In this way, in her crazy work, she finally finished dealing with all the geese within the specified time. After he handed over the last goose meat, she fell to the ground in a big letter shape. At this moment, her arms were throbbing with pain every time she moved, and she couldn't lift them at all. He thought she finally understood why the poverty alleviation game was not played once a day. If it was really played once a day, she would probably be fired. What kind of steel and iron bones can withstand such a workload? He laid down for a while, and then climbed up with difficulty. Now is not the time to rest. She has to persist. She has more important goals to complete. She walked to the door and looked at the time. The countdown was 2 minutes away. First, she took off her clothes and hung them up. Then she walked to the pool and sat down, collecting the water in it into the space and restoring her strength. She estimated in her mind that there should be more than 20 seconds left in the countdown. She stood up and walked slowly to the door. She was ready to let go and rushed out, looking up at the countdown above. He counted silently in her heart and made the final preparations at the same time. She first confirmed that the mask on her face was intact, and then took out the scavenger badge and put it on her chest. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Chapter 21. When the time came, he just heard the system prompt sound in her ears, and she pushed open the door and rushed out like an arrow. She was the first person to rush out of the goose house. She kept her pace, had a clear goal, and ran fast. When other tired temporary workers staggered out with their seriously injured bodies, he had already rushed out a long way. They looked up at He's back as she quickly moved away, and remained silent. Is he so strong? After plucking 200 goose feathers, aren't you tired at all? Although he ran very fast, she was not the only one who chose to stay. Many temporary workers, who completed their tasks, also chose to stay. No one is stupid. Since the game gives 15 minutes of free time, these 15 minutes must be useful, but they just didn't find a way to use it. The crowd slowly split into several waves. People with similar interests fell in love with each other, and gradually came together, ready to explore the farm together. There are also lone rangers, who choose to explore the farm by themselves, because they are wary of people and games. Anyway, everyone gradually dispersed, and went their separate ways. He had the experience of looking for a garbage dump last time, so this time she wore a scavenger brooch on her chest, and ran quickly to the dirtiest and smelliest corner of the farm. She ignored all the bright and beautiful things along the way. Sure enough, she searched for a while. He's eyes lit up. Didn't she find it? This old and dark shell. What else could it be but a familiar mechanical factory? She sped up and rushed to the back of the factory, heading straight for the small door she opened last time. Before getting close, he found something wrong. This garbage room should not be the same as the last one. The last garbage room had only a wall behind it, but this time, there was a silver metal door not far behind the factory building. It looked out of place with this garbage room. He was a little worried. Could it be that the door was not open? As soon as she turned the corner, her heart dropped to her stomach. The door behind the garbage room was open. There was a garbage processing machine inside, using its big shovel to shovel the internal organs into the car outside. Seeing coming, he didn't react at all. He had the experience from last time, so this time, he didn't even stop at the door, and went straight to the garbage room, and started to load it with both hands quickly. The light in the garbage room was very dark, and he couldn't see clearly, but it didn't matter. She wanted whatever she had, and didn't dislike it. This robot was still very smart. When it saw her collecting garbage, it carefully moved the shovel in front of her away from her. Then it continued to work. If he hadn't been unable to free his hands, he really wanted to give the robot in front of him a thumbs up. Really sensible, although this time, she had more time than last time. He still didn't take away all the internal organs in the warehouse. There was no other way. There were too many. She felt that this warehouse should be much larger than her storage space. Even if she put them there, She couldn't take them all away. 15 minutes have passed, now teleport out of the copy. Soon, a familiar electronic sound came from her ears, and Ji-hee's eyes went dark again. When she opened her eyes, she returned to reality again, standing in front of her crib. She immediately looked at the clock. It was a little past 1:50. Then the system notification sounded in her ears. Dear M-Star player, I am happy to inform you that you have been promoted. You have one chance to change your name. Please use it with caution. Congratulations to the official player Ji-hee. You have completed the 1-star dungeon perfectly. The farm is very busy. The game will not ask again next time, and will enter by default. The dungeon settlement rewards are as follows. You have processed a total of 205 live geese and received 29 copper coins, which can be used to purchase supplies at the mall after the settlement is completed. Next, the game will provide a chat area. Please explore it by yourself. I wish you all a happy game. This time the game notification is even simpler than the last time, and there is no prompt for talent upgrade. Ji-hee looked at the time, and it was almost 2 o'clock. She was so sleepy at the moment, and just wanted to sleep. Put everything aside, turned around and took a bath. No matter whether the sky was about to fall or not, she had to go to bed. She had to get up at 5 o'clock the next morning to go to the stall. If she didn't sleep, she was afraid that she would die suddenly. She slept peacefully here, but I don't know how many people were sleepless at night. Some people were worried about not becoming official players, some were laughing excitedly at home, and many people started to form gangs in the chat channel. Strangely, when they tried to post the game information on the real network, all of them showed garbled characters. In the regional chat channel of the game, there was no such problem. Everyone spoke freely, and there was no restriction on what they wanted to say. Desires were infinitely magnified, and people were divided into 2 categories by the game. Countless people around the world were agitated by this game. Ji-hee knew nothing. She slept soundly. She was still a little unresponsive when the alarm rang at 5 in the morning. Looking at the ceiling above her head, she scratched her head, got up, and went to the bathroom to take a shower to wake herself up. More than 10 minutes later, she packed up and sat in the kitchen to eat her breakfast, a bowl of hot porridge, which she prepared in advance and put in the space, and a braised gooseneck. The wound exposed outside the clothes was no longer visible after treatment. She was not in a hurry to hide it in her clothes, but chose to treat her arm first. She used too much strength yesterday. If she didn't get treatment, she couldn't even lift it up, which really affected her work today. No matter what the game is like, life still has to go on. After all, the copper coins earned from the game can't support herself. If it weren't for those free internal organs, he didn't really understand what the point of participating in the game was. Get superpowers? But do you really dare to use them in reality? Aren't you afraid of being caught and sliced? He had a lot on his mind, but he was not slow in his actions. He quickly finished his breakfast, washed the bowl, rode on his tricycle, and set off to set up a stall at the morning market. Because he left home early today, there were not many people at the morning market. When Ji arrived, he happened to meet the serious uncle from yesterday, who was strolling back and forth at the morning market. When he saw Ji coming, he stretched out his hand to greet her, and pointed to a location. The person at this position, you won't be here during this period, you can set up a stall here first. Ji looked at the location in front of him and nodded. It was pretty good. It was a relatively front location in the morning market. Everyone who came to the morning market could pass by. Business should be good. Ji quickly set up the things on the tricycle, and smiled and greeted the serious-looking uncle. Uncle, have you had breakfast? I make you a bowl of mutton soup? No need. After saying this, the uncle took away Ji's 20 yuan stall fee, waved his hand, and turned away. Ji saw that he was not being polite, so he didn't persuade him much. Chapter 22. She first lit the fire to boil the mutton soup, and then put the braised food that she had prepared yesterday on the table. Yesterday's food sold well, so today she prepared more than twice as much as yesterday. Soon the aroma of the mutton soup wafted out. Ji observed her left and right, while no one was coming up. On her left was an uncle selling vegetables, who was placing the vegetables he had pulled from his car on the ground. Ji took a look and found that the green leaves that were usually very fresh looked a little wilted today. She leaned over and squatted, stretched out her hand to help the uncle, and casually said, Uncle, how long have you been here? 1 year, girl, you look unfamiliar, you just came today? The uncle was very happy to see someone helping him, and chatted with Ji while moving the vegetables. I came here for a while yesterday, and it seemed that the business was good, so I came again today. Uncle, why are your vegetables a little wilted? I didn't see it like this yesterday. He squatted in front of the stall, helping the uncle to arrange the green leafy vegetables bit by bit, and saw that most of the leaves of the vegetables were wilted. This is not right. This is a morning market, not a vegetable stall, so they shouldn't be selling overnight vegetables. Don't mention it, it's too hot today. It wasn't like this when I picked it from the vegetable field this morning, but the leaves are a little curled after just this journey. The uncle looked at the wilted vegetables on the stall, and was a little worried. This morning market is full of grandpas and aunts, who are very picky. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to sell the vegetables today. As he spoke, he took out a watering can and sprayed water on the leaves. The leaves sprayed with water looked much better than before. He wanted to say something else, but when she looked up, she saw someone coming to buy mutton soup. She could only hold back her words, smile, and concentrate on her work. The mutton soup she cooked was rich in ingredients and tasted good. Not only did she give a lot of mutton offal, but there was also a lot of mutton in it. People who had eaten well yesterday came to buy again today. The number of customers gradually increased, and he was busy all the time. Just when she was fully engaged, she heard a cry of surprise. Ji-hee? Hearing someone calling her name, Ji-hee subconsciously raised her head and looked. A middle-aged woman in sportswear stood in front of her. She was looking at Ji-hee with an inquiring look on her face, and her eyes kept scanning back and forth on her stall. Seeing duck intestines and goose intestines, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. These things are very valuable. Since this girl is buying them here, can she eat more today? Before he could say anything, she picked up the disposable lunch box that he had put aside and started to pick it up, and she kept muttering loudly, "You are such a fool. You have such skills, but you don't let your family have a taste." She doesn't know how to be filial to the elderly at all. She was ruthless, and only picked the most expensive duck intestines. She didn't even touch the chicken intestines. She almost filled the whole lunch box with a few pinches. Jihee's eyebrows twitched. She grabbed the woman's arm in front of her, snatched the lunch box from her hand, and said with a smile, "Aunt, duck intestines are spicy, and the elderly can't eat them. I serve you a bowl of mutton soup?" The woman was a little unhappy about the lunch box being snatched from her hand. She curled her lips and smiled. "Okay, then give me 5 bowls of mutton soup, give me more mutton offal, and fill me with all these duck intestines. I go back and try it. I come back after I'm done eating." He kept smiling, put the duck intestines in his hand to the other side, and handed over a disposable lunch box filled with mutton soup. "Aunt, we are all family, so I won't be polite. My parents died, and owed 3 million yuan in debt. Now there are debt collectors coming to my house every day, saying that if I can't pay it back, they will ask my grandparents to help pay it back. I begged them for a long time, and they let me set up a stall in the morning market to pay off the debt. I have to hand in the profits every day. If I don't meet the standards, they threaten me and say they will go to you." He looked at the ugly expression on his aunt's face, sighed, and continued, "Aunt, I haven't looked for you for a while, because I'm afraid of leading them to your house. Since we meet here today, Aunt, would it be convenient for me to borrow some money? I won't borrow much, 100,000 will be enough, and I will pay back part of the money I owe first." The woman standing in front of he had a terrible ugly expression on her face. She turned her head around and looked around. When she saw someone looking directly at her, she felt that they were debt collectors. She cursed in her heart, "You're not at peace even after you die, leaving behind a mess." She turned around and snatched the mutton soup that he was holding, not even taking the duck intestines, and without saying a word, she turned her head and squeezed out of the crowd, leaving without looking back. He shouted from behind, "Auntie, walk slower, watch out for the cars." When the woman heard this, she walked faster as if there was a dog chasing her, and soon disappeared in the crowd. He lowered his head, the smile on his face did not change, and continued to sell mutton soup. "Do you want chopped green onion and coriander?" "Yes." "Okay, you came to buy it yesterday, old customer, I give you more mutton offal. Time always flies when people are busy. Even in the morning, the temperature is not low." He stood in front of the boiling mutton offal soup again, and the clothes behind him were already soaked. When the mutton soup was sold out, he looked down at the watch. It was already 8:30, and it was almost time to close the stall. The mutton offal and mutton soup in front of the stall had been sold out, leaving only some duck intestines, goose intestines, and the like. This stuff is expensive, so not many people buy it. He lowered her head and began to pack up. She put the stainless steel barrel back on the tricycle, and then walked to the stall on her right. A woman in her 30s was selling tofu. Seeing he coming over, she immediately smiled. "Girl, would you like a piece of tofu?" He nodded. "Sister, How much tofu is left? Can I wrap it all? I want to go back and fry it and sell it. Yes, yes, there are still 3.5 plates. The woman was delighted to hear this, and her little mouth said quickly, if you wrap it all, I give you a discount, a plate of tofu for 55 yuan. Normally, a plate of tofu from my sister's shop costs 60 yuan. Okay, then I send this back later and I ride back to find you. Okay, my sister's shop is right behind here. Do you see the tofu shop? They sell tofu all day long. They not only sell big tofu, but also dry tofu and bean curd. You can eat my tofu. It's made with pure brine. Look at the soup. It's clear. The woman pointed back as she spoke. Ji-hee saw that there was indeed a tofu shop sign behind her. After the deal was settled, Ji-hee turned back and happened to meet a serious-looking uncle who was shouting with a loudspeaker for them to close the stall. Ji-hee greeted him, got on the tricycle, and rode slowly out along with the crowd. Ji-hee didn't ride fast to avoid bumping into others in the crowd. She rode while looking at the vegetable stalls next to her. Chapter 23. The vegetables this morning are indeed much more wilted than usual. Many people's vegetables have not been sold yet, and are still in the stalls. Ji-hee thought about it, and simply rode his bike over. Annie, I buy all your vegetables. How much? The Annie looked up in surprise. Girl, when we close the stall, we sell one bag for 1.5 yuan. You give me 14 yuan, and you can take all 10 bags of vegetables. Ji-hee took out the money. Annie, can you help me load them on the bike? Okay. The morning market was about to close, and the prices were extremely cheap. They didn't sell by weight, but by bag at a time, and there were even 3 bags for 2 yuan. Ji-hee pushed the tricycle, and bought all the vegetables of decent quality along the way. It wasn't expensive anyway, and she had to eat them sooner or later, so she just bought them all. When Ji-hee pushed the tricycle out of the morning market, the tricycle was already full of vegetables. She squeezed out of the crowd, got on the tricycle, and disappeared quickly. She found an inconspicuous corner, took away everything on the tricycle, and went back to collect tofu. The proprietress had already packed the tofu in small plastic bags, and Ji-hee just had to put it on the tricycle. After spending 165 yuan to buy 3 plates of tofu, Ji-hee spent another 35 yuan, making up 200 yuan, and bought a lot of dried tofu. On the way back, many vendors were not active in collecting because they did not sell vegetables in the morning. Ji-hee saw a serious-faced uncle holding a loudspeaker and shouting frantically, "Hurry up! It's time! Don't let me rush you!" Ji-hee stopped the car and picked out the vegetables for several families. It's called buying everything, but in fact it only costs more than 10 yuan, and most more than 20 yuan to buy everything for one family. Ji-hee bought a lot of vegetables, and only spent more than 500 yuan. Just as he was about to leave, he saw an old lady coming back with something in her arms. She grabbed a vendor's arm and shouted, "You are not allowed to leave. You have no conscience. The soy milk you sold me is rotten." The vendor was even more innocent. "I made this soy milk in the morning. How could it be rotten? Did I cheat you of these 2 yuan? My child is in the hospital after drinking it. He has acute enteritis." The old lady's eyes turned red with anger. She grabbed the vendor tightly, and said she would not let him go no matter what, and wanted to go to the police station. The vendor also looked innocent, and shouted that the soy milk was freshly made, and there was no overnight soy milk. The two of them were very loud, and many people gathered to watch the fun. It was already past 9 in the morning, and the sun was so hot that people felt dizzy. Ji-hee watched the fun for a while, and then prepared to leave. She took out her mobile phone and took a look. The temperature outside had reached 39 degrees. She seriously suspected that the weather forecast was inaccurate. Sighing, Ji-hee rode straight to the farmer's market. She had no choice but to stop. She was only 6 different kinds of plants and animals away from upgrading her space. She was inexplicably concerned. No matter what, she had to get all 6 today. After riding to the largest farmer's market, Ji-hee wiped the sweat from her forehead with her hand, locked the tricycle, and did not rush in. Instead, she started counting money. Yes, counting money. She had almost spent all the money she had before. What she had now was the 39.58 she sold yesterday morning, and the money she had just earned this morning. I don't know how much money I have. It would be embarrassing if I don't have money to pay the bill. Ji-hee sat on the back seat of the tricycle, put her hands into her backpack, and started counting. She counted very quickly, and it was all done in a short while. She made a total of 8,538 this morning. She was so happy. If this business could continue, she would be out of poverty in just 1 month. Ji-hee put the money in her pocket, and went straight to the farmer's market. She didn't rush to buy eggs, but went straight to the fruit area. She bought few kinds of fruits before, so there must be many special and rare fruits that she didn't buy. This time she was ready to try her luck. As soon as she entered the fruit area, she was hit by a wave of heat. The ventilation inside was not good, and the temperature was slightly higher than outside. There were quite a few people, and the fruits in the boxes did not look good, as if they had been there for several days. Even if the boss kept watering them, it was of little use. He had a clear goal, and she was looking for the fruits she had not bought. From this point of view, the fruits she had not bought were not few. Soon she collected 6 kinds, namely egg fruit, fire ginseng fruit, rambutan, cactus fruit, and jujube, and she also bought one from the boss. The boss was reluctant to sell it, but the business was really bad these days. It was better to sell it than to let it rot in his hands, so he sold it. He picked up the fruit and turned to leave. She was anxious to see the changes in the space upgrade. After entering the public toilet, he covered her nose with her hands, and it was suffocating. She endured the discomfort, closed the toilet door, and set all the fruits in her hands into the space. Soon, the space reminded her that it was upgrading. He waited for a while, and the space reminded her that the upgrade was completed. He immediately put her consciousness into the planting space. First, the black soil in the planting space has become much larger. He saw that it was at least 100 square meters, and there was a large piece of land next to it that could be cultivated. Not far from the black soil, there was a grassland that looked about the same size as the black soil. He immediately understood that this was a place for raising livestock. It seemed that the livestock that had been living on the black soil could move. In addition to these 2 places that had changed a lot, the other 3 places had also expanded a lot. He took a simple look and was satisfied. This is the rhythm of becoming a breeding tycoon. Finally, she set her sights on the notice board. She wanted to see what was needed to upgrade this space from level 4 to level 5. This was incredible, and Jihee's mouth twitched uncontrollably. To upgrade from level 4 to level 5, gasoline, diesel, and natural gas are required. The quantity was not written. Jihee felt that it was necessary to continue selling this mutton soup. Not for money, but mainly because I like the feeling of making money down to earth. Although the upgrade conditions are more stringent, there are still many good news for space upgrades. The stay time in the level 4 space has been increased to 4 hours, which is the best thing. Jihee was satisfied, and this way she could save a lot of time. After looking at the planting space, she glanced at the storage space again, which was bigger, more than twice as big as before. The supplies she had previously stockpiled only occupied a very small space, which was pitifully small. It seems that she can stockpile more supplies. Unfortunately, she has no money. She only has more than 10,000 yuan in her hand, so it is useless to give her a larger space. Jihee left the bathroom and turned to buy eggs. The wholesale price of eggs is 3.8 yuan per pound, and Jihee bought 500 pounds directly. She believed that this batch of eggs would definitely last until her chickens laid eggs. After buying the eggs, she went to buy 500 yuan of grains and cornmeal. As for grains, she picked out the glutinous rice flour, rhubarb rice, black sesame, white sesame, etc. that she didn't buy last time and bought less. The rest of the money was used to buy the cheapest cornmeal to feed the livestock. After buying these, Jihee thought about it and went to buy 5 tons of coal, spending a total of 7,250 yuan. It was summer, and the price of coal was cheaper than in winter, 1,450 per ton. It wasn't that Jihee didn't want to buy more, but she had to save money to buy some fish feed. She planned to put the cows, sheep, and rabbits on the grass to let them take care of themselves. She could chop up some vegetables and mix them with cornmeal to feed the chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs. She had no idea what to do with the fish in the pond, so she bought some feed to feed them first and then studied it slowly. Chapter 24. After Jihee had gone around and bought everything, she only had 200 yuan left in her pocket. She rode her tricycle home in the scorching sun at noon. When she was almost home, she received a call from the courier station, telling her that the courier had arrived and asked her to pick it up. Jihee agreed, turned a corner, and sped to the courier station. The courier had arrived in the past few days, but she hadn't found the time to pick it up, so she picked it up today. Jihee went back and forth several times before she took all the courier packages home. Except for the snacks she just ordered yesterday, there were no other deliveries. After entering the house, Jihee closed the door, and the first thing she did was to turn on the air conditioner. No, it's too hot. The temperature outside must be over 40. She definitely didn't want to rest, so she didn't report it higher. He drank half a bottle of water in one breath, and then she felt alive. She sat on the stool, blowing the cold air from the air conditioner, and rested for a while before getting up to turn on the faucet and continue to fill the mineral water bottle. She didn't plan to go out this afternoon, so she stayed at home to work. Let's eat first. He made a big pot of porridge last time, but she hasn't finished it yet. It's easier to eat this time. She served a bowl and a plate of pickles. The weather was too hot, and she really had no appetite and couldn't eat anything. After eating, she slipped into the space and started moving the livestock. First, use fences to divide the lawn into 8 areas of different sizes. There are not many poultry in the space now, and they are all cubs, not too big. Even if a lawn is divided into 8 pieces, they have much more space to move around in it than in the black soil. After he installed the fence, she drove all kinds of livestock into the space. They were very obedient. He asked them to go, and they did not resist. They moved quickly. After moving, he started to feed them. After feeding all the live animals, he flashed out of the space. Time in the space is limited, and she was reluctant to waste a minute. Who knows if this minute will play a decisive role at a critical moment? Maybe it was because of her experience growing up. She always subconsciously thinks of the worst when doing things. Once the livestock left, a large area of black soil was vacant again, and it was absolutely not okay to leave it empty. He looked at the empty land above, and thought about what to plant in her mind. She didn't plan to sell the food grown in the black soil. After all, the input and output were not proportional. After thinking for a long time, she decided to plant corn this time. Corn is easy to work with, and has a high yield. Just soak the seeds overnight, and then dig a hole and plant it. This black soil is still doing well. I haven't watered it during this period, and I haven't taken care of it much. The seedlings on it were not weak, but grew taller. Having made up her mind, he found the corn seeds, soaked them in warm water, and prepared to plant them tomorrow. After finishing the work in the space, he found the computer and continued to let it download data. She turned on the TV, brought a stool, sat in the living room, and started working. She wanted to wash out the internal organs piled up in the space while she had time. He worked while watching TV, and before she knew it, it was time for the evening news. She was a little tired, so she stood up, stretched her body, and walked back and forth in the living room while taking out a goose head and chewing it. No, she wanted to eat this goose head today, which was the most delicious. She couldn't tell what the taste was, but it was a pleasure to bite the enemy. He ate the goose head in big mouthfuls, but her ears clearly heard the latest news being broadcast on the news. First, due to the hot weather recently, many places continue to be dry, resulting in a reduction in grain production, and many farmers lost all their money. He frowned, sat down, and watched carefully. Unfortunately, the news was broadcast for less than a minute. A video was inserted, and then other news began to play. The theme was a peaceful life. He waited for a while, but there was no relevant news, so she took out her mobile phone and started searching. This search was incredible. Not only was the temperature high in their city, but also in many cities outside. There were also many people posting photos of their vacation at the beach online. Jihee's heart was getting heavier and heavier, and she felt that something was really wrong. Isn't the end of the world really coming? The extreme end of the world? Just then, she suddenly remembered that the game was released yesterday, and the system seemed to prompt her to open the chat interface and asked her to change her name. Blame her, she was busy all day and forgot about this matter. Jihee hurriedly called the chat interface in her mind, and soon a light screen popped up in front of her. There was only one regional channel on it, and no specific number of people was displayed. The system popped up a prompt, "Dear official game player, hello, you still have one chance to change your name. Will you use it?" Jihee nodded without hesitation. She changed her name to "Borrow Another 50 Billion from the Sky." Yes, her dream was so simple. The system quickly showed that it was approved, and Jihee's username was also changed to "Borrow Another 50 Billion from the Sky." She first flipped through the regional channel, and the system prompted that the regional channel was limited to 5 speeches per day, and Jihee now had 5 chances. She didn't rush to speak but read it for a while. Nien Yen Buwang, family, what did you buy with the copper coins after playing the game? Xiao Jin Do, I saved it, and didn't buy anything. What can you buy with such a small amount of money? Worry for Jetter, I did try it out, and when I spent the copper coins, the things I bought appeared out of thin air in my hand. It's just that the prices are too high, and the copper coins really don't have much purchasing power. Flower Blooms and Riches, Dad, are you in the game? Nien Yen Buwang, Andy, you are still strong and healthy. You can still complete the game at such an old age? So amazing, so envious. Can you teach me? Flower blooms and riches. Which eye of yours saw that I'm old? I am younger than you. Why are you pretending to be young? Nien Yen Bu Wang, Auntie, don't be angry. If I said anything wrong, I apologize. Several dogs immediately appeared below to coax him. He sighed. It's already this time. You can only speak 5 times a day. Why are there still people talking nonsense? Wang Yusha, according to the information I have collected so far, there should be at least 5 different games, including farm version, fishery version, school version, forest version, and grassland version. If there are other different game copy information, please send me a private message. I will collect the information and publish it together for everyone to pass the copy together. Feng Zhong can shui. To be honest, I don't know what the point of participating in this game is. The game is very difficult, and each time I only give a few pitiful copper coins, which can't buy anything. If the game asks me if I want to participate next time, I will definitely refuse. I won't play it even if I die. Chapter 25. Yu Jiao, what do you do when you get hurt in a game? I have several bloody holes on my body. I can't even stand steadily, let alone go to work. I can only take leave and stay at home. This is the second time I've taken leave this month. The boss said that if I take leave again, he will fire me. What should I do? Chanfeng and you, send me a private message. Come to my company. I will pay you 10,000 a month. Yu Jiao, okay. Hello, boss. Instantly many people who want to work in Chanfeng and Yu company appeared below. He is also very generous. Spring Breeze and you, since we have entered a game by chance, we are friends in the future. Friends should help each other. If any of my friends encounter difficulties in life, you can contact me. I promise to do my best to help everyone. Jair Jen, the boss is generous. Our game needs leaders like you. Spring Breeze and you, I don't dare to be the leader, I just do my meager strength. Take you to eat hot pot. This is a game world, don't bring your real world into it, I tell you. Only fools will fall for your tricks. Jair Jin, look at your jealous face. You are just jealous of the big brother's strong ability. You can choose not to help others, but please don't stop others' kind actions. Take you to eat hot pot. It's a joke. Do you guys really think Chanfeng is kind? You can kill people directly in the game. Are you afraid that you won't die fast enough by letting him know your real identity? And don't blame me for being harsh. This is a world of talent. We will gradually part ways with ordinary people. If you are not mentally prepared, you will be eliminated sooner or later. Xiao Xiao, talent? What talent? Can anyone tell me about it? He continued to read, but no one talked about talent. They just pretended not to see it. They all joked and talked about other things. It can be seen that everyone has a trick up their sleeve. He had reservations about eating hot pot. What he said might not be entirely right, but he still agreed with some of it, that is, it is best to separate the game from real life. After all, there are still very few orphans like her. What if there are conflicts in the game that involve reality? He watched for a while, but didn't get any useful information, so she closed the chat interface. She sat on the sofa and thought seriously. She always wanted to know, what is the basis for talent awakening? Will everyone who passes the first game awaken the game? I wonder if there is an upper limit to this talent awakening. Can it be awakened all the time? Or is there a limit? Last time she beat the big goose, she felt very hard, but she didn't awaken the talent again. Thought about it for a while, but couldn't figure it out, so she could only put this idea behind her and not think about it for the time being. She opened them all, and the prices inside were still so beautiful. He couldn't afford anything. In the end, she only bought a few seeds and spent all the copper coins in her hand. In the next 4 days, he did not run around, but stayed at home to cook and fetch water. She went to the morning market every morning to sell mutton offal, and went home directly after selling them, and fetched water for the mineral water bucket at home. While fetching water, she also worked and cooked. After a few days of busy work, all the mineral water buckets were filled up by her. If she drank 1 ell of water a day, the water she had was enough for her to drink for 3 years. In addition to the water in the mineral water bucket, she also fetched a lot of domestic water into the space. If necessary, these domestic water could be boiled and drunk. He had cleaned all the internal organs and bones stored in the space, and after cooking, she put them in a stainless steel barrel. Some of them could not be put in, so she simply put them in the space and waited to buy a stainless steel barrel when she had time. The second batch of internal organs collected included not only chicken, duck, goose, cow, and sheep, but also a lot of pigs. After cooking, He classified them one by one and put labels on them to avoid confusion. During this period, she also ordered a lot of storage racks according to the size of the space, 210 yuan each, and she ordered 30. These shelves can be used to store some daily necessities and food, and the remaining ones can be piled in the corners of the space. He took advantage of this convenience and cooked non-stop during the day, lighting the earthen stove to cook stewed food and mutton offal. She steamed rice in an electric rice cooker, taking 30 minutes for one pot, and she could steam 2 large pots in an hour. Bones and other things that obviously did not look like local species were placed at the back of the shelf for her own consumption. Mutton offal, duck intestines, etc. have all been sold out in the past few days. Although she picked up a lot at first, there were still a lot of other livestock in it. After picking and choosing, there were not as many left as she imagined. Although it was just a stall in the morning market, the purchasing power of the masses was very strong. She had eaten almost all the mutton offal in the space. He planned to sell braised pork the next morning. Her second batch of pig offal had a lot of space, and she planned to make braised pork and sell it. She also put some fried bean curd and radish in it. After he cooked it, she tasted a bowl herself, and it tasted really good. She cleaned it very cleanly, without any strange smell, only the aroma of fat and the chewy texture of some internal organs. He felt that something was missing, so he put some coriander and green onions in it, took another sip, and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, that's the taste. The coriander and green onions at home were almost used up, and he had asked the uncle who sold vegetables next door to help prepare them. She would also order 800 kilograms of each tomorrow morning. After packing up the things to prepare for the stall the next day, he took a shower, put on sportswear, and lay on the bed to browse the chat channel. The chat channel during this period is not completely useless. The Forget Warrior is somewhat like a scholar expert. He has summarized a lot of game experience and shared it selflessly. For example, the game usually notifies the players at 12 o'clock in the evening. Each time the player disappears from reality for more than an hour, etc. The first guess, he should definitely be right, and it is almost the same as her estimate, so she decided to wait until 12:30 every night until she is sure that she will not enter the game, and she will take off her clothes and go to bed. He yawned several times in a row, and waited until 12:30, but did not see any system notifications. Knowing that she would not be able to enter the game today, she got up, changed her clothes, and went to bed to sleep. The next morning, he was ready to get up at 5 o'clock, had a simple meal, and rode her tricycle to the morning market to prepare to set up a stall. The temperature was abnormally high during this period, and several high-temperature warnings had been issued. Many private companies have ordered their employees to work from home and not go out unless there are special circumstances. But it was okay in the morning, not as hot as during the day. It was about 5 o'clock in the morning, and the temperature was about 30 degrees. He frowned as soon as he rode into the morning market. Usually, there would be many vegetable vendors setting up their stalls at this time. Why are there so few today? It looked sparse, and even the two sides of the street were not full of people. He rode his bike to the place where he usually set up his stall. As usual, the serious-faced uncle came over to collect the stall fee and suddenly left a sentence. "Girl, sell your things quickly and go home." Chapter 26. After saying that, without even looking at she turned around and left, continuing to collect stall fees. Jihee's heart began to sink. Something was wrong. She didn't rush to set up the stall, but squatted down and approached the vegetable seller next to her. Today, there were very few vegetables on his stall. He looked a little sad at the moment. Jihee and the uncle's stalls were close to each other, and the two of them could still chat. "Uncle, why did you only bring these few vegetables today? These few vegetables are not easy." The uncle sighed at the moment. "I got up this morning. Guess what? Almost all the vegetables planted in the fields died. No matter big or small, they are completely inedible and can only be fed to livestock. No hope at all." He looked down at the pitiful dozen or so green vegetables on the stall. Usually, there were more left over than this. No hope, absolutely no hope. The uncle sighed and shook his head. The temperature is so high this year, and it hasn't rained yet. The small river at home is almost dry. I feel that the world is going to be in chaos. I will go home after selling these vegetables today. Girl, it's not easy for you to be alone. Remember to store more food, it won't go bad. Uncle, don't set up your stall here anymore. Sell me all these vegetables. I don't have any vegetables at home when I set up my stall. Okay, and the green onions and coriander you asked for, there aren't that many either. I brought all the ones that look good. Just give me some. He chatted with the uncle for a while, and stood up, feeling heavy in her heart. The seedlings in the field were all dead, which made her feel bad. She thought about it, and asked the uncle to help her watch the stall, and she ran to the tofu shop next door, and ordered 10 plates of tofu. She had a bad feeling. If she didn't order, she might not be able to eat the tofu in the future. After ordering the tofu, people came to Jihee's stall. She adjusted her mentality, smiled, put the things on the stall, and continued to do business. She worked as she pleased, no matter if she would come tomorrow or not. Today, she had to continue her business. There is no shortage of smart people in the world. Seeing that there were so few vegetables in the market today, some grandpas and aunts began to ask around. The vegetable vendors did not shy away from it. After all, there were few vegetables today, and the price was high. If they didn't explain clearly, these people would not buy. Soon, almost everyone knew that all the greens died last night. A rush to buy them immediately followed. Even the wilted vegetables, which were several times more expensive than usual, were snapped up. Jihee's stall was also affected by the rush to buy. Before 8 o'clock, all the stewed vegetables she brought were basically sold out. Jihee carefully served the remaining stewed vegetables, tofu and radish, and prepared to send them to the serious-faced uncle. This man usually took good care of her, so she didn't plan to come tomorrow, so it was considered a farewell. After putting away all the things, Jihee sent the stewed pork over and said that he would not come again tomorrow. After taking the stewed pork, the serious-looking uncle was silent for a moment, and then he asked Jihee to add a WeChat account, saying that he would notify her if there was any news in the future. Jihee was willing, of course. Until then she knew that the uncle in front of her was named Yin. She had not called him wrong all along. Jihee waved goodbye to the uncle, took the tofu, and ran to the large wholesale market with the more than 40,000 yuan she had earned in the past few days. Passing by a stall selling stainless steel basins at the morning market, she stopped and bought more than 40 large stainless steel basins. This kind of basin is very good for storing food. Her space is already full, so she will buy some more this time. Jihee has been using a lot of seasonings during this period of time, so she is going to buy another batch of seasonings and food. If nothing unexpected happens, she guessed that the temperature may rise next, and the price of food will definitely soar. She can buy a batch in advance, and will definitely not lose money. There are still many people in the large wholesale market. Although the price of vegetables has increased several times, the price of food and seasonings is not much higher. Jihee bought 10,000 yuan worth of food and 10,000 yuan worth of seasonings, then turned around and left, heading straight for the electronics mall. She had money now, so she planned to buy an oil press and a peeling machine. She spent a total of 3,800 yuan on the two machines. Jihee went to the clothing wholesale market, picked out pajamas and sportswear, and bought 20 sets each, spending a total of 1,000 yuan. Jihee only left 300 yuan for herself, and she contacted an oil dealer to buy gasoline and natural gas for the remaining 20,000 yuan. The space still needs to be upgraded, although the process may be a little tortuous, but she can't give up, right? When everything is done, it is almost noon. This is the hottest time of the day, and Jihee feels a little dizzy after riding in the sun for a while. She looked up and saw that there were very few pedestrians on the road at this time. After thinking about it, she turned and went into the big shopping mall next to her. While there is still time, she can go shopping in the mall. After all, she has never been to a mall since she came to this world. As soon as he entered the mall, Jihee sighed comfortably. This mall is decorated very high-end, the environment inside is good, and the air conditioning is turned on very well. The boss is very capable. There are many people in the mall at this time, all of whom come to enjoy the air conditioning. During the company's break, many people can't stay at home, so they choose to go out for a walk. It's very comfortable to walk around and enjoy the air conditioning. Jihee wore a set of clothes that cost no more than 100 yuan, and he didn't feel uncomfortable walking in the big mall. She looked at the clothes in the glass window curiously, then looked down at the 5-digit price tag, and was shocked. It's so expensive. Can it keep you cool if you wear it? How much rice can you buy with this money? Jihee shook her head and continued to walk forward. She knew she couldn't afford it, so she simply didn't bother anyone and just walked in the aisle. As she walked, she saw a place selling ice cream, and thought about buying an ice cream to eat, but she got closer and took a look. What kind of ice cream? It's 188 for a small box. 188 can buy 60 at the supermarket near her home. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, she heard a shout from behind. Jihee? Jihee heard someone calling her, turned around and looked. It turned out to be the cousin of the original owner's uncle, Ji-in, and other classmates in her class. Ji-in glanced up and down at Jihee, who was wearing a t-shirt and jeans, rolled her eyes, covered her mouth, and laughed. Ji-hee, why don't you go to school? It's wrong to drop out of school. If grandparents knew, they would be so sad. Ji-hee, your parents are dead. Do you have no money to study? Su-chien, who was holding hands with Ji-in next to her, also smiled maliciously and said loudly. Chapter 27. Qian-qian, how can you say that? Why don't you apologize to Ji-hee? Ji-in pretended to push Su-chien, and then said to Ji-hee in a false voice, Ji-hee, don't bother with Su-chien. She didn't mean it. She just speaks a little bluntly sometimes. Do you want to eat ice cream, but can't afford it? Do you want me to treat you? I heard that your family owes a lot of money, and now you go to the morning market to sell offal to make money. As soon as she finished speaking, Su-chien, who was leaning on the side, giggled. Ji-in pretended to cover her mouth, as if she just realized it. I'm sorry, Ji-hee. Shouldn't I have told you about selling offal at the morning market? I didn't mean it. I'm so sorry. You will definitely forgive me, right? Ji-in doesn't like Ji-hee. She is the same age as Ji-hee, and has been compared to each other by their parents since they were young. Her father drives a luxury car worth millions, while Ji-hee's father can only drive a car worth tens of thousands. Her family conditions are much better than Ji-hee's. Why did her grandparents like Ji-hee since they were young? Ji-hee is also a scheming bitch. She looks innocent, but she is actually very bad. Every time her mother attends a parent-teacher meeting for her, she will come back and scold her, saying that it was a waste to create such good conditions for her, but in the end, she is so far behind Ji-hee in her studies. Ji-hee's family is so poor that they can only live in a small bungalow. Why do teachers like Ji-hee and use Ji-hee as a positive example every time they hold a parent-teacher meeting? What's so great about being the first in the class? Won't you still have to work for her after graduation? Now, her parents have been killed by her. She really deserves it. Ji-in looked at Ji-hee, with a strong malice flashing in her eyes. Su-chien pinched her nose and fanned herself strangely with her hands. No wonder there was a strange smell from just now. I wonder where it came from. Such a high-end shopping mall. Somehow, there is a smell of poverty mixed in. Ji-in also pinched her nose and laughed strangely. The two of them spoke loudly, and there was a circle of people watching the excitement. They whispered and pointed at a few people from time to time. Ji-hee's expression didn't change when she heard these words. She turned her head and looked at the waiter behind the counter. Did you hear them talking? The one with high cheekbones on the left is my cousin. She wants to treat me to ice cream. Please give me one of each kind of ice cream on the counter. Thank you. After thinking for a while, perhaps because she was afraid that the waiter would hesitate, she added, the dress she is wearing is worth more than 10,000 yuan. Her family has plenty of money. Don't worry about her not being able to pay the bill. She knew the price of the skirt because Ji-in sent a message to the original owner. Otherwise, she would not recognize it even if it was placed in front of Ji-hee. The waitress standing behind the counter had been watching the excitement for a long time. She didn't like Ji-in in her heart. What's wrong with you being poor? Is being poor against the law? Even though she was working here, she couldn't afford the ice cream in this shop. Hearing this, she didn't hesitate at all. She quickly found a bag and took a box of each type of ice cream, filling 2 large bags in total. She handed it to Ji-hee. Ji-hee took the ice cream, turned around, and nodded to the stunned Ji-in. Thank you for the ice cream. Please treat me to a meal next time. Remember to call me. After that, he walked through the crowd and left. Ji-in stomped her feet in anger and shouted at Ji-hee's back. Come back here. Who wants to treat you to ice cream? Miss, the total is 5,264. How do you pay? Ji-in was about to leave when she was stopped by the waiter. You? Ji-hee didn't care what Ji-in thought. She was in a very good mood with the ice cream in her hand. The words Ji-in said might be very hurtful to teenagers, but they were of no concern to her. She even hoped that there would be more such grudges. This was just to treat her to ice cream. If she didn't eat until Ji-in went bankrupt, her name would be written backwards. For fear of melting, Ji-hee put most of the ice cream into the space, and took out a box of vanilla ice cream, and found a place to sit down and eat it. My eyes lit up at the first bite. It was indeed better than the 2.5 yuan ice cream in the supermarket. It was rich in milk flavor, smooth and delicious. In this hot summer, eating a box of ice cream is so refreshing. Ji-hee had just finished eating the ice cream when a man stood in front of her and handed her a flyer. Hello, Mississippi. Today our Sleep Experience Center is opening. If you have time, you can go to our home to participate in the event. Ji-hee subconsciously wanted to refuse. She would stay here for a while, and she would ride home soon. How could she have time to participate in the opening event? Unexpectedly, the person in front of him continued, Today is the first day of opening. We specially invited the chef of a 5-star hotel to jointly launch a luxurious buffet. Every distinguished guest can experience it for free at our home. He immediately changed the subject as soon as he was about to say, "Where is it?" It was mainly because he wanted to eat, but he couldn't bear to refuse someone's kindness. "It's on the 16th floor upstairs." He took the elevator and quickly reached the 16th floor. The high-rise here was built together with the shopping mall, and the interior was decorated like an office building, and rented out one by one. The 16th floor is quite large, with 2 buildings in total. On the left is a pharmaceutical company, and on the right is the Sleep Experience Center that opened today. He took a quick look at the pharmaceutical company, and then turned to enter the Sleep Experience Center. The owner of this Sleep Experience Center has put a lot of thought into it. It is built into small suites, decorated in different styles, and even the beds and bedding are well designed. He took a casual look and found that there was no one with a price lower than 5 figures. There are even mattresses with a 7-figure price. There were quite a few people inside, and they were all well dressed. They were strolling around leisurely, touching and sitting from time to time. He turned around and saw bedrooms of different styles, which was an eye-opener. After turning around, she came to the buffet restaurant. There were not too many people in the restaurant at this time, only 2 or 3 scattered around, and it was unclear whether they were hungry or pretending to be cool. They just took a plate and simply put a little bit in the middle. He took a quick look and saw that there were only 2 broccolis, no more. He walked around the buffet table. There were at least 40 dishes on it, including Chinese and Western food. Even the lids on many plates were not opened. He opened them and took a look. The dishes inside were full and had not been touched. How sad would the chef be if he knew about this? "I spent so much time making it, and you guys won't eat it?" He thought it was not right. She immediately bent down to take a plate and filled it with steak, crab, fried chicken, pasta, and 2 pizzas. Chapter 28. She is different from those people. Not only does she not want to lose weight, she also likes to eat delicious food. Carrying the plate to an empty table, he first picked up a small piece of steak with chopsticks and put it into her mouth. After taking a bite, she nodded. It was really good. The meat was lean, but not dry. It was very delicious. She didn't know whether it was the work of a 5-star chef, but she could still tell whether it was delicious. He concentrated on eating and finished the whole plate of food in a short while. She was about to get up to continue to serve the dishes when suddenly, the lights went out. The room was instantly plunged into darkness. A woman's gasp and a man's comforting voice came from behind. He took out her cell phone and turned on the flashlight. There were several people who did the same thing as her. They all stood up and walked out to check the situation. He did not act in a hurry, but chose to turn around and walk to the buffet table and close the lids of all the boxes of vegetables one by one. She hadn't finished eating yet. If a few more bugs fell into it in the dark, would she still eat? Then she walked to the drinks counter, took 2 bottles of drinks, walked back to the chair slowly, sat down and drank. "It's just a power outage. This is normal." Opened the phone and searched to see what's going on. He soon understood that it was because the temperature outside was too high, and H City began to have a large-scale power outage, and the area where she was now was within the power outage range. The government said that they were organizing people to repair it, but they didn't say when it would be repaired. He closed the phone, finished the drink, and clicked on the game chat channel to watch for a while. Many people on the channel were promoting the theory of the end of the world, and some said they would take advantage of the power outage to go out and make some money. When ability and character do not match, this situation will happen. He watched for a while, closed the chat channel, sat down to rest, and waited for his eyes to adapt to the darkness before he stood up and walked out slowly. In just a while, everyone around him had left. After all, the power was out, and there was no need to stay here in the darkness. Because of the decoration, this room had no windows, and it was terribly dark around. And with the air conditioner turned off, the indoor temperature rose by at least 5 degrees in a short while, and it continued to rise. He wiped the sweat off her forehead and walked out slowly. He carefully took out her cell phone, turned on the flashlight, and walked out little by little. There were many people in the experience hall just now, but now everyone has left. He carefully avoided various furniture and walked out. Before she reached the corner, she suddenly heard a sound of glass breaking. He subconsciously turned off the flashlight. She squatted on the ground and poked her head out little by little. In front of her, there was a burly man, with a tattoo on his neck holding a big hammer and frantically hitting the glass at the entrance of the pharmaceutical company. There were still many people in the pharmaceutical company, shining flashlights on him, threatening him to leave quickly. The man was unmoved and pounded the glass frantically. The glass looked strong, but under the attack of the hammer, a big hole appeared in a short while. The man walked straight in, and soon there were sounds of fighting and screaming. "What are you doing? You are committing a crime. Do you know? You leave now, or I will call the police." "Call the police? It's the end of the world. Why don't you call 1 and see? Ordinary people like you don't know anything at all." Bang, bang, bang. Ah, ah, ah. He squatted behind the sign, not daring to move, and was terrified by the screams of the people in the house. What's going on? The power just went out. How could someone dare to rob? Should she leave? But there was a power outage, and there was no elevator. Would she run into someone if she took the stairs? Before he made up her mind, another man came in at the stairs. He was sneaky, didn't make a sound, and had a flashlight in his hand. He quickly squatted down and huddled up, fearing that he would be discovered. The flashlight shone outside casually for a while, and then quickly moved away. He dared to slowly stick his head out. The man turned off the flashlight, crouched carefully, and went into the pharmaceutical company, and then moved forward little by little. He was struggling in his heart. Should he leave or not? At this moment, several people came out of the open glass of the pharmaceutical company at once. They looked embarrassed, and had wounds of varying degrees on their bodies. Like a frightened bird, after running out, she didn't hesitate for a second and ran down the stairwell directly. These should be the staff in the room. He looked at their backs as they went away, her eyes flickering. Finally, she hardened her heart, stood up, found a mask for herself and put it on, and then followed them in. The pharmaceutical company was in a miserable state at this time. Many tables, chairs and benches were smashed and thrown aside, and several staff members were lying on the ground. Their open mobile phones were thrown on the ground, and the flashlights on them were still working tenaciously, bringing a ray of light to the dark environment. He also used the light to see the second man who came in not far away, bending over and moving forward stealthily, while the first man was frantically putting something into his pocket, not knowing that someone was approaching behind him. Suddenly, a thunderbolt appeared out of thin air in the man's hand, and quickly struck the man in front. Ah! The man let out a heart-wrenching scream, threw the medicine in his hand to the ground, and quickly took out a hammer and swung it backwards. Ah! The man behind him followed with a heart-wrenching cry of pain. He was shocked. What kind of hatred or grudge is this? Such a big hammer was smashed on the head, it was going to open the head. The man who was struck by lightning was also cruel. He was not dizzy even after being struck by lightning. Awesome. He squatted behind the pillar and stared at them without blinking. These two people should be game players, right? They both look strong and have good fighting ability. What about her? What's wrong with her? She is also a gamer. Why discriminate against her? She also wants awesome weapons. Just as she was thinking, a huge black shovel suddenly appeared in her hand. The head of the shovel was very large, at least twice as large as what you see in daily life. The cutting surface was sharp, and it looked like a good partner for work. It's quite down to earth. While he was looking for a weapon, the two men in front had already decided the winner. One man was still more ruthless. At this moment, he had knocked down the second man, and was bending over to continue loading medicine. Chapter 29. It was quiet all around, with only the sound of the man looking for medicine, and the smell of barbecue. Because of the power outage, the surrounding environment began to become hot and humid, and Jihee's forehead was sweating. She stuck her head out and carefully observed the man in front of her. The man was unaware and focused on looking for medicine with a flashlight. Jihee's heart was pounding, and her hands tightly grasped the handle of the shovel, even sweating. This man looked like a tough guy, and she didn't know if she could beat him. Jihee gritted her teeth, held her breath, calmed down, quietly raised the shovel, hid behind the wall, and waited for the man to come over and hit him with the shovel. The decoration of this office is not complicated, and if the man wants to go out, this road in front of him is the closest one. The man was very fast. After a while, he packed the medicine and put it on his back, and started to walk out quickly. Jihee heard the man's footsteps and heavy breathing. She couldn't help holding her breath, holding the shovel with both hands, and counting silently in her heart. Right now. Bang! With a loud bang, Jihee's shovel hit the man's head hard, which was particularly loud in the quiet office. Jihee knew that the man was a ruthless person, so she didn't dare to stop. Bang, 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 she hit him several more times. Until the man fell to the ground and stopped moving, she gasped and carefully scratched his head with the shovel. She didn't dare to get close to him. What if she hit him back? The man didn't move, and it seemed that he really fainted. She sniffed again, and found that he was still alive. It was enough to be alive. He breathed a sigh of relief, and the tension in her heart finally eased. Stop talking about those fancy words. No matter how good your martial arts skills are, you are afraid of a shovel. She quickly wiped the sweat off her pants, took out her gloves, and put them on, and then used a staff member's mobile phone to call the police. The police line was busy, and he called several times before he got through. He dared to come out and rob. Why don't you arrest him and teach him a lesson? After calling the police, he turned and walked inside. The power was out at this time. Those people had just broken the refrigerator inside. The vaccines inside were left there, facing the gradually rising temperature. If they become ineffective, what a waste. He picked out the vaccines that were about to go bad and took them away, leaving the others untouched. Let's wait for the police to come. He left the pharmaceutical company with a heavy heart. The corridor was dark, and she couldn't see clearly. She walked down the stairs carefully. The stairwell was terribly quiet at this time, without any sound. He was a little confused about where everyone had gone. She turned on the flashlight at first, but soon she turned it off and walked down little by little with the light of the phone screensaver. It was very hot and stuffy around, and not long after she walked down, Jihee's clothes were soaked with sweat. She wiped the sweat from her forehead with her arm, and continued to walk down carefully in the dark, and soon reached the first floor. Jihee heard the mess outside, and the sound of people talking. She carefully put her ear close to it, trying not to make any sound, and the big iron door in the corridor became a little warm. Doomsday. Hurry up and grab. Food. Food. Children. People with superpowers. There was a lot of noise outside, saying all sorts of things, and he could hear the panic in the voices clearly even through the door. She felt uneasy, as if something unexpected was happening. The sweat on her forehead dripped down, and he didn't bother to wipe it off, and continued to lean her ear against the door to listen carefully. Soon she heard people say that all the food was gone, and couldn't be eaten. There were also people with superpowers making trouble outside, stealing things, and attacking the police station. Hearing this, Jihee suddenly took her head away from the door, her heart beating loudly. Superpowers. No way. She hoped the news she heard was false, but subconsciously she still felt that it might be true. Jihee quickly ran up a flight of stairs, hid in a corner, and squatted down. While there was no one around, Jihee immediately logged into the game chat channel to see if there was any news. Bao Daowei Lao. This natural disaster is the revelation given to us by Planet M. It tells us that the world needs to be reshuffled, and we are the new masters of the world. Dear brothers and sisters, it is not too late now. As long as you want to join us, it is never too late. As long as we seize the opportunity, we can reshuffle the world, and we will stand at the top of the world, dominate everything. Jiachen Star, dominate everything, transform into a world that satisfies us. 10-meter sword. Let us rob and kill all the injustices in the world. Let those who usually look down on us shut up. Soul of Flame. I advise you not to refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. Join us quickly while we are still willing to give you face. Otherwise, when we free up our hands, you will be the unlucky ones. Happy little genius. Are you crazy? Just because the temperature suddenly rises, you lose your humanity? Do you know how many casualties you have caused? How many innocent people have lost their names because of you? How many families have been broken because of you? Nian Yin Bu Wang. Everyone, stop arguing. Since we are all participating in the game, we are a big family. We should understand and tolerate each other. Is there anything that cannot be discussed? Lai Yin and the others must have some unavoidable difficulties. They are definitely not the kind of people you said. Happy little genius. Pictures, pictures. Happy little genius. They are a group of unscrupulous beasts. The game actually asked you to awaken your talents. It's simply blind. It was originally a drought. We believe in the country, and we'll get through it soon, but look at what they did. Robbed a bank, robbed a police station, robbed a jewelry store, caused terrorist attacks in multiple cities. Now the citizens are in chaos. Do you know how serious this is for our country? Brotherly. That's right. The game gave you talents, not for you to burn, kill and plunder outside. Don't think you are so awesome just because you awakened your attack ability. I don't believe that no matter how strong your ability is, you can still resist missiles. You are so reckless, and you will go to hell sooner or later. Chapter 30. Eater, you still have time to chat here? Why don't you hurry up and grab supplies? The things in the game are so expensive. Can you really live on the game? If you don't grab more, your family will starve to death. Eater but not fat. Am I living in outer space? Why are there so many gamers making trouble outside? Xiao Yu. Someone in the supermarket next to me was grabbing food like crazy, and I grabbed a lot. Picture. Yin Yin Buwang. Everyone, please stop arguing. Lai Yin and the others are also forced to have nowhere to go. I heard that all the food outside is infested with bugs. They can't starve to death without food, right? Soul of Flame, only the weak have useless sympathy. Ordinary people have no social value at all. What's wrong with eating less? We are the new humans who will have the hope for future evolution. Why should I starve when I have the ability? In the future, whoever has the bigger fist will have the final say. The chat channel was arguing heatedly. He flipped through it quickly, and checked the photos from time to time. There were many photos, some showing supplies, and some showing the scene of robbery. Most gamers only stop at the stage of looting, but some players seem to have formed small gangs to engage in looting and smashing. They occupied supermarkets, and recruited players to join in. The situation in the photos was very tragic, with broken walls and large pools of blood on the ground. Many people were lying on the ground without knowing whether they were dead or alive. It looked like a murder scene. These people were quite cautious and did not post what they looked like. Most of them posted photos of supplies. The more he read, the more depressed she became. She bit her lower lip tightly. Not good. After reading for a while, he closed the chat channel, took out her phone and started searching for news. There were also many real-time news on the local news, most of which were about multiple terrorist attacks outside. He flipped down casually, but couldn't get to the end. But it was okay, they had a purpose, and they hadn't attacked residential buildings yet. The people were at most panicked, but there was no unrest. Most of the places where these people attacked were concentrated in places with abundant supplies, such as public security bureaus and supermarkets. The government also issued a notice in a timely manner, without too much explanation, just asking citizens to stay at home as much as possible and not go out. When the situation stabilizes, the government will issue a notice in a timely manner. He was very nervous when flipping through the messages. She had to stop and listen to the voice from time to time, for fear that someone would come out to hit her. At this time, the phone suddenly prompted that the battery was low. He frowned and carefully put the phone into the space. The weather was hot, and the phone lost power very quickly. After just a while, the battery that was just fully charged when I went out in the morning was almost gone. Of course, he would never admit that it was because the battery was not working after 4 years of use. She insisted that it was because of the weather. She stood up and walked carefully to the door on the first floor, trying to hold the door handle and open the door. Not moving at all. Try harder. Still not moving at all. After trying a few more times, he had to give up. She didn't know where the clever man locked the door, and she couldn't get out. She had no choice but to continue walking down. After walking down another floor, she tried to push the door inward. Pushed it open. Great, the door here is not locked. As soon as he entered, she was shocked by the crowded crowd. This is the underground floor, a shopping mall supermarket. At this time in the dark, people were holding flashlights, pushing shopping carts, and frantically grabbing things in the crowded and dark supermarket. Roaring, crying children, screaming women, and the sound of things being thrown to the ground played a crazy scene. It made he feel cold all over in the hot summer. There is a gap between pictures and reality. There was still a staff member at the supermarket front desk. She stood at the cashier counter with a flashlight and screamed madly, "Don't rush. Don't rush. Line up to pay." Ah! As soon as she finished shouting, she was pushed to the ground by the crazy crowd and drowned in the crowd without making any sound. But none of the crazy crowd stopped. He stood in the dark and heard someone shouting madly, "It's the end of the world. The vegetables are all rotten. The food is also infested with insects. Hurry up and grab it, otherwise we will starve to death. All of them will starve to death." When he heard this voice, she felt her blood boiling, as if she would starve to death if she didn't go grab something. She even felt dazed for a moment. Something was wrong. Something was wrong. She bit her tongue hard, and instantly felt a sweet and fishy feeling in her mouth, which also made her mind clear. She tried to look up and follow the voice. In the darkness, a person whose face could not be seen was standing on a tall shelf, with his arms outstretched, holding a flashlight in his hand, and waving it wildly, and making bewitching sounds from his mouth, urging people to become more and more crazy. Is this another official player? He tried to resist the temptation in her heart, and observe the environment. There were 2 people under this man helping him hold the rack. They were obviously in the same group, and she couldn't beat them. He knew her own weight very well. She could still fight against 1 or 2 ordinary people. Fight 3 talented people. Hurry up, That's for the rise in the future, not the rookie now. She lowered her head, turned around and mixed into the crowd, away from these people. Please feel free to take it. We have destroyed all the surveillance cameras. Trust us, we will solve all your worries. This is our sincerity. Please join our big family. Welcome all brothers and sisters. The supermarket was dark, except for the light from the flashlight. It was terribly dark everywhere. Away from the man's bewitching voice, the people around were obviously not that crazy. Most of the people in the supermarket gathered in the rice, flour, grain and oil area at this time, and he didn't want to compete with them. I went against the crowd, and went to the prepared food and frozen food areas. The supermarket had a limited number of items, and there was no stocker to help restock. After this group of people's looting, there really wasn't much food left on the shelves. There were still people in the prepared food area frantically loading the car, and the person who came with her was desperately pulling her. Are you stupid? It's so hot, and it's been half the morning. Even if you take it home, you're not sure if you can still eat it. Just take some. Come with me quickly, let's go carry the rice. Hey, let's go now. The two of them ran away quickly after saying that. Gee, is it so particular? The power outage has only lasted for a while. Why can't we eat it? What the man said is true. In such a hot day, if you keep it in the box, it will go bad in less than 2 hours. He looked around and saw that no one was there, so he went into the counter and secretly took away the roast chicken, fried chicken, twisted dough sticks, fried meatballs, grilled fish fillets, sausages, cold dishes, cold noodles, pig's feet, ribs, and pickles on the counter. This is a high-end supermarket. There are many kinds of food in the cooked food area, not only meat, but also many pasta, steamed buns, pancakes, and the like. In addition to those prepared in advance, some are made on the spot. After he packed these, she also found fuchifipian and spicy crayfish. She didn't prepare these at the beginning, so now it's a good time to take them back and try them. Chapter 31. He frantically swept through the cooked food area. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly stopped, bent over and got into the counter. Sure enough, it was full of gas tanks. She smiled and said, "That's great. The space is still counting on it to upgrade." With a wave of her hand, she took away all the gas tanks. When she was clearing out the things, she saw a lot of semi-finished products, including fried dough twists, meatballs, meat strips, etc., which had been fermented but not fried yet. With the remaining half of the seasoning and the remaining half barrel of oil, he did not dislike them and put them all into the space. It will go bad if it is left here without air conditioning. It is such a waste. After finishing the cooked food area, he went to the frozen area in the dark. It is still an unpopular area. Even if you take this thing, it will melt if you don't put it in the refrigerator in time. It will go bad by then. It's a pity to throw it away, and it's heavy to carry. There was no one around at this time, but the glass door of the refrigerator was wide open. A lot of things were taken away, and it was messy. Because the freezer was out of power, many things inside were melting at this time. He squeezed it casually, and the ice cream became a little soft. It melted so quickly. She wiped the sweat off her forehead and started to pack. There was only a small part of the things left, mostly some dumplings, buns, steamed buns, wontons, pies, ice cream and the like. Even if there was only half of the things left in each freezer, she began to sweat after searching the freezer area. Without air conditioning, it was not much cooler even underground. It was still stuffy. Leaning against the wall, slowing down her breathing, and taking a sip of water while the surrounding environment was dark. She knew that the temperature outside was over 50 degrees Celsius, and she had not received any special training. Even if she was asked to walk under the scorching sun, she would not be able to walk for long. If there was no life-threatening danger, she would better stay in the mall until the sun was not so strong before going out. She had plenty of time, and could get some more things from the supermarket. Listening to the sounds of people, snatching things and screaming from the supermarket, he rested for a while, and continued to move forward in the dark. Soon she reached the seasoning area, where there were not many people. These seasonings are also good stuff. There are many different brands. He didn't buy them at first. She bought what she must use in daily life, such as some big plate chicken ingredients, boiled fish ingredients. Now she has this opportunity, she can't miss it. Maybe everyone is still a little ashamed. No one uses a flashlight. Everyone takes it in the dark. He also took a lot of seasonings in the chaos. She didn't know what she took. She would look at it when she got back. After collecting the seasonings and walking forward, she also saw jam and canned fruit, which she didn't have space for. There wasn't much left on the counter. There were still a few bottles, but he took them all away. Jam is a good thing. It can supplement vitamins and sugar. If the end of the world really comes, she can take it out and exchange it for something else. He was in a good mood. After collecting the seasonings, she came to the fast food area. She touched it casually, and it was empty. Touched it again, and it was empty again? He turned on the flashlight and shone it. All the shelves were empty. She looked around and didn't believe it, but only found some pearls at the top and bottom of the shelf. They were all spicy, like snail noodles, and some Xinjiang fried noodles. The instructions said they needed to be processed again. Her mouth twitched. These people really knew what could be stored. With a sigh, he took all of them away. Others disliked spicy food, but she didn't. She took them away and ate them slowly. She continued to walk forward, and soon came to the beverage area. There were quite a few people in this place, and many people were pushing carts and scrambling for food. All the mineral water on the shelf was gone, but there were still some beverages. He took away a lot of them in the dark. Drinks are so expensive that she didn't even want to buy them at first, and there were only a few bottles in the space. With this supplement, although she may not be able to have free drinks, it is enough to improve her life when she is greedy. Going forward, she reached the daily necessities area. There were not many people in this place. Everyone was fighting for food, and it was not their turn to take daily necessities for the time being. After all, the main problem now is food, and no one is particularly short of these things. He walked up, and didn't hesitate to pick up the laundry detergent, expensive shampoo, and sanitary napkins, and take them all away. If she had known there was such opportunity, she would not have spent that money in vain. He thought about it, but she acted without hesitation. She did not have any grand goals. She just wanted to save enough daily necessities for her whole life. If she could not survive in the city in the future, she could find a place in the mountains to live alone. After he packed all the daily necessities, she did not take a rest, and hurried out in the dark along the way she came. This supermarket will be one of the most crowded places, and it is not particularly safe here. All the things were packed. There was no need to stay here any longer. She had to find a safe place. He was careful to avoid people along the way, but there was only one exit of the supermarket, and the closer to the exit, the more people there were. There were more fights. Many people who didn't grab food directly grabbed things from other people's shopping carts. In a short while, he saw 3 cases, and people's heads were almost beaten into pig heads. If such a thing was brought up this morning, I'm afraid no one would believe it. Someone nearby also noticed but seeing that she only had a large stainless steel basin in her hand, they stopped looking. There were many stainless steel basins at home, so there was no need to grab them. He put the basin on his head as a helmet and squeezed out quickly. At this time, the crazy and bewitching person at the entrance of the supermarket was gone. People seemed much calmer, but they were also very cautious of each other. There was a pool of red blood at the entrance of the supermarket. Many people walked around the blood and pushed shopping carts upstairs. The elevator had stopped, and people could only carry things up by brute force. He glanced at the escalator and turned to leave. She didn't plan to go up to the first floor now. There must be a lot of people there, and it would be unsafe for her to go alone. He continued to walk up the stairs. She wanted to go back to the sleep experience hall, where there was no one. He walked up the stairs carefully. The corridor was terribly quiet, and she didn't know where everyone had gone. When she arrived at the sleep experience hall, he didn't go in immediately. She hadn't forgotten that there were 2 official players lying in the pharmaceutical company. She squatted at the door and listened for a while, and found that there was no sound in the room. She then crouched carefully and walked in slowly. The room was not particularly dark. Following the light from the window in the corner, he slowly crouched and walked forward. When she reached the place where the man fell in the morning, he frowned. The person who was lying here before was gone. I don't know when this person left, so where did he hide? Is he still in this room? Chapter 32. He suddenly felt dry in the mouth. She squatted behind the table and didn't move, but she listened carefully to the surroundings. There was still no sound. He waited for a while, and then slowly crawled forward. She soon walked to the innermost room, where the medicines were stored. The man lying inside was gone. These players have strong physical fitness. He didn't stay for long, and turned around and ran back to the sleep experience hall next door. This time she was also careful, standing at the door and listening, and then walked in. Fortunately, it was as quiet as when she left, and no one rushed in. This was normal. After all, it was full of beds and furniture, which were the least valuable things at this stage. He walked straight back to the innermost part. She reached out and took away all the prepared meals. Fortunately, she came back quickly, otherwise they would have gone bad. After packing the dishes, Ji picked up a few mattresses and beds that were comfortable to lie on, and in addition to these, she also took away a lot of sheets and quilt covers that were placed in the closet. All the things that can be sold here are expensive, and they are very slippery when touched. They are the kind that she can't afford normally. After everything was collected, Ji looked at her phone. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. She walked to the door and was about to go out when she suddenly heard voices coming from not far away. "Brother Chong, this is the pharmaceutical company. I got the medicine from here. There are still a lot of them. Okay, I go in and take a look. If there is any, you will definitely get some benefits." "Thank you, Brother Chong. I heard that there is someone in our place who can perform material conversion." Sure. Ji held her breath. "Brother Chong? Material conversion? What is this?" From the sound, it sounds like the tattooed man's voice. "We must not be discovered, otherwise the end will definitely be bad." Ji wanted to hide in the space, but he didn't want to miss what they said. After thinking about it, he decided to wait. Just hide in case there is danger. Ji squatted in the dark room, not daring to move his feet, and listened carefully with his ears erect. Unfortunately, there was no useful information. The two of them carried a few bags of medicine each, saying that they would go back to report to the boss, and find someone to come again to take away all the medicine, and let this floor together. Listening to the footsteps of the two people leaving, Ji exhaled. These two people are strong and muscular, and they are not good people at first glance. They still need to find the boss. These people have really developed to reality. She took out her mobile phone and took a last look at the weather forecast. It showed that the temperature outside was 51 degrees. Ji only took a look and turned off the phone and threw it into the space. The highest temperature yesterday was only 40 degrees. Today it rose to 51. It's out of the ordinary. No wonder even breathing seems to be spitting fire. Ji took another breath. He got up and went to the pharmaceutical company next door. Instead of keeping the drugs for the bad guys, it would be better to give them to her. At least, she would not go out and kill people. After getting the drugs, Ji turned around and left this floor quickly. He couldn't stay any longer. The two people would come back and run into him. Going down the stairs, Ji wanted to find a safe place to stay, preferably one without anyone. But he looked at several floors, and found that there were people hiding inside. He was like a frightened bird. Ji stopped at the stairs, and heard people talking in a mess. She didn't go in after all. She had been a human for 2 lifetimes. Although she was a little selfish, she had always been a good citizen, and didn't want to be caught by the police, and go in to operate the sewing machine. So she skipped all the companies with people in the house, and didn't go in. Soon she found a high-end kitchenware company. The door was open, and the people in the house were gone. I don't know what they went to. Ji didn't miss this good opportunity. She went in, and took away many pots and bowls placed on the surface. Walking in, Ji saw a lot of pots and pans in the warehouse. She bought them all with a wave of her hand. With these pots, she could use them to store food when she returned. The stainless steel basins in the space were all full. In addition to pots and pans, there were also many kitchen knives and boning knives in the company. Ji was very happy when she saw it. Now she not only had protective equipment, but also weapons. Guns were banned in China, and the control was very strict. It was harder than climbing to the sky to get some illegal weapons. Other special weapons could not be found, but a few kitchen knives would be good too. After collecting all the knives, Ji did not leave. She found a place under a table, crawled in, and entered the space. There was little value in continuing to search, so it was better to hurry up and go to the space to finish today's work. Ji sighed comfortably as soon as he entered the space. Heaven. Compared with the hot weather outside, the space was incredibly comfortable. If there was no time limit, it would be great if there was water and electricity. Ji was willing to stay in this space forever. She thought about it, but she knew it was unlikely. Ji first put the gasoline she bought in the morning into the space upgrade column. As expected, the 20,000 yuan gasoline disappeared, and the upgrade conditions did not change at all. Well, a gold-eating beast. Take your time. Chapter 33. Ji stopped thinking about random things and focused on working in the space. After this period of time, the animals in the space have grown bigger and are in good condition. When they see Ji coming, they come over to ask for food. Looking at the beefed-up bodies of the livestock, Ji nodded with satisfaction. At this rate, they will probably grow up in half a year. Although the first batch of livestock will be kept for breeding, and it is still a long way from being able to eat meat freely, Gee, he still has enough food to eat, so he is not in a hurry. After taking care of the livestock, Gee, he collected the manure and put it aside to prepare for composting. She had planted all the worry-free crops in the field at that time, and now a lot of them have grown. Gee, he bent down and began to pinch the sweet potato seedlings. It was the tenderest time, so she picked more and collected them, and they could be eaten as vegetables later. In addition to the good livestock, the seafood and seawater and freshwater also grew very well. Now they have to be fed several times a day, otherwise they will not be full. Gee, he was in a good mood watching them swimming lively in the water. This space is really a treasure. After raising them for such a long time, not a single one died. All of them are alive. After finishing all the farm work, Gee, he looked at the time. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Unwilling to waste time in the space, she flashed out directly. As soon as she came out, she felt like she had jumped into a steamer. It was even hotter than when she first came in, making it difficult to breathe, as if something was pressing on her chest. Sweat broke out on her forehead instantly. Gee, he slowly crawled out from under the bed, carefully not making a sound, and walked down the stairs little by little. The hottest period of the sun is almost over. Can I go home now? When Gee, he just went down to the 3rd floor, she heard the sound of sirens gradually getting louder. Is it the police? Gee, he was overjoyed and ran quickly to the 2nd floor staircase and pulled the staircase door hard. Fortunately, the 2nd floor staircase door was not locked. She went out along the stairs and ran to the mall. There were also many people sitting on the 2nd floor at this time. They also heard the police car and were walking down the escalator. Many people were carrying large and small bags, which were obviously from the supermarket. Gee, he didn't take anything, and he was not noticeable in the crowd. After walking to the escalator, Gee, he could see what the 1st floor looked like. It was much more crowded than the 2nd floor. Almost most people gathered on the 1st floor, and even the shops were full of people, guarding their own supplies and guarding against each other. At this time, the sound of sirens was heard, and many people carrying supplies subconsciously stood up nervously and kept looking around. Some people were even more ruthless. They rushed out before the police completely surrounded the mall, carrying the supplies and running home. Seeing the first person running, many people behind him also started running out. They were all carrying supplies. The police also quickly parked the car at the door at this time. Several policemen ran to the door quickly and shouted, "Stop quickly and accept the inspection. Don't run around to avoid accidents." The crowd didn't listen to him, especially those who had robbed things. Seeing the police with guns, they ran out desperately. Just kidding, if they are really caught by the police, all the stolen things will be confiscated. It's not that they don't have money, but they are afraid that they can't buy things even if they have money. Gee, he was also pushed out by the crowd. The police shouted desperately with a loudspeaker, but there were too many people rushing out of the mall at once, and they were just a few people, so it was useless. As soon as Gee got outside, he felt like he was in an oven, which was a little different from the feeling of being in a sauna in the house. Although the sun at this time was not as hot as at noon, the temperature outside was also very high. It feels like entering an oven. Riding on her tricycle, Gee rushed home. Fortunately, there were not many cars on the road at this time, and Gee had a smooth journey. On the way home, Gee also saw many cars parked at the door of the supermarket, and people were frantically loading things into the cars. It was as if they were free. Gee felt a little breathless after riding for only a while, and her chest was stuffy. She knew it was because of the heat. Hiding under the shade of a tree, Gee drank half a bottle of water in one breath, and felt better, so she continued to ride home. Thankfully the tricycle was electric, otherwise she would have felt worse. On the way back, she also turned to the express delivery station. There were no large supermarkets near her home, and those gamers didn't care about the small shops nearby, so it was relatively safe. The express delivery station was also open for business at this time, and many people were picking up parcels inside. Some people asked the courier boss to help send the parcel back. The boss agreed to it in a friendly way, but he had to wait until the evening to get his hands free. Gee couldn't wait until then, so she carried the parcels to the tricycle and took them all in several trips. Some people saw that Gee had a car and wanted her to help deliver it. Gee thought for a while, "It's so hot, it's really painful. If you are willing to give me 5 packs of snacks or instant noodles, I will deliver it to you." This was the first day of the hot weather, and many people had not changed their mindsets. They readily agreed to the fare for 5 packs of snacks. Gee first delivered her own express home, then came to the door of the express delivery station and started to work. Many people were hypocritical at this time. "It was so hot that I didn't even want to walk." Seeing Gee doing some work, Many people asked her if they could also be sent home and given 5 bags of snacks. Ji agreed to everything. One lady even asked about Ji's situation while riding in the car. Ji was not shy at all and said openly, "The rice is full of worms. I have no food tonight. I should have gone to the supermarket to buy it, but I have no money. I thought of riding a bike to do some work and earn some instant noodles. At least I can earn enough food for the next few days and avoid going hungry. Oh, it's true that children from poor families grow up early. This poor boy should be watched by my son to see if he will waste food." Ji just started it, and the other old ladies could chat on their own. She also had some free time and focused on sending people. At this time, everyone was free, and seeing Ji, a little girl, sweating from riding a bicycle, they also sent her a lot of extra food. In this way, she brought home 30 packs of instant noodles, 15 packs of potato chips, 5 packs of ham sausage, 1 pack of 350g melon seeds, 2 boxes of drinks, 10 packs of pickles, and 5 pieces of frozen meat in one night. Chapter 34. After finishing the work, Ji returned home, closed the doors and windows, and breathed a sigh of relief. This journey was not easy. With the experience of working at night, she was afraid that the neighbors around her would know that she was poor, so she felt relieved. Without taking a rest, Ji ran to the kitchen and bathroom to turn on the 3 faucets, put buckets on and started to collect water. Fortunately, the water supply at home has not been cut off. If a natural disaster really comes, food and water are absolutely the most important. Even if the mineral water is full, who can complain about having too much water? Who knows how long she can live? If she dies of thirst while holding the space, it will be a disgrace to the space. After connecting the water, Ji picked up the remote control and wanted to turn on the air conditioner, but the air conditioner did not respond at all. Ji tried other electrical appliances, but none of them responded. This is a power outage. She quickly ran to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. Fortunately, the things in the freezer were just melted and not spoiled. She quickly put everything in the refrigerator into the space, and then sat down to rest. You don't know until you rest. As soon as she sat down, Ji felt a sharp pain on her arm. She took off her clothes carefully and looked down. A lot of her skin was sunburned and felt burning. Ji also saw blisters on the back of her hand. The back of her neck also felt like it was burning. Ji knew that she was sunburned. She stretched out her hand, and a white light flashed in the palm of her hand. Soon, the blisters on the back of her hand disappeared. Ji was very satisfied. This healing ability really worked. Then she began to treat other parts of her body. Soon, the sunburn on her whole body was cured. The injuries on her body today were not too serious, and even if they were all healed, she did not feel very tired. After the treatment, Ji sat down and charged her mobile phone with a power bank, then turned on the internet to read the news. The internet was still a mess at this time, with all kinds of things being said. Many young people were promoting the fact that the end of the world was coming, calling on everyone to hoard as much as possible as long as they could not die. Some people drove out to buy supplies without fear of the heat, but their cars broke down and they stopped halfway. They looked for someone to repair the car, but could not find anyone, so they asked for help online. No one cares about the price increase. Are you kidding me? It's so hot, ordinary cars can't stand it. Some people posted a message for help, saying that the temperature is too high, the elderly at home are suffering from heat stroke and fainting, and there is no ambulance line. Please help send them to the hospital. Some people also posted a carpooling with air conditioning, 200 yuan per seat, and there are still 2 vacancies. There is also an address below, and as soon as it was posted, a lot of people rushed to grab it. Some people posted a video saying that the neighbors took tents and hid in the parking lot below. Although the parking lot is also hot, it is less than 40 degrees, which is much better than upstairs. Some people spent money to buy Huixiang Jingqi water online at a high price, saying that all the medicines in the pharmacy were sold out. There were also supermarket owners who cursed people online, saying that their supermarket was robbed. Those robbers should be sent to death. Many people placed orders online crazily, but no delivery riders took the orders. It was said that no one took the orders even after the price was increased to 200 yuan. Ji raised her eyebrows. Compared with other people who charged 200 yuan per trip, she only needed a few packs of snacks to deliver to her home, which was really cheap. After reading the online news, Ji opened the game mall. Want to see if there are any changes. The things inside are still so expensive. A bottle of mineral water is 10 copper coins. Instant noodles are 20 copper coins/bag. The things are quite complete. Even meat and vegetables are sold, but the price is very attractive. Spinach 3/50 copper coins. This is the first time in Jihee's life that he has seen vegetables sold by the root. Jihee called up the search interface and selected the price from cheap to expensive. As soon as the search results came out, Jihee was silent. Before, radish, cabbage, and tomato seeds were not too expensive, all 1 copper coin each. Now the price has increased 10 times, to 10 copper coins per pill. So the prices in the mall have not always remained the same. Why are the prices increasing now? Did they know that food was in trouble in reality? Jihee thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out, so she had to close the mall. She didn't have a single copper coin in her hand, so it didn't matter to her how much the price increased. Open the game chat channel. Bao Daowei Lao, picture. Bao Daowei Lao, look at the supermarket we took down, there are countless supplies in it. Everyone is welcome to join, just come and it's fine, brother. With these supplies, we can live comfortably for several years. Tribute, I advise you not to be stubborn and surrender as soon as possible. You are committing a crime, and you will pay the price for your actions. Soul of Flame, release XXXX. This curse is too harsh, so the system blocked it. After watching for a while, Jihee understood that the chat channel was basically occupied by 2 parties. One party should be the organization that robbed the supermarket. They developed the game into reality, and pulled a group of people to take advantage of this opportunity to occupy the land and be king. The other party was more subtle. Judging from their tone, they were probably officials, and they spoke very toughly. Jihee summarized the information he had obtained and found that this disaster affected not only their city, but the whole country. Those game players didn't know how to discuss it, but formed a gang in reality. Everyone chose today, a day when the temperature was rising, to act together, occupying several large warehouses and supermarkets, holding many hostages, which really caused some trouble for the government for a while. Seeing this, Jihee understood. No wonder the mall was so chaotic, and the police didn't come in the first time. After all, there are more serious things waiting for them. Most of the people in the mall are ordinary people, and the threat is far less than that of game players. At most, they can just steal some food, which is far worse than those who occupy the mountain as kings. Jihee sighed. She was busy cooking and setting up stalls to make money during this period. She only checked the chat channel before going to bed every day, and she couldn't see anything at all. She didn't even know when these people developed into reality. She didn't understand, are these people stupid? If you, an ordinary person, can become a game player, can't the special police and armed police become one? Those 2 game tasks are a bit difficult, but they are for ordinary people. Let those soldiers who train every day kill chickens and geese. Isn't it as easy as cutting vegetables and melons? How can it be impossible to complete it? You have talent. Can't others have it? Isn't this stupid? Jihee thought about it for a while, and couldn't figure out what these people were thinking, so he had to put it aside for the time being. Anyway, she was not going to expose herself. She was not gifted in combat. If she was exposed, she would just be a slave. She might as well stay here. Jihee stood up and stretched, ready to start working. She would leave the water in the tap like this for now. While the water was still running, she would collect as much as possible into the space. In addition to collecting water, she also planned to make some food so that it would not be inconvenient to cook later. Most of the food in her space was the braised food she had prepared before. If she ate it for a long time, even she would get tired of it. In order to improve her living standards as much as possible, Jihee planned to make a few more dishes. Chapter 35. She walked to the kitchen, found a large basin, and then began to wash the vegetables from the space. She was not like other chefs, who could cook many dishes. She only knew how to cook home-cooked dishes. Pork ribs stewed with beans, shredded potatoes with peppers, roasted eggplant, crispy pork, stewed beef brisket with tomatoes, cumin lamb, garlic lettuce, spinach soup, pork ribs and winter melon soup, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, shredded pork with hot peppers, braised pork stewed with quail eggs, braised tofu, cold enoki mushrooms, garlic broccoli, stir-fried zucchini, stir-fried rapeseed, lettuce with oyster sauce, dry-fried cauliflower, and smashed cucumber. The main thing is to cook all the green leafy vegetables first. For example, radish, cowpea, cucumber, and the like can be pickled. She plans to pickle a jar of pickled vegetables when the time comes. When Jihee got the lotus root, she suddenly remembered that it seemed that lotus root had not been planted in the space lake. She looked at the plump white lotus root in her hand and put it back silently. She would not eat it for the time being and try whether these lotus roots can be used as seeds. Jihee was busy in the kitchen. While cooking, she did not forget to use the big pot next to her to steam buns. While everyone is not so short of food at home and is not so sensitive to taste, we must prepare more. Staple food is also very important. If you have time, you should make more. In case you are hungry, a steamed bun with a bag of pickles is a meal. He was busy until the moon was high in the sky before she sat down to eat. At this time, the 2 big pots next to her were in use. She sat on the kitchen stool with a steamed bun and a plate of cold enoki mushrooms and ate them, and she didn't forget to check the news. After all, the government is powerful. After an afternoon of emergency repairs, many families have already received electricity. However, Jihee's home is considered a suburb, and the road has not been repaired yet. With electricity and water, air conditioning and cooking, life has temporarily returned to normal, and people are not as panicked as they were at noon. The bloody videos that could still be seen in the afternoon have all been lost after a few hours. It should be that the relevant departments have freed up their hands to deal with them. The temperature has dropped, and many police and troops have been dispatched. The public security has eased slightly, and it is not as chaotic as during the day. Someone posted a video of shopping in a supermarket online. Many people in green military uniforms were holding guns to maintain order at the scene, so you can basically shop with confidence. Don't worry too much about the chaos that happens during the day. There's just a loudspeaker nearby that keeps broadcasting notifications. Each person is limited to 1,000 yuan. Please consume rationally, and avoid excessive hoarding of supplies to avoid waste. The Chinese habit of hoarding supplies is engraved in their bones. Even though the loudspeaker keeps broadcasting, everyone has basically bought the maximum amount, and many people have sent their things out and then come back to queue up again. At this time, the whole family is mobilizing outside to buy frantically. In addition to supermarket shopping videos, many new hospital videos have been released. Many people were injured in the morning looting. The hospital is now overcrowded, with people suffering from heat stroke, injured and bleeding. The hospital wards are full of people. The wards are full, and can only accommodate people on the ground. The corridors are not spacious to begin with, and now only allow one person to pass sideways. The government did not say what to do about the looting in the supermarket in the afternoon, and it should not be taken care of now. Jihee watched for a while, and then closed his phone. These have little to do with her now. She should just close the door and live her life well, and not add burden to the country. Jihee finished her meal, and got up to continue working. The temperature was much lower than during the day, about 40 degrees. Although it was still quite hot, it was not as hot as the sun. Jihee opened the window while working, so that there could be some wind blowing in at night. Although it was hot wind, it was better than nothing. She planned to change her work and rest schedule a little bit in the next few days, sleeping during the day and cooking at night, so that she could feel a little better. Jihee continued to concentrate on cutting vegetables, first washing and cutting the green leafy vegetables. Don't think there are too many vegetables. There will be nothing left after they are put into the pot. While the natural gas and water are not cut off, Jihee is ready to do as much as he can. It was past 12 o'clock in the evening. Jihee looked at the time and knew that he could not enter the game today. He got up and went to the backyard, took out the solar charger, and started working according to the instructions. Standing in the yard, Jihee could still smell the smell of people cooking next door, and the voice of the old lady complaining. The weather is hot, and the electricity hasn't come on yet. In the afternoon, I heard many aunties complaining that there was a pile of food in the refrigerator, and it would melt if the electricity didn't come on. I couldn't bear to throw it away, so I had to find a way to deal with it. The smell in Jihee's house was not noticeable at all under the cover of this smell. Jihee carefully worked in the backyard with a flashlight. She didn't dare to install it in the front yard, because it would be too obvious when people walked by. The backyard was better. Although there were other people living there, at least there were fewer people to face. Jihee was not very experienced in this work. She used a flashlight, and spent more than 2 hours studying before she finished the installation. She yawned and looked at the clock. It was already past 3 a.m. The people next door were also asleep, and there was silence all around. She rubbed her eyes, and went back to the kitchen to continue working. This period of time is the least noticeable time for cooking, so it cannot be wasted. Even when she was installing the solar generator outside, her kitchen was not empty. If she didn't have time to cook, she would just boil water. The water stored before was all raw, and it had to be boiled before drinking. Jihee planned to boil 20 barrels of water first, so that she would not have to boil it again when drinking. There was still a while before the water boiled, and she consciously entered the space and began to pack up the supplies collected in the space today. The food collected in the space today basically had no fresh vegetables and meat. Except for some cooked food that could be eaten directly, the rest were snacks and plastic-wrapped food. This is a good thing. If you need to change something in the future, it is most convenient to take these. He classified them one by one and registered them in the notebook. This way, she would know what to use when she needed them. After collecting the food, he began to collect the daily necessities. There was nothing to say about this. Just find a box to put them in, register them, and take them out when you need them. Although there were many things, he estimated that she might not be able to use them until she was 60 years old. If possible, she would still have to collect some to feel safe. After collecting the daily necessities, he began to collect the medicines. There were quite a few medicines collected into the space today, many of which were vaccines. He only took a look and stopped registering. There were too many types, so she carefully placed the medicines in a corner of the space, marked them, and found them when she needed them in the future. The things were neatly arranged, and the space seemed empty again. It was already 4 o'clock in the morning. He took out vegetables and cornmeal from the space and started to cook pig food outside. Chapter 36. Food for pigs needs to be cooked, but food for chickens and ducks does not need to be cooked, just chop and stir. After cooking, he flashed into the space. The temperature in the space is suitable, and the animals grow much faster inside than outside. He walked to the pig pen. The 2 piglets she bought at that time had grown a circle, and were grunting and waiting to be fed. He opened the fence and walked in. She reached out and touched the piglets. They were in a good mood and did not resist. They even nudged her with their noses. He patted them on the back and poured the pig food into the trough. The 2 piglets immediately ignored he and ran to the trough to eat. They had a good appetite and ate happily whether they were fed with feed or cornmeal. Seeing that they were eating happily, he turned around and started to clean up the pig manure. The 2 pigs grew up day by day, eating more and pooping more. Fortunately, they were obedient and pooped in the same place, so it was not troublesome to clean up. After cleaning up the pig manure, he tried to use his skills. Well, it's useless again. Her talent showed that there was a certain chance of turning waste into treasure. She used it on garbage several times afterwards, but it failed. This time was no exception. He was not disappointed. He collected the pig manure in a special place outside and turned to the chicken coop. Chickens, ducks, geese and quails grew very fast. Now they are starting to shed their feathers. It is the ugliest stage. Their fur is bald here and there, which is very ugly. The space environment is good. They have adapted well. None of them died. They strolled in the grass after eating all day, eating a few grass leaves from time to time. Their life is much more comfortable than Jihee's. Seeing them like that, Jihee thought about catching some bugs for them to eat when she had time. Chickens still need to eat bugs to be nutritious and grow up quickly. After feeding the animals, Jihee went to see the bees again. They were all very lively, and not starving to death. Some time ago, she planted half of the sunflowers and various flowers around the edge of the black soil. When she went to buy seeds, the boss gave her a lot of flower seedlings as gifts. There were many kinds, and there was only one plant of each kind, so she could go back and try planting. She didn't refuse based on the principle of not wasting money. Isn't this just the right time to use it? There weren't too many seedlings, not enough to surround all the black soil, so Jihee planted sunflowers in the remaining gaps. Although they haven't bloomed yet, they have grown a lot taller and will soon. Jihee poured some sugar water for the bees, and then turned to work in the field. Black soil is very easy to work with, and there is no need to water, weed or remove insects. Just come and check every day after planting. The biggest workload is to pick some of the too many dense sweet potato seedlings to avoid growing only seedlings, but no sweet potatoes. But this is also a good thing. Before there are no other vegetables to supplement, these sweet potato seedlings can also make Jihee feel a little anxious. After finishing all the work, looking at a peaceful space, Jihee sighed reluctantly. If there is no time limit, she would like to live here for a long time. After all, she was reluctant to waste time in the space, so Jihee flashed out of the space without hesitation. As soon as she got outside, Jihee rolled his eyes because of the heat. It felt like entering a steamer. She wanted to sleep, but after thinking about it, she went to the kitchen to continue cooking. We should cherish the limited time now, and prepare in advance, so that we won't panic when something happens in the future. After finishing the work at hand, Jihee looked at the watch, and it was already 7 o'clock in the morning. She checked the door again, and set the alarm to get up and collect the water in an hour. Jihee didn't even change her clothes, and just lay on the bed and fell asleep. Jihee didn't sleep well this time. There were sirens and ambulances outside the door. At first, she woke up in shock, but then she fell asleep in a daze. Of course, She got up several times during the meal, and drowsily went to the faucet to collect water, and then drowsily laid down to sleep again. When the alarm clock rang again, Ji woke up from the bed, feeling happy as if she had not slept all night. Shaking her head and standing up, Ji first collected the almost full water into the space, and then washed her face with cold water. Just as she was about to eat, the sound of a loud speaker suddenly came from outside the door. Please leave someone at home. The neighborhood committee will send someone to conduct a population check. Please leave someone at home. The neighborhood committee will send someone to conduct a population check. Ji Fu took back the space, put on sun protection clothes, put on a parasol and went out. She wanted to ask when the call would come. Oh my God, as soon as she went out, her arm felt like it was burning. She was so scared that she quickly shrank back into the house. Forget it, life is more important, so I won't ask. She ate while looking at her phone. Uncle Yin, girl, join the trading group. There are merchants in the morning market. Many people have supplies at home. If you need anything, you can buy it there. Ji did not hesitate, sent a smiling emoji, and quickly joined the group. The group was very lively, everyone was chatting. Grain seller loudly, rice 60/Gene, white flour 70/Gene, if you need it, please contact me and pick it up yourself. Chun Wan Huakai, with vegetables you are so ruthless. The day before yesterday, you only sold it for 5 yuan per gene, and today you raised it tenfold. Be careful or I will complain to you. Grain seller loudly, go ahead, these are all conscience prices. You haven't seen that many people outside are selling it for 100 yuan per gene now. If it weren't for the fact that we are all setting up stalls at the morning market, I wouldn't sell it. Chicken farmer, 3 yuan per catty for food with insects, in large quantities, contact me. Spring is warm and flowers bloom, with vegetables Lao Wang, what do you want that food for? The insects there are more than the food, and I can't eat it if I take it back. Chicken farmer, I don't eat it if I feed it to chickens. Grain seller loudly, Lao Wang, how much do you sell chicken for? Chicken farmer, 50/catty for live ones, 20/catty for dead ones, how much do you want? Grain seller loudly, how dare you sell dead chickens? Aren't you afraid that the relevant departments will come to investigate you? Chicken farmer, picture. Chicken farmer, yesterday the temperature rose, and a large number of my chickens died of heat. I lost so much money that I have nothing left, and you won't let me get my money back? What's wrong with dead chickens? I eat dead chickens myself. Chicken farmer, picture G. He clicked on the picture, and saw that the first picture was a group of chickens lying on the ground. At first glance, there were at least dozens of them. It seemed that it was hot yesterday, and the farm suffered a lot of losses. The second picture was a picture of the dead chickens they pickled and hung up to dry. They might have applied a lot of salt to prevent them from going bad. Oldly, the grain seller, picture. Oldly, the grain seller, thousands of kilograms, Old Wang, if you want it, come and get it yourself. He clicked on the first picture of Oldly, and felt his scalp tingling at the first sight. The open grain was full of dense and tiny black insects. Chapter 37. There are more black bugs than white rice grains. It's obvious that the grains are inedible. The other photos sent by Lowly are all of open grains, not only rice, but also flour, millet, and other grains, all of which are infested with bugs. They are spread all over the floor, and there are quite a lot of them. High-end fruit store, Lao Wang, do you want some fruit? Chicken farmer, how rotten are they? High-end fruit store, pictures. High-end fruit store, the price is negotiable, just come and take them away from me, there are so many bugs. High-end fruit store, the temperature was so high yesterday, and there was a power outage, all my fruits are rotten, and I suffered a heavy loss. He clicked on the picture of the fruit again, which was even more horrible than the grains, with fat white maggots crawling all over it, and there were a lot of flies buzzing around it, and the number was also terrifying, at least dozens of boxes. Spring warmth and flowers blooming, with vegetables. Stop comparing your misery with mine. Are you as miserable as me and Lao Wang? Let me show you my vegetable field. It's all ruined, all the vegetables are gone. Spring warmth and flowers blooming, with vegetables. Pictures. Spring warmth and flowers blooming, with vegetables. Rapeseed 300/catties, lettuce 300/catties. Contact me if you need it, the quantity is small, so hurry up and you get it. He clicked on it, and frowned even more. The picture was of a vegetable field, but unfortunately, all the vegetables on it were dead, and many of them were lying on the ground in the sun, not to mention that people might not eat them. Even livestock might not eat them. Oldly, the grain seller, old son, you are so ruthless. You actually increased the price of a bunch of green vegetables worth 2 yuan so many times? Be careful, or I will complain to you. Spring is warm and flowers are blooming. With vegetables complain to me for the same price. I use diesel to supply green vegetables with air conditioning. The cost is very high. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you don't buy today, I will not sell at the same price tomorrow. Oldly, the grain seller, I might as well eat meat. Old Wang, give me a live chicken. The chicken farmer, I don't want your money. You can exchange grain for my chicken. Oldly, the grain seller, my grain is much more durable than your chicken. If you don't sell your chicken quickly, they will die, and you will lose so much money that you can't even afford to wear pants. The chicken farmer, don't be so arrogant. Didn't the government talk to you this morning? After this, no one in the group spoke during the day. Ji frowned. The government? Is the government aware of something wrong and ready to take action? Electrical appliances. I have air conditioners, electric fans, and generators. Contact me if you need them. Chicken farmer, give me another generator. Electrical appliances, private chat. Vegetable prince, give me one too. The weather is too hot, the seeds won't sprout. Wee socks. The supermarket is going crazy. A bottle of mineral water is already selling for 20 yuan. Is there no one to do anything about it? And there is no food for sale. Even instant noodles are sold out. Who has rice? I trade it for socks. Fuqiang Baozi. Damn it. Even drugstores have limited purchases. I wanted to buy some medicine for heat stroke, but I couldn't find any after visiting several stores. My old lady is old and can't stand it at home. If I can't buy medicine, she will have to be sent to the hospital. Pineapple with honey. Stop arguing. The large supermarket next door has been taken over by the government, and they are shipping out supplies now. After saying that, he took several photos. He clicked on it, and saw that it was true. In front of a not too small supermarket, there was a large truck parked, and there were many armed special police at the door. It seemed that the government was not slow in its actions, and it was going to collect all the supplies. At this moment, a piece of news was suddenly pushed on the phone. The flour mill exploded. He clicked on it, and saw that the picture was not very clear, but the sign of the flour mill could still be seen. It was really a double whammy. This explosion, not to mention the casualties, would also cause a lot of food losses. Vegetable prince. Damn, my water and gas suddenly stopped working. Who knows what happened? Spring blossoms. With vegetables I was so scared that I ran to take a look. Luckily my house was not shut down. Jasmine. The weather is so hot, maybe there is something wrong with the pipeline. Let's wait for the government to send someone to fix it. Vegetable prince. How long do we have to wait? I just planted these vegetables at home. Without water, they will die again. Little he sheep awful. The flour mill exploded just now. Did you watch the news? Hurry up and store water and food. The little prince of vegetables. WTF. Fuqiang Bozi. WTF. The chicken king. WTF. High-end fruit store. WTF. At Oldly the grain seller, help me, sell me some food. At once, many people who were lurking in the group were at Oldly the grain seller. Oldly the grain seller. Hey, we are all in the same group, and we have been friends for many years. Don't say that I, Oldly, am disloyal. I will still sell you the same price as before. If you want to buy food, come to my house after dark. Don't blame me for not saying it in advance. It's only for today. I will hand over all my food tomorrow. You can't find me again. After saying this, Oldly disappeared. No matter how people in the group tried to find him, he would not say anything more. He knew that the government had taken action. Never underestimate the power of the country. In front of this giant country, the power of an individual is insignificant. At this time, you can only obey, there is no second choice. He put down her phone, finished her meal in a few bites, and got up to cook. In addition to cooking the unfinished dishes today, she had to make pasta, baozi, dumplings, wontons. Pasta has a small taste, meat and vegetables, and is convenient to eat. He first poured out a large bowl of noodles, put in the yeast, kneaded it evenly, put it aside, covered it with a lid, and thought about it, and put the noodles into the planting space. What if I'm unlucky and get bugs in such a short time? This bug is so weird. I still have to be careful before the government announces the cause. After the dough is fermented, he took out the red beans and soaked them in a large basin of water. She should have soaked them earlier, but she forgot yesterday. But it doesn't matter. If it's not soaked well today, it will be the same tomorrow. After putting the red beans into the space, he started to soak the fungus. She planned to make 3 kinds of buns, cabbage and pork, mushroom and meat, and zucchini vegetarian. Gee, he actually regretted it a bit. She stockpiled supplies to be prepared for any eventuality. She only bought 30 kilograms of each type of vegetables. Even if she bought some more later, it was not too much to cook. She had almost used up all the food in the past 2 days. The land was planted with grains, so she couldn't grow vegetables in the short term. If she finished eating these vegetables, she would be at risk of running out of vegetables. Gee, he kept chopping meat and cutting vegetables, and frantically thought of a solution in her mind. After thinking for a long time, she decided to pull out the grass under the fruit trees. Chapter 38. All the food has been planted and is growing well. She is reluctant to pull it out, so she can only pull out the grass. Anyway, the grass on the pasture is growing vigorously now, enough for the cattle and sheep. She doesn't need to pull out all the grass on the mountain. She can pull it out while planting vegetables. Plant some fast-growing vegetables first, so that there will be nothing to eat when the time comes. As for the others, she will take it one step at a time. Gee, he made up his mind, and his hands moved faster and faster. First, fry all the vegetables that have not been fried, and stop when almost all the vegetables in the space are used up. Then she chopped the stuffing and prepared the stuffing for the buns. By 8 o'clock in the evening, she had made more than 800 buns, several large pots, all of which she put into the space. She was making dumplings at this moment. Gee, he made dumplings with 2 fillings, leeks and eggs and celery and pork. As usual, she put them into the space after wrapping and cooking them. Anyway, she was not afraid that they would go bad in the storage space. Gee, he planned to make at least 2,000 buns. Assuming that she ate 20 buns per meal, she would eat 100 meals first. After dark, there was a constant noise outside the door, and Gee, he was busy with the work at hand and did not go out to see. She worked until 11 o'clock at night. Just as she took the last pot of dumplings out of the pot, she heard a knock on the door outside the yard. She quickly turned off the gas. She hurriedly took out the last pot of dumplings and put them into the space, and even poured the last dumpling soup into a large bucket, and then turned around and walked to the yard to open the door. She didn't forget to change her dirty clothes before leaving. The people outside the yard heard the voice coming from the house, and shouted with a loudspeaker, "The neighborhood committee is here to do a population survey." It sounded like a female voice. Gee, he did not open the door immediately, but first pulled out a wooden stick from the yard and held it in his hand, then slowly opened the door a little, and saw a middle-aged woman standing outside the door, and he was a little relieved. There were many neighbors behind the woman, who were surrounding another person and asking questions. The woman was wearing a sports suit, her forehead was full of sweat, and she had a water bottle hanging around her neck, and she was constantly wiping the sweat with her hands. When she saw Gee coming out, she put the flashlight under her armpit, picked up a pen and started asking questions. "What's your name? How old are you? How many people are there in your family?" "Gee, 18, I'm the only one at home, my parents are dead." The woman looked up at her in surprise. Her expression eased a little, and she lowered her head to continue asking, "Are there other relatives at home?" Gee paused for a moment before continuing. "My uncle and his family." The woman wrote on the notebook. "Where were you yesterday?" Gee's mind was working at high speed, wondering whether to tell the truth, but she ran into Gee yesterday. If she didn't tell the truth, she would be discovered later. In Yunhai shopping mall. The woman looked up and looked at her. "There was a riot at Yunhai Square yesterday. How did you get back?" "I rode a tricycle." "Has anything strange happened around you recently?" "There are bugs in the food and the temperature is getting higher." The woman asked a few more questions as usual, and finally told Gee to be careful when she was alone at home. "Don't open the door to strangers, don't go out as much as possible, don't go out if there is nothing to do, and if you have any difficulties, you can contact the government." She also took out a QR code and asked her to join a neighborhood group, and then turned to the next house. Gee looked at the people gathered in the distance, thought about it, and locked the door and walked over. Before he got close, he heard many people shouting, "There is no electricity in my house, and the things in the refrigerator are about to go bad. What should I do? When will the electricity come back? I can't even charge my phone. You let us stay at home. How can we stay at home without electricity? My old lady is old and can't bear it. She has heat stroke. What do you say we should do? My food is infested with insects. What should I do if I can't buy food? Can you provide a channel to buy some food? The elderly at home are old and can't digest too much meat." The crowd was noisy, and everyone had a lot of questions. The middle-aged woman who had just finished investigating Gee's information came back, and picked up the loudspeaker, and started shouting, "Don't worry, calm down. Listen to me. I am the director of the neighborhood committee. My last name is Sue. You can call me Director Sue or Old Sue. Regarding the power outage, the temperature is too high and the staff dare not work during the day. They work at night, and the efficiency is lower. I hope everyone understands. Our neighborhood committee has contacted a group of power banks. You can come to us to rent power banks and take them home to charge your mobile phones. As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the crowd shouted in dissatisfaction. What's the point of just charging your mobile phone? The temperature is too hot, and the elderly can't stand it without air conditioning. The woman was helpless. What could she do without electricity? But she had to comfort the crowd. Taking into account everyone's needs, the country has provided many shelters. You can go to the underground parking lot or garage near your home, where the temperature is much lower than outside. I will announce it in our homeowners group later. It is not far from us. You can go there together before dawn. Remember to bring water and food. At the same time, you can also hide in the car. A private car can seat 5 or 6 people. Everyone can share a car. We must help each other in the face of disasters. Regarding the problem of the refrigerator running out of power and food not being able to be stored, everyone can exchange privately. See who needs it, and you can exchange the uneaten food in the refrigerator with them to avoid waste as much as possible. As for buying medicine, the state has just issued a notice that each person can only buy medicines worth less than 500 yuan with their ID card. I can't do anything about this. It's best to drive to buy medicine now, while it's dark and the temperature is not so high. Pharmacies are open 24 hours a day, so it's better to go early and still buy it. As for the problem of having no food at home, there is a Meihua supermarket 7 kilometers away from us. It has been taken over by the government and is safe. You can go there to buy with your ID card. Each person is limited to 500 yuan. Wasn't it 1,000 yesterday? Why is it only 500 today? Someone in the crowd shouted immediately. Director Sue glanced at the speaker and continued to shout with the loudspeaker. Considering the severity of the disaster, this can minimize waste. Okay, I'm going to continue the population survey. If you have any questions, please find Xiao Lu. Director Sue finished speaking in a hoarse voice, turned off the loudspeaker and handed it to the young man next to him, then turned around and picked up the small notebook to continue knocking on the door next to him to conduct the survey. Chapter 39. When Director Sue left, some of the others gathered around Xiao Lu to continue to report the problem, while others turned around and prepared to drive to the supermarket to buy supplies. It's better to buy something than nothing. Who made their vegetables and fruits rot at home? Even if there is some rice, they can't just choke on it. Just as he was about to turn around and go back to the house, she was stopped by 3 old ladies. Girl, we gave you instant noodles yesterday, but you didn't finish it, did you? He nodded. The old lady standing in front of her was immediately happy. Girl, can we exchange meat for instant noodles with you? The refrigerator has been thawed, and there are too many frozen things inside. If you can't finish them, it will be wasted. You will eat them anyway, and meat is much more nutritious than instant noodles. He didn't care. Okay, but Grandma, how are you going to exchange? I'm afraid it's not suitable for you. Oh, what's wrong with this? If I don't exchange it for you, it will stink and you have to throw it away. How about this? We don't go by weight. I will give you a piece of meat for every bag of instant noodles. I have a chicken at home, which has been thawed. I will exchange it for 3 bags of instant noodles. How about it? Okay, Grandma, you guys have the final say, but don't give me too much. It will be a waste if I can't finish it. Okay, I definitely won't cheat you. You're so skinny, go home and eat more meat. So the 3 old ladies happily went home to get the meat, and Ji also went home to get instant noodles. She didn't take much, just took out the 30 packs of instant noodles she exchanged yesterday. After waiting outside for a while, the 3 old ladies came back, each holding a small bag in their hands. When they saw Ji, they handed the things over. Look, girl, there's just enough for storage. Take it back and eat it. Ji felt heavy when she took it. She opened it and took a look, and her mouth twitched. It was all meat, all kinds of meat thawed in the refrigerator. It was a little warm to the touch. She bent down and smelled it, and it didn't go bad. But it will definitely go bad if you don't eat it quickly. She didn't say much, and handed over the instant noodles in her hand. Grandma, these are all my family has. Do you think it's okay? Okay, what's wrong with it? Several old ladies also counted the things they gave yesterday. When they saw that the transaction was completed, they took the instant noodles and ran away without saying a word. They exchanged the meat that they couldn't finish at home for these food that could be stored, which they thought was a great bargain. This girl just didn't have an adult at home, otherwise she wouldn't be allowed to exchange anything. The things were theirs, and even if they regretted it, they couldn't return them. Ji smiled and said nothing, turned around and went back to the house to continue cooking. The meat received was weighed on the food scale, a total of 12 pounds of pork, 5 pounds of beef, 3 pounds of mutton, a chicken, a bag of chicken hearts, and chicken feet. Ji smiled. How much stuff do these old ladies usually store at home? If the temperature hadn't risen and caused a power outage, they might have been able to eat for 2 months just relying on the supplies they stored at home. Take out all the chicken hearts and chicken feet stored in the space, and soak them in a plastic basin together with the ones received today. We will cook them all at once when the time comes. Turn around and wash your hands, and continue to stand and make wontons and steamed dumplings. The goal today is to use up 150 kilograms of noodles. Now that she has meat, she plans to be generous and use up all the meat she got today. Wontons with garlic sprouts and meat, steamed dumplings with beef and onions, and pork and green onions. This took another night. After making the dumplings, Ji started to fry chicken hearts and braise chicken feet. After putting these two into the space, she started to make porridge, black rice porridge, red bean porridge, mung bean porridge, millet and jujube porridge, treasure porridge, preserved egg and lean meat porridge, white porridge. When it was 6 o'clock the next morning, it was already bright. Ji put the last pot of mung bean porridge into the space, looked at the only 5 large buckets left in the space, and sighed with satisfaction. Come on, there are still 5 big buckets left. Once these 5 big buckets are filled with food, she will have enough food to last for half a year. Ji lowered her head and began to clean up. Maybe because of the hot weather, the insects are particularly rampant. Just yesterday, a lot of flies and mosquitoes flew into the house. It took her a lot of effort to kill the insects last night. Clean up all the corners and put all the food in the kitchen into the space. Ji yawned and prepared to take a bath and go to bed. Taking a bath is not a problem now, but I don't know what it will be like in the future. After setting the alarm, she lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. At 2 p.m., Ji woke up on time. The first thing she did after waking up was to collect the water into the space as usual, and then log into the game chat channel. The game chat channel was still full of smoke. The chat interface messages kept scrolling up, and after peeking at the screen for a few days, Ji also understood a little bit. There were 2 gangs in total, namely the Qitian gang and the Tulung Society. The names sounded very second-rate. In addition to them, there was another second-rate society that claimed to be the successors of socialism, and they were arguing with them. They don't speak like an official, but more like an upright young man. Of course, there may be more than these 3 clubs, but these 3 are the most active in the chat channel. The first 2 support looting and smashing, and always announce the end of the world. The latter one is against the first 2, constantly changing people to criticize the first 2 clubs. Ji still said nothing. She believed that there must be many people like her. We are all ordinary people, we just want to live a stable life, we don't want to stand in a group, and we are not very interested in those fighting and killing. After closing the game chat interface, Ji opened the homeowners group. As soon as he opened it, there was bad news. Yesterday, the weather was too hot, and 3 elderly people died directly. The family members are now scolding the government for not doing anything in the group. They said that with air conditioning, the elderly would never die so early. Ji sighed and closed the homeowners group. Open the morning market group. There are still many messages in the group, and many people are looking for people to buy mineral water and generators here. Spring warm flowers, with vegetables, oil, lettuce 500/half caddy, a total of 20 caddies, sold out. Oldly, the grain seller, you can obviously rob, but you gave us a bunch of green vegetables, thank you. Spring warm flowers, with vegetables, pictures. Spring warm flowers, with vegetables. After this batch of vegetables is sold out, the next batch may be available. The weather is so weird now. I can't even make back my money if I turn on the air conditioner 24 hours a day to grow vegetables. The seeds don't sprout after I plant them, so I'll sell the last batch of vegetables today and stop planting. The more you plant, the more you lose. The Little Prince of Vegetables. You can try to grow some bean sprouts at home, which is also a kind of vegetable. Spring is warm and flowers are blooming. With vegetables, what the hell is bean sprouts? My family has no water, and the water I drink now is still bought from outside. Oldly, the grain seller. I can't afford vegetables anymore, old Wang, give me a chicken. Chapter 40. The Little Prince of Vegetables. I want a chicken too, my wife is pregnant, and needs to eat something nutritious. The frozen meat in the fridge is all gone. If I don't buy some, I can only eat rice with pickles today. Chicken Farmer King. 150/caddies for live ones. 50/caddies for dead ones. How much do you want? Spring Blossoms. With vegetables, why are you raising the price so much? Chicken Farmer King. A lot. If it weren't for the fact that the risk would be higher if I delayed for one more day, I would have doubled my money. Do you know how much I have lost during this period? I'm almost bankrupt. Oldly, the grain seller. I'm a millionaire, but hairy ones don't count. Give me 2 live ones, I come find you later. The Little Vegetable Prince. Give me 2 too, I stew them for my wife in the next few days. After watching for a while, and getting a lot of bad news, he stood up and prepared to cook. The red beans are soaked, and I'm going to make red bean paste buns today. He first boiled the red beans in a pot, and then kneaded the dough again. After kneading the dough, put it into the space and let it slowly rise. He took out the remaining radishes, cowpeas, peppers, cucumbers, and kohlrabi in the space. There has always been a pickle jar in the kitchen at home. It was empty anyway. Now she had time to pickle a jar of pickles. At this time, the vegetables she had were almost consumed. Now these vegetables were left by her on purpose. After thinking about it, he left 5 large white radishes back to the space, and washed the others with water. In line with the principle of saving water, she did not waste the water used to wash the vegetables. She collected the water, so that she could use it to flush the toilet in the future. He looked at the washed vegetables, and felt that even if she put them all in the pickle jar, it would be good to have a whole jar. When he was washing vegetables, there were always insects flying around her, which annoyed her. The temperature rose, and humans could not adapt, but the insects seemed to have returned to heaven and became more and more indulgent. He took the washed vegetables to the space to dry. She was afraid that flies would fall and lay eggs, and then she would not be able to eat them. While waiting, he was not idle. She flashed into the space and started working. Today she planned to plant lotus roots in the lake. There were only a few lotus roots in total. She followed the information downloaded from the computer and planted all the lotus roots in the shallow water. I believe that if there is space, it should not be a problem for the germination. After finishing the work, the water buckets on the vegetables were almost dried, so he took out the coarse salt to pickle them. She bought the coarse salt from the supermarket, and only stocked up on fine salt before. While the vegetables were pickled, he started to make red bean paste buns. There were 2 pots in total, 1 pot for steaming red bean paste buns, and 1 pot for he to cook porridge. In this way, she was busy until after 11 o'clock without realizing it. Just when the last pot of buns and porridge was ready, he was about to continue to boil water, but she suddenly found that the natural gas was turned off. It stopped very suddenly, without any sign, and he couldn't light the fire no matter how hard she tried. Her heart sank, and she sat down and took out her phone. Someone in the community group had already asked. Director Sue, the natural gas pipeline is broken and can't be supplied temporarily. We will notify everyone in time after the repair is completed. Coco's mother, there was no electricity, and now there is no gas. How can we cook? Can adults starve? Can children starve while growing up? Home has 2 treasures. Yes, we can't even drink water without gas. You can't let us drink raw water, right? American ginseng, vegetables and meat in supermarkets are so expensive. How can we live? Who can afford such a high price? You can't let me eat rice with pickles, right? At Director Sue, please take care of it. Coco's mom, not to mention the high price, there is also a purchase limit. 500 yuan can't buy a pound of vegetables. Are you crazy? Director Sue, difficulties are temporary. Everyone should overcome them. You could eat some instant noodles and sausages. These are not too expensive now. Coco's mom, these things are junk food. They are so unnutritious. How can children eat this? Director Sue has been explaining in the group in a gentle voice. She didn't have any good solution. She had to go to the supermarket to buy vegetables if she wanted to eat. These people told her that she couldn't solve the problem. This area is on the edge of the city, and the facilities are seriously aging. It's a blessing from God that it can survive until now. The weather has been hot recently, and there are problems everywhere. There are also many people guarding the supermarket and spreading rumors. The government is short of manpower, so it can only repair the most populous areas in the city center first. He looked for a while, but couldn't find a solution, so he had to take the water back to the space. Fortunately, she had been making the most of her time to cook, so even if the gas was cut off, she would not be short of food for the time being. Before she could rejoice for long, she found that the water was also cut off. Although she was not short of water for the time being, Why was she so panicked? Water, electricity, gas, and food were cut off. How could it not be chaotic? She didn't even need to look at the group chat to know that it must be a mess now. Everyone has changed their daily routines now, staying up all day and going out at night. So many people are not sleeping at this time. Before he could come up with any solution, a familiar prompt sounded from the system. Hello, borrow another 50 billion from the sky. The game of assistance is about to start. Please be prepared. 3, 2, 1. The sound came suddenly. He only had time to take out the mask and put it on his face before his eyes went dark and he was teleported away by the game. He opened his eyes again and stood outside a small forest. The temperature around him was very comfortable, neither cold nor hot, at least much better than Star M. He sighed comfortably the first time he came here. This feeling was so comfortable that she didn't want to leave. Looking around, a few meters in front of her was a dense black forest, which seemed a little opaque even in the daytime. Beside her were people wearing shorts of various colors, and some were even topless. Ouch, it stinks. What's that smell? Don't you know how to take a shower? Just when he wanted to continue observing, a pretentious female voice came from the side. He subconsciously turned his head, and standing next to him was a round-faced girl in a white skirt, frowning and looking at he with disgust. Seeing he turned his head, he rolled his eyes in disgust. Come on, it's exaggerated. This dress is still new when she got up. What kind of smell is it? The girl saw he turn his head, glared and was about to continue to say something. The system prompt sound came from my ear. Chapter 41. Hello everyone. Welcome to the 1-star version, Escalation Pharmaceutical Factory. The Piclari continent is rich in resources, and has a pleasant climate. The powerful Benju people live there. Because of their physical condition, the Benju people are particularly attracted to the bites of the Zerg, which annoys the Benju people. They rely on their great wisdom to invent precious and helmintics, and Escalation Pharmaceutical Factory is the best pharmaceutical factory in the Piclari continent. Now, please go to the forest to collect precious and helmintic herbs, and send them to the Escalation Pharmaceutical Factory in the middle of the forest before the evening of the next day. Note, collect 3 types, none of them can be missing. As the system prompt sound ended, a piece of paper appeared in everyone's hand. There were 3 different types of herbs drawn on it. He quickly recorded the characteristics of the herbs in her hand, and then carefully put the paper away. After putting it away, she did not forget to glance at the herb picture in the hand of the woman in the white skirt next to her. There was only one overlap with hers, and all the others were different. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the system was not particularly dark. If everyone looks for the same 3 types, I'm afraid everyone's head will be smashed into a pig's head. At this time, someone shouted, "System, you haven't told us what to do about food yet." At this time, the others also reacted. Yes, 2 days, not a few hours as before. People must drink water and eat in such a long time. But where can they find food in the forest? But no matter how the people around shouted, the system didn't say a word, and it was obvious that it had given up, and it was letting everyone solve it themselves. When the crowd was still in a mess, many people had already written down the information about the herbs and walked into the forest. He was one of them. She ignored the protesting crowd around her and quietly walked into the forest. At this time, she was very glad that she had a space and had stored a lot of food in time. In this way, at least in the 2 days in the forest, she didn't have to look for food like others, and could concentrate on finding herbs. And if there was danger, she could hide in the space. He suddenly realized at this moment that the system asked them to complete the task in increasing time, from 8 hours at the beginning to 2 days now. Will there be longer tasks in the future? How to solve the food problem during the task? On your own? Or the mall? He called the mall in her heart, but the mall did not respond at all. She was shocked and called the chat channel, but there was still no response. He realized that the system had blocked it. Let the players find food on their own for the next 2 days. If they can't find it, they will starve. This game really doesn't allow anyone to exploit any loopholes. He thought about it, but she didn't slow down at all. For her, it was more dangerous to be in a crowd. Who knows if there are terrorists who want to slash with knives among the crowd? Sooner or later, they will have to come into the forest. The sooner they come, the faster they can grasp the situation inside. The forest here is a bit like the primeval forest that he saw in the documentary. The trees are tall, the branches are thick, and the weeds are overgrown. There is no trace of human footsteps. He frowned, found a long-sleeved shirt, and put on her pants. She also put on a hat. She had watched many jungle exploration documentaries, and knew that the dangers in the forest were not only the various animals, but also the bites of insects. You never know which insect might be poisonous and kill you. He pinned the scavenger badge on the inside of her clothes, carried her big shovel, and walked carefully into the forest. She looked back and forth from time to time while walking, fearing that someone would come from behind. He felt terrified as she walked in the forest. The forest was so quiet that there was no sound of insects or birds. The only sound was the rubbing of her clothes against the grass. After walking for a while, Ji felt that she couldn't go on like this, so she simply squatted down, hid behind a tree, and started to shovel grass with a shovel. She had to disguise herself. More than half an hour later, Ji had a woven dark green cloak in her hand. Time was tight, so she wove in the top of the cloak, and the bottom was the kind that was scattered. Although it didn't look good, Ji tried it, and it worked well. She subconsciously used her talent. Unexpectedly, this talent gave her a reaction. Weed cloak. A cloak woven with weeds is a piece of trash that will break when the wind blows, but now it has been given a new purpose. When wearing the cloak, there is a 50% chance that the Zerg will ignore it as a weed. Jihee's eyes lit up, skipping all the nonsense before, and laughing. Good stuff. With this, she has a 50% chance of not being afraid of being bitten by insects again. It directly reduces the risk by half, which is really good. Jihee immediately put on the cloak. Although this talent is useless at ordinary times, it is really worth it at the critical moment. Jihee put on the cloak and looked at the big tree in front of him that was emitting blue fluorescence. He subconsciously took a shovel to shovel down the plants growing on the tree that were emitting blue light. As soon as the things were in hand, a string of information suddenly flashed in his mind. Pralin, the most common plant in the Paikalari continent, it cannot survive independently and can only grow with other plants. It has strong vitality and a cool feeling. It's all over the continent. If you clean it in the morning, it will grow back in the evening. No matter how you clean it, it's garbage that can't be cleaned up. It has a cool feeling? How cool is it? Jihee picked up a large piece of blue fluorescent light and stuck it on his forearm. He shuddered subconsciously and quickly took it away. It's cold. It's not obvious when you hold it in your hand, but it's obvious when you stick it on your body. The skin that is touching it just feels like a large piece of cold thing is stuck on your body. Jihee blinked and turned to look at the large bush behind him. Blue fluorescent plants were attached to the big trees, growing freely from bottom to top, and basically every tree had a thick layer of them. Instantly, the blue looked different in Jihee's eyes. What's weird about this? What's spooky about this? This is a treasure. Jihee was still somewhat rational after all, knowing that the main task now was to find herbs, and he did not indulge in pulling Pralin, but chose to pull while moving forward. This thing was particularly easy to scrape. Jihee took a shovel and gently scraped, and a large piece of it fell from the tree. It's so easy. Jihee is addicted to scraping. After pulling out so many trees, Jihee suddenly found something wrong ahead. She squatted down quickly, tied her cloak, and moved forward little by little. Carefully pulling apart the grass, there was a herb at least 2 meters high in front of her. Herb? Jihee quickly took out the paper she had put into the space in the morning and checked it carefully. Yes, it was the herb in front of her, and it looked exactly the same. The branches and leaves were slender, covered with fine thorns. The only difference was the size, and the one drawn on the paper seemed to be a smaller version of this herb. There were more detailed requirements under the herb, 60 white thorns on the branches and leaves. Jihee looked up. The corners of her mouth twitched. Good guy, really good guy. Chapter 42. The grass was waving its branches and leaves covered with dense white thorns, which looked particularly ferocious. It was not the kind of plant that would stand still and let people pluck its thorns. And each white thorn looked longer than her palm. Now it was not a question of whether or not to find the herb, but how to pull it out. This herb was so huge that it looked very difficult to deal with. If the thorns pierced into the body, it would definitely leave a row of blood holes. If the thorn was broken, it would be fine. She could just treat it as borrowing arrows from a straw boat. She could heal herself if she bleeds temporarily. But what if the thorn was not broken? How could she survive after swinging it over and over again? Jihee squatted in the bushes, thinking frantically, trying desperately to find a solution. Just as she was worried, the bushes in front of her suddenly shook. Jihee looked carefully, and saw that there seemed to be 2 people hiding over there. Then, a branch emerged from the bushes, with a piece of cloth hanging on it, pointing desperately in one direction. Jihee's eyes flickered, indicating that she was going there. She turned her head, and looked at the plants in the bushes that looked very dangerous. After thinking about it, she decided to go and take a look. There were so many thorns on this plant that even if 10 people pulled them together, they would not be afraid of pulling them all out. What was in front of them now was not how to compete for resources, but how to successfully obtain the white thorn through cooperation. He reached out and touched the mask on his face again to make sure it was worn properly, then put away his cloak and slowly approached the gathering place. Before approaching, he found that there were already 5 people standing there, 2 women and 3 men, divided into 4 groups. 1 man and 1 woman stood together, and the other 3 stood separately. When he approached, the 5 people all looked over, and when they saw that it was a thin girl, they shifted their sights. No one spoke, and everyone stood alone on their side waiting. After a few minutes, no one came over. At this time, a man in the pair of a man and a woman spoke. "Hello, my name is Yima Pingchuan, and the person next to me is Nian Nian Buwang. Since everyone is gathered here, I guess they all want to complete the task of collecting white needles, right?" Yima Pingchuan waited for a while, and seeing no one was talking, he continued, "I had already tried it once before you arrived. The branches of the plant were very hard. I used a knife to cut it, but it didn't cut it at all, leaving only white marks on it. It is impossible to complete this task by one person alone. We must cooperate." The man looked around and saw that no one was talking. He frowned and continued in a deep voice, "What do you think? If you have any ideas, please speak up. We are not competitors at all. You can see how many needles there are on that plant. There are probably thousands of them, which is enough for us to pull out. As long as we cooperate, we will be able to complete the task successfully." At this time, another voice came from the crowd. "I also think we can cooperate this time. I counted that it is about 20 branches waving now. If one person relies on one person, it is impossible to defend against it." The speaker is a young boy with a relatively young face, like a college student. "If we cooperate well, each person only needs to face about 3 needles, which greatly reduces our pressure. I need a total of 60 white needles this time. How about you?" "Me too. I need 62. Yima Pingchuan nodded with satisfaction and said, "Since we are ready to cooperate, shouldn't we introduce our abilities, so that we can cooperate with each other later?" After these words came out, there was another silence, and this time even the male college student who had just spoken did not open his mouth. "It doesn't matter whether you cooperate or not, your ability is your trump card. Everyone has seen how chaotic the reality is during this period. No one can guarantee whether these people are terrorists or not. Who dares to reveal all their abilities? This game can involve reality. No one is born out of stone, and everyone has relatives. If the disputes in the game involve reality, then the difficult mode will become a hell version. Not only must we resist natural disasters, but also man-made disasters." Yima Pingchuan saw that no one was talking, frowned and looked around, and just when he was about to speak, the girl standing next to him pulled him. "Brother Chuan, it's okay. It's okay if everyone doesn't want to talk. We just need to cooperate with each other to get the white thorn." After the girl comforted her brother, she turned to look at everyone with a gentle and sweet smile. "My brother is a little impatient, but his starting point is good. His talent is combat-related. He asked everyone about their talents just to minimize casualties. Since everyone is unwilling to tell us, we won't force them. It's just that we're afraid we won't be able to take care of everyone when we do the mission later." After she finished speaking, she looked around at everyone with a smile, looking sympathetic. What a good move to retreat in order to advance. He looked at the girl in a pink sportswear and lowered her eyes calmly. For some reason, she always had a subconscious feeling of wanting to stay away from this person when she saw him. If the plant wasn't so difficult to deal with, she really didn't want to cooperate with this person. This woman gave her a feeling of being more dangerous than the man next to her. Someone next to her soon spoke. "My talent makes me move faster. I can make my skin hard. My hands can turn into sharp claws." When it was Jihee's turn, she spoke. "My ability is to turn into a shovel to shovel shit." Everyone looked at Jihee with a strong pity in their eyes. This was the most useless talent they had ever seen. Nian Nian Buwang also looked at Jihee. She tilted her head and asked out of pure curiosity, "Shoveling shit? Can you elaborate on it?" "There is a chance that shit will appear on the shovel, but it may not happen every time. I can throw the shit out to attack others." Jihee made up stories. People live in the world, and their identities are given by themselves. Who knows who? As long as she is not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. Jihee said it so decisively that everyone else believed it. Nian Nian Buwang's eyes flashed with contempt, and he was the first to look away. "Trash, not worth her energy, I'm afraid he'd be the first to die." Several people gathered together to discuss countermeasures and spoke freely. He didn't say a word, standing half a meter behind them, listening to their discussion quietly. They discussed and discussed, but nothing came out of it. They lacked trust in each other, and everyone wanted the other to rush to the front. Finally, they decided to improvise. Then what are you wasting time discussing? Chapter 43. They all wanted the man whose skin had hardened to rush forward to help them resist the damage, and the others would hide behind him to attack, and then each of them would give him a portion of the white thorns they had taken back. But the middle-aged man was not stupid, and he didn't know these people, so how could he rush to the front line to help them resist the damage? What if these people took the white thorns and ran away? Who would he ask for them? Naturally, he disagreed. The group of people didn't reach an agreement, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. In the end, they stood up again and said with a smile, "Then can we start the action? Hurry up and collect all the white thorns on this herb. There are other herbs to collect." Several people looked at each other, and although they were still a little dissatisfied, they nodded. Another little girl in the crowd approached He silently, winked at her, and then pretended to say casually when passing by her, "Be careful of Yen Bu Wang." After that, she shut up and stood up and walked forward quickly. Ji fell at the back of the crowd, looking at the people in front. Her eyes fell on Yen Bu Wang vaguely, but she couldn't see anything special, but her feet silently walked around to the farthest place from her. Several people stood in the bushes, looking at the white thorn herb that had stopped its frenzy and stood still. Their feet seemed to be covered with glue, and even their breathing slowed down. They stood there and winked at each other. They all meant to let the other party go first. No matter how well they discussed, they still felt scared when they saw the dense thorns on this plant. They stood there stupidly for about 5 minutes. Yima Pingchuan was the first one who couldn't help it. His arms instantly turned into the shape of a knife. He shouted and ran towards the white thorn herb. The branches and leaves that seemed to be sleeping just now moved instantly after Yima Pingchuan approached. All the branches and leaves seemed to have souls, dancing quickly in the sky, hitting the surrounding branches with bangs, and 5 of them rushed towards Yima Pingchuan at the same time. The overwhelming momentum scared Yima Pingchuan so much that he braked on the spot, and then without a second of hesitation, he turned around and ran straight into the crowd. The branches and leaves chasing behind him reacted quickly, without even a pause, and quickly grew longer. The faces of the people standing there watching changed drastically, and they scattered like birds and beasts. "Fuck, don't attract it. Ah, it can actually grow longer? Yima Pingchuan, are you a human? Stay away from me." The tactics that had just been agreed upon were thrown out of everyone's mind at this moment, and everyone fled in all directions, obviously looking after themselves. He was originally standing at a certain distance from these people. When he saw Yima Pingchuan looking back, he didn't hesitate for a second, and immediately squatted down and rolled into the bushes. Then he lay there motionless. She knew that this group of people were unreliable, and they relied on others to come forward at critical moments. He lay in the weeds, looking up at the people who were being chased by the white thorns. The white thorns were waving quickly, and you could even hear the sound of the wind in the air. It was obvious that if they hit someone, their skin would be torn apart. Fortunately, the attack speed of the white thorns was not that fast. In fact, if you have good body skills, it is not a big problem to dodge. For example, the girl who increased her movement speed, although she didn't pull down the white thorns, she dodged very skillfully, so it seems that there will be no problem in the short term. At this time, one of the branches was chopped by Yima Pingchuan. After several white thorns were chopped off, the branch seemed to be angered by Yima Pingchuan, and instantly became twice as thick, and swung towards Yima Pingchuan vigorously. This needle must have left a big bloody hole. Frightened Yima Pingchuan quickly pulled Yen Bu Wang to hide behind others. He decided to let others act as his meat shield. "It's already within the attack range. You say you don't want to do it? The branch won't go around." There were a lot of curses in the field for a while. He sounded quite imposing, probably hiding a lot of cards, and probably not running out of ammunition and food. She lay in the grass and continued to observe, and everyone gradually found a little rhythm under the waving of branches and leaves, and was not as panicked as at the beginning. Although there were no tricks, they were all random gestures, but relying on a burst of momentum and brute force, it looked quite intimidating. Among them, Yen Bu Wang was the most comfortable. She was protected by Yima Pingchuan behind her, and she did not suffer a single injury. From time to time, he would give orders to others, and come up with some shady tricks. He watched for a while, and found that not only Yima Pingchuan didn't tell the truth, but the others also had some hidden intentions. He said that he could turn into sharp claws, But he didn't say that his arms and palms would grow bigger. At this moment, his arms became thick and strong, at least twice as strong as usual, and sharp nails grew on his fingertips, and he was frantically pulling out thorns. That's right, he didn't fight at all, he just went to pull out thorns. And he would dodge when the branches and leaves attacked him, and never hit him more than once, and all his strength was used to pull out thorns. His efficiency is the fastest among all. Although Yima Pingchuan is also very powerful, he still has Nian Nian Buwang who is holding him back. He has to protect Nian Nian Buwang and remove the thorns at the same time, so he is inevitably a little flustered. Ji knew that she couldn't wait any longer when she saw this. Otherwise, after these people have collected enough white thorns, they will definitely leave without looking back, and she will have to face this difficult plant alone. Having made up her mind, Ji no longer hesitated, carrying a shovel, and jumped out of the bushes directly, rushing straight to a branch she had just picked out. This branch had scars on it, and looked thinner than the other branches. When Ji was halfway there, the herb noticed her. It instantly split into 3 branches, and rushed over quickly. Ji looked at the branch waving in the air, swallowed her saliva, stared closely at its moving trajectory, carried the shovel, and quickly squatted down when the branch swung over. The branch did not attack her, but hit the weeds on the ground with a bang. Ji didn't dare to stop at all, and quickly rolled on the spot to avoid the next 2 branches. These 2 branches seemed to be much weaker than the first one. Otherwise, she couldn't have dodged them easily. When she picked up the shovel again and was ready, she suddenly found that the 3 branches in front of her seemed to move slower, and they only attacked her side. The long branches swayed back and forth beside her. Ji moved carefully to make sure it was not an illusion. Wherever she moved, the branches followed, but they only waved in front of her, not touching her. And the branches that were so fierce just now seemed to become a little weak in an instant. While Ji was observing, 2 more branches stretched out, and now there were 5 branches surrounding her. Surrounded by the thick branches, others could only see Ji's 2 legs. Chapter 44. The girl felt sorry for them, and seemed to want to come over to help her, but seeing that everyone else was pulling out the white thorns while the firepower was weakening, she didn't move after all, and turned around to start pulling out the thorns. Compared with the safety of strangers, she still chose to complete the task. Ji looked at the branches around her, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. These people basically only had 3 branches around them, so how come there were 5 branches when she came? These branches are discriminating. Ji carried a shovel and bent down to dodge between the branches waving. Soon she found that the branches waving randomly in front of her seemed to consciously extend the thorns in front of her. The thorns in front of her were all a bit messy, and some even pierced into the flesh. There were wounds on it caused by others, and some places were still oozing white mucus. Ji tried to slow down her evasion speed, and she found that the branches in front of her also slowed down. Ji, shock. Shit, she suddenly thought of something. Could this herb be aboriginal? Did they think she was a pedicurist? Ji didn't dare to put the shovel back, and reached into her arms with her right hand to take out a vise, and tentatively stretched it to the branch in front of the waving road. The branch seemed to understand Ji's intention and stopped. Ji quickly pulled out all the white thorns that had pierced into her flesh. The branch did not attack Ji. It just wanted to swing it left and right when she pulled it out, but after reacting, it quickly stopped and did not move. Even after she pulled out all the white thorns in this messy position, it quickly stretched out another messy white thorn. This time it was closer to Ji. Ji looked a little dazed, but he did not hesitate to quickly fix the irregular parts. Soon this branch was repaired, and the second one was handed over. Ji pretended to jump back and forth on the ground to avoid the attack, and quickly used pliers to pull out all the irregular white thorns on the branches in front of her. With the cooperation of the branches and leaves, it didn't take long for Ji to gather all the 60 white thorns she needed. She didn't hesitate at all, and quickly turned around with her shovel, and was about to leave. At this moment, Ji suddenly felt an inexplicable suction coming from her body. It seemed as if it wanted to suck her away. She was like a wooden man, unable to move. Even her eyes could not move. Ji was shocked. Damn it! She was tricked. Ji screamed madly in her heart, trying desperately to raise her hands, but just a few seconds seemed as long as several hours. Just when she was vaguely in despair, a curse suddenly came from behind her, followed by the man's painful roar. Ah! As the man cursed, Ji suddenly found that she could move. She quickly turned around and looked behind her. It happened so suddenly that it was as if she had imagined the freezing just now. But Ji knew clearly that all this happened in reality. She was definitely frozen just now. Before she could think about it, the scene not far away attracted all of Ji's attention. The young man with thick arms was suddenly hit in the back by the branches for some reason, and was being dragged on the ground by the branches. Never forget it, you bitch. The man desperately grabbed the weeds on the ground with both hands, and his fingers dug into the soil. But this made the lacerations on his body even worse. Blood kept oozing out from his back, soaking all his clothes, looking particularly tragic. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. Yin Buwang's eyes were filled with tears. She seemed to be unwilling to look directly at the man's miserable condition, and turned her head away. I did it for my brother. You can't blame me. Don't worry about him. He is not as skilled as others. He deserves this disaster. Yima Pingchuan looked at the man on the ground with cold eyes, as if he was looking at some garbage. You should be thankful that you are lucky, otherwise the needle would have pierced your aorta. Hearing this, the man on the ground was furious. His eyes were red with anger. Fuck your ancestors, you wicked thing. If I don't die today, I will never coexist with you too. After the man finished speaking, he made up his mind and roared, pulling his body away from the branches, and ran into the forest with white thorns on his body. Not good. Yima Pingchuan saw the man was about to run, and subconsciously wanted to chase him to prevent future troubles, but the branches in front of him tripped him up. If he chased after him, Yin Buwang behind him would definitely be injured. It was this hesitation that made the man disappear in front of him. Forget it, he is so seriously injured that he will not survive. Yin Buwang bit her lower lip, and was a little worried, but she quickly adjusted her mentality. The mission was more important. Let's gather the white thorns first. 2 days is a bit tight. Okay. From a distance, Ji suddenly looked at Yin Buwang. Is this her talent, stand-in, or control? Just now, Yin Buwang should have controlled her first, and then for some reason, it was replaced by the young man just now. Ji frowned and looked at Yin Buwang. She was now protected by Yima Pingchuan, very safe, and not hurt at all. Although she felt a little regretful, Ji also knew that this was not the best time to take revenge. With Yima Pingchuan around, she couldn't do anything to Yin Buwang, and she might even be outnumbered. Without staying any longer, Ji turned around and quickly disappeared into the forest, while everyone's attention was not here. Ji put on her green cloak again, when she walked not far from the herb. At this moment, she had a guess in her mind. If she guessed right, today's forest game would be her home court. Although she was excited, Ji did not forget her true level. She carried a shovel, bent over and moved carefully in the woods. She did not forget to look at other plants in the forest when passing by. But her talent was sometimes effective, and sometimes not. When she held other plants in her hands, there was no reaction at all. She did not understand this talent very well. After thinking about it, she could not think of any other way. She could only pull down the blue fluorescent plants that were already known on the tree. At least I can be a cold baby when I go back. It's not a wasted trip. Ji walked for a while, sniffed, and suddenly smelled a bloody smell. Her heart tightened, and she squatted carefully, pulled aside the grass, and saw a man lying on the ground motionless. It was the male college student, who was attacked by Yin Buwang just now. After hesitating for only 1 second, Ji was ready to save him. It is said that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and this man is more beneficial to her alive than dead. Ji quickly approached him, and first felt his breath with her hand. He was still alive. It's good to be alive, but she can't do anything if he's dead. Taking out the pliers, Ji quickly pulled out the white thorns on his back. Chapter 45. When the blood gushed out again, she put her hand close to it. A white light appeared in the palm of her hand, and the wound stopped bleeding and scabbed at a speed visible to the naked eye. When all the wound stopped bleeding, Ji's forehead began to sweat, and her hands and feet became a little weak. The power she consumed each time was determined by the size of the wound. The smaller the wound, the less energy was needed for treatment. For a wound like this deep on this person, it would take a lot of her energy to treat it to the point of scabbing. Ji didn't want to reveal her identity as a healer. While the man was still asleep, she lowered her head to take away the white thorn and turned around and left quickly. This is her reward for saving his life. Although the system said that only 60 white thorns were needed, Ji estimated that this should be the minimum value, and paying more would still be beneficial. This was just her guess, and she would know after trying. It would be better if this person didn't die. If he survived this game, it would be worthy of her efforts. As long as she could cause some trouble for Yin Buwang, her rescue would not be in vain. After saying goodbye to the man, Ji continued to look for herbs in the forest. During this period, Ji met several groups of people, all of whom were fighting against large medicinal herbs. It seems that everyone has realized that this mission is difficult to complete by relying on individual strength alone, and they began to cooperate with each other. However, the cooperation without trust is like a pile of loose sand. Not only must they guard against the attacks of the herbs in front of them, but they must also guard against the backstabs of their own kind. This morning, Ji-hee saw a lot of backstabbing. She was so scared that she quickly left. Ji-hee didn't find her second herb until noon. There was still time, so Ji-hee was not too anxious. She found a bush and quickly got in. Flashed into the space. There was no other way, the livestock had to be fed, even if she fed more each time and tried to feed less frequently, but this still took time to do. After feeding the livestock, Ji-hee flashed out of the space. After all, there were still 2 kinds of herbs that had not been found, and Ji-hee was not going to spend too much time on eating. She took out the spicy pepper and shredded pork rice that she had prepared in advance, held the bowl, and in less than 5 minutes, Ji-hee wolfed it down. Putting the bowl into the space, Ji-hee sighed again. It was great to have a space. She had seen this morning that there were not only wild vegetables and other plants that they were familiar with, but she couldn't even find a water source. She didn't know where these people were going to find food and water. The unlucky ones might starve for 2 days. They probably wouldn't starve to death, but they would definitely suffer a lot. Of course, there were also people with water talents, so she didn't have to worry about this. Ji-hee just sighed and put the matter behind her. It was definitely not possible for her to take the food out. Not to mention giving it away, she was unwilling to sell it now. Before she had a certain level of strength, the more she had, the more dangerous it was. Who knew if these people would have evil intentions? What if a few evil forces came together to hunt her down? Wouldn't she be asking for trouble? To save people, she should look for a savior. She was just an ordinary person. After Ji-hee finished her meal, she didn't stay for long, and got out of the space to continue looking for herbs. She was very cautious, hiding and pulling carefully along the way, and was not discovered. By the afternoon, she hadn't found the second herb, but she saw several people squatting on the ground digging for grass roots. She didn't know if they were going to eat them. But the grass here grows very strangely. Are they really not afraid of being poisoned? Ji-hee didn't dare to stay at all. She just took a look and turned away to continue looking for herbs. Finally, in the evening, she found the second herb on the paper. It was also huge and looked taller than the first herb. Each of its branches and leaves had a lantern emitting red light hanging on it, swaying slightly in the air. Ji-hee looked down at the requirements on the paper, which required the red fuzz at the root of the plant. Fuzz? Fluff? Ji-hee's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. What a false propaganda. You call this half-meter-long thick hair fuzz? Don't you know what fuzz is? How can the red, black glowing thick hair look like fuzz? Although the groundhog screamed in his heart, Ji-hee still put the paper away expressionlessly, stood up, summoned a shovel, and slowly approached. At this time, there were several people fighting with the plant in front of it. When this plant attacks someone, it will open the red lanterns hanging upside down on the branches, and put them on the person's head. Ji-hee didn't know what would happen, but seeing how cautious the others were, they probably weren't vegetarians. After Ji-hee appeared, the others also noticed her. Some people quietly looked away, pretending not to see her. Others' eyes lit up and shouted to Ji-hee, "Beautiful lady, come on, let's work together, you help resist the lanterns, and I go pull the fluff." TSK, how shameless. You let others take the damage while you go to get the task reward? The yellow-haired man who spoke turned around and cursed. What does it have to do with you? Mind your own business, be careful I punish you. Come at me, am I afraid of you? The middle-aged woman who spoke was not afraid at all, and even swung the big tennis racket in her hand harder, and the tennis racket fanned a lantern in front of the yellow-haired man. The yellow-haired man screamed in fear. Ji-hee glanced at the two of them, and didn't say much, and bent down to try to get closer to the root of the lantern. She was carefully observing along the way. If the branch showed any unnecessary reaction, she would retreat. A lantern on the branch tried to approach her once, but was quickly taken back. The whole plant seemed to be unable to see her, and ignored her. Others also noticed the difference in Ji-hee. They shouted at her. Ji-hee pretended not to hear, squatted down quickly, and tried to pull out the red and black hair with her gloved hands. She tried once, but it didn't move. She continued to push hard, but the second time she used too much force, Ji-hee sat down on the ground. Ji-hee was so scared that he stood up quickly. In the end, the grass still ignored it, but the lantern on its body swayed left and right. Not only did it not attack Ji-hee, but it also attacked others when they approached Ji-hee. Ji-hee was relieved after seeing this. She put the coarse hair in her hand to her feet, and prepared to tie it up when she left. She squatted down, and continued to pull hard. She wanted 50 hairs of this thickness. He pulled a few and couldn't pull anymore, so she started to shovel with a shovel. At one point, the herbs seemed to hurt her, and the lantern on its branch stretched out and pushed He down. He was so scared that he promised again and again that he would be gentler next time. After receiving the promise, the branch slowly retracted the lantern. He did not dare to use the shovel, and could only pull it out with brute force. Although it was difficult, there was no obstacle from the branches, and before it was completely dark, he successfully gathered all the fluff. She came the latest and left the fastest. Among the others, only a middle-aged uncle gathered and left early, while the others were still fighting with the fluff. He patted the herb to express his gratitude, turned around and left quickly. Chapter 46. He walked very fast, ignoring the shouts behind her. She was not capable enough now, and could not take care of herself, so she could not take care of others. After passing these two herbs, he had an idea in her mind that these herbs would not hurt her. The things she pulled down should be redundant for these herbs, and they even welcomed her help to pull them. It was just that the others were not familiar with these herbs, and could not communicate with each other. When they saw such a scary appearance, their first reaction was to attack. When the herbs are attacked, they will naturally attack others. There is nothing they can do about it, because they are not locals. They don't even know what these herbs are called. Seeing that it was already dark, he decided not to continue walking. After all, there was still tomorrow, and her mission was not particularly urgent. After finding an empty tree hole, he quickly got in and carefully blocked the hole with the weed she was carrying, leaving only a small hole the size of a bottle cap in the corner so that she could observe the situation outside. The tree hole was not big. He curled up inside. There were no accidents tonight, so she spent it here. She was happy and comfortable here, and didn't know that others were cursing. The difficulty of this dungeon was simply against the sky. Not only was the task strenuous, but there was no food provided. Most people fought with plants for a day and were starving. They didn't starve to death, but how could they guarantee their condition the next day if they continued like this? Nian Yen Buwang and Ima Ping Chuan were also in a bad state. They used 3 substitutes throughout the day to successfully complete the task. Although they had collected 2 kinds of herbs, they didn't look happy at all. Is this really edible? It won't kill people, will it? She couldn't forget the grass root in her hand. Her face was full of disgust. This thing even dogs wouldn't eat. She had never thought that she would end up eating grass roots in her life. Yima Pingchuan frowned so hard that he could kill a fly. I don't know, I saw other people digging it. He tried to put the grass root covered with mud into his mouth, tried several times, but still couldn't make up his mind. Annoyed, he threw the grass roots 1 meter away. Forget it, I won't eat it. It's just 2 days of starvation. I won't starve to death. Nian Yen Buwang saw Ima Ping Chuan throwing away the grass roots, and without hesitation, he quickly threw away the grass roots. This thing is all dirt. She doesn't want to eat it. Without food, the two of them fought with the herbs for another day, and their physical strength was greatly consumed. Now they were leaning on the tree roots, and were so hungry that they were panicking. Ima Ping Chuan rested against the tree for a while, and then stood up. I go look for it again. If there is no food, drinking some water will do. After saying that, without waiting for Nian Yen Buwang to say anything more, he turned around and left. Nian Yen Buwang waited for Ima Ping Chuan to leave, then leaned against a tree, looking extremely unhappy. She was so hungry. This damn game, except for the clothes she was wearing, she was not allowed to bring anything else. If she hadn't brought the backpack she was carrying today, why would she starve here? Ima Ping Chuan was also useless. He couldn't even get her food. Waste. Nian Yen Buwang was so angry that she hit her thigh hard, and suddenly felt something in her trouser pocket. She took it out, and her eyes lit up. Nut chocolate? A small piece, a snack she had put in her pants pocket before. Discovering it now was like a pie in the sky. She couldn't stop thinking about it, and without a second's hesitation, she quickly stuffed it into her mouth, not wanting to chew it, and held it in her mouth carefully. The pain in her stomach was relieved. As for the smooth road ahead, she had already forgotten it. He went into the tree hole, and did not rest, but used her consciousness to organize the supplies in the storage space. This was her happiness. Although she had already sorted it out once, she felt very satisfied every time she saw the supplies in the storage space. This is very important as it affects whether she can have a good life in the future. When she bought it, she thought it was too much, but now she is sorting it out, she feels it is not enough. Nothing is enough. The only food she has is rice and flour, and everything else is lacking. At the beginning, she didn't have enough money and meat was expensive, so she didn't buy much. When she bought it, She thought it was enough for 2 years, but now she sees that this little meat is not enough. She can only live for 2 years, right? There are other snacks, instant noodles, and frozen foods, which are even more pitiful, and only those that are stocked in supermarkets. Ji read it once, and then put it behind her. Being anxious won't solve the problem. When it was completely dark around her, Ji went into the planting space. As usual, she fed the livestock and planted crops. After finishing the work in the field, Ji came to the hillside. The grass on the hillside was very lush, and the soil was very good. She pulled out some of it, and put it in the storage space. She took out the vegetable seeds she had bought before, and put them in a basin, and soaked them in water. Soaking vegetable seeds in water is good for them to germinate better. Ji learned this from watching videos. Ji soaked all the vegetable seeds she had on hand. The seeds were not expensive. She bought a lot at the beginning. If she was alone, she would have enough to eat for a lifetime. She must plant more radishes and cabbages. Not only pigs like to eat them, but she also likes them. The dried radishes are mixed with chili oil, which is so delicious. After finishing the work, Ji sat down at the table that was brought out at noon and started to eat. As usual, she saved time. Ji ate 3 big buns and a bowl of porridge. The time in the space is limited, she was reluctant to waste it, and she teleported out of the space immediately after eating. As soon as she entered the tree hole, she felt something was wrong. It was a quiet forest during the day, but suddenly there was a noise. And the noise was very close to her. This made Ji's heart skip a beat. She carefully put her eyes close to the tree hole and looked out. The forest was pitch black, and the only light came from the pollen on the tree trunk. Ji saw a huge black knight moving in the darkness with a faint light. It was very close to her. It hit the tree trunk in the grass, making a rustling sound. She held her breath, not wanting to be discovered by this thing. What on earth is this? Ji blinked and continued to observe carefully. Her angle was less than 1/3 of the monster, so she had to look up to see clearly. This posture made her feel very uncomfortable. And she couldn't see the whole picture of the monster. Just as Ji tried to open her eyes wide to observe, the black shadow in front of her suddenly stopped moving. Faintly, Ji seemed to see 2 thin things in front of the monster's head. They were swaying left and right. What is this? Is it a tentacle? Ji felt her heartbeat speed up involuntarily. She saw the tentacle approaching her in the dark, and it was getting bigger and bigger in Ji's eyes. She was startled and began to shrink back desperately. But even if she was scared, she tried not to make any sound, covered her mouth tightly, and leaned back desperately. The tree hole was not big to begin with, and even if Ji wanted to hide behind, there was not enough space. So in Ji's ears, the tentacle rubbed against the tree trunk, making a toothache sound, and accurately found the small hole left by Ji. Following the gap, it stretched in. It stretched a little bit. Ji's eyes widened, just before she wanted to hide in the space. Chapter 47. In the distant forest, a shrill and terrified cry suddenly came. Even at such a distance, one could still hear the fear in the sound, followed by several violent collisions. In the silent forest, it sounded particularly loud. The tentacles of the giant animal suddenly stopped and then quickly retracted. Ji did not move until the sound completely disappeared, then she collapsed and gasped for air. At this moment, she felt the cold sweat oozing from her forehead. She wiped it with her hand casually, and Ji leaned against the tree hole, not having time to be thankful that she had survived the disaster. I just felt terrified. With such long tentacles, it must be a bug, right? Only bugs can have tentacles, right? If there hadn't been a woman's scream in the distance just now, would she have hidden in the space? I'm going crazy. It's really scary. Ji had only one thought at this time, that he had to save some time in the space, try to save as much as possible, and save it for the critical moment. Ji shrank back into the tree hole. That night, there were constant screams of humans and sounds of insects moving in the forest, and Ji didn't get a good rest at all. She didn't dare to go out to check, so she could only put on the cloak as much as possible and cover herself, half asleep and half awake. She was awakened just after falling asleep, and she couldn't sleep well at all. Finally, it was dawn. Ji flashed into the space. It's not easy to accumulate time in the space. Even if she was scared last night, she didn't want to hide in it. And now she has to go in. There is no way. Feeding the livestock once a day is the minimum standard. There is really no way to shorten the time. You can't enter a copy and let all the livestock starve to death, right? First, feed them the grass cut yesterday. The cattle, sheep and pigs all eat it happily. Seeing that they eat well, Ji goes in to clean up the feces. They are quite obedient. The feces are piled in one place. He just shovels them away. Soon, they are all cleaned up. At the beginning, she was short of money, so she only bought one male and one female of each type of pig, cattle and sheep. Now she feels that it is too little, for fear that they will not grow well and affect her plan to eat meat in the future. After feeding the livestock, He flashed out of the space and started to eat. Afraid that the smell would spread, He chose to eat pasta. The noodles don't have a strong smell. After eating, the smell will dissipate after a while, and it will save you from causing other troubles. After picking up 18 wontons, He put a large spoonful of chili in them, and then ate them happily. It was really delicious. The wonton she made had thin skin and large fillings. The meat also had the fragrance of garlic sprouts. Every bite was a pleasure. The food quickly calmed Jihee's uneasy heart, and made her somewhat panicked heart settle down. This night was full of fear and physical exhaustion. After eating the wontons, Jihee drank up all the soup before she felt satisfied. After eating, Jihee flashed into the space. She wanted to plant vegetable seeds in the gap between the small earthen slopes. Jihee came to the small earthen slope and first checked the fruit trees. The fruit trees were growing well. Even tropical fruits such as durian and mango grew well in the space and grew taller. After checking the fruit trees, Jihee bent down and started to pull weeds. The grass seeds here grew very well after being sown, just right for feeding pigs, cattle and sheep. After mowing the grass, Jihee started to plant vegetables. Jihee picked the ones that sprouted faster and started to plant. In the gap between two fruit trees, Jihee dug a hole and started to bury the seeds, hoping that the soil here would be as good as the black soil. After planting the vegetables, Jihee did not forget to plant the cacti, aloe vera, and sugar cane that she had bought before. After planting the vegetables, she planted some grapes and strawberries, picking fruit seeds that did not take up much space. It took less than half an hour in total, and Jihee flashed out of the space. It was already a little light outside, and Jihee carefully poked his head out of the tree hole to observe carefully. The insects that were there last night were gone now. The whole forest returned to its initial calm. The trees were tall and thick. Jihee's arms couldn't wrap around any of the trees. Even so, Jihee was very sure that the tree couldn't hide those bugs. With just one glance yesterday, Jihee found that the bug's waist and abdomen were twice as thick as the tree. There were many doubts in his mind, but he couldn't find the answers. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't think about it. There are so many mysteries in the world, and it's not necessary to know everything. Jihee waited in the tree hole for another 15 minutes to make sure there were really no giant bugs. Then he jumped out of the tree hole and started looking for herbs again. Of course, she absolutely dared not take off her cloak. This is not a cloak. This is her life. The forest was quiet at this moment. Jihee moved slowly and carefully among the grass, and did not forget to shovel down the praslin when passing by. This is a good thing. The comfort of her life depends on this praslin. Jihee carefully searched in the forest for more than an hour, and did not encounter a human. This is a huge decrease compared to the frequency of her encountering people yesterday. Jihee patiently looked for the third plant. Luckily, after 2 hours, Jihee finally saw the third plant. The third herb was a red plant with thick leaves. What was needed was the film on its leaves. There was no one around at this time, and it was quiet. Jihee first carefully touched the badge on his chest to make sure it was still there, and then he slowly approached the herb with a shovel. The herb that had been motionless just now seemed to suddenly wake up, and the leaves in front of him first quickly closed, and then opened again, and did not move. Jihee stood there and waited for a while, and then approached again after seeing that it was indeed not moving. After Jihee approached, a few leaves slowly moved over and came in front of Jihee. Jihee could clearly see the bite wounds on them. Was it a bug bite yesterday? Jihee touched it, and the leaf shrank back. The film on the leaf was very slippery, and he couldn't use any strength. Jihee first used a knife to cut the film open, and then pulled hard. It wasn't particularly difficult, but it always slipped from his hands. Jihee was busy for a while before he gathered the required number. Just as she was about to wipe the sweat off her forehead, she heard a sound coming from the bushes behind her. Is someone coming? She didn't want to meet anyone at this moment, so Jihee didn't even raise her head, and quickly passed under the leaves and ran in the opposite direction. As soon as the person pushed aside the bushes, she saw a green figure disappearing not far away. Hey, wait, come back quickly, don't run. Let's team up to complete the task together. Come back, we are all players, we should help each other. Don't be so selfish. Chapter 48. Jihee didn't stop when he heard the shout, and he even ran faster. Who wants to team up with you? She has gathered all the things, and now she just needs to hand in the task items to pass this level of the game. What's the point of teaming up with you? Nian Buwang was so angry about Ji He's figure that he didn't even turn his head back, then he stomped his feet, and his face became very ugly. Who is this person? Why are you so selfish? We are all players who entered the game together. Is it wrong to help each other? A fat man next to her hurriedly comforted the goddess. Isn't it? No manners. Nian, don't be angry with her. I help you deal with her next time we meet. Nian Buwang's face was still very difficult, and there were only 3 people around her at this time. Yima Pingchuan couldn't be used as her bodyguard, and only a little fat man was not enough as a substitute. Looking at the fat man next to her, who looked flattering, she was full of disgust in her heart, but a sweet smile appeared on her face. Ji He turned a deaf ear to the abuse behind him, and quickly disappeared into the woods. Now there was one last problem in front of Ji He, which was to find the Xiaoshan pharmaceutical factory deep in the forest. Ji He didn't really know the way, and she had no experience surviving in the forest. She could only rely on her senses, and walk to the place where the jungle grew most luxuriantly. This shouldn't be wrong, right? Ji He walked through the forest carefully with her cloak on, and she would rather encounter herbs than humans along the way. By now, the others should have been hungry for a day and a half, and she didn't want to meet these hungry people. Ji He didn't forget to collect praslin along the way. Now that she didn't have the pressure of the task, she was more motivated to collect praslin. They didn't miss any praslin wherever they went. Ji He saw several people chewing tree bark and weeds while moving in the forest. There was no water source in the whole forest. If they didn't eat something, they wouldn't be able to walk to the center of the forest, let alone fight. Ji He saw them squatting on the ground digging grass roots, and couldn't help but sigh for them. Poor, too pitiful. Fortunately, she wasn't chewing tree roots. After working until noon, Ji He went into the bushes to eat. As usual, Ji He ate something with a light taste, and ate the steamed buns directly. Thinking of those people squatting and chewing grass roots, Ji He ate the steamed buns with pickles very deliciously. After eating, Ji He did not dare to stay for long and continued to carry the shovel and concentrate on working in the forest. In the afternoon, she did not give up trying other plants, but her talent seemed to fail again, and there was no reaction at all. There was no way, Ji He could only pick the prawn. Compared with other unknowns, it is more important to grasp the existing ones. This afternoon, Ji He wandered around in the forest, and finally saw the silhouette of Xiaoshan pharmaceutical factory. She was pleasantly surprised, but still didn't rush in. First, she carefully put away the green cloak she was wearing, then tied up the collected medicinal herbs with vines found in the woods, and carried them on her back. After making sure that the quantity was sufficient, she carried the shovel, and slowly walked towards the pharmaceutical factory. The gate of the pharmaceutical factory was made of steel, and was 3 meters high. Ji He looked like a dwarf standing in front of the gate. She walked carefully to the gate, but the gate didn't move at all, and she couldn't find a way to open it. Could it be that she had to wait until the time to go in? Just when Ji He was wondering, a small door suddenly opened in the middle of the gate. If it hadn't been for the small door opening suddenly, Ji He would not have noticed it at all. Ji He walked over carefully. Suddenly, an electronic sound came. Beep, scanning, please wait. Congratulations on completing the task. Please put the herbs into the recycling basket now. As soon as the electronic sound fell, a mechanical hand holding a bamboo basket suddenly stretched out in front of him. The basket was large enough for Ji He to put all the herbs in it. After Ji He put the herbs on his back into the canteen, the robot shone a laser beam and scanned the herbs one by one. Passed. Please come in. You have a staff meal. Please go to the staff canteen. After the robot took the herbs away, Ji He carefully stepped through the small door. The small door behind him closed automatically after Ji He walked in, tightly closed, and there was no trace of a door at all. Amazing! Ji He looked around and looked for the canteen. Did the electronic voice say there was a staff meal just now? This pharmaceutical factory is different from the farm. It is very modern, and has large machinery workshops everywhere. If Ji He had to choose, she would still like to go to the farm. She can get money from the farm, but what can she waste here? Can she get medicine? Medicine? Ji He suddenly thought, maybe she could go to the garbage disposal to see if there are some defective products with unqualified packaging. Others dislike it, but she doesn't dislike it. As long as it can be used, it doesn't matter if it's broken or torn. With a plan in mind, Ji He quickened his pace. She wanted to eat quickly while there were not many people around, and then walk around the pharmaceutical factory after dinner. The canteen was easy to find, in a small house with an open door. Ji He opened the curtain and walked in. A gust of cold wind blew in front of her, and then a stream of cold water sprayed all over her head and face. The smell was indescribable, a bit strange. Ji wiped her face with her hand, opened her eyes, and saw several people sitting at the table and concentrating on eating. 3 of them looked up at her, then lowered their heads again. The other few people didn't even raise their heads the whole time, they just kept eating with their heads down. Are these all the people who completed the task ahead of time? They all look strong. Ji only took a glance, then looked away, and walked to the table with food. There was a bowl of food, and a bowl of soup on the table. The food was a long and thin thing with white hair, with a sticky sauce on it, which made people lose their appetite when they were mixed together. The soup was dark green, and looked like the witch's potion in the movie I watched when I was a child. Ji was silent. At this moment, she thought a lot in her mind, and finally took out the plate next to her, filled herself with half a plate of rice and half a bowl of soup. Then she sat in a corner. This was her habit. She didn't like people behind her, which made her feel a little insecure. Looking at the food in front of her with white hair, and covered with sticky shit yellow sauce, Ji felt her hand shaking. How much courage does it take to eat it in big mouthfuls? But everyone else saw her come in, and it was inappropriate to turn around and leave without eating at this time. Everyone has been hungry for 2 days. Why don't you eat? Do you have food? At this moment, one of the people who came earlier stood up, holding an empty plate, walked back to the table, and served himself a big plate with a big bowl of soup, sat back at the table, lowered his head and ate. Ji. She gritted her teeth. Everyone else was eating. Why couldn't she eat? Close your eyes, and eat it. She picked up the fork with trembling hands, closed her eyes, and stuffed it directly into her mouth. She opened her eyes, as soon as she took the first bite. What does it taste like? It's damn delicious, not counting its strange appearance. The taste is so magical, I can't tell what it feels like, but it's really delicious. Although it looks ugly, it has inner beauty. Chapter 49. Ji chewed it carefully again. Yes, it was delicious. Then she ate it in big mouthfuls. She was not so resistant to the green soup. She took a big sip. Sweet and delicious, like a drink. There was a little fragrance when she tasted it carefully. Ji lowered her head and quickly finished the half plate in front of her. She also stood up to continue to serve the second portion. It must be said that the taste was quite intoxicating. She took out the posture of eating a buffet. If she didn't eat until she had to lean on the wall to leave, she would lose. Ji ate 4 plates in total, and felt that she had eaten until her throat was full. She put down the fork she had been holding, and picked up the soup next to her to drink. There was still some space in her stomach, so she used this soup to fill it up. While drinking the soup, she observed other people. These people had also finished eating at this time. Some of them lay on the table to rest, some simply lay on the bench, and some saw Ji and smiled and greeted her. Ji nodded, and then looked away. The meaning of resistance was obvious. The man was also quite tactful. Seeing that Ji was not enthusiastic, he did not come forward. Ji finished the last mouthful of soup, stood up, put the dirty dishes in the recycling area, and then slowly walked out. Time is limited. She still wants to explore the pharmaceutical factory, and can't waste it. The buildings here are all super large, with tight doors and windows in front, and Ji can't see what's inside even if she lies on the door. With the experience of finding things several times before, this time she specifically targeted the most remote place in the pharmaceutical factory. The medicines that have been made and are to be sold cannot be taken away even if Ji is found. People wouldn't give it to her for free. She could only take away the things she didn't want. Ji knew it in her heart, and she searched with a purpose, and found her target after a while. This was a very large red house. Although the front was still not open, it looked more dilapidated than other houses. She found the back door along the wall. There was no one at the back door, only a small gap, and the room was dark and nothing could be seen clearly. Ji bravely pushed the door inwards. The door was opened silently, and a metal block beside the door suddenly rotated and quickly assembled into a 2-meter-tall robot. The robot's eyes shot out light and scanned Ji up and down. With the experience of the previous times, Ji did not panic this time and stood still. Soon, a gentle female voice came to his ears. Garbage collector, safe. Ji, my friend, this is rude. I am called a resource recycling and secondary reuse specialist. After saying this, the robot shrank again and became a cube, and then remained motionless. Ji then saw her leaning against the wall and charging. Can I take something from the warehouse? She asked this question without expecting an answer, but just subconsciously asking for advice. Unexpectedly, there was a response. Yes, this room is full of garbage and needs to be cleaned regularly. The cube did not move, but the voice came steadily. Jihee's eyes lit up when he heard the first two words, and he could no longer care about anything else. He quickly took out the flashlight, turned it on, and observed the room with the light. This was a shocking sight. The room was filled with medicine. From top to bottom, it was piled up to the roof. How much medicine was needed? Jihee walked forward quickly. In front of her was a straw basket with a lid. She raised her hand to open the lid. It was filled with broken green strips of medicine. It was obvious that they were indeed unwanted. Most of them were broken into several pieces, and were not neat. Jihee picked up a small piece, and put it in her hand to observe it carefully. The talent that had been unresponsive for a long time finally worked for once. Insect repellent incense. For external use, it can completely repel insects within a certain range after being lit. Note, who would buy such small pieces? Leftovers. Jihee selectively ignored the last sentence. It's free, no money spent. What else can you ask for? Isn't this an enhanced version of mosquito coils? This is a good thing, and it just so happens that she doesn't have enough mosquito coils, so she can take more of these. Jihee didn't hesitate at all, and directly put a large basket of insect repellent incense in her hand into the space. Then she opened each box to take a look, and there was no surprise. All of them were insect repellent incense. Jihee took them all away without hesitation. Although these are not edible, it is a bit regrettable. But there are still so many empty spaces in her space, it would be a waste not to put them in. When Jihee's hands became numb, she finally saw a basket of different things, no longer in long strips, but in small round pieces. Most of them have small gaps on the edges and corners, or are irregular in shape. Jihee put them in her hands. Her talent responded again. Anti-insect medicine. It can effectively remove eggs and larvae in the body, and has a miraculous effect against zerd parasites. Failed products after the machine is old. This irregular medicine can't pass the test at all. Garbage. Jihee selectively blinded. Quickly put all the insecticides in his hand into the space. What if it is useful in the future? In the following time, Jihee quickly put the supplies into the space. In addition to the two types found before, she also found a liquid in a soft plastic bag. Insect repellent. After applying it on the body, it will emit the most disgusting smell of the zerg, making the zerg subconsciously stay away. The failed seasoning experiment actually smelled like grass. This is what customers hate the most, old garbage that can't be sold. Jihee subconsciously put his nose close to it, and smelled it. It actually smelled like stinky feet. No wonder it can't be sold. Who would buy this thing and apply it on their body? I'm afraid they are crazy. Although he was disgusted, Jihee still obediently put the whole box of insect repellent into the space. The smell was indeed a bit unpleasant, but thinking that he could survive under the giant insects last night, it was actually not unbearable. Although it stinks, it's beautiful inside. Although Jihee was desperately collecting, the things she collected were not too much for the entire warehouse. It can only be said that it helped to reduce the burden of the warehouse a little. Among all the medicines Jihee collected, insect repellent incense was the most. Basically 7 out of 10 boxes were his, and the number of insect repellent was relatively small, only 2 boxes, and 1 box was insect repellent. If ranked by preciousness, insect repellent should be the first. After all, you can walk around freely after spraying. The remaining insecticide can be ranked second, because it is taken orally. And the insect repellent incense can only be ranked third. Jihee was concentrating on collecting things in the warehouse, and had no idea that several quarrels had already occurred outside. The reason is simple. Food. Everyone is hungry, and wants to eat. But the food is limited, and it is not replenished after eating. Jihee and other people who came first can eat more and eat until they are full. But the last people who completed the task on time came to the cafeteria and saw that all the food had been eaten up, so they were naturally dissatisfied. But what's the use of this? Chapter 50. This game copy is a copy that lacks food. They just quarreled with the people in front of them, and those people couldn't give them food. A group of people gathered together, and went to find the robot. It's true, they found it. But the robot ignored them. In the end, it's just one sentence. According to reasonable calculations, all the food is enough. If there is no waste, everyone can eat their fill. If there is any accident, please solve it yourself. No matter how they reacted, the robot only said this. According to reasonable calculations, all the food is enough. Without wasting, everyone can eat their fill. If there is any accident, please solve it yourself. The full people sat in the cafeteria and did not come out. Only those who came late and did not eat were making a fuss. They were already hungry and thirsty for 2 days. If they did not speak, they felt their throats were smoking. They were like refugees. Some of them were so angry that they even fought, but the robot did not tolerate them. Anyone who dares to fight it will be killed. It instantly stunned everyone. But there were still some brave ones who kept protesting by grabbing the robot. This time the robot didn't do anything, but just kept saying the same thing, turning it over and over. They shouted for a while, and it seemed like they were going to faint. I'm really afraid that the mission will be completed, but I will collapse at the last moment. Gradually, fewer and fewer people made trouble. Everyone was too lazy to talk, so they just found a place to sit and rest, waiting for the end of the copy with an empty stomach. Time is up. All players who fail to reach Cyoxiasin Pharmaceutical Factory within the specified time have failed and are disqualified. They are now teleported out of the dungeon. He finally looked at the warehouse in front of him, which still had more than half of the warehouse left, and sighed. I really want to take them all away, but time is still too tight. I have to hurry up and complete the task next time. When he got home, He felt a wave of heat coming at him, as if he had returned from an air-conditioned room to a sauna room. Sweat soon broke out on his forehead. She quickly took off her clothes and looked up at the clock. 1 a.m. It seemed that this time she would enter the game for an hour. She had been in the game longer than before, but the time after she came out had not increased. Unable to figure it out, He quickly put it behind her mind. It was so hot. The game prompt sound came to her ears. Borrow another 50 billion from the sky. Congratulations on passing the game successfully. Start the game copy settlement now. Task completion level A. Get the following rewards. Bread X1, mineral water X2, biscuit X1, cabbage X1, 1 silver coin and 10 copper coins. The mall opens the free buying and selling mode. Welcome all players to experience it. The time of the next round of the game is unknown. Please stay tuned. As soon as the prompt sound ended, several items appeared on the table in front of Jihe. Jihe got up and took a look. The bread was the most common coarse grain bread, which looked as big as Jihe's fist and was wrapped in a piece of paper. The mineral water has no brand. It is in an ordinary plastic bottle, and it looks very much like a 3-No product. The biscuits are also placed in a paper bag. Jihe carefully opened it and counted them. There are about 10 pieces. There is nothing to say about the cabbage. It is pitifully small. Jihe gestured with his hand. It is as long as his palm. It is small. If you eat it sparingly, it can last for 2 meals. These supplies can probably support a person for 3 days if you eat them sparingly, and that is without much exercise. Add the silver coins given, and you can probably last for a week if you hold on. Jihe waved her hand, put the things into a special storage box, put them into the space, and took Pralin out of the space and put it on her body. Only then did she feel alive again. She had just come back a few minutes ago, and she felt a little breathless due to the heat. She pulled out a stool and sat down to open the chat channel. The channel was very lively, and it seemed that everyone had entered the game. Hi Baraka, damn it, I spent a lot of time and the task completion degree was only C level. I only gave a bottle of water and a dry bread. Who can eat it? 10 years. Be content, I only gave 1 kilogram of vegetables, which is only enough for my family to eat 2 meals. I want some food. Nyen Nyen Bu Wang, my brother is so strong, I envy him, vegetables are so precious. Misty Forest, I am different from you guys, the system gave me 5 packs of instant noodles, ha ha ha, enough for me to eat for 3 days. Spring Breeze and you, if you have any difficulties, you can come to me. I am not talented, but the company I run is among the top 500 in the world. As long as you are willing to protect my safety and help me complete the task, I can talk about supplies. It is not a problem to maintain the life before the natural disaster. Yu Jiao, I will guarantee it. What the boss said is true. Forget worry. This time I participated in the game on the farm. After completing the task, there is a canteen where you can eat. There will be some food. This is a benefit provided by the game to official players. If nothing unexpected happens, the game will provide us with a meal every time we complete a task in the future. Nyen Nyen Bu Wang, woo woo woo, I didn't complete the task in time. When I went to the canteen, other players ate up all the food. I could only starve and want to cry. Bao Dao Wei Lao, XXXX. They actually took advantage of us to outflank us when we entered the game. Luckily, I was brave and careful and hid in advance. Just wait for me. This matter is not over yet. Happy little genius. You deserve it. You don't think you are the only official players of the game, right? Let me tell you, there are a lot of official players in the army. They all belong to the country, and they have studied the game much more thoroughly than you, a mob. You deserve this fate. Bao Dao Wei Lao, XXXX. Don't let me meet you in the game. Happy little genius, right? I will remember you. Stamina Master, why are you pretending to be weak in the world if you can't forget me? With your poisonous widow talent, you are still pretending to be innocent? I am about to vomit. Tribute. Game coins can be used to buy food. Don't spend them recklessly. Maybe you can save someone's life when you are at your wit's end. Happy little genius. Tribute is right, but unfortunately, the mall cannot be opened after entering the game. I almost starved to death these 2 days, and the grassroots I ate were poisoned. Spring Breeze and you could also trade game coins to me, and I will exchange them with real money. Please private message me for the specific exchange standards. Stamina Master, everyone should be careful about Yin Yin Bu Wang. Don't let her know your ability, otherwise she can mobilize your body and control you. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If I hadn't met a kind person, I would have died. Yin Yin Bu Wang, don't listen to his nonsense. He wanted to pursue me, but I rejected him, and now he is a little angry. Chapter 51. He saw what the little physical master said, and guessed that this person should be the young man whose arms became strong after she saved him. He was able to complete the task successfully, so his ability was not bad. But she was not ready to recognize him. She was not good at fighting, so it was better for her to stay hidden. Continued to read, but did not see any new news. Everyone is now showing off the rewards for completing the task. Most of the supplies are bread, biscuits, instant noodles, mineral water, etc. I don't know if there are other things for the time being. He closed the chat channel and opened the mall. The system said that we can buy and sell in the mall this time. The mall page is divided into 2 parts. On the left is the system mall, and the same things are still there. The prices have not changed much, and they are still so expensive. He simply looked around and stopped. On the right, a new trading interface appeared. After clicking in, there are 2 options. Open a store/sell individually. He clicked on the store opening and took a look. Shop. The store opening fee is 10 gold coins. The store can have 100 items on the shelves at the same time. The store owner sets the price by himself. The goods sold must not be lower than the price of the system mall, but you can choose to barter, and each transaction will be exempted from half of the tax. Excuse me. He quickly closed the page and opened the retail interface. There were already a lot of items on it, including different sheets, quilts, clothes, pants, rice cookers, etc. They were all new, and the prices of each item were the same as in the mall, and some were even higher than in the mall. He saw several luxury goods from big brands, with a sky-high price of 5 silver coins. Really dared to write. He was not interested in any of these, so he took a look and skipped them, searching for food. 0. Her mouth twitched. Is there no one selling food? He tentatively clicked on the upper right corner, and soon an interface popped up, with the items on the left and the items to be exchanged on the right. He took out the braised sheep head from the space, tentatively cut off a few pieces of meat, and put them on, and the system quickly showed that it was passed, and reminded her that the price could not be lower than 1 silver coin. At the same time, after the transaction was completed, the system automatically deducted a handling fee of 30 copper coins. Silent scream. What a profiteer, what a profiteer, 30% handling fee, how dare you? And can it really be sold for 1 silver coin? At this time, she finally realized that the price of the store is not expensive at all. As long as you have 10 gold coins, you can reduce half of the tax. It is too cheap. It is a conscience price. The sooner you open a store, the better. Otherwise, you will only pay more handling fees for trading here, but he has no money now. 10 gold coins equals 1,000 silver coins. And the reward she got for completing this task is 1 silver coin and 10 copper coins. Great, she can open a store after completing 999 tasks. Groundhog screams. He expressionlessly closed the interface in front of her and silently put the sheep head in her hand into the space. The most important thing now is not to open the store. She has other things to do. Before dawn, he quietly left the house. It was hot during this period, and many people piled up garbage at their doorsteps. On this hot night, the stench was overwhelming. He wore a mask and walked out slowly with a flashlight. On the road, I saw many people driving out to buy things. It seemed that everyone was a little panicked. When he was walking, he saw many people put rice bags in front of their doors, with insects flying on them. He thought about it, and picked up the rice bags and put them into the space. People couldn't eat these rice, but they could feed chickens. Chickens eating insects can also supplement nutrition. While walking secretly, he suddenly found a pile of white things on the side of the road, and took a flashlight to carefully look at it. It turned out to be maggots. The rotten food was crawling with white wriggling maggots, and it was so dense that it was impossible to count them at a glance. He hurriedly walked a few steps and left this place of trouble. Finding a corner, he took the tricycle out of the space, rode it, and turned to the breeding base. In fact, he was not sure whether the breeding center was open or closed, so she wanted to give it a try. Fortunately, she was lucky and saw the lights on in the breeding base from a distance. Is there anyone there? She parked the car aside, walked quickly to the door, and started knocking. After a while, a middle-aged man shouted through the door, "Who is it?" "Boss, I want to come and see the poultry." He also shouted outside the door. Creak. The big iron door was opened, and the middle-aged boss carefully poked his head out, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Jihi. He had an impression of Jihi, who had just come to buy livestock not long ago. This kid was really good at bargaining. He didn't buy much, but he insisted on getting a lower price. If he couldn't get a lower price, he even gave him a lot of feed. Jihi saw the boss and nodded with a smile. "Boss, I want to come to our house to see the livestock cubs." The boss opened the door a little. "Come in." When Jihi walked in, she smelled an unpleasant odor. She took out the mask from her pocket and put it on. The boss didn't say anything when he saw Jihi wearing a mask. He looked unhappy at the moment. "What do you want to buy? Let me make it clear first. It's hot these days, and the livestock are not very energetic. Many of them have died. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If they die, don't come to me. And the price has also increased. You know about the chaos a few days ago. Now the price has increased several times. You will definitely not buy it at the same price as before." Although he had no money, Jihi said, "Okay, uncle, let's take a look first." The man saw that Jihi insisted on taking a look, so he took her there. The young livestock have weak resistance, and with the hot weather and power outage, a large number of them died during this period. He no longer expects to make money, and he will be thankful as long as he doesn't lose money. Jihi walked and looked at the livestock. They were indeed wilted, lying on the ground one by one without any vitality. They didn't react to seeing people coming. It seemed to be over. The situation was totally different from the last time she came to see him. The man observed Jihi's expression as he walked. Even if he was an expert, even if he was a person who knew nothing, he could see that these young livestock were not in good condition and might die. If the livestock were grown up, it would be fine. At least they could be sold and have some meat. No one came to buy these young livestock. In fact, he could guess why. It was easy to keep poultry alive in hot weather. Now there was a shortage of water and food. Raising livestock was a losing business. If he buys them back now, he will die. But he has to persist. All his assets are here. If all the livestock in the breeding base die, he will go bankrupt. How can he support his wife and children? But how can persistence be so simple? Now he needs to consume a lot of water and feed just to feed them every day. He also asked someone to find a generator to blow electric fans for them. But even with such careful care, a large number of them die every day. Chapter 52. Every day when I open my eyes, I lose money, and I have no way to deal with it. He saw it the last time Jihi came. This guy can't buy too much, just a few. But a few is fine. If he can sell more now, he will lose less later. Jihi looked around and knew what was going on. Since the boss was here, she didn't plan to do anything illegal. She turned to look at the boss and smiled. "Uncle, let's not talk about the situation of these livestock. If the price is right, I want to buy more. I need 4 boars, 3 sows, 2 male dairy cows and 3 female dairy cows, 2 male and 1 female beef cattle, and 3 ewes, a total of 18. What's your price?" The uncle calculated in his mind and said, "Girl, even if my livestock is not good, you can take it back and kill it for meat. Even if the pigs are small, each one should be about 10 to 20 pounds. Seeing Jihi nod, he was relieved and continued, "You know what the situation is outside now. The supermarkets are basically taken over by others. There are purchase restrictions. If you want to buy more food, you have to ask someone to find a relationship. The price is directly doubled." The uncle raised his hand and made it 10. Jihi continued to nod, as this was often mentioned in the morning market group. The prices of grain and meat have risen a lot now. There are many smart people. Seeing that Jihi did not object, the uncle continued, "Look, I won't kill you. You give me 100,000 yuan, and you can take this livestock away." Jihi was silent. Not to mention 100,000 yuan, she couldn't even take out 500 yuan now. After the uncle finished speaking, he observed Jihi's expression. Seeing that her expression did not change, and she did not speak, she was inevitably a little uneasy. Is the price too high? How about a lower price? These cattle and sheep are dying. If we don't sell them now, they might die soon. If not, we can sell them at a lower price. Can we use grain to buy them? He thought for a long time, but still didn't want to give up. There are not many things that can be bought through normal channels now. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he could buy them next time. Uncle, since you said to sell by weight, let's not talk about the price of beef and mutton. You know what these livestock are like. I don't know if they can survive if I take them back. If they die, I will just lose money. If you are willing, I will give them 100 kilograms of rice. No. The uncle frowned. You can add more, but this is too little, and these are all alive. It's hard to buy outside now. Although the uncle didn't think he could keep these half-dead livestock alive, it didn't stop him from raising the price. That's not how it's calculated. He shook his head and didn't give in. Uncle, these livestock are not in good condition. Maybe they will die as soon as I bring them back. I'm taking a risk. Even if you bring them back for meat, my meat must weigh nearly 200 kilograms. Then remove the skin and bones, at most 100 kilograms. The two of them talked back and forth, and finally decided on 110 kilograms of rice. The uncle's face also turned from gloomy to bright. Although these 110 kilograms of rice are not particularly much, it is also an income, which is one of the few good news in the past few days. Okay, uncle, let's pick the livestock first, and I go out to get food after that. Okay. The uncle was also happy. Isn't this another 110 kilograms of rice? It can also save a lot of feed and water, which is a good thing. The business was done, and both of them were happy. The uncle was in a good mood, and he didn't cheat He tried his best to pick healthy ones for he from a pile of half-dead livestock. He also checked it out, and found that it was just hot, nothing serious, so he nodded. After leaving the breeding center, he took out the tricycle, put 110 kilograms of rice, turned around and rode back. The uncle was so happy to see the rice that he quickly asked someone to lift the rice down, and helped he put the livestock in the back of the tricycle. He rode his tricycle back and forth several times to take the livestock away because it couldn't fit in one trip. In addition to a bunch of cattle and sheep, the uncle also packed a lot of fluffy chickens and ducklings for he in cardboard boxes. They all looked like they were about to die. Girl, come back after you've eaten. Why is there such an indescribable weirdness? He said goodbye to the uncle, and soon after riding out, he found a dark corner and put all the livestock into the space. These livestock were a little wilted when they first entered the space, and they all lay on the grass without moving. I'm not sure if I can feed so I poured some water for them and let them stay in the space for now. I put the tricycle into the space and rode home on a bicycle instead. She didn't forget that the space needed gasoline and diesel to upgrade. She even took a detour to see if there was any opportunity. Before reaching the gas station, he saw a lot of green trucks parked at the gas station from a distance. There were also a lot of figures in military uniforms coming and going, as if they were carrying something, and there was a tanker parked next to them. Well, this place has been taken over by someone. He turned around and rode away without any hesitation. She didn't want to stay here. What if she was caught as a bad element? After riding to 2 more gas stations, it was the same. He realized that this was a unified arrangement by the state, so she didn't force it. She really couldn't steal oil under the nose of the army. In addition to the gas station, she encountered many large trucks carrying supplies back and forth along the way. She was afraid of causing trouble, and avoided them from a distance. It took an hour to ride home, which usually takes more than half an hour. After arriving home, he carefully closed the gate of the courtyard, and then she felt relieved. Chapter 53. It's still comfortable at home. After closing the curtains, he turned and entered the space. The climate in the space was like spring, and the crops were growing vigorously. He immediately saw the livestock in the space. They had recovered by now, and they looked much better than when they were being raised, and were leisurely strolling in the grass. They didn't hide when they saw coming, and they concentrated on eating grass. He touched the little cow, and carefully observed its eyes and limbs. It was in good condition and ate well. The boss didn't cheat him. There was really no other problem, but it was too hot, and he couldn't adapt. Once in the space, it didn't take long for him to recover. He chased a few of them into the fence and sorted them. Then he turned around to look at the ducks and chickens that the boss sent. He didn't even count at the time. The boss directly sent a large cardboard box, which was full of sick but still breathing chickens and ducks. It wasn't long before, and the chickens and ducks that seemed to be fainting before were now standing in the cardboard box and calling loudly. There were also a few particularly lively ones running non-stop. Seeing their lively appearance, he couldn't help but sigh at the tenacity of life. He carried the cardboard box to the chicken coop, counting and putting chicks in it. She had only bought 12 chickens in total, but the boss gave her 28 chicks this time. This was more than she had bought. He put the chicks in the grass and let them move around on their own, leaving them alone. She turned around and went to the duck house, continuing the process just now. A total of 21 ducks were given, which was 3 times the number of ducks she originally had. After releasing the ducks, he also found a few geese that were obviously a size bigger. Gooselings and ducklings actually look similar, but geese are much bigger. He assigned 6 more geese to the goose house. So far, she has 40 chickens, 28 ducks, and 10 geese. He was very satisfied looking at the poultry on the lawn. Although she is not short of meat for the time being, the sense of security of having food at home is something that others cannot give. After all, she doesn't know if she can always get food in the dungeon. It's only a 1-star dungeon now. Who knows what a 2-star or 3-star dungeon will be like? After only a minute of admiration, he hurried out of the space to prepare meals for the livestock. There were many gas tanks in the space, but she was not ready to use them for the time being. Anyway, there was an earthen stove at home and some firewood. Use it first. If it is not enough, we will talk about it later. The piglets raised before have grown up a circle, plus the 7 new ones bought yesterday, a total of 9 pigs. Every time I cook, I need a big pot. For the time being, he is eating a mixture of feed and grain. Before the green vegetables in the space grow, add the leaves and grass that I was reluctant to throw away when I cooked a few days ago, boil them with the water used to wash the pot before, and then pour a few pounds of cornmeal into it. This is considered a good pig food. Purely natural, pollution-free, with both oil and carbohydrates, perfect. He has a special big pot for cooking pig food. After cooking, she feeds the pigs directly. She continued to sit in the kitchen and cut vegetables. This is the disadvantage of raising a lot of livestock. It takes a lot of time to cook for them every day. Chickens, ducks, geese, and quails also have the same standard. Green grass and cornmeal, no need to cook, just chop and stir, and it's a meal. Rabbits, cattle and sheep are easier, they only eat green grass, and she doesn't have to cook specially. I don't know if the green vegetables on the lawn are growing vigorously, or the number of cattle, sheep and rabbits is small. Anyway, it looks like there is enough food. He doesn't care about them. Let them eat on the grass, and only add a wave of hay before going to bed every day. After entering the space and feeding the livestock, he sighed silently as she looked at the poultry eating. Why doesn't her space have an automatic cleaning function? Every day, she still wastes a lot of time cleaning up the space. After thinking for a moment, he threw the idea behind her. It was a blessing for her to have a space, and greedy people would be struck by lightning. After feeding the livestock, she quickly fed the fish. The seawater and freshwater fish fry have grown a lot during this period. Although they are far from being edible, they are much bigger than when they first came, and they eat more feed accordingly. Even though she didn't buy much of each at first, there were quite a few varieties. When the sea fish grow up, there will be enough for her to eat. He has already planned that after this batch of grain is harvested, she will plant some soybeans and other things, and then she can use the soybean cakes after squeezing oil as fish feed. This will save her from having to go around looking for people to buy fish feed. He checked the space again, and saw that there was indeed nothing to do, so she left the space. Not very sleepy yet, he turned on the radio to listen to any new news. As soon as I opened it, I received the latest government notice. The weather is hot, please stay at home as much as possible, and don't go out to avoid heat stroke. Please trust the government, our country has sufficient material reserves, and will definitely meet the basic living needs of the people, and lead everyone through the hot weather. Now let the public know about the unrest that happened some time ago. After investigation, citizens aged 18 to 40 were dragged into a different world by a game some time ago. This game is called the helping game. Players who pass 2 rounds of the game can become official players. Official players will awaken their innate abilities, and the criminal gangs that caused chaos some time ago were official players who went astray. Please don't panic, look at special abilities rationally, adjust your mindset, don't be blind, don't believe in rumors or spread them. Now the country has issued a call for this. Please all official game players to register their information with the government where they live. Those with excellent abilities will be promoted to public officials with generous treatment. From now on, municipal supermarkets will be opened in various cities, and residents with no criminal record can use their ID cards to scan their faces to buy supplies. Please adjust the specific situation by each city. Please consult the street office of your area. When the country is in trouble, everyone has a responsibility. The following will commend the patriotic entrepreneurs who donated items enthusiastically. Master, donate 100,000 bags of instant noodles. Lily Yuan, donate 100,000 bags of small bread. After the host read it once, he continued to read from the beginning. He was puzzled and shocked. She didn't expect the country to suddenly drop such a big thunder. She actually chose to say it directly. She quickly took out her phone to check the community group. There was also a notice in it. Due to the hot weather, starting today, the working hours will be changed. The neighborhood committee will work from 7 p.m. to 5 a.m. Please notify each other. In the former Meihua supermarket, a district municipal supermarket will be opened. The business hours are from 7 p.m. to 5 a.m. the next day. Citizens with no criminal record can use their ID cards to scan their faces to queue up to buy supplies. The daily limit is 500 per person. At the same time, multiple free trade markets will be opened. Our trade market is not far from the Meihua supermarket. From 7 p.m. to 5 a.m. the next day, there will be police on duty, and residents can buy and sell in the free trade market. The city's water, electricity, and natural gas supply is implemented in different time periods and areas. Our area is supplied from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m., 2 hours a day. Please keep in mind and stock up on water. Our city has eliminated the gangs of evil forces, but there are still some members roaming around. Please report them actively. If the information is true, you can be rewarded with 10 kilograms of rice. For specific circumstances, please consult the Public Security Bureau of the area you belong to. Due to the hot weather, the country provides a unified shelter. The specific location is as follows. This information is a group announcement to ensure that everyone in the group can see it. Keek's mom, you only come for 2 hours a day. What can you do? We have to eat 3 meals a day. Home with 2 treasures. Limit purchases to 500 per person. What a joke. Now the price of rice has risen to 120 per caddy. What can you do with 500 yuan? Professional foodie. No, you are so calm. No one pays attention to the official players of the game. You said it's all young people. A beauty and nail art. What's the use? I didn't even make it to the first round of the game. I ran to the corner and squatted for a long time. This game has nothing to do with me. Sean Gu, you only come for 2 hours a day. Do you know that you can't buy mineral water in the supermarket? What do you want us to drink? We are so thirsty. Coco's mom, you can't buy vegetables and fruits in the supermarket now. We need to eat vegetables. Sean Gu, that underground shelter doesn't even have a toilet. How can we stay there? There are still people fighting for seats as soon as we leave. Is there anyone to take care of it? American ginseng. Picture, I use water to grow bean sprouts at home. If you want to eat vegetables, you can grow bean sprouts at home. Director Sue, let's learn more from American ginseng. It is normal to have difficulties in life. We must learn to overcome them actively. If you have good tips for life, you can also talk about them in the group, help each other, and overcome difficulties together. Sean Gu, I will pay. Can I rent a place? For the elderly and children at home, if you bring too few things, you will be short of things, and if you bring too many things, you have to leave someone to watch. Director Sue, get over it. We will not provide rental services for the time being. Everyone should be polite to each other. Director Sue, please take the initiative to come to the street office to sign up, and actively respond to the national call. American ginseng, if you really want to eat vegetables, there are still some wild vegetables outside that can be picked. We can sign up to pick wild vegetables together tomorrow. Coco's mother, it's so sunny outside, the wild vegetables must have died from the sun, right? Is there any more? Professional foodie, I don't know. Let's try. If we find it, we'll eat it. If we don't, forget it. Director Sue, the state has opened a window in the Meihua supermarket to recycle food with insects at home. If anyone has food with insects, you can take it for recycling. Coco's mom, you should have said it earlier. The food has been thrown away. Wu Wang, it's too hot to stay at home. The elderly have suffered from heat stroke and can only go to the shelter. There's no one at home. What's the use of the water and electricity for the 2 hours you come every day? You have to go home to get water to drink. The weather is hot, and you have to drive back and forth. There is a limit on the purchase of gasoline now. It's not enough to pay for the gasoline after tossing it once. Can you do something about it? Sean Gu, buddy, do you know about bus number 11? The community group is full of problems. Every family has a hard time. Chapter 54. He closed the community group and started surfing the internet. The internet is now exploding with information released by the state, as well as the stories of gamers. Many people are revealing the secrets online. Many posts have become popular. In addition to these gamers, many bloggers are teaching people life tips, including making ice with saltpeter. In this way, even if there is no air conditioning, putting the made ice in the house can also have a cooling effect. He remembered that she seemed to have bought saltpeter at the beginning, but she couldn't use it now. She has a solar generator, so why would she need saltpeter? She can sell the saltpeter appropriately and buy some more supplies later. She continued to flip through the pages and found the list of materials donated by patriotic entrepreneurs read out by the spokesperson of the state news. Many well-known large companies were on the list. The host excitedly promoted that these companies were patriotic activists and called on everyone to donate money and materials. He knew that this was the power of the state. When the world was peaceful, these people could live a carefree life in their own small piece of land, living a life of luxury. Now that the country is in trouble, it is their turn to donate money and materials. I guess every family has been skinned. But they have a deep foundation, so it is estimated that they will not be seriously injured. He continued to flip back, and many experts came out to predict that this extreme heat disaster will not stop so soon, and asked everyone to save water. He quickly wrote away, "Isn't this nonsense? There is only 2 hours of water supply a day." Her family has few people, and there are 3 taps connected together, so there is extra water. For those families with several people living together, the water they receive in 2 hours is used for drinking and eating, and there is not much left. Chinese people are used to saving money, and they feel uncomfortable if they don't save some money. If you have time to take care of these people, you might as well take care of the rich people. Watching it, Ji, who was originally a little careless, sat up instantly. This video is amazing. It is the country introducing gamers. There are men and women, wearing green military uniforms and masks. Even standing there, they look very imposing. You don't know much about gamers. Today I will introduce them to you. Gamers are uniformly named as talents by the country, and everyone will awaken a talent, and the awakened talents are different. There are 2 types of mutants, physical mutants and mental mutants. They will be supplemented at any time according to the situation. Let me introduce you to the talents of our country. This one is a gifted person with the gift of foresight. She is also a very outstanding official military officer of the country. Under her foresight, 22 gangs of evil forces were wiped out and hostages were rescued. This one has lightning powers. As soon as the national authoritative host finished speaking, a cluster of lightning suddenly appeared in the man's hand, and then he grabbed the light bulb with his hand, and the light bulb lit up instantly. The host's enthusiastic voice came from the microphone. What a magical power! With the awakening of the abilities of the gifted, the future of our human race will definitely reach a new height. This is a physical mutant. After his transformation, his strength, recovery, and defense will be improved to varying degrees. After the host introduced him, the man in green military uniform took off his shirt and instantly completed the transformation. In the video, you can clearly see that his arms instantly became twice as thick, grew long black hair, and his nails became very sharp. He bent down and directly carried a large steel bar, walked back and forth in the studio, and looked very relaxed. The host continued to introduce, and introduced 5 in a row. Each of them was very powerful, but there was no one with healing ability. Ji frowned. Was it not mentioned? Or was it not there at all? She couldn't think of it, so she had to put this idea aside for the time being. The channels for her to get information were too narrow now, and she didn't know enough about the gifted, so she couldn't draw a conclusion. After just a short while, the phone was hot. Fearing that it would affect the battery life of the phone, Ji turned off the phone and threw it into the space, and took out the insect repellent incense and lit it. In just a short while, she could feel mosquitoes buzzing around her ears. Even if the screen window was installed, there was still a door, which was hard to prevent. Chapter 55. Ji reached out and found the insect repellent incense from the space and lit it. The insect repellent incense gave off an indescribable smell. Not long after it was lit, Ji felt that all the insects flying around her disappeared. Ji sighed. This copy is really a treasure. She likes the 2 copies she has entered so far. Although they are a little dangerous, the rewards are also quite generous. She lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling and brewing sleep. It is said that the unknown is the most terrifying. The government has taken a trick to cut off the firewood from the bottom of the pot, directly putting the game players in the open, and openly telling you what is going on. Now those who are ready to rely on their abilities to be the boss are probably dumbfounded. In addition, the government is recruiting a large number of talented people, and there will definitely be many people who will join the government. With the support of the army, the government will still be the boss. Those who want to take advantage of the chaos to make trouble will probably not be able to make a difference. Ji-hee felt relieved when she thought of this. She still hoped that the society could be stable. Only when the society was stable could she live a comfortable life. Otherwise, she would have to hide from place to place every day, always on guard against bad guys coming to steal the house. Just thinking about that day would make her feel uncomfortable. Of course, there will definitely be people who are unwilling to obey and want to challenge the authority. There are always such people. Even in peacetime, there are still many gangsters with sticks, and now it is even more so. As long as the number is not too large, it's no big deal. She can still live a good life if she is careful. This feeling is much better than the apocalyptic stories she read before. It's a good thing to have someone tall to hold up the sky when it falls. Although she thought so, Ji-hee didn't plan to register her identity as a gamer with the government. If people around her knew about it, they would know it, but if she went to the government, they would definitely investigate it carefully. I guess they would even ask what talent is. And there must be special personnel to verify it. Her talent is not like others, so it is not easy to tell others. The main problem is that her combat power is not strong. Others awaken combat talents, but she is the only one who awakens auxiliary talents. As for the scavenger talent, let alone, if it is not used in conjunction with her space, it is basically useless. Even if you find garbage in the dungeon, what can you do? You can't bring it back? Then why bother looking for garbage in the game? If you want to play a role, the space will definitely be exposed. If these people outside knew that her space could be used for farming, wouldn't they eat her alive? And who knows if she has any strange talents, like taking over other people's bodies, controlling others, etc. Ji-hee shuddered with fear. No need, forget it. Let her live like an ordinary person. Only those with strong abilities can help others. As she is now, it's good enough for her to take care of herself. But Ji-hee was not too panicked. There must be many people like her who didn't sign up. As long as she didn't cause trouble and obeyed the requirements of the country, the officials wouldn't hold on to her. Didn't you see that the government didn't mention the supermarket robbery incident a while ago? The more she thought about it, the more energetic she became. Ji-hee didn't feel sleepy at all, so she simply opened the mall. She hadn't forgotten that she wanted to sell something before she left. As usual, she searched for food. It showed that it was not as empty as before she left. There were still more than a dozen items, such as steamed buns, dumplings, and stir-fried dishes, but the price was sky-high, 1 silver coin for 8 dumplings. Ji-hee, you are so brave to sell it. Will anyone really buy it? Spend 1 silver coin to buy 8 dumplings from you. In fact, the mall also has food. Instant noodles are 20 copper coin/bag, although it is not cheap, but much cheaper than these people's ready-made. 1 silver coin can buy 5 bags of instant noodles, enough for 5 meals. Chapter 56. If you have money to eat this dumpling, you might as well eat instant noodles, or bread, which is only 10 copper coins each. Ji-hee just sighed, and the dumplings in front of her disappeared directly in front of her eyes. Ji-hee, shock. Ji-hee said nothing, silently opened the transaction interface, put a few pieces of cucumber, and then rewrote the price. 1 silver coin. The system passed. If someone buys, she will buy. If no one buys, she will lower it again. Of course, she did not forget to choose anonymous transactions. She just wanted to live her life quietly, and didn't want to be caught. Ji-hee put 10 pieces of smashed cucumbers at once. When she put the 11th piece, she hesitated for a moment, and chose the form of barter, writing 2 liters of gasoline on the right. The system showed that the price was too low, and was not approved. It was not until it was changed to 5 liters that the system showed that it could be traded. Ji-hee then put another 10 pieces of smashed cucumbers to trade for gasoline. She was not going to give up the space. If she could upgrade the space in this way, it would be good. After posting all the transactions, Ji-hee was a little sleepy. She closed them all, and closed her eyes to sleep. Ji-hee set the alarm for 3 p.m., lay down on the bed, and fell asleep quickly. He had no idea that people were rushing to buy food after they found out that gasoline could be exchanged for food in the mall. Although gasoline is expensive, there are so many cars out there, and there are so many in any one of them. Compared to vegetables, it is simply too good. But food is different. In just a few days, people have had enough of biscuits and instant noodles. They just want to eat a proper meal. The price of meat and vegetables has risen so much recently that they can hardly afford it. How could they bear to see the smashed cucumbers? Although it is a bit vegetarian, it is still a dish. They all took out gasoline from their cars to exchange for food. Usually, the food is abundant, but they have to be picky. It feels like 10 kilograms of rice can last for several months, but after just a few days at home, the food consumption at home has become extremely fast. Even the little girl who usually tries to lose weight, in this hungry situation, doesn't even think about losing weight. She can eat a big bowl of rice mixed with pickles. 10 kilograms of rice, in the absence of meat, vegetables, and fruits, a family of 3 may not last more than 3 days with pickles. How could one not be tempted by the vegetables at this time? I'm just afraid that I won't grab them fast enough. With Country A's propaganda in the lead, many big countries also held press conferences to introduce the existence of gifted people to their citizens. At the same time, many game players also confessed to their families, and for a while, they became the children of other families in the mouths of many relatives and friends. There is no other way for the country to choose to be public. When the game recruits people, it faces all people aged 18 to 40 in the world. It can be said that as long as the age is met and the consent is confirmed, even if the first copy is not passed, they will have some understanding of the game. Hiding it will only make the incident more and more intense, so it is better to speak out openly. Deepening understanding can also reduce the fear of the unknown. The identity of game players is gradually accepted by more and more people. More and more people understand what kind of people the official players are. They also learned about their tasks, and some people were happy and some were worried. The joy is that when others can't buy supplies, these players can still buy food through the mall. The worry is that the task is dangerous, and if it is not completed, it may be life-threatening. Chapter 57. Villa Area. Ji-hee's Uncle Ji-hwa's house. Ji-in was lying on the sofa playing with her phone. Her family was well off, and Uncle Ji had gotten a diesel generator early on. Now there was electricity at home, and the air conditioner was on. Life had not changed much from before the disaster. It was just that the diet had become much more monotonous. She couldn't eat cakes, drink milk tea, or go shopping, which made her, who loved to show off, feel that life was a bit boring. Ji-in was talking to her friends about official players. The few of them, who usually played together, thought the game was a scam and refused. Even if there were curious people who clicked in, they would be eliminated in the first game, and there was not even one official player. Ji-in typed frantically. She regretted that she should not have refused at that time. She would definitely be able to become an official player. Sister In from Society. If I had not fallen asleep at that time, I would definitely be a gifted person. Life is easy. I regret it too. I was singing in KTV at that time. I didn't take it seriously at all. I thought it was tinnitus. T-Egg Superman. Damn it. I went in, but I couldn't get through the game at the beginning. Strawberry Cake. Tell us what the game copy is like quickly. Sister Social Sound. You didn't seize such a good opportunity? T-Egg Superman. Ah, what did you seize? Do you know how perverted this game is? When I went up, I was given 2 books and asked to memorize them. I had an exam the next day. Each book was 1 centimeter thick. I'm not good at memorizing things. How could I possibly memorize them? Life is easy. Exam? I saw someone say that their game copy is only 1 day. T-Egg Superman. It's the 2nd day. I don't know about others, but my first game copy was 2 days. I recited books for a day, felt dizzy, tired, and hungry, and had no choice but to go to the canteen to steal food at night. I was almost caught by the patrol. Sister Social Sound. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. What did you steal? T-Egg Superman. I won't tell you. Strawberry Cake. Let me guess, you don't chew rice raw, do you? T-Egg Superman. I won't tell you. I tell you, only he can pass such a perverted copy, and others will just give up. Sister Social Sound. What a joke. If she passes, I will live stream washing my hair upside down. Life is easy. That's right, we didn't pass, let alone that nerd. When Ji-in was chatting, she suddenly heard the door open. She looked up and saw that it was Ji-hee's Uncle Ji-hwa who came back. His forehead was covered with sweat, and his sparse hair was stuck to his scalp. His branded t-shirt was soaked with sweat and stuck to his body. Where was the successful person he usually looked like? As soon as he entered the room, he wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand and sighed comfortably. The air-conditioned room was still more comfortable. Dad, are you back? You look hot, go take a shower quickly. Seeing her dad coming back, Ji-in quickly stood up from the sofa and walked to the door. No need, where's your mom? Ji-hwa wiped the sweat from his face with his hand and turned to look for someone. Ah, phone, come with me to move things. No one answered after calling for a long time. Ji-hwa couldn't help but frown. Why didn't he stay at home in such a hot day? I went back to my grandma's house, Jean said casually, not taking it too seriously. She felt that the country was overreacting a bit. It was just a hot day, so why should everyone stay at home? Dad, you're back now. Can you drive me to Qianqian's house? Jean felt a little bored staying at home and wanted to go play with her classmates. Chapter 58. Where are you going? It's so hot outside, aren't you afraid of getting a heat stroke? Ji Hua frowned when he heard his wife run back to her parents' home again, and stretched out his hand to call Jean. My daughter, come and move things with Dad. Dad asked someone to bring back a truckload of supplies. It's so hot, you sweat all over when you move. Jean hesitated and didn't want to go. Hurry up, there are potato chips and Coke you asked for inside, don't drink them if you don't move them. Ji Hua frowned. He really should let Jean go out to see what it's like outside. She was so squeamish about moving things. Jean was a little happy when she heard about Coke. She had been losing weight before, so there weren't many drinks in the refrigerator at home. She only drank water these days, and her mouth was tasteless. Ji Hua saw Jean finally get up, and without saying anything, he walked out first. As soon as Jean left the air-conditioned room, she rolled her eyes because of the heat. She was sweating all over her body, and her skirt stuck to her body, which was sticky and very uncomfortable. But seeing that her father's clothes were soaked with sweat, and he was still working, she didn't dare to sneak away, so she had to move home while complaining. The two of them moved the things back home after 10 trips. They were so tired that they sat at the door and panted. Jean squatted down to look at the things. Dad, why are there only instant noodles and biscuits? I want to eat meat and vegetables. It's good to have something to eat. Ji Hua didn't indulge her. Do you know how expensive things are outside now? I asked someone to get these things, so don't waste them when you eat them. Jean took out a bottle of Coke, unscrewed it, and took a big sip. Dad, I also want to eat beef jerky and duck goods. Yeah. Ji Hua wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand. I find a way. The state has requisitioned all the materials. It's hard to get something out now. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Ji He was woken up by the alarm clock on time. With Pralin, she was not awakened by the heat. She slept until now, and felt pretty good. The sunlight shone in through the gaps in the curtains, very bright. Ji He lay on the bed and listened. There was silence around her, unlike the usual bustle. It seemed that she was the only one left in the world. It was probably too hot outside, so she either hid at home or in the underground shelter. I watched the videos they posted about the underground shelters these days. The environment inside is just okay. As for how cool it is, it's not 40 degrees, but it's around 38 degrees, not that cool. But compared to staying at home, there are doctors to help treat those who faint from heat stroke in the underground shelters. Turn on your phone. As usual, watch the news first. Many experts are analyzing the causes of this extreme heat disaster, and how to get through it smoothly. They also told everyone to drink more water, be careful of heat stroke, and take first aid measures after heat stroke. Ji He listened for a while, and then switched to the next video. This video was from an agronomy expert, who encouraged the general public to actively plant plants that grow in desert areas, such as sand onions and cacti. He said that people in desert areas can survive, and we can resume production, and live a normal life if we adapt to the high-temperature environment. In addition to these plants, he also introduced several green vegetables that can be grown at home with water, such as garlic sprouts, mung bean sprouts, and soybean sprouts. Ji He listened for a while, and thought it was quite useful. She remembered that she bought a pot of cactus and a pot of aloe vera, and maybe she could grow these too at home. Cactus can survive in the desert, so it shouldn't be a problem here. Ji He waited until she was fully alert, then clicked on the mall to see how the things she hung before going to bed were selling. Chapter 59. This is a big deal. All the food has been sold out. Ji He was instantly alert, and quickly collected the money from the sales. Originally, there were 10 silver coins, but after deducting 30% tax, she got a total of 7 silver coins. The same goes for gasoline. Originally, there were 50 L, but she got 35 L. The tax deduction really made her feel bad. Ji He gave all the gasoline to the space. She didn't plan to change the gasoline for the time being. The tax was too high, and it was not suitable. She wanted to open the store first. This way, she could pay less tax. At this sales rate, if she saves up for a while, opening a store is definitely not a dream. Ji He took the prepared food out of the space. She paid attention to the quantity of each portion, which was not too large. After all, if the quantity was too large, the system price would also increase. If it was too expensive, She was afraid that others would not be willing to buy it. Selling food in the mall does not require tableware. She only needs to put the food on the tableware, and the buyer can provide the tableware himself, which can also save her a lot of money. He picked up the stir-fried rapeseed and put it on the table. Although she was anonymous, no one could find her. But he also knew that food was not particularly scarce when the natural disaster first came. If people saw the size of an alien duck head, they might not buy it. Her main task now was to save money to open a store, not to exchange supplies and free up space. Those things would not go bad if they were stored in the space. She would sell them if she could, and she would eat them if she couldn't. There were 140 portions of rapeseed in total. Although each order was not too much, after placing them, most of Jihee's bucket of rapeseed was gone. She put the remaining food into the space. Calculating the income, if all these are sold successfully, she can earn 98 silver coins. 1,000 silver coins is simply too far away. She gritted her teeth and took out pralin. Yes, this cooling artifact is definitely what everyone needs most now. The temperature outside has reached 55 degrees, and if you go out, you will definitely get sunburned. Jihee didn't know how long this area could stay cool, but there should be some time limit. She put it on at around 7 o'clock in the morning, and it was still cool until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Jihee first put pralin into the system mall to see how the system judged it. Soon, it was displayed below that the system price was as low as 3 silver coins. Is this equivalent to 3 servings of dumplings? She thought about it. Scarcity makes things valuable. This thing is undoubtedly the most effective in dealing with hot weather. It is like carrying an air conditioner with you, which can save many people from the danger of heat stroke. It is definitely more expensive than 3 silver coins. So she decided to raise this a bit, and the palm-sized piece was priced at 5 silver coins. It's not that she didn't want to set it high, but silver coins are too rare. Now players have no money. She only gets 1 silver coin for completing an A-level task. The price of 5 silver coins is not low. Jihee put 10 tablets on the shelf first, ready to test the waters. The note below reads, "Cooling artifact, mobile air conditioner, anyone who uses it will know." After putting everything on the shelf, Jihee stretched and got up to prepare for dinner. It was about 3:30 in the afternoon, and the sun shone through the curtains. Jihee walked to the window and just opened the curtains, and was dazzled by the sunlight outside. It was amazingly bright. She seemed to vaguely see that the air was distorted by the sun. How could this be? There were a lot of weeds growing on both sides of the street, but now they were all sunburned and lying dry on the ground. Jihee only looked for a while before closing the curtains. No one could go out that day. They would probably get skin cancer if they were exposed to the sun for too long. Jihee walked into the kitchen and saw many insects flying in the sky. She frowned. Even if the doors and windows were closed, there would still be insects flying in from all corners. She quickly took out the insect repellent incense from the space and lit it. As the insect repellent incense slowly burned, the insects around her were still flying wildly at first, but soon, they fell to the ground one by one in front of Jihee's eyes, and then they were motionless. Jihee was very satisfied and took out a broom to clean up the dead insects. These insects were collected together and fed to chickens and fish later. After finishing the work, Jihee prepared to sit down to eat. Although it was afternoon, it was also the first meal of the day. She wanted to drink some porridge. She took out a plastic bag, put it on the big bowl, and then scooped a spoonful of black rice porridge and added a lot of white sugar to the porridge. She liked to drink sweet porridge. Plastic bags are good things. With them, Jihee doesn't have to wash the dishes. After eating, she just needs to throw the plastic bag away. How much water can be saved? Jihee thought of this and praised herself. She was really smart. There was no water, electricity, or gas at home, so Jihee had nothing to do, so she was not in a hurry to eat. She played with her phone while eating. The country probably didn't stay idle at night. It interviewed many companies and caught many tax evaders. The information published online was not finished for more than 2 minutes. Not only did it have detailed information on the donations of companies, but it also had a contact number at the bottom in large fonts. It was convenient for everyone to find the contact information in time when donating materials. This has nothing to do with her. The government probably doesn't care about the little she has. Jihee drank a bowl of porridge, ate 2 big buns, and a plate of pickled cucumbers before putting the bowl down. She put the leftover plastic bags and disposable chopsticks into the space to avoid attracting bugs in the house, and planned to go out and find a chance to throw them away at night. Jihee sat on the sofa and opened the mall. She wanted to see how the things were selling. As soon as she opened it, she found that the interface had changed, and there were already dozens of stores at the top. They are named Agwapu, Kagwapu, Ugwapu, Argwapu. Jihi, You can tell who opened it from the name. Can you say it is worthy of the power of the country? It has only been out for a short time, and there are already stores? It is indeed very powerful. Jihi clicked in to take a look. There is nothing special about the things. They are all things that can be bought daily. In addition to these, each store has a promotional slogan, calling on gamers from all countries to register with the official website in time. Jihi closed the store and turned to look at the things he sold. Only a few portions of food were sold, but pralines were all sold out. Jihi was delighted and put another 50 portions on the shelves. It seems that whether the store can be opened depends on praline. After putting the things on the shelves, Jihi sat on the bench, took out the food from the space, and started to cook for the livestock. After the food was prepared outside, she flashed into the space and started to feed the animals. Seeing dozens of chicks running all over the ground, Jihi did not take out the prepared chicken feed immediately. She took out the wormy food picked up from the roadside from the storage space. She wanted to see if the poultry would eat it. If not, she would take it to the country to exchange it at night. The chicks were very excited to see her. They knew her at a glance and rushed over one after another. Although the new ones were numerous, they were small in size and could not squeeze through the big ones. Jihi smiled and took out a large stainless steel plate, bent down, and poured the wormy food into it. Chapter 60. As soon as the water was poured in, the first batch of chicks relied on their large size to quickly move forward and frantically began to pick out the black bugs in it to eat. They pecked their heads quickly on the stainless steel plate, making noises, and even Jihi ignored them. The second batch of chicks couldn't squeeze in, and they kept crying anxiously at the back. Jihi saw this, and poured a lot of cornmeal mixed with grass into the food bowl on the side. Eat it, eat more to grow faster. Compared with chickens, quails are much smaller in voice and size, so they naturally eat less. Jihi made a little more when feeding the chickens, which was enough for the quails. After taking care of the livestock, Jihi went to the hillside to look at the vegetables planted a few days ago. They have already sprouted and are growing well. It looks like they will be ready to eat in a while. Jihi felt relieved when she saw this. She was always uneasy when she only consumed but not replenished. Now she could sell things in the mall to exchange for gasoline, so she must not miss it. She didn't know how much gasoline she would need to upgrade the space. Even if there were a lot of supplies in the space, she couldn't guarantee that she could upgrade the space smoothly. After all, she couldn't take out all the supplies to upgrade and starve herself to death, right? Wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? Jihi bent down and pulled out the weeds that she had planted some time ago and put them aside. Find out the seeds and continue to plant vegetables and fruits. In order for the livestock to grow meat happily, there must be no problems with logistics. After leaving the space, Jihi began to contact the boss who bought gasoline last time on her mobile phone. She bought a lot of saltpeter at the beginning and put them all in the space. Now that she has praline, she naturally doesn't need so much. She was going to sell them and exchange them for a batch of gas cylinders. They would need them sooner or later. The two of them went back and forth for a long time, and finally the boss agreed to buy 20 gas cylinders for 3 lion of saltpeter. This price was totally unexpected for Jihi before. It happened that the boss was going to set up a stall at the nearby free trade market in the evening, and Jihi agreed to meet him at 7 p.m. Jihi planned to put these 20 gas cylinders in the space, not to use them for the time being, in case of emergency. Cooking with gas is still convenient. Just turn it on. It is much more convenient than other things. On the other side, the boss who sells gasoline is also happy. His business has been greatly affected by the hot weather during this period. First, there was a limit on the purchase of grain, and he had to beg for help to buy some grain. Then the state conducted a strict investigation, and the people came to take away a large amount of gasoline and diesel from him. There was no way, because this was an illegal business. He was thankful that they didn't catch him, so how could he dare to say anything? After all this trouble, his bank account was almost emptied. How could he not worry if he only spent money but didn't make any money? Regardless of whether the business is big or small, saltpeter is a good thing. A good start is always a good sign. He can also take it out to exchange for some food. This world is going to be in chaos. In fact, the gas tank business is not as good as Jihi imagined. The main reason is that everyone has no meat or vegetables at home now. Even if you buy a gas tank, you can only boil water and cook noodles. The stockpiled goods in the refrigerator were consumed during the power outage. It was okay a few days ago, and I could buy some vegetables. These days, it is particularly difficult to buy. I queued up in the supermarket. It was good to be able to grab a cabbage and 2 tails of meat. In this way, even if the country does not cut off the natural gas, people will not use it so many times a day. Chapter 61. Cooking and the like, few people have done it these days. He opened the morning market group. Once opened, the group, which was usually full of people buying and selling things, turned into a discussion meeting. Everyone was talking about the official players of the game. Vegetable Prince. I asked someone, as long as the official players go to the government to enter their information, they will have the opportunity to be promoted to civil servants. Not only will the government arrange a job for them, but they will also provide 2 free meals every day. Electrical appliance franchise. Wow, don't tell me who you are? Chun Wan Huakai, no vegetables brothers, don't forget each other when you get rich. Do you remember that I always saved your seat when you came late? Vegetable Prince. I thought about it. I was eliminated in the first round when I entered. My wife was pregnant, so I didn't go at all. Fuchung Bozi. Hee my son is. This kid is usually a taciturn person. I didn't expect that he would do great things quietly. I will accompany my son to register in the evening. When he becomes a civil servant, I will treat you guys to a meal. Oldly, the grain seller. Hey, we have a deal. We must treat each other. Fuchung Baozi. Definitely. Our family will depend on my eldest son to carry on the business in the future. At Chicken King, remember to leave 5 chickens for me, so I can treat you. Chicken King. It's over. All the chickens are dead. Picture G. He clicked on it, and saw that the chicken farm was full of dead chickens. The number was frightening. Chicken King. It's over, we're bankrupt. I went to sleep today, and found all the chickens dead when I woke up. I called the relevant departments, and they said they come and collect and destroy them to prevent an epidemic. Chicken King. Not only me, I sent messages to many colleagues. Their livestock, not only chickens, but also pigs, cattle and sheep, all died today. The government can't collect it. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Hurry up and stock up on food. Vegetables and meat are gone. What will we eat? As soon as these words came out, the group that was lively just now suddenly became quiet. He was so scared that she quickly probed her consciousness into the space. She had to see the chickens and ducks to calm down. The livestock didn't know that a large number of their kind died outside, and they were still jumping around in the space, looking healthy. He was relieved a little bit. She was scared to death. Don't let her chickens and ducks get infected. He found the chicken farmer in the group, added him separately, and asked him if he had any bosses who sold fish feed and wheat bran. The chicken farmer was easy to talk to, and quickly pushed her contact information, and told He that the boss was a good person, and that the price of fish feed had dropped a lot during this period, and he was having a big sale. He thanked the chicken farmer, and quickly spent half a pound of saltpeter, and 50 pounds of rice, to exchange for a warehouse of fish feed, and a warehouse of wheat bran. The boss was so happy, that he asked He to come to trade tonight. During this period, not only did many poultry die, but also a large number of fish died in the water. The water temperature rose, and the fish could not adapt. As many fish died, no one bought feed. He stored it in the warehouse, but was reluctant to throw it away. He was afraid that it would go bad. He was so worried that he couldn't sleep at night, and he had several more white hairs. Now someone finally bought it, and took 50 kilograms of rice. He immediately decided to cook a bag of instant noodles and a sausage at noon. He finalized the transaction for the evening, and clicked into the game mall again. There are still a lot of food left from the previous listings. Although they are being sold, the sales are not fast. It seems that it is still expensive for people nowadays. However, all 50 portions of prawn were sold out in a short period of time. Many people left messages for him in the background. He thought about it, and decided to chat. Xiong Tian borrowed Wu Bai again. Anonymous hello, how much do you want? Fitness handsome guy, 1 silver coin each, I will buy 100 portions, how about it? If you agree, we can trade. He simply did not reply. This guy seems to be stupid. She should stay away from fools. Silently, she put 50 more prawn on the shelves. During the time when he was selling goods, many stores were opened in the game mall. He took a look and silently closed the interface. There was no point in being anxious, as there were no silver coins. After checking that there was still some time before the evening transaction, he took out prawn and flashed into the space. Although she shoveled a lot from the woods, it would probably be sold out in a short time if she continued to sell like this. He wanted to try whether he could grow it. Since it is the most common plant in the Paklari continent, the growing conditions should not be too harsh, right? When Ji-hee dug them down, they were from the tree. This time, Ji-hee also planned to plant them on the tree. However, standing in front of the fruit tree, Ji-hee didn't know how to start. Praslin is a bit like a moss plant. A thin piece is light in the hand. Ji-hee tried to stick it to the fruit tree, but as soon as he let go, a small piece of praslin floated down along the fruit tree. Ji-hee, I have a bad feeling. Ji-hee did not give up and circled around the fruit tree several times, but the praslin just wouldn't stick to it. Finally, she tried to dip the praslin in water. She wondered if it would stick if it was dipped in water. It turned out to be a waste of effort. The plant refused to stick to it. Finally, Ji-hee had no choice but to stick the praslin to the roots of the fruit tree. What if this thing has some way of spreading that she doesn't know about? Let it play freely. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, forget it. Ji-hee turned and left the space. Praslin was left lying quietly under the tree roots, emitting a faint light. When Ji-hee left the space, the sun had already set, and it was pitch black outside. Many people started to move around, and even if there was no electricity, there were still many lighting tools to use. Ji-hee looked down at the time, and it was still half an hour before the time agreed with the gas tank owner. She put on sun protection clothes, a hat and a mask, and put on her bag to go out. It takes an hour to walk to the nearest Maewa supermarket. Ji-hee heard people talking outside, so she put on her clothes, put on her bag, followed the crowd, and walked out slowly. When she walked out, many people nearby also walked out together. There were men and women, some wearing sun protection clothes, and some wearing t-shirts and shorts, but most of them were young people, and there were very few older people. It was probably because the older people couldn't stand the heat, and went to the underground shelter. Ji-hee walked quietly in the crowd. Even with shoes on, she could feel the scorching temperature under her feet. No wonder no one came out during the day. Despite the heat, everyone was in good spirits. Several people gathered together and chatted. The excitement in their eyes was obvious, and they were obviously very interested in the gifted. Undoubtedly, the gifted will become the hottest topic for everyone in a short time. Chapter 62. Ji-hee walked quietly in the crowd, trying not to attract attention. Although everyone was in good spirits, they all looked miserable. The weather was hot, and hair was more oily. Many people's hair was stuck to their scalps. It was okay for men with short hair, but women basically tied their hair up and scratched it from time to time. Even though the water supply had just been cut off for a short time, the inconvenience in life had already been apparent. Not far in front of Ji-hee, there was a middle-aged uncle with his upper body naked, talking excitedly with the people next to him about children. The voice was very loud. Ji-hee couldn't help but hear it. I'm telling you, I almost beat my brat to death yesterday. He was a gifted person, but you didn't tell me. If the government hadn't issued a notice yesterday, I wouldn't have known. Usually, everyone knows about the little things, but this matter was kept secret. Why beat him? Are you not happy about your son's success? If my brat was also a gifted person, I would be very happy. Ah, there's nothing to be happy about. I heard that their missions are also very dangerous. I don't want that. I just want my son to be safe. Brother, can you elaborate? Brother, what abilities does your son have? Yes, brother, I heard that gifted people have a portable mall with all kinds of supplies. You can buy whatever you want. It's true. My son showed me that you can buy things there. Wow. Wow. Although the uncle said that he was not happy, the smile on his face never faded, and it was almost to his ears. Then brother, will you let our son register? Register? Why not register? This is a matter of honor for our family. Since the country has called for it, we must respond. Didn't you see that I took out the household registration book? I will accompany my eldest son to register in a while. This is a great thing. I heard that there is a chance to become a civil servant. Not only will you get meals every day, but you will also get a good salary. Haha, I don't want that, I don't want that. The uncle had his hands behind his back. Although he was sweating from the heat, the expression on his face was as beautiful as a flower. His eyes were all gone with laughter. There were many people around asking questions of the uncle, and some strangers came up to congratulate him. When they reached the intersection, they separated. Ji-hee and his group went to Maewa's supermarket, while the uncle and his group went to the street office to register. At this time, the crowds around were not as dense as before, and there was a little space, and Ji-hee felt that her breathing was a little easier. She just lowered her head from time to time, put her mouth to her arms, and secretly drank a sip of water with a straw. Even if she was close to Praslin, in this environment, it was particularly exhausting, making her thirsty very quickly. After taking a sip of warm mineral water, Ji silently said to herself that she must make some ice cubes when she got home. She wanted to drink cold drinks so badly. After finally arriving at the Meihua supermarket, Ji just got off the car and looked down at her shoes. The soles seemed to be burned. She had to pay for a pair of shoes for this trip today. She had never thought that her shoes would wear out so quickly in such a hot day. It was already dark at this time, and there were many street lights on around, making the surroundings almost as bright as during the day. Ji saw many armed policemen patrolling nearby. The Meihua supermarket was brightly lit, and many people were queuing at the door to buy things. Some of them even brought water and small stools, and it was obvious that they were prepared for a long battle. Ji looked away after just one look. It didn't matter to her how long the queue was. She had no money. She couldn't even meet the minimum standard. Ji walked slowly in the crowd, and soon found the big brother, who was selling gasoline. The big brother had a lot of white hair on his head in just a few days, and he smiled brightly when he saw Ji. Ji asked his elder brother to help him pull the gas tank to the next street, and his elder brother readily agreed. The two exchanged money and goods, and his elder brother helped put the gas tank on the ground, without any reluctance, and turned around and rode away. Ji was not the only one who came to buy gas tanks from him today, but Ji was the first to arrive. After selling this order, he still had to deliver to others. Ji stood in the dark, saw that there was no one around, and quickly put all the gas tanks into the space. Then he walked slowly towards the free trade market. The location of the trade market used to be a large square. There used to be a fountain in the middle of the venue. But now it is hot and water is precious, so there is no fountain. Ji walked to the entrance and saw a lot of people gathered in a circle from a distance, discussing something. She walked over and stepped on tiptoe, only to find a sign in front of her. It said the rules of the free trade market. 1. You need to pay a handling fee to set up a stall, half a pound of rice per day. 2. Theft and robbery are prohibited in the market. Once discovered, they will be dealt with severely. 3. All transactions on the market are based on the principle of voluntariness. The official is only responsible for safety. Please be cautious. 4. It was originally a description. The main point is that the official only provides a venue for people to call and buy and sell things. It is responsible for safety, and does not care about other quality issues. If you are not sure about the quality, you can go to the Meihua supermarket next door. It is officially opened, and the quality is guaranteed. Ji has no money anyway, so he just wants to take a look. The free trade market is not like the Meihua supermarket. There is no need to queue here. Ji followed the crowd, and walked slowly toward the market. There were streetlights here too. Although they were not particularly bright, they could still clearly see the things on the ground. There were all kinds of things for sale. But there was no food for sale. There were new and old things. The old ones were second-hand things that some people took out from home, hoping to exchange them for something useful. These people had everything on their stalls, and the prices were not too expensive. Basically, they didn't charge any money, and they all wanted to barter. The new ones were the vendors, who used to set up stalls in shopping malls. Now that the weather was hot, the shopping malls were closed, and they didn't know when they would be able to resume business, so they brought all their things here to set up stalls and sell them. This will also help clear out some inventory, right? With so many goods piled up, they won't have money to buy food if they don't sell them. Ji saw many people pushing tricycles to sell goods, including clothes, shoes, socks, underwear, pots, bowls, and portable stoves. They were selling everything. People were in good condition. Although they ran out of vegetables and meat, they still had a lot of instant noodles and biscuits at home. At least there were no big problems in the past 2 months, and they were not particularly anxious. Ji liked a few pairs of sneakers. The shoes on her feet would probably be scrapped when she returned. How much do you sell these shoes? Girl, these are famous brands. They used to sell for 1,000 yuan in the mall. Now they're 500 yuan. Just take them for 500 yuan. Ji stood up and walked away without saying a word. Chapter 63. Hey sister, don't leave. Come back. Business is a two-way street. Why are you standing up and leaving? How much do you want to pay? The elder sister saw Ji stand up, and quickly reached out to hold her. Ji squatted down. How about 100? The shoe-selling sister rolled her eyes. Sister, are you not making fun of me? You are bargaining too hard. 100 yuan can only buy half a pound of rice now. Sister, tell me a real price. If it works, I will buy it. If not, forget it. The elder sister thought for a moment. Sister, I'm not going to fool you. How about you take 300 yuan and take the shoes? Ji frowned. Isn't this asking for her entire fortune? 300, I want 3 pairs of shoes. Okay, forget it if you don't want to. The shoe-selling elder sister was very hesitant. This price was really a big loss. But now clothes and shoes are not selling well. There are more than 10 shoe stores near her. If she hesitates, this person may not buy from her. It's just that this price is too low. Sister, it's really not okay. 300 is too low. You can give me a little more. Then I give you another bag of pickles, ADG. Okay. The shoe saleswoman gritted her teeth and agreed. This price was just a joke before the market was so hot, and it would make people laugh to death if they told others about it, who knew that pickles are now a good thing. He squatted on the ground, took out 300 yuan and a bag of pickles from his pocket and handed them over. Then I picked 3 pairs. Okay, sister, pick them yourself, and tell me when you're done. The sister took the pickles and put them in her pocket, then got up to receive other customers. He nodded, lowered his head, and picked 3 pairs of dark-colored shoes. After saying hello, he lowered his head and put his shoes into his backpack, then stood up and continued to visit the free market. There were quite a few people visiting this market. The air was hot and stagnant. He smelled the sour smell coming from many people. It was so hot, and there was only water for 2 hours a day. It was good enough to wipe the body. Taking a bath was a dream. It would be strange if the body didn't smell. He had a blank expression on her face. Although she could tolerate it, it didn't mean she was willing to smell it. After quickly buying the supplies she wanted to buy, he returned along the same route, and soon left the market. This time she bought a few winnowing baskets, bamboo products such as bamboo baskets, some disposable lunch boxes, food-grade plastic bags, and a mobile stove. After the vegetables in the space mature, if she can't finish them, she can use the winnowing baskets to dry them into dried vegetables, so that she will have a preparation in case she needs them in the future. The food is the most expensive now, and these winnowing baskets only cost her 3 taels of rice in total. Disposable lunch boxes are even simpler. Now that it's hot, water resources have become precious. It takes too much water to wash dishes every day. Using disposable lunch boxes not only saves water, but also saves washing dishes. There were still a lot of people in front of the supermarket. The line was longer than when he first came. If it wasn't too hot during the day, he thought they could bring a tent. After all, the official supermarket is the only way to buy food now. Even if you place an order online, the manufacturer still won't ship it, and the logistics are basically interrupted. All the small supermarkets around my home are closed. If I don't come here to queue up, will I starve? He held the dustpan and walked slowly home. A group of criminals were arrested some time ago, and there are still lights on the road near the supermarket, so the public security is relatively good. Of course, it could also be that the dustpan she was holding was so attractive that no one even thought of snatching it. He walked into the darkness, found an empty corner, and stood there for a few minutes until he was sure that there was no one behind him. Then he put the dustpan into the space. He took out the tricycle to pull the feed. The warehouse of the owner, who sold the feed, was not too far away. He rode the tricycle for half an hour, and after several trips back and forth, he moved all the fish feed and wheat bran away. The boss happily sent Jihe away and asked her to come back if she needed it. Jihe nodded. She probably won't come again. After eating this batch of feed, she plans to study how to make fish feed herself. Jihe rode the tricycle to 2 blocks away from home and put it into the space. She planned to walk back so as not to attract attention. She took a flashlight while walking to avoid stepping on any bombs. No one was working during this period, and there was a lot of garbage piled up on the street, which was smelly. On the way, she saw plastic baskets that were originally used to hold fruits thrown on the street by others. Jihe thought they were clean, so she picked up a few and tied them up with ropes to take them home to see if she could grow anything. Chapter 64. After entering the house, Jihe closed the door carefully. There were insects flying around her ears, so Jihe simply moved the plastic basket into the house. After entering the house, Jihe lit the insect repellent incense and felt that the insects that kept flying around her ears had stopped. Not in a hurry to work, Jihe opened the mall first. As expected, all 50 portions of pralin were sold out, but only a few portions of food were sold. It seems that everyone is still not rich. Those who can eat instant noodles and biscuits are reluctant to spend money on this place. I didn't plan to take the food down. It wouldn't go bad anyway, so I just leave it hanging there. Just as she was about to put pralin on the shelf, the system showed that someone had contacted her. Jihe opened it and took a look. Oh, there were quite a few people. I couldn't see the end of them if I flipped through them casually. They all came to her to buy pralin. Maybe they knew that the system had a minimum price, so now there was no one who wanted to buy her pralin for 1 silver coin. He looked at a few of them at random. Some of them were from her country, and one of them was a foreign country. He picked the ones from her own country and started to look at them. After all, they are from the same country. If they are not trying to take advantage of her, she would still be willing to sell things to people from her own country. After selling so many copies in the world, I believe everyone has already known the benefits of praslin, right? He first skipped the ones that were obviously trying to build relationships and get close to each other. Then he skipped the ones that were bargaining. Finally, he picked a familiar name and clicked on it. Salute. Hello, I want to buy praslin in bulk. How do you sell it? Borrow another 50 billion from the sky. No bargaining. Salute. 5 silver coins are a bit expensive. The purchase price of silver coins has risen to tens of thousands now. Is 4 silver coins okay? Borrow another 50 billion from the sky. What a coincidence. Business is so good that I am just about to raise the price. 8 silver coins each. Tribute. Okay, I won't bargain. Is that okay? How about 5 silver coins each? He didn't answer, but chose to test it. If possible, she would rather do business with her compatriots. Borrow another 50 billion from the sky. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron. Tribute. Carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon. Borrow another 50 billion from the sky. 28256. Tribute. 28257, 282931. He was satisfied. It looked like they were from the same country. Yes, the historical and social development of the original owner was similar to that of Jihe. These were common sense for the compatriots. Borrow another 50 billion from the sky. My child's cough never gets better. Tribute. Tribute. Mostly fake, just give him a beating. Tribute, who was still wearing bandages on the other side of the screen, twitched his lips subconsciously after posting. He always felt that something was wrong. The people next to him were a little anxious. What did she say? Are you willing to sell it to us? Tribute's real name is Su Jingyu, and he is an officer in the army. After discovering the game, they have been trying to report it to the game. After learning that the game no longer restricts the leakage of information, they reported the relevant information immediately, and the higher-ups made special arrangements and quickly established a talent organization. Su Jingyu was the second in command, in charge of the gifted people in Country A. He quickly assigned special staff to work in shifts 24 hours a day, keeping an eye on the game discussion area and the game mall. They must always keep abreast of the dynamics of the game. After pralin appeared in the mall, they discovered and bought it as soon as possible. There was no way, pralin was too special. In a mall where all the goods sold were food, clothing, housing and transportation, a plant with special functions suddenly appeared, which was so eye-catching. Let's not talk about them. Now everyone in the game chat area is talking about pralin. After Su Jingyu tested the effect of pralin, he immediately reported it. The higher-ups immediately decided to find someone to contact the seller and take down all the pralin at any cost. There is no way. Silver coins are really hard to get. Now the market price has risen to 40,000. Even this is not necessarily available. And this is the rapid increase after pralin came out. Before today, 1 silver coin only cost 20,000 to buy. But now, even if you spend 40,000, you may not be able to buy 1 silver coin. It is really difficult to complete the mall tasks. After completing the task, most people can only get dozens of copper coins, and some can only get 30 copper coins, which is very difficult to collect. After they collected 10 gold coins to open the mall, they did not have much money left. They also need to keep some for emergencies, so they naturally want to spend less silver coins. The man in front of him frowned at Su Jingyu's expression. Can you tell which country he is from? Su Jingyu shook his head. The man's mind sank. Are you unwilling to sell? Who knew that? Su Jingyu took a deep breath and said, It's from our country. The man glared at him. Why are you shaking your head? How did you know? Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron. Carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon. 28,256. 28,257. The man subconsciously understood it immediately after he finished speaking. Okay, then you discuss it with her. Don't put it up yet. Give us some time. Let's collect some silver coins. The middle-aged man in front of him made the decision directly. There are indeed many people in their army who enter the game, but not all of them pass. Some civilians have poor physical fitness, and they need the help of soldiers to enter the combat game, so naturally their passing scores are low. Some people with good physical fitness enter the examination game. When you enter the room, you have to recite, and after reciting, you have to answer various questions. No matter how strong your combat power is, you will be dizzy in the end. If you can pass the game, you are considered a capable person. Chapter 65. The man's name is Xie Cheng. He works in a gifted organization, and all the people are under his control. Although he did not become a gifted person due to his age, his years of work experience are not in vain. With him in charge of the overall situation, the others are convinced. He made the final decision, and the others naturally did not say anything. There is no other way. Prolin is too precious. With this, many soldiers can move normally during the day. Race against time to rescue supplies. It can also prevent people with weak bodies from heat stroke. After all, not everyone can use air conditioning 24 hours a day. Even if the country has no shortage of generators, their bodies may not be able to bear it. And some people work outdoors. Su Jingyu nodded and continued typing. Salute, can you give us 5 minutes to collect silver coins? Then put it on the mall. He calculated that she now has 405 silver coins and 40 copper coins, which is 594 silver coins and 60 copper coins away from the goal of 1,000 silver coins. 170 are put on the shelf, and after deducting taxes, there will be 595 silver coins, which is just enough to collect. Borrow another 50 billion from Xiangtian. Okay, for the sake of a country, I won't raise the price. He had seen this man speak before. He seemed like a national father. On the other side, Jiehui was relieved when he saw He's words. Just agree. Borrow another 50 billion from Xiangtian. I will put 170 on the shelves in a while. Okay, notify them. Find 180 people, grab them together. Xie Cheng nodded. This amount was not too large. They could get it together. 5 minutes later, He put 170 pieces of pralin on the shelves on time. As she added one, another disappeared from the store. When she put the last piece of pralin on the shelf, she finally collected 10 gold coins. Without hesitation, she quickly clicked to open the store. The 10 gold coins she had just received disappeared in front of her eyes, before he could even warm them up. A store backend interface appeared in front of her. Please name your store. You will be satisfied. Name approved. Congratulations on the opening of the 200 store, you will be satisfied. The store is full and temporarily closed. The last message was played by the entire system. He was somewhat relieved. She was just a little bit away from being able to open her shop. It turned out that there were only 200 places available. The wicked system did not even notify her in advance. He exited the shop and came to the homepage. All the shops were listed on the homepage in order, from top to bottom in the order of opening. He flipped through the pages, and found that most of the shops in the front were state-owned. Only around the 170th shop did private shops begin to appear. The names were very corporate-specific, and you could tell which company they belonged to at a glance. A certain Kiki, a certain Chicken, a certain Star. It seems that no matter what time it is, the power of the chaebol is still strong. Keep flipping to the last store, you will be satisfied. Shopkeeper, borrow another 50 billion from the sky. This behavior is somewhat like stealing a bell while covering one's ears, making her previous anonymous behavior seem particularly redundant. Out of sight, out of mind. He first closed the interface, then removed all the food sold separately, and put it back in the store. The store initially only has 100 locations for items. He put 20 pralins, and the remaining 80 positions were all for stewed food. The only difference was that the exchange items had changed. He chose gasoline, 200 liters of gasoline for pralins, and 5 liters of gasoline for food. Now she only has to pay 15% tax for each transaction, and he is very satisfied. With this mall, she has a chance to upgrade her space. After he put the items on the shelves, she did not forget to look for her big customers. Borrow another 50 billion from the sky. Pralins are already on the store shelves. Please place an order if you need it. After thinking about it, he also sent a smiling expression. Very good, full marks for service attitude. I worked hard today. Salute, got it. Su Jingyu just organized people to count how many pralins were photographed, and then received the news. He quickly asked the people next to him to find a store to place an order. The staff did not hesitate at all, and quickly found the last store. Just kidding, this is what they work every day, constantly refreshing. Not only can they recite the name of each store by heart, but they also know exactly what is sold in the store. The store that can just be put on the shelf may be the last one, and you are guaranteed to be satisfied. She needs gasoline. Find 4,000 liters of gasoline. As the staff shouted, someone next to him quickly stood up and ran out of the office. It took less than 1 minute to go back and forth, and someone brought the gasoline. The person in front put down the gasoline in his hand and ran out of the room and continued to carry gasoline into the house. The people in the room quickly used gasoline to buy pralin on the shelf. After several trips back and forth, the staff finally bought all 20 pieces of pralin. In fact, for them, they would rather the boss ask for gasoline, which is much better than silver coins. Su Jingyu was relieved at this time. He didn't expect that this person would actually change gasoline. He was not prepared at all, and was afraid that he would be too late. He was so anxious that he broke out in a sweat. Deputy Director, I think the store owner may be a woman. At this time, someone came to report to Su Jingyu. How did you see it? Su Jingyu was puzzled. How could he tell from the name that it was a woman? Guaranteed to satisfy you and guaranteed to cure all diseases. Don't you think there is some similarity? I think you can give her a bag next time. Su Jingyu, I always feel it's nonsense, but I can't find any evidence. Gee, he just put the things on the shelf and didn't care about it. She didn't know how much of a storm she caused in the game chat channel. Spring Breeze and you, if you put pralin on the shelf, please contact me. I am willing to give you a luxurious large flat in the center of City A, ready to move in. Forget worry, although I haven't got it, according to inside information, this pralin is very useful. When you put a palm-sized piece on your body, you can immediately feel the coolness, and this coolness will quickly wrap the whole body, allowing people to walk outside during the day. It is a rare good thing. If pralin can be mass-produced, then our society will hopefully be able to resume normal production and life. Young master, are you the boss who sells pralin? Can you contribute your stuff to the relevant departments for research? Don't be so selfish, share good things. Seeing snow in the wind. I finally got all the silver coins, but I didn't get any. What's the speed of these people's hands? I'm afraid you have to be single for 100 years to be so fast. Take you to eat hot pot. Rich people? Catch a rich man. How could you gather 5 silver coins? Fuck, I only got 20 copper coins after completing the task. You actually have 5 silver coins. Xiao xiao. 1 silver coin has been hyped up to 40,000 or 50,000, which is faster than the house price. How could someone spend 200,000 to buy a mobile air conditioner? Poverty limits my imagination. Chapter 66. Yu Jiao. 200,000 is enough for me to use the air conditioner for the rest of my life. I will never buy it even if you kill me. Worry for Jetter. Everyone, go and see the 200 store. I guarantee you will be satisfied. This boss should be the one who sells pralin. She has put 20 more on the shelf in the store before, which can be seen from the transaction records. This time, he doesn't want silver coins, but gasoline. Everyone go and squat. 200 L gasoline for each pralin. Stamina Master. Who is grabbing it? I transformed to get gasoline but couldn't get it. This guy's hand speed must be so fast that it can even cause afterimages. Siberian Marmot. Spit blood. I watched it disappear in front of my eyes. It was only 0.00001 seconds away. I will carry gasoline with me from now on. Nian Yin Buwang. The boss asked Xiang Tian to borrow another 50 billion. Does anyone know who this person is? Feng Zhong can shui. Damn! Yu Jiao. I'm going downstairs to get gasoline from the car now. Take you to eat hot pot. Didn't you just say that you would never buy it even if you kill me? Yu Jiao. I will buy it unless you kill me. Nian Yin Buwang. I know pralin. Our mission this time is to find medicinal herbs in the forest. Praslin is a plant that grows on trees. I was curious and tore off a piece. I didn't expect it to be able to cool down. Misty Forest. I was also in the same mission you mentioned. I also saw this plant at that time. But what does it matter if I saw it? I don't know what this plant does, and I can't bring it out. Hyberica. Lost 50 billion. Nian Yin Buwang. The store owner must have a special talent, otherwise he would never have brought the plant back. Nian Yin Buwang was lying at home, with several heat rash on his body. Seeing what was said in the area chat, her eyes were red with jealousy. She knew that pralin, it looked exactly like the thing that filled the forest in her last game. She had held it in her hand before, but unfortunately, she didn't take it seriously and threw it away. Who would have thought that this thing could actually cool down? This thing grew a whole forest. Thinking of how she had passed by so many silver coins, she felt a little short of breath and gasped for breath. If she had known that she would bring back a piece no matter what, would she be the one who made a fortune like this? Unfortunately, this is all fantasy. The game does not allow players to bring things from other continents back to Planet M. He is a plugin, and is not under the control of the game. He is taking out several empty feed bags from the space, cutting them into suitable sizes, and laying them on the bottom and sides of the plastic basket. Then he put soil in it. He did not go out, but dug some soil in the yard with a shovel and put it in 5 plastic baskets. He took out some organic fertilizer fermented from livestock manure from the space, then put another layer of soil, and dug some wood ash under the kitchen stove. He didn't know if it was right or not, anyway, she just did it randomly as the video said. After stirring it for a while, it felt almost done. He planted the cactus and aloe vera that she bought at the beginning. When she bought them, he specially picked the edible ones. These two have been planted on the small soil slope in the space for a while, and they've grown a lot. After he planted them, she thought about it, and was afraid that they would not adapt, so she put them back into the space. In this way, if someone comes to check in the future, she can take them out to deal with it. There are 3 empty boxes left, and he is going to plant sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes are good things. Sweet potato vines can be eaten, and the sweet potatoes that are finally produced are even more precious food. He directly cut a few sweet potato seedlings that grew well from the planting space and planted them in plastic baskets. Then moved the plastic baskets into the space. That's it. Of course, he did not forget to water these 5 baskets of plants. Since they are planted in plastic baskets, they are naturally not comparable to other plants in the space. He does not expect how high their yields are or how fast they grow, as long as they can survive. He finished her work and saw that it was almost time for the water and electricity to come back every day. She hurried to the kitchen and turned on the faucet first, ready to connect the water as soon as it came, without wasting a minute or a second. She turned around and washed the rice, and put it in the rice cooker, ready to cook the rice as soon as the electricity came back. He originally prepared dozens of pots of food. If she had left them all for herself, she would not be so anxious to cook. But food can be exchanged for gasoline, which made the originally abundant food a little tight. After all, she couldn't just eat it raw. The mall has a minimum price. If she wants to sell the food, the price cannot be lower than the mall's price. The lowest price must be the same as the mall. For the same price, the gifted will definitely buy it in the mall instead of her store. After all, the mall's quality is guaranteed. And if she wants to sell it, she can only make some things that the mall doesn't have. For example, cooked food, such as barter, without silver coins. Of course, she doesn't know much about the mall now. Maybe after she can figure it out, there will be other things to sell. She could try more. But before that, she didn't plan to waste a single minute of the 2-hour daily supply of gas. There were still a lot of sweet potatoes in Jihee's space. She washed them with water and put them in the pot, preparing to steam more sweet potatoes for the space. In addition to the sweet potatoes, she also poured oil into the pot, preparing to fry some frozen foods. Before, she only thought about cooking and didn't make any fried foods, which was really sinful. This time, Jihee planned to fry a bucket of frozen foods such as spring rolls, pumpkin cakes, chicken fillets, and bone-in meat in one go. While pouring the oil, the faucet behind him suddenly made a sound, and then a small stream of water slowly flowed out. Jihee stopped what he was doing, put down the oil barrel, and walked quickly to the faucet. The water flow was not big, but thin. Jihee sighed. With this water flow, even if it was left on for 2 hours, it would not be able to release too much water. Although he thought a lot in his mind, his actions did not delay at all, and he turned the faucet to the maximum. No matter how thin the water flow was, it was better than nothing. Turning around, he came to the stove, lit the fire, and prepared to start working. At this time, not only Jihee was preparing to cook, but other families also followed suit. Some people fetched water, some cooked, and they were very busy. Some people went to the basement to sleep at dawn, and now they had to prepare meals for the whole family to eat tomorrow. Fortunately, there were people on duty in the underground shelter, and the public security was guaranteed, so they could sleep peacefully. When the time came, they would lie down and fall asleep, and it would be dark when they woke up, so it was not particularly difficult. Jihee worked non-stop here, standing in the kitchen for 2 hours, frying 2 large buckets of fried food, steaming a large bucket of sweet potatoes, and a large bucket of egg stew. Egg stew is delicious, with eggs, sauce, and chopped green onions in it, and when it is served with the big steamed buns just out of the pot, it will be so delicious. In fact, if conditions permit, some small peppers should be put in it, but unfortunately the green vegetables in the field have not grown yet, and the peppers at home have been used up, so he could only give up with regret. Chapter 67. No matter whether the vegetables in the field grow or not, Gee, he is definitely not going to miss these 2 hours of gas, and she must make full use of it. At 4 a.m., not a second more, the water, electricity, and gas stopped on time. Gee, he also breathed a sigh of relief. She was a little tired after working for 2 hours. But she couldn't rest yet. Although the gas stopped, there were still some things that didn't require gas. She took the mung beans out of the space and soaked them in water. She planned to cook mung bean soup tomorrow when the gas came back. In the hot summer, a bowl of mung bean soup is so comfortable. In addition to mung bean soup, he continued to make noodles. There is nothing easier than steaming steamed buns. Of course, eating steamed buns alone would be greasy. So he also mixed the dough with half boiling water and half cold water, preparing to make a fried pancake the next day. Brush the freshly cooked pancake with sauce, roll it with shredded potatoes, lettuce, a sausage, and a fried egg. Take a bite, the taste is unforgettable. Put 2 large bowls of mixed noodles into the storage space, and move them to the planting space for fermentation when you wake up tomorrow. He had just washed his hands, and was about to use the flour-containing water to cook a pot of pig food for the piglets, when he suddenly heard a commotion outside the door. He put the big basin into the space, stood up, changed into dirty clothes with sweat, opened the door, and walked outside. As soon as he came out, he saw a lot of people gathered together to watch the excitement. I heard that he was found dead 2 days later. Alas, the child is not here, and no one usually comes to see him. It's just the old couple, and they will be gone when the weather gets hot. See if you can urge me to have a baby. It's useless after giving birth. I can't take care of it from so far away. Then you have to give birth, no matter whether it's useful or not. If I had asked you to have this mentality, would I still have you? Yes, yes, yes. He understood after listening for a while. It turned out that the weather was too hot. The old couple fainted at home due to heat stroke and died directly. It was the neighbors who saw that his house had no lights on for a few days and smelled a bad smell, so they called the police. It is said that the death was miserable, with maggots crawling all over his body, and his body was rotten beyond recognition. The police went in and out of the house, and soon they carried 2 people out. As they came out, a strong stench came out. The old lady next to her covered her nose, and when she turned around and saw her eyes lit up. Girl, do you still remember me? He saw someone calling her, and turned around. It turned out to be the old lady who exchanged meat for instant noodles with her that day. I know, Grandma. Girl, you didn't finish the meat I exchanged for you last time, right? I still have a pack of instant noodles here. Can I exchange it back? You gave me so much last time. How can I finish it? He nodded, and pointed with his chin to a pile of unknown objects in the corner where mosquitoes kept flying and circling. They are all there, Grandma. Do you want to give me a few bags of instant noodles? The old lady looked in the direction of Jihee's sight, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Who can see what this black mass is? It is crawling with white maggots, which looks extremely disgusting. Who wants this thing? I mean your meat. This is my meat. I don't have a refrigerator. The meat you gave me last time went bad before the next day. I have been eating at my uncle's house these 2 days. Jihee looked at the old lady in front of him with a sincere face. Grandma, you can't finish those 30 bags of instant noodles. Do you want to give me 2 bags? When this was said, everyone around understood what was going on. It turned out that she saw that the little girl didn't know how to live, so she exchanged the frozen meat that couldn't be kept in the refrigerator for instant noodles. Now there was no meat, and she wanted to exchange the meat with instant noodles. How could such a good thing happen in the world? And she exchanged 30 bags of instant noodles from the little girl at one time. It's really bullying. Amid the discussions of the people around her, the old lady felt a little embarrassed, left a sentence that she didn't want to exchange, covered her face, and ran home. Jihee looked innocent and shouted, Grandma, when do you want to change? Remember to come back to me. This caused a lot of laughter from the people around. The old lady said nothing and ran faster and faster. Grandma, don't run, it's too hot. If you get heat stroke, don't blame me. I remind you. The more Jihee shouted, the faster the old lady ran. As the body was moved away by the staff, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. At this time, a horn sounded from a distance, attracting the attention of many people. From today on, the water and gas supply time is from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. Please stock up on water on time. Everyone is responsible for saving water. Please don't waste water in daily life. Supermarket business hours are from 7 p.m. to 5 a.m. As the figure approached, it turned out to be Director Sue from the neighborhood committee. She had a big speaker hanging around her waist, and was automatically playing notifications. Seeing Director Su appear, the crowd that was about to disperse just now immediately surrounded him. Director, the water flow is too small. There is not enough water. I haven't showered for so long that it has gone bad. What's the point of taking a shower? There is not enough water to drink. Director, can you give me more water? The prices in the supermarket are rising too fast. Can you please do something about it? Rice is almost 200 yuan per pound now. Who can afford it? Today I went to the supermarket and found that there was no mineral water or beverages for sale. It's only been a few days. How come no one even sells mineral water? I can't buy blood pressure medicine at the pharmacy. My mother is over 80 this year and can't stop taking medicine. When will you go back to work? I still have a mortgage to pay. If I don't go back to work, I'd be starving. Speaking of the mortgage, Ji fell silent. She remembered that she seemed to owe 6,800 bei. At this moment, Ji's mind resonated with the big brother who had been shouting about paying back the loan. God knows, the temperature can be as high as 54 degrees now. Why do you still have to pay back the debt? Ji said nothing, went back to the house silently, and took out her mobile phone. Great, there are still 2 days before the automatic repayment date of this month, and there is not a penny on her card. If she doesn't return the money on time, her credit score will be deducted, and the worst case scenario is that she may become a deadbeat. And the most basic requirement for buying supplies in the government supermarket is that she has no criminal record. I wonder if this debt is considered a crime? He doesn't want to take this risk for 6,800. It makes her look worthless. Put the phone in her pocket. Well, she has to go to the market early tomorrow to set up a stall, and she has to sell at least 6,800 things. He is not too worried. Although she has no money now, she has supplies. If she is willing to pay, 6,800 won't be a matter of minutes. It's just that when she was shopping in the market today, she didn't find anyone selling food. It would be best if she didn't sell food tomorrow. So what would she sell? Chapter 68. Ji sat on the chair and thought for a while, and suddenly remembered that she had stockpiled a lot of mosquito coils. Now she has a better insect repellent incense, but in fact, the mosquito coils are not very useful, so it is better to sell them and make a profit. Although mosquito coils are precious, they are not food, so they should not attract other people's attention, right? After making up her mind, Ji found the mosquito coils she had stockpiled. There are more than half a box. If these mosquito coils are sold, 6,800 will be more than enough, right? Now there are so many flies and mosquitoes, and they fly on your face when you sleep at night. It is time for mosquito coils to show their power. Ji put the mosquito coils back in the room and put them in the most conspicuous place. It was 5 o'clock in the morning, and the sky was a little light. Ji came to the kitchen and started cooking for the chickens and piglets. First, she cooked chickens, ducks, geese, and quails. Now that the chickens have food to supplement with insects, she doesn't need to prepare too much food. She just needs to chop the grass. It's not the same for ducks and geese. She has to chop the grass and mix it with cornmeal. As the number of ducks and geese increases, she has to cook a big pot of them for every meal. Otherwise, they will cry out of hunger. Quails are the easiest to deal with. They are small, eat less, and take up little space. Just feed them as you like. Prepare the food for the ducks and put it in the space. Ji bent down and started to light the fire. She had an earthen stove at home. It didn't need gas. As long as there was firewood, it could be lit. When she didn't have gas these days, she used the firewood at home to make pig food. Just put the special pot for cooking pigs on before cooking. It's quite convenient. It was hot, and the firewood was dried in the sun. It was lit in a short while. Ji stood up and poured white flour water into it. White flour water equals water after washing the basin. Ji thought she was a genius at saving. Every time she steamed buns, there was a lot of flour left in the basin, which was wasted. She collected the remaining water after washing the basin and put it in a big bucket. Every time she cooked rice for the piglets, she would pour some of it. It was all water and flour anyway. What was there to dislike? Every time the fat pigs ate it, they were very happy. But eating grass and cornmeal every day was not nutritious. Ji hoped that the vegetables in the space would mature quickly, so that she could cook them for the piglets. Ji cooked a pot of grass with cornmeal and bran, and took it up and entered the space. The livestock were very excited to see her come in. Ji was also excited to see them gain weight. Feed them quickly. After finishing the work, Ji turned and came to the black soil. The plants here are growing well, and the sunflowers and roses surrounding the black soil are also blooming. The hard-working bees are buzzing back and forth, constantly collecting honey. It seems that they don't need to be fed with sugar water anymore. He came to the field and looked at her precious crops, which were growing well. This wave was still a test, and he didn't know how long it would take for them to mature, but it looked like it would take much less time than outside. The daily grain consumption was not small now, and if it was not replenished in time, even if he was generous, she would still be anxious. After looking at the black soil, he went to the small soil slope to see her green vegetables. There were still some gaps on the mountain, which made he feel annoyed, so she simply planted them all. This time, she planted radishes, cabbages, pumpkins, and winter melons. There are several kinds of radishes, including carrots, white radishes, green radishes, and water radishes. She planted some of each. These green vegetables have high yields and are the most suitable to plant. After planting the vegetables, he came to the side to carefully check. The green vegetables grew very fast. Many green leafy vegetables grew a little taller. It looked like they would be ready for harvest in a while. Many green vegetables had reached the time to build racks. A small piece of grass crawled on the ground. He was obviously late in building racks. This could not be delayed. He made a note of this matter, went around the water to check again, and fed the fish fry. Then she flashed out of the space. It was already 6:30. The sun was so bright outside that it was blinding, and there were basically no people outside. Knowing that it was too late to buy bamboo today, he simply stopped struggling. She found the freezer that she had taken away from the supermarket last time from the space, and connected it to the solar generator. This machine can save a lot of power every day in addition to charging her mobile phone, so she planned to freeze some ice cubes. In hot weather, having a smoothie is so happy. There weren't many bottles of mineral water in the space, so he couldn't bear to use them, so he simply used the water he had boiled before to freeze them. There was no special mold for freezing ice cubes, so he just froze them directly in the pot. He put the pot and the water in the freezer. He put several bottles of different sizes in the freezer, and since he thought they wouldn't spill, he closed the glass door and left them alone. He lit the insect repellent incense, lay comfortably on the bed, and opened the shop. Unexpectedly, not only Prolin was sold out, but also the food in the shop. It seems the gasoline is much better than silver coins. And from the transaction records, Prolin was sold out very quickly, so the price can be raised. The green vegetables were not sold out in a second, and they were sold for a while. It seems that everyone knows the preciousness of gasoline, and there should be surplus food, not particularly scarce. He took out the remaining half bucket of rapeseed from the space, divided it into 100 portions, and hung it up. Stir-fried rapeseed is the dish with the least seasoning in her space. At this time, food is hard to buy and seasoning is not easy to get, so she has to use it sparingly. After putting the rapeseed on the shelves, she still had cucumbers to put on the shelves. After putting the empty barrels of rapeseed back into the space and cleaning them when she woke up, he closed the shop and closed her eyes to sleep. She had no idea that the rapeseed was discovered not long after it was put on the shelves. There were basically no officials or consortium people, all of them were ordinary people. For them, since the car was parked at the doorstep and couldn't be driven anyway, they might as well pump out the gasoline and exchange it for food. After pumping out the gasoline from their own house, there were still so many other people's cars on the roadside. In the dark, who would find out if they stole the gasoline? A plate of stir-fried rapeseed may be half empty in normal times when supplies are abundant, but it is a good thing at this time. The first to suffer when vegetables are killed by the sun and no longer grow are the lower-class people. Supermarkets are out of stock, and vegetable markets are closed. They have no channels, and cannot buy vegetables even if they want to spend money. Although the top government officials have difficulties, they have vegetable planting bases, and use various energy sources to create the most suitable growth environment for vegetables. They can still ensure the daily supply of vegetables, and they are far from using gasoline to buy vegetables. These 100 portions of rapeseed looked like a lot, but when thrown into the vast sea of people, they did not cause a splash and soon fell silent. It was just that there were many more oil thieves at night. He woke up at 3 p.m. She did not set an alarm today, but she had developed a habit and woke up naturally at this time. As usual, she went to the store to check. All 100 portions of rapeseed were sold out, and he took out a large bucket of smashed cucumbers and put another 100 portions on the shelf. All the gasoline collected was given to the space. The reminder sign remained unchanged. He put half a bucket of smashed cucumbers back into the space and turned on his phone to read the news. Experts say, once the human body adapts to the high temperature, it is expected to return to normal life. Chapter 69. Are gifted people an evolution? What will happen to ordinary people? Plant experts comment on the phenomenon of vegetable withering. It is mainly due to high temperature and lack of water. We can lower the temperature and water the plants more. Plant drought-resistant plants and be careful of soil erosion. The City Agricultural Science Academy successfully planted cacti. In the future, citizens will have one more dish on their tables. He flipped through the videos and found that many rich people were showing off their food and life. They had air conditioning, red wine, and several dishes for each meal. It seemed that their lives had not changed much. It's just that there are more meat dishes on the table, and only a small plate of vegetables. A bunch of people followed the trend and commented below. Some were envious, some were jealous, and there were all kinds of things about life. He flipped through a few and left. Clicked on the community notification group to see if there were any notifications. As a result, I saw Director Sue's message. Director Sue, mosquitoes are rampant these days. Everyone remember to buy some floral water, mosquito coils, and wind oil. Pay attention to protection. Some people have been hospitalized after being bitten by mosquitoes. At the same time, don't let flies land on food. Flies can spread diseases, and high temperatures are conducive to their reproduction. Once found at home, remember to kill them in time. Secret agent of the Imperial Palace. Damn, I woke up in the morning and found the bed full of bugs. I was almost scared to death. Secret agent of the Imperial Palace. Pictures. He opened it, and saw that some yellowed sheets were densely packed with small bugs, some black and some white, which was very disgusting. Director Sue, hurry up and kill mosquitoes, otherwise they will eat everything in your house when they grow up. Secret agent, damn it, they are jumping on me, help. Secret agent, damn it, the rice I just opened is over, I can't eat it anymore, it's full of bugs. Secret agent, are we going to survive? Brother Sean, pictures. Brother Sean, I slept too deeply in the shelter yesterday and got bit by mosquitoes. Now my arm is red and swollen, I can't touch it, and I have a high fever and diarrhea. I finally came to the hospital in the hot sun, but the hospital doesn't have any medicine. I'm really fucking convinced. Sean Gu, does anyone have medicine? I pay a high price for it. I'm almost dehydrated. Please be kind. Keek's mom, please, my child has several big lumps from insect bites. His face and arms are so swollen that they can't be seen. He still has a high fever. Does anyone have medicine? Please buy it at a high price. Please. No one spoke in the group for a while. Keek's mom saw that no one spoke and got anxious. Directly called out the name. Keek's mom at Jiayu Air Bao. At Dowda's mom, are you there? Usually when we go out to play with the kids, my family always spends more money. Now my family is in trouble. It's not good to pretend to be away, right? You have 2 babies at home. Why are you talking so harshly? What do you mean by pretending to be away? The disaster came suddenly, and there were not many medicines at home. My children were also bitten by insects. How could they look at their phones all the time? There are only a few antipyretic pills at home, and I have 2 children. I really can't take them out. I might as well go to more pharmacies instead of lying at home and sending messages. Keek's mom, you are really amazing. You usually bring your kids to my house to eat and drink for free, but now you leave without a care in the world at the critical moment. I think I have seen through you. At Dowda's mom, what do you say? Dowda's mom, address, Keek's mom, come quickly. This pharmacy has antipyretic and diarrhea medicine. I am queuing here. The purchase limit is 100 per person. You can still buy it now. Hurry up. Keek's mom, got it, I go now. Sean Gu, I go now too. Want to eat smoothies? I go too. I want to fly all the time. I will go too. Director Sue, in times of disaster, everyone has their own hardships, so we should help each other. Director Sue, medicines also have a shelf life, and it is a waste to stockpile so many medicines after the time limit. If anyone has extra antipyretics, diarrhea medicines, mosquito coils, floral water, and wind oil, you can trade them and exchange them for something useful for your family. American ginseng. Director Sue is right. In times of disaster, we should help each other. I will sell 2 bottles of floral water, 100 yuan each. If you need it, you can contact me. Shioli-san, it was only 10 yuan a bottle before, but now you have increased it several times. You are so evil-hearted. You are making money from disasters. Sean Gu, where did this fool come from? Don't your family care about it? Sean Gu, you said that was before, when is it now? What hasn't increased in price? You can buy it at 100 yuan a bottle, thank God. It's out of stock in drugstores now, At American Ginseng, brother, can you spare me a bottle? I really can't stand these mosquitoes. American Ginseng, sure. He thought about it, and sent a message in the group. Hajiahuanla, pictures. Hajiahuanla, 5 mosquito coils per set, 200 yuan, contact me if you need it. Shiolika-san, you are darker than American Ginseng. The mosquito coil was only 1 yuan before, you want to sell it for 200? Whoever buys it is a fool. He did not even reply to this, pretending not to see it. There are many people who contacted he privately to buy mosquito coils, and he agreed on a transaction time with them. Whether it is suitable or not depends on how you think. At least he felt that she did not take advantage of others. Now that prices are soaring, she can't sell them at the original price. If you are willing to buy, contact her. If you don't want to, forget it. She won't force you to buy or sell. Open the morning market trading group. The group is still lively. There are people selling things, and there are also people discussing insects. The things sold are basically daily necessities: clothes, pants, socks, underwear, brooms, plastic basins, etc. There is no one selling food. There were chicken and duck sellers, but now they are silent. Among them, there is a shop selling screens, which is doing very well. It was deserted a few days ago, but today a lot of people came to him, and the price has increased several times. The queue is directly extended to a week later, and there are still people willing to wait. There is no way. The insects have become more and more, and their tempers are irritable. They have bitten holes in the screens at home, and they have to replace them. Now they want to replace the screens with stainless steel mesh. He looked for a while, and found a boss who sells bamboo baskets. Hajiahuanla, boss, do you have any more bamboo? Shaowei bamboo basket. Yes, yes, yes. What do you want bamboo for? I have bamboo baskets here. Do you want them? Hajiahuanla, I want to buy some bamboo for burning in a clay stove. I just want some unprocessed bamboo. Can you give me a cheaper price? Shaowei was a little disappointed. Unprocessed bamboo can't be sold at a high price. It's not as good as wood for burning, but he won't remind me. Shaowei bamboo basket. Yes, how many do you want? You really don't want some bamboo baskets. Hajiahuanla, 300 pieces. This bamboo is not resistant to burning, and some bamboo baskets are also fine. It depends on your price. If it's too expensive, I can't afford it. Shaowei bamboo basket. Give me 2 kilograms of rice, and I give you 15 large bamboo baskets, okay? He thought about it. Although it was more expensive than the market, it was not much more expensive. Chapter 70. Hajiahuanla, okay, how do we trade? Shaowei Zhuquang, you tell me the location, I deliver it to you. He said a place not far from home, and the two agreed to trade after dark, and she put down her phone. Her original online name was Xiaohe Yangza, but now it's a bit unworthy of the name. If someone really came to her to buy mutton offal, she wouldn't be able to sell it. So she just changed it. After leaving the bedroom, he saw what the people in the group were talking about, the dense insects. A large group of black bugs crawled onto the table. There were still bugs buzzing in the sky. It made people dizzy. She lit insect-repellent incense in her bedroom, so there were no bugs at all. But she didn't light it outside, and even if she installed screens, bugs still swarmed into the house from all corners. Without a second of hesitation, he quickly found the insect-repellent incense from the space and lit it in several rooms she often visited. By the way, she also released a few larger chickens from the space. Raise chickens for a while, use them for a lifetime. Now it's time for them to show their strengths. Fearing that they would get too hot, he made an exception and turned on the air conditioner. Although it can't be said to be very cool, the temperature in the house can still be maintained at more than 30 degrees. It won't be long, so it shouldn't be a big deal. The chicks are still a little uncomfortable when they first come out, but they still pounce on the insects quickly when they see them. Let the chicks work hard. He opened the freezer door, and the ice cubes put in yesterday were all frozen. He put them into the space, ready to continue freezing the ice cubes after unplugging the air conditioner. That's right, the solar generator she bought couldn't supply both the air conditioner and the freezer at the same time, because she bought a cheap one. You could only choose one of the two and supply one. The chickens were eating happily, but he lost her appetite when she saw the bugs all over the house. After thinking about it, she took out a large basin from the space to work. She didn't eat, but the pigs, cows, and sheep still had to eat. Half an hour later, he had prepared all the animal meals, and the chickens had eaten most of the bugs in the house. He called a few times, and the chickens ran to her obediently and walked around her. With a wave of his hand, He collected them all into the space. She followed him in. Feed the chicks first, they are the heroes, and they should not be treated unfairly. After feeding the chickens, feed the ducks, geese, quails, and finally the pigs. After feeding them, he came to the chicken and duck pens, bent down and started weeding. Yes, weeding. The grass on the lawn grew very lush, and the chickens, ducks, geese, and quails could not eat it all. It was too tall, and it was difficult for he to find it if it hid inside. If it laid eggs in the future, she would easily step on it when she came in. It is better to mow the grass at any time, so that the cut grass can be kept to feed cattle, sheep and rabbits, and it will not be wasted. Cows and sheep are particularly good eaters. Although the grass grows fast, their mouths are never idle all day long, so some of it should be saved to feel at ease. He moved quickly, and mowed the lawn grass in less than 20 minutes. Looking at the lawn with only the grass roots exposed, he was very satisfied. This way, he would not be afraid of hiding and not being able to find the chickens and ducks. After weeding, he took out a shovel and started to clean up the feces. I don't know what the principle of the space is. The air is not circulating, and there is no strong odor. Every time he comes in, the air is very fresh. But I have to give a bad review for the fact that it can't automatically decompose feces. The cactus, aloe and sweet potato seedlings planted yesterday are also growing well. He observed that there is no sign of wilting. She watered them and left them alone. When finished all the work, she was hungry. But she didn't forget to go to the hillside to see Praslin. Unfortunately, Praslin is still under the roots of the tree and has no signs of growing at all. He felt a little regretful. Isn't it strong? Why can't it survive? It must be something wrong. But what is it? He thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out. He tried several planting methods, but it didn't work. In the end, he had no choice but to put it under the tree roots to let it grow freely and water it. Hope it will fight for it. After leaving the space, he took out the rice, and also had a portion of pork ribs stewed with beans, and a braised beef ribs, which tasted delicious. She made all of them herself. She couldn't bear to eat those from the restaurant, so she would eat them when she was hungry. After eating, she put away the plastic bags and threw them away when she went out at night. He took the freezer out of the space, and continued to freeze ice cubes. It was still in time before the agreed transaction time in the evening. He poured out the mung bean soup, added a lot of ice cubes to it, and lay back on the bed to continue watching the store. The store business was okay. Half of the cucumbers that had just been put on the shelves were sold. He took out the remaining half bucket of cucumbers to make up 90 portions. He thought about it, and took out the sweet potato leaves and put them on the table, a total of 10 pieces, all raw. She wanted to try whether the raw ones would sell well. If they sell well, she would sell them raw in the future. As usual, the reward was all gasoline. He handed over the gasoline she got from the backstage to the space, and closed the store. At this time, the mobile phone kept sending out reminders. He took a look and saw that it was the group of people in the community group who were anxious to buy mosquito coils. She leaned over to look at the sunlight outside the window. If these people were not afraid of the heat, then she didn't care. To move up the trading time, he changed into sweaty clothes, applied sunscreen, put on insect repellent, put on a sun hat, and held an umbrella. Put the mosquito coils in the backpack. He pushed open the door, locked the doors and windows, and slowly walked towards the trading location. The people in the community group were all people living near them. When he arrived, several people were already waiting there. Everyone was holding a parasol. When he saw coming over, he asked anxiously, "Is it Hajia?" He nodded. "It's me, let's trade under the wall, there's at least some shelter over there." After he finished speaking, the sweaty people waiting over there hurriedly followed him to the wall. "You want 10 pieces, right?" "Yes, yes." "Please scan the code, 400, thank you." Passed. "Okay, here are your 10 pieces, there is no bag, please take it carefully, don't break it." I want 20 pieces." 800, thank you." He was concentrating on selling mosquito coils, and there were always some people who liked to ask about things. "Girl, is there no insect in your house? Why are you still selling these mosquito coils?" "Grandma, I have to eat. Food is so expensive now." "Can mosquito coils be more expensive than food?" "That's right." The old lady nodded and stood by, not seeming to be hot. "Girl, where did you get so many mosquito coils? Do you have a channel?" "What channel do I have? Grandma, didn't you see that the mosquito coils are almost out of shelf life? These are all bought by the family before, and the unused ones are piled up in the warehouse." If you go home and look for them, there may be a lot of unused things at home. He lowered his head to count the mosquito coils for others while talking nonsense. Chapter 71. But she was right about one thing. The mosquito coils were indeed about to expire. It was just that they were not stored at home. She bought them specially for the purpose of dealing with the expiration date. She relied on the space to keep things fresh, so she bought everything near the expiration date, which was much cheaper than the normal price. In this way, she could stock up more things with less money. Why don't you sell it at a lower price when it's almost expired? The old lady didn't buy it either, and just stood by and talked endlessly. What's wrong with the expiration date? It's still half a month away from expiring. It's not overdue. You can't keep it. You can give me the remaining mosquito coils. I help you use them. Otherwise it's a waste to keep your expired ones. He sold the mosquito coils to the last customer, put the bag on his back carefully, turned to look at the old lady. Grandma, I'm so hungry. Can you give me some steamed buns? It's a waste if you can't finish your food. When the old lady heard this, she didn't bother to bother Ji and turned and left. She was afraid of being pestered. She knew that this girl had been cheated a few days ago, and had been eating at her uncle's house these days. Ji saw the old lady's back, shrugged, and turned to go home. Borrowing money is good. The same goes for borrowing food, which is also very good. In the future, whenever someone says something she doesn't like, she will cry poor and ask others to borrow food to see if you will run away. When she returned home, there was still some time before dark, so Ji didn't leave in a hurry, but returned the money she earned to Mbae. This time, she earned a total of 2,800 yuan and sold 70 pieces. I still owe 4,000 yuan. It seems that I still have to go to the night market tonight. That's right, everyone in the group now calls the free market that way, and Ji also calls it that way. While there is still time, Ji uses a broom to sweep the insect corpses clean. Seeing that the time is almost up, Ji puts on his small bag, locks the door, and goes to the agreed place. After waiting for a while, a tricycle came over, and the car was full of bamboo. The boss is a young man, and before he gets close, the smell of sweat on his body comes first. Ji's expression didn't change at all, as if he didn't smell it. The two of them completed the transaction smoothly. The man moved the things Ji wanted under the car, got on the car, and turned around and left. He was still in a hurry to set up a stall at the night market. Ji waited for a while, put all the things into the space, and then walked to the supermarket in the dark. There were quite a few people going to the supermarket along the way. Everyone was in groups of 3 or 4, keeping a distance of half a meter to 1 meter from each other. Ji thought the smell was unpleasant at first, but after smelling it too much, he felt that his nose was not working, as if he couldn't smell this smell. When we walked to the Meiwa supermarket, the queue at the door was even longer than yesterday, and many people brought benches to sit in line. The queue was arranged in an S shape, and there were many people on the scene to maintain order. The loudspeaker kept broadcasting not to rush to buy supplies, and asked everyone to consume rationally, but it seemed to be useless, and everyone bought the full amount. Today, a new counter was opened a few meters away from the entrance of the normal supermarket. There were many people gathered in front. Ji also followed to take a look. There was a huge poster next to the counter, with a handwritten notice on it. From now on, a purchase and exchange window will be opened. Citizens can bring gasoline, steel products, rare metals, cement, glass, etc. to the counter to exchange credit points. Points can be used to purchase supplies. Please consult the counter for specific standards. Ji understood that this is to unify the recycling of scattered resources in society. Although the army has a large number of people, can the number of soldiers be compared with that of ordinary people? Even if they are busy every day, they can only recycle large-scale materials from factories at most, and they can't take care of scattered materials at all. Many of these materials are in the hands of the bosses of major companies. Who doesn't know that life is hard now? How could these big bosses hand in all the materials? Now they just want to collect all the scattered materials in society through credit points. Anyway, when the people have no food to eat, they can't watch the people starve to death, and they have to allocate relief food. It's better to give the people points and let them support themselves with their own hands. In this way, the materials are collected and the people have food to eat, which is the best of both worlds. Ji, who had figured it out, turned around and left. She wanted to exchange some credit points, but where could she hand in anything? The most stored in her space was food. Would she dare to take it out? She couldn't explain it at all. Instead of watching others get credit points with envy, she might as well find a way to earn 4,000 yuan. If she didn't pay the money back tomorrow, her credit would be tarnished. Ji walked to the night market, found the person in charge, and prepared to hand in the food. She looked up and saw Uncle Yin. It was the serious-looking uncle who was in charge of Ji He when she was setting up a stall at the morning market. His full name was Yin Jun. She was a little surprised. "Uncle Yin, why are you here?" "I was a retired soldier before, and I came here because we are short of people." Yin Jun's face was still as serious as ever, and his expression did not change when he saw Ji He. "But what are you doing here? Your original business should not be able to continue, right?" Yin Jun was afraid that someone would hear him, so he did not tell Ji He what he did. Even though he had been hungry for a few days, he was easily excited when he heard about food. Although this market is under official management, it has just opened and there are many evil spirits in it, and it is still a bit chaotic. Privately, he doesn't want this girl to get involved. "I have no money, so I want to sell mosquito coils to make some money." Ji He answered obediently. Even if she didn't say it now, once she went in to set up a stall, others would know what she was selling. Mosquito coils? Yin Jun's eyes lit up, and his steel-like face immediately eased. He looked around first, and seeing that no one noticed this, he gave Ji He a look, motioning her to go aside and said, "Girl, do you really have mosquito coils?" "Really, it's about to expire." "What's there to be afraid of? It's good to have it now." "Girl, don't go in and sell it." "How many do you have?" "Sell them all to me." Yin Jun rubbed his hands happily. "This mosquito coil is a good thing. When I got up today, the house was almost occupied by insects. It's going crazy. Although mosquito coils can only control mosquitoes, not flies, it's better to have it than not. These mosquitoes bite people everywhere, which makes people feel more horrible than flies." Ji He calculated in his mind for a while, and said, "Uncle, I still have more than 2 barrels of mosquito coils, about 40 pieces in a barrel, and these add up to more than 100 pieces. Do you think 4,000 yuan is okay?" Yin Jun frowned. "No, now mosquito coils are sold for more than 60 pieces. You are at a disadvantage at this price. Just go with the market price. I won't take advantage of you." Chapter 72. "No, uncle, this price is fine. I pay half a pound less grain if I sell it to you." Ji He shook her head. "It's not calculated that way. She sold it to the community at 40 yuan per piece. There's no reason to raise the price." Yin Jun was about to say something when someone called him from behind. He nodded. "Okay, girl, wait here. I be right over." Ji He stood in the corner and waited for another 5 minutes before Yin Jun came over with a sweaty face. It can be seen that he is really busy. People keep coming. If he wasn't afraid that Ji He couldn't wait, he might not be able to spare the time now. "Come, girl, come to the office with me." Yin Jun walked in front and motioned Ji He to follow him. On the way, he met several people who looked hurried, and some asked curiously, "Old Yin, who is this?" "My niece, she came to give me something." Oh. Yin Jun took Ji He to the office, and without locking the door, he closed it gently, and then turned on the light. They had electricity. Ji He sighed in his heart. The father of the country is still powerful. But her movements were not slow at all. She quickly untied the backpack behind her, took out the 3 boxes of mosquito coils inside, and put them on the table. 2 boxes were unopened, and 1 box was just opened. She had just sold a few pieces. Yin Jun didn't say anything, and quickly handed 4,000 yuan to Ji He. At the same time, his left hand took out 2 large bags of chocolate, and 5 large bags of beef jerky from the drawer of the desk, and stuffed them into her arms. "Take them and eat them. You kids all love snacks." No, uncle, how can I take your stuff?" Ji He saw the chocolate and beef jerky in front of her, and quickly refused them, and put them back on the table. Although she had never been to the supermarket, she had heard people talking about chocolate and beef jerky these days. Chocolate and beef jerky are very expensive now. Not only can they provide calories, but they are also delicious. They are more expensive than rice. If you go too late, you can't get them. If I give it to you, take it. Hurry up and don't dawdle. When you finish your work, go home quickly. It's dark, and it's not safe for a little girl to stay outside alone. Uncle Yan's face was still quite scary. "I took advantage of you by taking your mosquito coil today. If you don't want it, I won't buy it." Having said that, he opened the cabinet, quickly locked the mosquito coils in, threw the chocolate and beef jerky into Ji He's arms, and started to chase people away. Ji He had no choice but to walk out obediently with 2 bags of chocolate beans. Since she was already here, Ji He thought about it, and turned into the night market. She wanted to buy some molds for frozen ice cubes. Although the pot can also be frozen, it is too big, and you have to use a kitchen knife to cut it when eating, which is not very convenient. There are still so many people in the night market. In addition to those selling food, there are all kinds of things for sale. Ji bought more than 10 silicone molds, all of which are food grade. They used to cost dozens of yuan each, but now they only cost 2 taels. You can pick whatever you want. In addition to this, she also bought a second-hand laptop and an empty mobile hard drive, spending a total of half a pound of rice. Although it is second-hand, the computer owner just bought it and hasn't used it for a long time, so it's still quite new. Ji opened it and tested it, and found that there was no problem, so she handed in the food. When handing in the food, she also opened her backpack generously. Let everyone around see that there is only 1 pound of rice in her bag, and some worthless silicone molds. Some people with bad intentions, seeing her in this situation, shifted their sights and looked for the next target. Now only food is the most valuable, and this kind of laptop is in every household. They are afraid that they can't sell it if they steal it. In other words, Jihee's contact doesn't even have the capital to be stolen. Stealing her is a waste of effort. The boss is also a young man. Seeing Jihee like this, he gave her a thumbs up. Jihee smiled implicitly. She put the laptop in her bag and walked out of the market. As expected, no one followed her. As soon as she walked out of the market, Jihee saw from a distance that a man in black clothes snatched a girl's backpack and ran away. The girl was thin and wore a pink skirt. She was pushed to the ground and didn't react at first. The woman who followed her was also dragged to the ground by her. As soon as the two of them fell to the ground, they screamed because of the burn. Hiss, it's so hot. No, catch the thief. Catch the thief quickly. Although they shouted like that, no one around went to help, everyone just stood and watched. Even the police just took a look, and no one went over. They are only responsible for the safety of the supermarket and the nearby free market. Beyond a certain range, they are not responsible. There are not enough people here, and they are afraid of luring the snake out of its hole. If they all chase over, who will protect the supplies and the people in the supermarket? The regulations specifically set by the above are mainly responsible for the safety of the supermarket. If it exceeds this range, it can be relaxed at discretion. This discretion is more interesting. Although the people around can't help the two people catch the thief, they can still help to lift him up. The mother and daughter are hugging each other and crying. Many people around are sighing and scolding the people who rob things. Jihee went back home. After all, the police didn't care. What's the big deal for her to rush up? And the girl was wearing a skirt. In such an environment, she was not afraid of being bitten by mosquitoes and going to the hospital. Just as Jihee was about to walk away, a familiar voice came from behind. Jihee? Jihee felt that she was unlucky. Nothing went well after the weather got hot. Her father moved a lot of things home some time ago, filling up a whole room. She said that she had enough to eat and didn't want to queue up at the supermarket, but her father disagreed and insisted that the whole family come here to queue up every night. The annoying thing was that they couldn't buy things on behalf of her, and she couldn't come even if she didn't want to. So she asked her father to come here to queue up first, and she and her mother came at a certain time, so that they could stay at home and enjoy the air conditioning for a while. Nothing happened in the past few days. Who would have thought that someone would steal it today? And he ran into the person he hated the most at first sight. When Jihee turned around, she saw Jihee and her aunt, who looked embarrassed. She pursed her lips and tried to make her expression more natural. You called me for something? Jihee's eyes widened. She didn't expect it was Jihee. She quickly wiped her tears with her hands, raised her chin, and put on her usual expression. Why are you here? This expression usually looks okay, but now, it's a little bit off. At this time, Jihee's pink skirt was stained with a lot of black mud, which made her look particularly dirty. Her eyes were red and swollen, and there were 2 super big lumps on both sides of her cheeks from mosquito bites, which were slowly getting bigger. Jihee considered Jihee's temper, and was afraid that she would be shocked after hearing the bad news, so he kindly didn't mention it. Just come and take a look. This made Jihee feel a long-lost sense of superiority, and she raised her chin high. Poor bastard. After making a conclusion about Jihee, she continued, I guess you can't afford it. Do you know how high the prices are now? With your previous poverty, you probably couldn't even meet the minimum standard. Jihee had no interest in staying there, and listening to Jihee's bragging. She nodded indifferently. Okay, you are the eldest daughter of a rich family. Then you stay and spend money. I'm leaving first. After saying that, she turned around and left without any nostalgia. If she could have extorted a meal from this person before the natural disaster, she probably couldn't squeeze it out now. What a pity. But Jihee refused to accept it. She rushed up and grabbed Jihee. Why are you leaving? I haven't finished yet. The 2 mosquito bites on her face were getting bigger and bigger, and they were red and shiny. Ji-in scratched them unconsciously. Do you know how good my conditions are now? I live almost the same as before the disaster. I use air conditioning and eat ice cream. It can be seen that she is doing well. At least her temper is the same as before. Every time she meets Ji-hee, she will pull her to show off. But the original owner has a good temper, and is willing to stand there and listen. Ji-hee is not interested in this. It's so hot, and the smell of sweat is everywhere. What is there to wait for? I might as well go home and eat ice cream. No, I'm asking you a question. Can't you hear me? Pan Li-feng rolled her eyes in anger at being followed behind. This stupid girl had to get close to him. What if she was really touched? She didn't forget that Ji-hee still owed her a lot of money. It's hard to live like this when the extreme heat comes. Chapter 73. I heard it. Ji-hee nodded perfunctorily. Not only did he not stop, but he even walked faster. You are not allowed to leave. Speak clearly to me. Ji-in was relentless, as if she would not let him go unless he spoke clearly. What? The crowd was so long that he could only take a detour if she wanted to leave. Otherwise she would have run away long ago, and would not have listened to Ji-in's nagging. Don't you believe it? Ji-in looked at Ji-hee's indifferent look, and her eyes were red with anger. She held Ji-hee's arm tightly. I tell you, I not only have potato chips, I also have chocolate and beef jerky, and I won't give them to you. I'm dying of greed for you. Ji-hee was helpless with Ji-in's pestering, and stood still. In her opinion, this girl's flaw was her bad mouth and her vanity. She turned around, glanced at her aunt, and then turned to look at Ji-in, and directly released a fatal blow. Your face has 2 red buttocks from mosquito bites. After saying that, she quickly took out her mobile phone, took a photo of Ji-in's current image in a lightning speed, and then put the phone in her pocket. Ji-in was still a little stunned, and didn't react much. Then Ji-hee repeated what he had just said, and she got angry. What nonsense are you talking about? How can I be bitten by mosquitoes when I have toilet water? Ji-hee looked at the silly child with pity. Okay. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Ji-in looked at Ji-hee's attitude and had a bad feeling in her heart, but the last stubbornness reminded her not to give in. At an angle where Ji-hee couldn't see, she quietly touched her face with her hand. This touch was terrible, and her heart skipped a beat. No, the feel of this face is wrong. At this time, Ji-hee suddenly turned around. Mosquito coils with half a bottle of floral water, 10,000. Do you want it? Are you robbing? Ji-yin's attention was immediately diverted, and she looked at Ji-hee with anger. Too much. How dare he ask her for 10,000? Yeah. Ji-hee nodded perfunctorily. In fact, it didn't matter whether Ji-in bought it or not. She wanted to go home now. Forget it, bye. Ji-in, I want it. Ji-in felt a little humiliated, but she still gritted her teeth and accepted it. At worst, she would take the mosquito coils and run away without transferring money to Ji-hee. Ji-hee was very satisfied. This silly girl should really be taken back home and locked up. It would be easy to lose money if she came out. She saw Ji-in standing there motionless and said in surprise, Transfer money? What are you thinking about? Ji-in, damn, I was just trying to run away. She had no choice but to take out her mobile phone and transfer 10,000 yuan to Ji-hee reluctantly. Although the bag was lost, the mobile phone was on her body, so it was not lost. The phone alert sounded. Ji-hee checked it carefully again, confirmed that it was correct, then opened the backpack, took out 20 mosquito coils and half a bottle of toilet water, and stuffed them into Ji-yin's arms, turned around and left quickly, leaving a goodbye in Ji-yin's ears. Ji-in held the mosquito coils and toilet water, subconsciously wanted to catch up, but was grabbed by her mother's arm. Hurry up and replace your father in the team. Let him stand up and straighten his legs. This is already a loss of 10,000 yuan. If you catch up, I'm afraid you will lose another 10,000 yuan. Although Ji-in was a little unhappy, she looked at the mosquito coil in her arms, afraid that it would be snatched away again, so she pouted and went to find her father. Uncle Ji turned around and saw 2 mosquito bites on Ji-in's face, and was shocked. Girl, when did you get 2 big bites from mosquitoes? Ji-in, shocked. What Ji-hee said just now suddenly appeared in her mind. It reminded her of the big bump on her face instantly. Go to the glass and take a look. This bump is quite big. Ji-hua had a complicated expression. The bump on the girl's face was quite big, and his eyes were blurred into a slit. I heard that this wave of mosquitoes is quite powerful, and many of them are poisonous mosquitoes, spreading malaria or something, and everyone gets a big bump after biting. Ji-in was so upset by her father's decisive tone that she quickly stuffed the mosquito coils and toilet water into Uncle G's arms, and walked to the supermarket to look at herself in the glass. This was terrible. Her face was so swollen that it was unbearable to look at. The two big red and shiny lumps were like two pieces of plateau erythema on her face, which was extremely ugly. Jean burst into tears. She loved to be beautiful the most. Wouldn't this be disfigured? She immediately ran back to find her father. Dad, I'm going to the hospital now. Daughter, let's go after we finish shopping, or else Dad has been queuing here for hours in vain. Ji Hua hurriedly comforted his daughter. They had been queuing for so long. Wouldn't it be in vain if they left now? Why is there only half a bottle of toilet water left? Wasn't it a full bottle when you left? Where did this mosquito coil come from? It would have been fine if he hadn't said this, but Jean wanted to cry even more after saying this. Her father really had no sense of taste, and poked at her scars. Ji Hua suddenly found that her daughter's recently bought backpack was gone, and was shocked. Girl, where is your bag? Didn't you just buy it? Why don't you carry it anymore? Jean, you just realized that my bag is gone. Maybe she was bitten by a mosquito. Jean was in good condition. She didn't have a fever or diarrhea. Except that the bag on her face was getting more and more itchy. She didn't feel anything. She simply sat down on the bench that Ji Hua brought. It was her dad's turn to go out for a walk. His mom had disappeared by now. She went to chat with her acquaintances, leaving Jean alone to be bitten by mosquitoes. She was bored and observed the toilet water in her hand. It was the cheapest one in the supermarket. She curled her lips. Gee, he was so poor that she wouldn't even want this one for free. Suddenly, she found something wrong. Check carefully. It's still a week away from expiration? Gee, you are really the most annoying. On this side, Gee walked for an hour before returning home. As soon as she entered the yard, she lowered her head and raised her foot. When she raised her foot, the sole of her shoe actually touched the ground. Gee had no choice but to hop back to the house on one foot. As soon as she entered the house, her other shoe was also scrapped. Poor original owner spent more than 60 yuan to buy it, and only wore it for a year. How could it be broken? Gee shook her head, and put the shoes into the garbage bag, ready to throw it away tomorrow. Walking into the kitchen, she first cleaned the purchased silicone mold with clean water, and then put it in the freezer to freeze ice cubes. She put the ice cubes frozen in the freezer into the space, and froze them again with water. She found a good way to take out the ice cubes. Click on them all, and select ice cubes to put on the shelf. In this way, the ice cubes will disappear in front of Ji. When she clicks to withdraw, the ice cubes will appear in front of Ji, and she can directly put them into the space. With this method, Ji can collect ice cubes very conveniently. After refilling the ice cubes with water, Ji sat on the sofa and paid off the money owed to the bank. Now that she was debt-free, Ji felt relieved. When she opened the store, all the food on it was sold out. Not even the sweet potato leaves were left. Ji continued to take out the sweet potato leaves from the space and put them on the shelves. For the same price, if they were raw, the green vegetables would be more than the cooked ones. Anyway, the system would never let her take advantage of loopholes, and it might even include the cost of seasonings for her. Even so, Ji was still willing to release them. Cooking not only requires seasoning, but also gas and time. It is much easier to release them. There were not enough sweet potato leaves for 100 portions, only 80. For the remaining 20 portions, Ji could only use garlic broccoli. As the green vegetables in the field mature, she will not lack green vegetables in a week at most. After resting enough, Ji stood up and looked at the watch. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. She put the dough kneaded yesterday into the breeding space and let it ferment. She got up and went to the bathroom, deciding to have her hair cut. The weather was hot, and water was limited. When she went out today, she saw many people with oily hair that could be used for cooking. In such weather, long hair not only wastes water when washing hair, but also easily attracts attention. Although she had stored water in advance, she didn't know when the extreme heat would pass. The water she collected every day was not as much as the amount she used, and she always felt insecure. Chapter 74. It would be better to just cut your hair short. Not only will it save water when washing, but it will also be less eye-catching when you go out. Ji took the scissors, looked in the mirror, and cut her long hair into super short hair in a few clicks. After cutting, she looked in the mirror and felt quite satisfied. Not bad, it has a wild beauty. It was not even 12 o'clock at this time. Ji simply entered the space and built a rack for the vegetables. In just one day, the vegetables on the ground grew one section taller. Ji was happy and worked hard. Soon, she had built all the racks. She used ropes to tie the vines to the racks to prevent the plants from getting lost. With it, they will no longer be afraid of getting lost in the dark. Humming, he worked diligently on the farm like a little bee. Maybe it won't take a week. In a few days, the vegetables in her vegetable garden can be picked. This makes her very happy. He checked the watch and left the space. 2 o'clock in the morning is the time when water and gas come every day, so you can't miss it. Before the gas comes, he has to do the preparation work first. She took out the green beans that she soaked yesterday and put them on the stove. This is simple. Just cook it when the gas comes. When it is almost done, put some sugar in it. Then take out the basin and start kneading the dough. Steamed buns are also very easy to make. Cut the dough into appropriate sizes and knead them into round shapes. She moved quickly and kneaded 50 big steamed buns in a short while. She planned to steam them in the big iron pot on the stove. She steamed 10 in one pot, and 5 pots would be enough. The stove needs firewood, but this one doesn't need to wait for gas. You can just light the fire and steam it now. This occupies 2, 1 gas stove, 1 earth stove, and the 3rd induction cooker. He is going to make pancakes. Making pancakes is not like boiling green bean water and steaming buns, which requires people, so she has to do it all the time. In addition to these 3 things, he is also going to stew all the big elbows, put them in the space after cooking, and take them out and dip them in garlic paste when you want to eat them, which will make the kids next door cry with envy. He bought a total of 20 big elbows at the beginning, and she is going to stew them all today. If one pot can't hold them all, she will stew more pots. When the steamed buns and mung bean soup are cooked, they can be put on directly, so that no time will be wasted. There were 2 empty stainless steel buckets, and she had to fill them up, otherwise she would feel empty. He also threw a few sweet potatoes and potatoes into the stove. Roasted sweet potatoes are also delicious, sweet, and the taste is unimaginable. He had just finished the preparations when the sound of water coming out of the faucet came from the other side, and the lights in the house were automatically lit. She hurried over to adjust the faucet to the maximum, but unfortunately, the water flow today was even smaller than yesterday. Even if all 3 taps in the house were turned on, there wouldn't be much water in 2 hours. He had a bad feeling, but she had no choice but to save as much as possible. Back in the kitchen, he didn't forget to press the cooking button on the 3 rice cookers at the same time, and then turned around to start making pancakes. She had to finish making all the pancakes within 2 hours. Not only her house, but all the houses around were slowly making lively sounds, which was completely different from the dead silence during the day. When the natural gas came, it seemed like a signal, and all the families turned on the lights to the maximum, and got up and went to the kitchen to cook. Even though food is hard to come by at this time, you can still buy it if you are willing to spend money and queue up. Although the supermarket does not provide fresh vegetables, some dry goods such as dried black fungus, dried mushrooms, and dried kelp are always on sale. People are like this. Even if they complain, as long as they have food to eat and food supply, they will not make trouble. The fragrance from Jihee's house, against the backdrop of the surrounding neighbors, did not attract the attention of those who were interested. 2 hours later, the water, electricity, and gas stopped on time, and the house fell into darkness again. Jihee finally had time to sit down and rest. After 2 hours of hard work, she steamed 50 big steamed buns, 12 pots of rice, more than 100 oil cakes, and a bucket of green bean smoothie. The big pork elbow on the stove will be ready in a few minutes. When she collects the pork elbow, her work for the day will be done. However, there is not much firewood left at home. Jihee will go to pick up some tomorrow. Although there is a clay stove at home, it is not used too much. Most of the time, natural gas and induction cookers are used, so there is not much firewood left. Jihee thought about picking up some firewood when she had time. As for the coal she bought in the space, she didn't want to use it for now, and wanted to keep it, so that she would have a backup plan in case it was inconvenient to find firewood in the future. Villa, Ji-Yin's house. Ji-Yin's mother came back and kept complaining. "We are all relatives." Jihee asked Ji-Yin to transfer 10,000 yuan to get some mosquito coils for us. At such a young age, you are obsessed with money. Only 10,000 yuan, do you care about it? Uncle Ji frowned. Is this little money worth talking about? It's good enough to have some mosquito coils now, otherwise don't use them. Pan Li-Fing, Ji-Yin's mother. She was choked by Uncle Ji, rolled her eyes, snorted, and turned back to the house. Why? Give me 6 slices, I need to go back to my mother's house. Uncle Ji frowned, but didn't say anything. He turned to look at Ji-Yin, whose face was swollen, and said, "You don't need so much, give us some." Ji-Yin was a little reluctant, but didn't say anything. He took out 6 slices first, and divided the rest into 2, half for each of us. After saying that, he didn't eat the meal and turned back to the house. Uncle G was relieved when he saw the mosquito coils. There were so many mosquitoes these days that he could swat several away with one slap. He didn't know there would be so many mosquitoes. The supplies he prepared were mainly food and medicine, and he didn't prepare mosquito coils. Today, he asked many people for help but couldn't buy anything. He had no choice but to get a few bottles of toilet water at a high price, and Jean lost 1 bottle. He just lit up the mosquito coils and felt that there were fewer mosquitoes at home. I felt so fuzzy from all the previous ones. Jean was so angry that she tossed and turned in bed and couldn't sleep. She felt uncomfortable even after applying the medicine on her face. In addition, she felt uncomfortable in her heart, as if there were bugs scratching her heart. Jean got angry when she thought of He selling her expired floral water. She endured it again and again, but couldn't bear it anymore. She took out her mobile phone and started to send messages to He. Sister Ian, black-hearted vendor, you actually sold me expired floral water? After sending the message, Jean waited and waited, but after 2 minutes, He still hadn't replied to her message. She sent another message. Sister Social Ian, what? You know you were ignored and you don't say anything? I tell you, I will spread your story. Let all my classmates laugh at you. Sister Social Ian, reply to my message. I know you are not asleep. Jean waited for 5 minutes, but He still didn't reply. She was anxious. Sister Social Ian, why don't you reply to my message? Sister Social Ian, I was right about you. You always act like you don't care. Jean didn't feel angry after a while. Instead, she became angrier. She clenched her phone and waited for a while, but still didn't hear the notification sound. She was so angry that she sent several messages to He in a row. In the end, she didn't even know when she fell asleep. Chapter 75. Although this insect repellent incense is small, it burns very slowly after being lit. A small piece, no bigger than a fingernail, burned all night before it turned into powder. Since having problem with insect repellent incense, He felt like he had returned to the time before the extreme heat. He slept so comfortably every day. He slept until he woke up naturally. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon again. He first reached for his phone from the bedside, opened it, and saw a bunch of unread messages at a glance, most of which were sent by Jean. Not only were there messages, but there were also dozens of voice messages, many of which were 60 seconds long. He ignored Jean's long list of complaints. Wasn't the toilet water still expired? According to Jean's pretentiousness, the half bottle of toilet water would definitely be used up before it expired. Since it could be used up, it was not a waste. She really didn't know what Jean was sick of. Maybe she had too much money and heartburn. After thinking about it, He made an emoticon package of the ugly photo of Jean that she took yesterday and sent it over. Added a sentence, today is a good day. Everything you want can come true. Then, he closed the chat interface and clicked on the news. Mosquitoes spread diseases, hospitals are overcrowded, and medicines are in short supply. Is this a sign of the end of the world? Experts suggest that eating only 1 meal a day is more beneficial to your health. The weather is hot, and poultry and fish have died in large numbers. Not only does it pollute the water source, but a large amount of dead meat has flowed into the market. Please do not buy raw meat that has not been quarantined. He clicked on it and looked carefully. In the picture, there were large patches of dead chickens and ducks lying on the ground, countless of them, and next to them were staff wearing isolation suits collecting the bodies. The boss was crying so hard that he almost fainted. It was obvious that he was really sad. He shook his head. A few days ago, someone in the communication group broke the news that chickens and ducks died of disease. Why did this news come out only now? Green vegetables are already hard to buy. Once this matter is exposed, the prices, which are already very expensive, will probably rise again. He continued to scroll down. Below were photos of a large number of dead fish. There were countless dead fish lying in the river, covered with black flies, which looked very disgusting. With so many dead fish, the water source must be more precious. I wonder if it will affect the daily water use? Although she had a lot of thoughts in her mind, he could not do anything. She exited the webpage and continued to read the news. The state will publish the criminals' information uniformly and issue a reward order at the same time. The specific personnel information is as follows. He raised her eyebrows and clicked to take a closer look. It showed the criminals who had been caught before. They had shaved heads and wore very heavy handcuffs and leg irons. They were sweating profusely while working under the sun. How cruel. Moving goods under the scorching sun, even a gifted person wouldn't last long. He looked at the people in the picture and shook her head. People should not make mistakes. Look at them now. They were happy for a while, but now they are being forced to do hard labor, right? TSK. The temperature has risen a lot in the past few days. It can be 54 degrees. I don't know what it feels like to work on this day. He sighed in a fake way, and continued to scroll down, looking at the reward list. She had to write down these people, just in case she ran into them, and reporting them could get a lot of food. The person ranked first was called Sun Chong, and he could get 100 kilograms of rice. He carefully wrote down several reward lists before leaving. The following news was similar to the previous ones. Either the country called on talented people to register, or experts spread good news. He flipped through it casually and closed it. She opened the community group and saw many people looking for her to buy mosquito coils. He refused one by one. She had sold a lot of mosquito coils yesterday. Someone with an ulterior motive, like the old lady standing aside, must have been calculating in her mind. If she continued to sell today, people would definitely think too much. Mosquito coils are so precious. Where did she get them? Not only enough for her own use, but also enough to sell. This doesn't fit in with the poor person she has created for herself, so forget it. Anyway, she doesn't have much to spend money on, so it's useless to ask for money. As for the remaining mosquito coils in the space, she only plans to keep 40 pieces, and she will hang the rest in the store. Or use gasoline to buy them. All of them were sold out in a short while. Now mosquito coils really sell much faster than food. At this time, Ji Yin's news suddenly came. Sister Social and Ian, I will kill you. Hajia Wanla. The picture is now in the class group, and it is 50% away from being successfully uploaded. Sister Social and Ian, transfer 10,000 yuan. Sister Social and Ian, no, take the picture back immediately. Hajia Wanla, please pay attention to your attitude when you speak. I am in a bad mood and my hands are shaking. Sister Social and Ian, please, you are my sister from now on. Don't send the picture. He teased Ji Yin for a while, and felt that she was about to collapse, so he took the transfer slowly. This means that the war has come to an end for the time being. Putting down the phone, Ji continued to stock the store. As for food, every household still has a lot of rice and flour. It is not the end of the world. People will hesitate when buying, but mosquito coils are a necessity. The shelves are empty, so Ji picked up the pure green vegetables in the space, stir-fried lettuce and stir-fried zucchini, and continued to put them on the shelves. Try to sell 2 barrels today. After putting the green vegetables on the shelves, Ji entered the space. First take a look at the sweet potatoes, cacti and aloe vera planted in the plastic baskets. They are growing pretty well, and they are all alive. Although the growth rate is not comparable to that in the black soil, Ji is very satisfied. The plants in the black soil have grown a lot taller after not seeing them overnight. The corn has grown ears. Ji estimates that it will be ready to harvest in more than a month. Ji is still very satisfied with this growth rate, otherwise she is really afraid that she will not be able to feed the livestock. There is no way. Now she needs to consume more than 10 kilograms of cornmeal every day. Even if she still has a lot of stock, she is still a little anxious. They are such big eaters. They keep barking until they are full. After leaving the black soil, Ji went to the mountain to look at the green vegetables she had planted before. The vines had already climbed up the bamboo frame she had built yesterday. They were entwined around the bamboo frame, showing their vigorous vitality. Ji looked around and left the space. She still had to cook for the livestock. Today, she would mix grass with cornmeal and wheat bran. Forget about vegetables. When the vegetables on the hillside are edible, she would switch to green vegetables. At this time, she was somewhat glad that she didn't raise too many livestock, otherwise she really couldn't afford to raise them. Now she not only consumes a lot of food every day, but also consumes a lot of water. The water flow from the tap is getting thinner and thinner every day. Not to mention saving some, even if all is collected, it is not enough for the livestock to drink. Even now, she drinks the water stored in the space every day. Although it seems that there will be no shortage of water in the next few years, no one knows what the future will be like. Ji still subconsciously saves water. After all, if conditions permit, she still doesn't want to drink the water in the fish pond. After finishing her daily work, Ji came to the window and looked out. Although her yard is a 2-story building, there are several high-rise buildings not far from her house, less than 50 meters away. If they want, people living in high-rise buildings can see her yard without any obstruction. So she is very careful and rarely stays in the yard. While she was in a daze, Jihee's mobile phone received another notification sound. It turned out to be a morning market trading group. When she opened it, someone sent a picture and it had everyone. Spring warmth, picture. Spring warmth, bad luck. I spent a lot of money to get gasoline and water, and the temperature and humidity are suitable, but the seeds just won't germinate. Does anyone know why? Oldly without food. Why won't they germinate? Aren't there a few more? When are you going to sell them? Oldly even specially marked the sprouted seedlings in the picture. Spring warm flowers. Bullshit. The germination rate is not even more than 30%, and you told me it germinated. It's not even enough to pay for the seeds. I lost a lot. And didn't you see the seedlings that grew? Like malnutrition, it's not certain whether it can grow up. Oldly without food. If you are afraid that it won't grow up, why don't you sell me now? I don't mind. Spring warm flowers blooming. Sure, you can exchange food with me. Oldly without food. They have all been taken away by the higher-ups. I have to queue up at the supermarket to buy food now. Where can I get food? The bankrupt Chicken King. Oldly, you are not nice enough. Why are you crying poor when I ask you to buy food? He ignored the other people's idle chatter, and clicked on the photo of spring warm flowers blooming, which showed a greenhouse that occupied a large area. Chapter 76. But now the number of plants growing on the ground is pitifully small compared to the total area. This shouldn't be the case. If the humidity and temperature are right, plants should be able to grow. Why aren't they growing? Is it still too hot? He is not an expert in agronomy. He couldn't figure it out after thinking for a long time, so he had to put it aside. Someone in the group has already asked Chunu and Hwakai to buy water. The bankrupt rich generation. Chunu and Hwakai, since the plants don't sprout, do you sell water? Chunu and Hwakai, my water can only be used to irrigate the land. It doesn't meet the standard for drinking. How can I bear to use drinking water to water the ground? I haven't showered for several days. Electrical appliances, I have water. Can you chat with me? The bankrupt rich first generation. Tell me how much a bottle costs first. Electrical appliances, 500. The bankrupt rich first generation. Forget it, I can't afford it. Electrical appliances, 500 is still expensive. You really don't know how much the water price has increased outside? The bankrupt rich first generation. Today I saw someone swimming in an indoor swimming pool on a certain audio. Why am I only paying 500 per bottle now? Electrical appliances, you can buy it or not. You don't even look at how many billions of dollars he is worth. He doesn't even blink when he uses mineral water to flush the toilet, let alone swim. Oldly without grain. If he doesn't buy, I will. Private chat. He has also seen many people posting videos of their lavish lives online. Some people post videos of their vegetables and meat at home. Some post videos of their pool parties. And some even post videos of their mountains of food at home. Even Jean has posted her snacks online, and complained that she has no fruit to eat. Everyone seemed to have forgotten all about the riots a while ago. Thinking of this, He suddenly felt a little hungry. She hadn't eaten yet after getting up. He suddenly wanted to eat meat. She took out a big elbow that she stewed yesterday from the space, carefully cut it in half, and put the other half of the elbow back into the space. The elbow was not small, and she couldn't finish it in one meal, so she had to eat it in 2 meals. He poured the soup from the stewed elbow on the rice, and ate 1 mouthful of meat and 1 mouthful of rice. When she ate, she felt that there were no vegetables, so she picked up a small plate of cold dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, and she was particularly satisfied. Maybe because of the hard work during this period, Jihee's appetite has increased a lot. How could she finish half an elbow before? After eating, she took out strawberries from the space and washed a large basin. The fruits she bought before have not been eaten yet. If she saves them, she can eat them for 2 months. Holding the strawberries, she sat on the sofa and started browsing her phone. She didn't forget to put the frozen ice cubes into the space in the middle. It was not until after 6 o'clock in the evening, when the sun set, Jihee got dressed and prepared to go out. Originally, she planned to go to the mountain to collect firewood today, but since Ji-in gave her 20,000, Jihee was ready to spend it first. It just so happened that she had never been inside the supermarket before it opened, so she went to see what it was like inside. Each person could only spend 500 yuan a day, and the 20,000 yuan would be enough for her to spend for more than a month. Before leaving, Jihee looked around the room and decided to put the unused bed and wardrobe into the space. There were quite a few pieces of furniture in the house, and if they were not dusted in time, they would be covered with a layer of dust in a few days. Not to mention the lack of water, there were still so many bugs, so it was really unnecessary to keep the furniture in the house. It was better to take up the space. He did it as soon as he thought of it, and quickly took away all the furniture upstairs and downstairs, as well as the sundries in the storage room. She left a bed and a wardrobe for her bedroom. In this way, she only needs to clean one room every day. She is really smart. There was not enough time. He carefully locked the door, put on the dirty clothes for going out, and walked quickly to the supermarket. At this time, it was not completely dark around. There were many pedestrians walking, all of whom were going to queue up in the supermarket. For those who were far away like them, they had to leave early, otherwise they would be late for water and cooking at night. Everyone was concentrating on walking, and occasionally a few people were chatting together. They didn't look as energetic as they were a few days ago. The weather was hot and water was scarce, and there were bugs in the food at home, which made many people anxious. He did not speak, but lowered his head and walked attentively. Thanks to Pralin, it is still cool after so many days, and it is indeed tenacious. Even if he walked fast, it took more than 50 minutes to walk to the entrance of the supermarket. There was a long queue at the entrance, and the end of the queue could not be seen at a glance. Many people sat on small benches with parasols. He did not dare to delay, and walked quickly to the end of the queue to queue up. As soon as she stood still, several more people stood behind her. He breathed a sigh of relief, opened her backpack, took out a folding stool from it, opened it, put it on the ground, sat down, and started to line up. The team moved slowly forward. He sat there in a daze, while using her consciousness to pack up the things in the space. She was very careful, and would not touch anything in the game outside. She didn't want to waste time, so she simply reorganized the things in the space, and finally cleared a lot of space. She put the old furniture that was not used for the time being, and the waste cardboard boxes aside. In case there are treasures to be put into the space in the future, and there is not enough space, these things will be the first batch to be thrown away. The team was not moving slowly. Although there were many people, they were still moving forward little by little. He waited for more than 2 hours before it was her turn. He stood up, patted her numb buttocks, and followed the people in front of her into the supermarket. When she entered the door, she was stopped by the police on duty at the door after walking a few steps. Put the bag in the cabinet next to it. You are not allowed to bring bags into the supermarket. He nodded and looked in the direction pointed by the police on duty. It turned out that there was a compartment at the entrance of the supermarket, which contained many lockers. Some lockers had keys on them, while others did not. In front of the lockers, several people were putting things into their backpacks, and several others were putting their bags into the lockers. After the extreme heat, the supermarket no longer sold plastic bags, and asked everyone to carry their own things home, so basically everyone would carry a bag. He walked over, found an empty locker with a key in it, and put her bag in it. Her bag was dirty, and there was only the folding stool she had just sat on inside, so she was not afraid of being stolen. After locking it, she did not forget to pull it to test whether the lock worked. It did not move at all, and it seemed that the quality was still guaranteed. He put the key away and turned to walk into the supermarket. The loudspeaker above her head was broadcasting in a loop. It is forbidden to steal in the supermarket. At the least, you will be deprived of the right to buy, and at the worst, you will be taken away for rehabilitation. Please pay attention to your belongings, and we are not responsible for theft. Chapter 77. The purchase limit is 500 per person. Please calculate reasonably. Any purchases exceeding this limit will be refunded, not even a dime more. As if afraid that people didn't understand, the speaker above his head kept playing in a loop. The first floor of the supermarket is not very big, just the size of an ordinary supermarket. The lights are bright inside, and the shelves are full of things. It feels like going back to the time before the extreme heat. This supermarket has 2 floors. The first floor sells food, and I don't know what the second floor sells. Not only are there many people buying things in the supermarket, but there are also many staff members. They walk in the supermarket and go to the warehouse to find and replenish the empty shelves when they see them. He didn't rush upstairs, but started shopping on the first floor. What these people said was right. There were a lot of food for sale in the supermarket, but there were no drinks or mineral water. He didn't even see milk, yogurt or other dairy products. Of course, it's possible that the ones that were on sale were snatched away. The only liquids were soy sauce and vinegar. When he entered the supermarket before the extreme heat, not to mention the drinks and mineral water in several large cabinets, just the yogurt and fresh milk would take up a whole wall, right? Now they are all gone. He walked around the supermarket and had a general idea of what was going on. Although there were quite a few things in the supermarket, most of them had a short shelf life, half a month, or even near expiration. There were basically no long-shelf products, such as beef jerky and canned luncheon meat. After she had a general idea, she went to the food area with the largest area first. From a distance, she saw a huge signboard standing on it, which said that each person was limited to buying half a pound a day. Gee, half a caddy? It must be hard to eat rice 3 times a day, right? Despite complaining, he still wanted to take a closer look. There was quite a lot of food on the shelf, including rice, white flour, millet, brown rice, cornmeal, red beans, mung beans, etc. Basically, everything that was available in the market before the extreme heat could be found here, with many varieties, and it could even be called very complete. After taking a closer look at the price, she almost sent her away. Rice, 300 yuan per caddy. Not to mention the purchase limit, it's still so expensive. 500 yuan is not enough to buy 2 kilograms even if you buy as much as you want. This 500 yuan is really not worth spending. Despite this, the most people are standing in front of the shelf. Nothing else. Even if each person has half a kilogram of food, if you save a little, cook it into porridge, and add pickles, it can still be eaten for 2 days. So in addition to what you need to eat that day, you can save some. Chinese people are used to being frugal in their bones. He glanced at the people in the queue in front of her and turned to leave. The food stored in her space is enough for the time being, so she won't join in the fun. In addition to the food area, there are also quite a few people in the snack area. Now people are very greedy for porridge every day, and snacks with strong taste are just right to improve their lives. Maybe it's because the natural disaster just came. The variety of snacks is still very rich. Basically, all the food that can be found on the market before can be found here. It's just that the prices have increased many times, some even more than 20 times, more than 30 times. Take the sugar that used to cost 2 yuan a bag, now it has risen to more than 50 yuan a bag. Originally, the ready-to-eat dried fish was sold by the pound, with only 1 fish in it, but now it is sold by the piece, and the price has risen to 40 yuan per piece. A spicy dried fish that is not even as long as a finger is sold at such a high price. Most importantly, all of these are near-expiry products. If it weren't for the extreme heat, he would not have known that there were so many near-expiry products on the market, and they were piled up like mountains and sold at a very high price. There were also a lot of people scrambling for them. He looked at them in silence. Forget it, she had stored a lot of these in supermarkets and online celebrity warehouses at the time, and she couldn't bear to eat them normally, so there were still a lot. In fact, she didn't have to buy it. Looking all the way, except for the meat and vegetables that had been sold out long ago, the staff would replenish the other items as soon as they were taken away. At least, there was no snatching of things now. Can you replenish the cabbage again? My old lady has high blood pressure and can't stand eating pickles every day. A middle-aged uncle grabbed the staff and begged. It's not that I don't want to replenish it. There is no stock in the warehouse. Only a few are released every day, and even we can't buy it. The staff member who was pulled over also looked embarrassed. If it doesn't work, there are dried goods over there. You can go buy some dried mushrooms to eat. He glanced at the counter selling vegetables and meat. A small table, pitifully empty at the moment. Coming to the counter selling dried goods, the prices here have also risen a lot, although not as fast as grains, and there is no purchase limit. But it has also caught up with snacks. 500 yuan can't buy much. He didn't give up and continued to shop in the supermarket. Finally, she saw a counter with a relatively small increase in price and a decent shelf life, seasoning. Although the price has increased by 5 times, compared with other foods, this increase is nothing. He didn't rush to buy it. He went shopping in the supermarket on the first floor and compared it, but still couldn't find anything cheaper than them. He simply lowered his head and took a lot of seasonings and put them in the basket. While taking them, he took out his phone to add them, making sure that the price was just right in the end. An aunt saw he buying seasonings here and said, "Why buy so many seasonings? If you can't finish them, they will go bad easily. There are many people at home." He smiled, said a simple sentence, and didn't say anything more, lowering his head to concentrate on the accounts. Soy sauce, vinegar, steamed fish soy sauce, cooking wine, oyster sauce, sesame oil, salt, chicken essence, MSG, bean paste, soybean paste, and chili sauce are also a few bottles. During this period of time, soy sauce is consumed the most for cooking, so buy more. She can't afford sugar anymore, it has risen a lot. Fortunately, she saved enough before, and when it is all used up, the sugarcane in her space should also be able to make sugar. After packing all the seasonings, he did not forget to go upstairs to take a look. Daily necessities were sold upstairs, and there were not many people, only a few in total. The price did not increase too much, and it was about the same as before the natural disaster. He went to get a few lighters and candles to make up the bill, which was exactly 499.5. Only then did he go to the queue to pay with satisfaction. After paying and going out of the door, he put all the seasonings he bought into his backpack, and then walked out slowly. Next to it was the recycling counter. Maybe it was not the end of the road. There were a few people in front of the counter, but not many. He took a look and then retracted her gaze, concentrating on walking. Jean was robbed yesterday, and she didn't want the seasoning she just spent money on to be robbed. People who came out of the supermarket after shopping should also have this concern. Most of them walked together in groups, with women and children walking in the middle and men walking in the outer circle, carrying sticks and kitchen knives, so that thieves would be worried. He had no one to accompany her, so she could only be extra careful. Chapter 78. She actually found someone following her, and she was so scared that she quickly hid in the corner of the house and flashed into the space. Those who robbed things were all gangs, and they ran away after robbing things. With her small body, she didn't dare to chase them at all. If she was beaten by a meat bun, she would never come back. He hid in the space for 5 minutes, and when she felt it was enough, she left the space. From the bright place to the dark outside, Jihee's eyes were a little unaccustomed. She stood still and waited for her eyes to adapt before she started walking home. This time, no one followed her, and Jihee returned home safely. Even with Pralin, Jihee was sweating after walking for a while, and she was reluctant to take a shower with water, so she simply filled a basin of water and wiped herself, which made her feel much more comfortable. Jihee did not pour out the water after wiping her body, but kept it to water the plants in the plastic basket. Before, Jihee would flush the toilet, but now she felt that it was a bit of a waste of water. In a few days, she wanted to go to the construction site to find some sand to see if she could bury it, so as to save some water. After she was refreshed and changed into work clothes, Jihee entered the space and started working. She worked until 1 a.m. before she came out of the space. She had taken care of the livestock for the day and only needed to feed them once before going to bed. Jihee lay on the bed and opened the shop. All the vegetables were sold out. She gave the gasoline to the mall and continued to put the vegetables on the shelves. With the subsequent replenishment, she was not so worried. After this batch of vegetables were put on the shelves, the vegetables in her space should be almost ready to sell. After putting the vegetables on the shelves, Jihee started to read the chat. Since then, she opened this shop. Every day, countless people sent her messages. Some cried poor and pitiful, some morally blackmailed, some wanted to curry favor with her, and some wanted to join forces with her. Some even came to inquire about her vegetable channels. In short, there were all kinds of things said. She simply didn't reply, just pretended not to see it. The more you say, the more mistakes you make. There are too many types of talents now, not only combat-related ones, but also many strange ones. She really didn't want to cause any more trouble, so it was best to pretend not to see it. Anyway, it seems that she doesn't need any help from people in the game for the time being. As for the future, she will take it one step at a time. I checked the news. I got a lot of bad news. Due to the high temperature and lack of water, the outdoor farmland is basically dead from drought, and today's harvest is all ruined. If the food you buy at home is not in plastic packaging, it will basically get worms if left in this environment for a day. Experts urge everyone to buy small packages of rice, or eat it together with several families. Garbage should also be cleaned up in time, otherwise it will provide a breeding ground for flies if it is left at home or on the street. When there are too many flies, it will also contaminate the food, causing a vicious cycle. Jihee thinks this suggestion is very good, so don't mention it in the future. Let's not talk about whether it is reliable for several families to eat food together. Let's talk about who will collect the garbage. Young people are lazy and just want to throw away garbage at the door. How many elderly people will take it to the designated place to throw away garbage now? There were special people to collect it before, but no one has taken care of it for a few days. The outside of their house is full of stinking garbage. Every time I come back, I have to hold my breath. Even when I enter the house, there is still a faint smell coming in. These days, she has not thrown away garbage at the door of her house. She goes out to throw it at the garbage station. But even if she doesn't throw it away, there are others who do it. No one listens. Jihee shook her head and continued to watch the news. Chapter 79. Mosquitoes reproduce quickly, are more toxic, and transmit various diseases. Previously, a group of elderly people died of heat stroke. This group of mosquitoes has begun to target children. Now the corridors of the hospital are full. It is reported that there is a shortage of medicines. I hope everyone will take precautions and stop it from the source. I heard that the country is working hard to develop a method to sterilize mosquitoes. Don't worry. Once it succeeds, it will be put on the market. A large number of poultry died, and diseased meat flowed into the market. Some people were hospitalized directly after eating it, and could not be rescued. Before the family members of the patients had time to grieve, they also became ill, and were taken directly to the emergency room. The government also called on everyone not to buy meat of unknown origin, and not to eat it even if they were greedy. At the same time, it called on everyone to move less during the day, sleep more, and reduce physical exertion, so that they would not get hungry quickly. There was a lot of scolding below. There was already the problem of mosquitoes, and now there is bird flu. He looked at it for a while, but it can't be said that it was all bad news. There was also good news. For example, how many more entrepreneurs donated materials, and how many people would be fed for a year with these materials. There is also the invented black technology, the car that uses solar energy to generate electricity. I heard that it can use both solar energy and gasoline. With this, there is hope to return to life before the extreme heat. He watched the excitement for a while, then went to the store again. The vegetables were not selling fast, so he thought about it, and decided to put a few pieces of insect repellent incense on the shelf and exchange them for 300 L of gasoline to see the market reaction. There are so many mosquitoes now, and insect repellent incense should be easy to sell. She had collected a lot in the warehouse at the beginning, enough for her to live for several lifetimes, so she might as well sell some to exchange for gasoline. Now the space upgrade is far away, and the land for planting is still a little insufficient. Compared with letting the insect repellent incense pile up in the space, she is more in need of gasoline now. As soon as the insect repellent incense was put on the shelf, he did not rush to close the back end, but chose to wait. She was not disappointed. Within a few minutes, all the insect repellent incense were sold out. He quickly put it on the shelf again. Although her insect repellent incense was discarded by others, there was no big problem with the quality. It was just broken into pieces, which was not very beautiful. She also used this, and a small piece could burn for a long time. He did not feel guilty about exchanging these things for gasoline. It was not forced to buy or sell, and it was all voluntary. Besides, this insect repellent is much better than mosquito coils. It not only repels mosquitoes, but also flies, cockroaches, and other insects. There is no insect in her house now. It is incredibly clean. Not long after the items were put on the shelves, Ijing contacted her in the background and wanted to buy all of them. Thought about it and agreed. As usual, they were put on the shelves in 5 minutes and let him grab them by himself. As for whether he got them or not, she couldn't guarantee it. After all, this game does not have a private transaction method. Everyone who wants to trade must put them on the shelves in the mall. She can't guarantee that they can all be sold to Ijing. I can only say that we agreed on a time and made it convenient for him. He had a good impression of Ijing. Although he was stingy and nosy, he was at least a decent person, not a gangster, which was enough for Ji. After all, although it didn't matter who she sold to, she still hoped to sell things to good people. Only when the government was in power, and the society was stable could she live comfortably. When the agreed time came, Ji opened the mall, and prepared to put the vegetables on the shelves. I don't know which good person bought all the vegetables she still hung, and now there are 100 empty positions on her shelves. Thanks to the sponsor. Chapter 80. Giving all the gasoline to the space as soon as possible, Ji returned to the store to put the insect repellent incense on the shelves. Insect repellent incense is the kind that works immediately and very quickly. As long as it is lit, the visible insects will disappear in front of the eyes, so there is no experimental cycle at all. As long as people have bought it, no one does not want to buy more. Soon Jihee's speed of putting it on the shelves can't keep up with the speed of these people buying. Jihee put it on the shelves quickly, and the other side disappeared quickly. She was so busy that her hands were sore, but the feeling of making money quickly was particularly exciting. She didn't stop until the alarm clock rang. She looked at the storage space, and the insect repellent and scents she sold only scraped a layer of Sha on Shaoshan. It didn't shake her foundation at all. Not bad. I like this feeling of full inventory. Cook first, and then talk about it after cooking. In order to prevent others from guessing her location from the time she stopped, he didn't leave the shelf empty, but chose to put the vegetables on it. This can at least cause some trouble to others, which is better than nothing. He went to cook happily, not knowing that the game chat channel exploded because of her again. This heat wave is not only experienced by their country, but also by all countries in the world. Not only do they have many mosquitoes, but those in African countries are even more rampant. Not only do they reproduce rapidly, but they are also particularly large in size. After the first test of the 200 stores selling insect repellent was very effective, the whole game went crazy. Everyone frantically clicked on Jihee's empty stalls in order to quickly grab the insect repellent to their own homes. Unfortunately, except for the first few pills that were grabbed by the lucky ones, all the insect repellents were bought up by major forces. Country A, not to mention, discovered it early, and hoarded it while others didn't react. Let's talk about other forces. They have sufficient supplies and more manpower, and retail investors can't compete with them. Some forces did not forget to contact their allies when they were buying up the whole thing, wanting to form an alliance to monopolize all the Helmetics. But no matter how they contacted the store owner, this person called Xiantian borrowed 5 billion again was so cold and aloof that he didn't reply to the message at all. No matter how many people in the background asked her to increase the price, she ignored them and only focused on putting it on the shelf. Everyone simply gave up their thoughts and focused on buying in the store. While buying, they comforted themselves that at least the boss was fair and didn't give a few people a backdoor, otherwise it would be hard to buy the medicine. They didn't know that he was not cold and unwilling to increase the price. She was busy putting it on the shelf and didn't see it. If she really saw someone increasing the price to buy, she might not be able to resist the temptation. She didn't know how many people were crazy about Jihee tonight. At this time, there were still 20 minutes before the water came, and Jihee came to the kitchen to start preparing. She had already thought about what to cook tonight. She had gotten a lot of chicken wings from the game farm before. Today, she was going to coat these chicken wings with flour and make fried whole wings. It was so delicious to take one out when she was hungry. Jihee had cleaned up all these ingredients before the water was cut off. Now she took them out and put them in a big pot to marinate. There was no chopped green onion, so Jihee simply put ginger and other seasonings. While marinating, she also beat a lot of eggs and stirred them. She used all the huge eggs she got from the farm last time. Dip it in egg liquid first, then coat it with a layer of fried chicken batter she learned from the internet, and fry it directly in the pan. Even the oil was left over from frying things before. Jihee was reluctant to throw it away, so she just poured some new oil into it this time. After preparing the oil for frying chicken, Jihee did not stop, and turned around to take out 2 casseroles. She bought 50 chickens before, and after using a few for cooking, there was still a lot of space. Today she planned to take out 6 chickens, 4 of which were stewed into chicken soup. When the time comes, the chicken can be taken out and eaten alone, and the chicken soup can also be used to make noodles. The other 2 chickens were roasted, and the roasted chickens could not be left empty. Although there were no green vegetables in the space, there were a lot of potatoes. Jihee cut a few pieces of potatoes and stuffed them into the chickens. When the potatoes and chickens were cooked together, they would taste better. It was not that she didn't want to do more, but it took a lot of time to stew chicken soup. There was only 2 hours in total, so she couldn't stew more than a few chickens. Even for this, an oven, rice cooker, and induction cooker were needed to work together. Chicken soup was more convenient. The chickens were cleaned in advance, and could be directly put into the casserole. Roasting the chicken is a little more troublesome, but since she has marinated it in advance, it is actually not a big deal. She just wraps it in a layer of tin foil, and puts it in the oven. She just waits for the power to come on, and starts roasting immediately. As soon as Jihee finished her preparations, the faucet began to give her a reminder, and the lights in the house that had not been turned off turned on automatically. She quickly ran a few steps to turn on the oven, and then turned on the natural gas and induction cooker in turn. There was not much firewood at home, so Jihee did not plan to use the earthen stove today. Anyway, that can be used at any time, so there is no rush. The water in the tap is thinner than yesterday. I don't know how many days it can last at this rate. Jihee sighed a few times, and the temperature of the oil pan rose. She hurried over to fry the chicken wings. There were a lot of them, and she was afraid that she would not be able to finish them if she didn't hurry up. In the intervals between frying the chicken wings, Jihee had to take out the roast chicken from time to time and brush it with honey. After 2 hours, she was so busy that she didn't even have time to rest. When 2 hours were up, Jihee collapsed in a chair, feeling like she was opening a restaurant just in time for dinner. She was so busy that she wanted to split herself into 2 people. But it wasn't over yet. She couldn't rest yet. She had to prepare the ingredients for the next day. But there was no hurry. Jihee had to eat first. It had been a long time since she had eaten, and Jihee was already hungry. Just thinking that it would be time to go to bed after dinner, Ji decided not to eat too much, just eat until she was 60% or 70% full. She simply took out a big steamed bun, broke it open, put some elbow meat in it, and felt something was missing. So she scooped another spoonful of chili sauce, and then she felt satisfied. Isn't this a steamed bun version of Rigiamo? No problem. Taking a big bite, the aroma of meat filled her mouth, and with the aroma of steamed buns, Ji was very satisfied. It turned out that eating meat is life. Her steamed buns were very standard. Each one was a little bigger than Ji's fist. After eating a steamed bun, she was just 70% full, which was not hungry, but she could eat half a bun if she had it. Although she was not very full, Ji did not eat it, but poured out a bowl of dumpling soup and drank it slowly. This bowl of dumpling soup should be enough. Ji's plan is to eat 2 meals a day, and eat 70% full at each meal. This is more in line with the surrounding environment. Otherwise, everyone will become thinner, but she will be ruddy. Won't something go wrong? Chapter 81. Ji was full and energetic, so she lowered her head and started to make dough. She had used up all the last potatoes in the space today, so there was no side dish in the space except for dry goods. Ji was not going to make meat dishes for the time being, but she couldn't leave the 2 hours of anger unused, so she simply made dough to make steamed buns and flour rolls. These two can be steamed in a pot, which is very convenient. After making the dough, Ji took out the pickled vegetable jar from the planting space. After looking at it for a while, she felt that the time was still a little short, so Ji put the pickled vegetable jar back. Taking out the green grass from the space, Ji took out the kitchen knife and began to pound. She wanted to make more feed at one time today, so that she wouldn't have to worry about it going bad if she put it in the storage space. This way, she could take it out and feed it directly when it was inconvenient to make it in the future. The chicks were very greedy, and the rice with insects that she picked up was almost fed. She also had to prepare more chicken feed this time. Before, she could still encounter a lot of food with insects on the road, but since the government opened a recycling window, this kind of rice with insects can no longer be picked up on the road. Everyone took it back to the government for recycling. Although the amount given was less, it was better than throwing it away. The chickens still had no nutrition if they only ate vegetables, and they would not grow fast. After eating this batch of worm-infested food, Ji wanted to go outside to catch some worms to feed them. You don't have to go far, there are plenty nearby, and no one has grabbed them. Maggots. The temperature is high, there is a lot of rotten food, flies reproduce quickly, and their larvae can be seen wriggling in the corners every day. It's Snow White. The experts even gave a lecture, holding it in their hands and explaining it, saying that it is very nutritious and high in protein, and encouraging people to try it. She can go and scoop some to feed the chickens, which can also prevent flies from breeding quickly, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The more Ji thought about it, the better it was. She decided to go tomorrow. After finishing her work, Ji took out her apple, and lay on the bed playing with her phone. As soon as she opened it, she saw the push news that a woman was robbed on her way home alone after buying food. Not only was her stuff stolen, but she was also stabbed several times, and was dead when she was found. Ji, this big data is a bit scary. Ji swiped past, and clicked on the group to see what they were buying and selling. The most popular products now were food, generators, mosquito coils, medicines, and water. Food and medicines were taken away by the higher-ups. Even if some people still had some, they were basically not circulated on the market. As for water, it came on time for 2 hours every day. Although it was not enough for bathing, it was still okay to drink. Generators could be bought, but the price was frighteningly high, far beyond the reach of Ji. The best-selling item in the trading group is mosquito coils, which have risen to 100 yuan per piece. People in the group cursed him for making money from the national crisis while grabbing the goods faster than anyone else. Ji has a lot of money. If he only goes to the supermarket to spend 500 yuan a day, how long will it take to spend it? Now that money is getting less valuable, Ji plans to keep 10,000 yuan for himself and spend the rest. If he doesn't buy food, other things will not only not increase, but also drop a lot. Ji contacted the merchants in the group and bought a lot of daily necessities. She bought a lot of things like glass bowls, glass jars, fishing nets, clothes, disposable lunch boxes, bed sheets, quilts, plastic sheets, ropes, hardware accessories, lighters, matches, candles, etc. She bought the goods, and the sellers were more anxious than she was. After discussing, they decided not to wait until the next day, but to choose a middle place now, and complete the transaction before dawn. Ji then went out again before dawn and brought back a lot of supplies and put them into the space. Chapter 82. When she came back, it was already dawn and the temperature was rising. Ji felt the heat of the sun and pulled up her sun protection clothes to try not to expose her skin to the sun. There were few people on the road at this time, and only a few people were walking home quickly. Carrying a bag on her back, she looked at the people around her vigilantly. Ji kept a distance from others, lowered her head, and returned home quickly. Before going to bed, she did not forget to check the store. The sales were not bad. All the vegetables were sold out. Ji put them on the shelves again, but today she did not reach the expected target. She only sold 1.5 buckets of vegetables in total. Ji yawned, closed the interface, set the alarm, and fell into a deep sleep. Life was uneventful, and 4 days passed like this. Not only did the situation not improve at all, but the temperature rose again. Now it was as high as 59 degrees outside. Not only did more people suffer from heat stroke, but many people also suffered from heat stroke. The underground shelter was overcrowded, the environment was very bad, and the friction between people increased as they got closer. Government workers were busy every day to appease the anxious emotions of the people, and they were exhausted every day. After the selection of the previously admitted talents, some of them have successfully taken up their posts and become public officials to assist the country in managing the people. After the country officially issued a notice, it recognized the status of talents and allowed them to coexist with the people. With the addition of these talents, the public security chaos was greatly alleviated, and Ji also had a few days of peace and stability. But as life became more difficult, this situation was more like the calm before the storm. Everyone can feel the turbulent waves under the calm sea, but there is nothing they can do. The news is full of news about the investigation of unscrupulous manufacturers every day. Today, this one failed to meet the hygiene standards and was closed down by the state. Or that one used too much preservatives, which was not good for human health, and was vigorously investigated by the government. Or someone was caught hoarding goods and preparing to make money from the national crisis, and was investigated and all the materials were confiscated. There was also a celebrity who was caught for tax evasion, and all his property and materials were confiscated. Anyway, it was confiscation, all kinds of confiscations, arresting people all day long, and it was a busy scene. Below are some chaotic videos from abroad from time to time, such as 0 yuan purchase, occupying the mountain as the king, shooting with machine guns, etc. China is different from abroad. Guns are banned in China. Even if they come out to make trouble, most of them are holding kitchen knives or swinging iron rods. The lethality is much smaller than that of long-range weapons such as guns, and it is not so scary. But it is very different abroad. When the gifted appear, they directly create a sense of déjà vu of a certain X-Men. With the gun, the farmer becomes the king in seconds, and it is about to turn into a battle of the gods. People were originally a little anxious, but seeing this situation abroad, they instantly felt much better. People are afraid of comparison. Although they are not living well, they don't feel so bad when they see that it is more chaotic over there. The high temperature has become a paradise for mosquitoes. Although the temperature is very high, they seem to be unaffected and reproduce desperately. Mosquitoes move in groups, and a large number of insects even cast a shadow on the sky. More and more people are bitten and hospitalized. The solution that the government has been claiming has not been brought out yet. The food in Ji's space was enough for her to eat for more than half a year, but she sold most of it. She sold all the green vegetables, and exchanged them for gasoline to upgrade the space. Even the livestock organs she got from the farm were sold out, and there was not much left. But after throwing so much gasoline into the space, there was no reaction from the space. However, after so many days, Prolin finally became completely ineffective, which was actually beyond Ji's expectations. Prolin is a plant after all, and it is considered to be tenacious to persist for so many days without nutritional supplements. At the moment when it just failed, Ji was still sleeping. She felt as if she was put into a steamer and had difficulty breathing. Even in her sleep, she could feel a strong sense of discomfort. She panted violently and struggled on the bed. She soon broke out in a layer of sweat, soaking the sheets. Finally, Ji opened her eyes. She struggled to take out a piece of Prolin from the space and used it on herself. Only then did she feel alive. It was too hot, too hot. It was so hot, and there was no air conditioning, it was torture. In the past few days, the temperature has reached 48 degrees at night. Not to mention the elderly and children, even healthy young people can't stand the heat. In order to spend the 500 yuan quota every day, Ji queued for several days in a row, and watched the number of people in the queue gradually decrease. Some people can't come because of the heat, and there are other involuntary reasons. At night, at the entrance of the supermarket, he just swiped his ID card and walked in to store his bag, and heard a very loud reminder behind him. You have a bad record, and you are not allowed to consume. He turned his head subconsciously, and saw a middle-aged man with a bald head. He wanted to get in, but was dragged out by the police, who were maintaining order. Please, let me in. I have 2 children at home. If I don't come to buy food, what will the children eat at night? I have money. I will definitely have 500 yuan to pay for the shopping later. Don't worry, I will never owe you money. I didn't delay the repayment on purpose. As long as the unit resumes work and pays wages, I will pay it back immediately. Food is so expensive now, and we have so many people in our family. We have to spend thousands of dollars just on food every day. I am under a lot of pressure. Please let me in. The temperature is too high and the elderly can't come. If I don't bring food back today, my children will starve. I have to pay back a loan of 9,000 every month, and the company is not working and spending money. I really have no choice. I didn't default on it on purpose. Chapter 83. The man's incoherent and hoarse shouts could be heard from far away. The people around watched silently, no one spoke. This kind of situation happens several times every day, and people have seen it so many times that they are numb. Who doesn't know that things are expensive? Is the money running out? But I have to buy some. Without meat, eggs, or other snacks, everyone's appetite has increased. Even if they only eat 50% full every day, they can't save much food. What if you don't buy it? As the voice faded away, people began to turn around and walk into the supermarket. During the high temperature period, many people lost a lot of weight. Jihee's skinny figure looked just right in the crowd. She had no choice in the situation just now. Is it wrong for a man to not pay the mortgage and leave money to buy food for the family? Yes. Is it wrong for the government to make you a bad debtor because it can't collect the mortgage? Yes. After all, no one forced him to buy the house in the first place, and the agreement was signed, so he had to abide by it. I can only say that no one expected this day to come. It's fate. There was a natural disaster, and the whole world stopped working, but they still had to pay their mortgages on time. It was extremely miserable. In the supermarket at this time, in addition to food, pickles have become a must-have food for everyone. Not only can they be stored for a long time, but they can also be eaten directly after being opened. They can also supplement salt and vitamins. There is simply nothing more suitable than this. At this time, whether the nitrite content in pickles is heavy or not is no longer within everyone's consideration. Compared with pickles, the sales of dried food are also good, but still far behind. After all, dried food needs water to soak. Now the water flow in the tap is getting smaller and smaller, and no one knows when it will stop. It is better to buy pickles directly than to buy dried food without water to soak it at home. Jihee bought a few more bottles of chili sauce today, all of which are her favorite brands. Although the price has increased to 45 yuan per bottle, she can accept it. In addition to chili sauce, she also bought some white fungus, dried fish and dried shrimp. The things are very expensive, and there is not much of each kind. Only 3 packs have filled up Jihee's share today. She paid the money, pretended to put the things in her backpack, and quickly left the supermarket. As expected, several more people followed her. There were several more people following her than at the beginning, and not just one group, but 3 groups. And the people following her every day were different. It seemed that whoever's turn it was would take over. Jihee followed his usual style, walked to the dark light area, suddenly accelerated, hid in the corner, and flashed into the space. When he came out 5 minutes later, the people following him outside had all left. There are so many people coming out of the supermarket every day. As long as they don't make people feel like they are super fat sheep, they won't waste too much time following a person. After all, it's hot, and walking and exercising require physical energy, so it's not suitable to follow for a long time. Now even robbery needs to plan the cost. After shaking off the people who are ready to rob behind him, Jihee is safe on the road. After all, it's dark around, and you can't see whether it's a man or a woman on the road. Who knows if the person opposite has food? If there is no food, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? As for asking for money, forget it. Now the money can only be spent in the government supermarket. Many bosses outside have asked for barter. They want everything but money. What's the use of money? The purchase limit is 500 per day. If there is more, it can't be spent. Money has completely become a number on the phone, and its function is not as good as toilet paper. Instead of robbing money, it is better to rob food and get it done in one step. It was very early today, and he was not in a hurry to go home to cook. Halfway through the walk, he started to take out the shovel and shoveled all the maggots on the roadside into the black plastic bag along the way, and then entered the space. All the insects at home were eaten by the chickens. In order to prevent them from lacking nutrition, he completely let herself go. Anyway, she was used to being rough since she was a child, and she didn't have any cleanliness obsession. Even if she saw maggots wriggling under the flashlight, she didn't feel too disgusted. If a spoiled little girl came, I'm afraid she really couldn't stand it. It's true that since he started to shovel maggots, many people around her have walked around her. At least no one approached her within 2 meters. She instantly felt safe. It seems that it is not bad to have people around you retreat wherever you go. He did not care at all, and shoveled as she walked, and shoveled in the places with a lot of maggots. In fact, she should raise some mealworms to feed the chickens, but who made her not think of it at the beginning? Now she doesn't know who to go to buy them, so she just uses local materials. Anyway, it will be digested sooner or later after eating, it's the same. And it saves her from raising them. When they were still a few hundred meters away from home, a lady came up from the team that had been following behind her. She covered her nose and walked quickly towards Jihe. She thought there must be a lot of mosquitoes in this place, but the strange little girl was not surrounded by flies and mosquitoes. As soon as she started thinking, she was interrupted by Jihe. "Auntie, what do you want to talk to me about?" The old lady's thoughts were interrupted, and she immediately forgot what she was thinking. She subconsciously put on a smile and said, "It's nothing big, just want to chat with you. We have met before, have you forgotten? I live behind your house." Jihe has a good memory. With the weak light of the flashlight, he has recognized the old lady in front of him. She is indeed a neighbor. "I remember, Auntie." While she was talking, she lowered her head to shovel maggots. This was the place where someone had thrown garbage before. A lot of them had grown and were crawling all over the ground. Many people who passed by and didn't see them would step on several of them to death. The auntie covered her nose with one hand and used a flashlight to shine on the ground with the other hand. She was very scared, afraid of stepping on a bomb. "Girl, Auntie wants to ask you why you are shoveling these maggots. Are they collected by the government?" The auntie asked this with bright eyes. If the government really collected them, they would also collect them. These things are all over the ground. I'm afraid they can catch hundreds of kilograms in one night. He cruelly broke the fantasy of the old lady in front of her. She shook her head and said, "The government won't accept it. I'm going to scoop up these maggots to eat them at home." When the old lady heard this, she didn't react at first. Eat what?" When she reacted, she subconsciously retched. She covered her nose tightly, took a big step back, and forced a stiff smile. "Girl, stop joking. How can you eat this thing? Why can't you eat it? It's not poisonous, it's high in protein, nutritious, and it's meat." He said something that sounded like the truth, which made the old lady in front of him feel sick. "Well, I have something to do at home, so I leave first." After saying this, the old lady ran away, as if she was afraid that maggots would chase her. He looked at her back and shook his head. "You can't accept this. If the country really has no food, you may have to eat maggots. What good things are you thinking?" Chapter 84. He said this is not groundless. First of all, the daily consumption of 500 yuan has made it difficult for more and more people to support it. Now in the supermarket every day, many people are driven out because they cannot pay their mortgages and car loans, and their credit is not qualified. These people can't buy food, and the food at home has been eaten up. What should they do? You can't starve to death, right? You can only steal and rob. The society will definitely be in turmoil at that time. This is the scene that the government least wants to see. The government will definitely find a way to get relief food. But when the land cannot produce food, how much food can the country give to the people? With so many people, the amount of food they eat every day is an astronomical figure. Even if the country wants to feed them, how long can it feed them? Now that the temperature is too high, more and more people are moving to underground shelters, complaining every day that it is inconvenient to cook. In addition, the water flow from the tap is getting thinner and thinner every day. Who knows, one day the water, electricity, and gas will suddenly be cut off again. Who can tell what will happen then? Maybe life will be worse than now. He suppressed her thoughts and concentrated on work. After returning home and closing the door, he breathed a sigh of relief. She still felt safe at home. Just as she sat down and prepared to drink water, a notification sound came from her mobile phone. She picked up the phone and saw that it was Uncle Yen. "There is a robbery in the city. Take some food and hide first." He frowned, replied, and put down the phone. She was not surprised by this. During this period, she could feel the increasingly tense feeling in the air every time she went out. Ji-hee sat in the room, thinking over and over, but still felt that it was not okay. She couldn't just sit there and wait for death. She had to think of something. She looked down at the watch. It was only 12 o'clock. The water would come at 2 o'clock in the morning. If she was quick, she could still make it in time. She stood up, took the key, and was about to lock the door and leave, but suddenly stopped. She couldn't leave like this. What if these criminals were so blind that they came to steal their piece of land? Wouldn't everything she had left at home be gone? Ji-hee turned around and quickly put things into the space. The seasonings and food were all in the space, so there was no need to put them in. Ji-hee put the dishes and electrical appliances that were placed outside into the space. She had packed things from other rooms before, and there weren't many things left outside. When passing by the solar generator, Ji-hee didn't forget to take it, and the freezer next to it. These are the two most valuable things in the house. After packing, Ji-hee walked around the house with satisfaction. There was only a big iron pot, a disposable lunch box, chopsticks, old tables and chairs in the kitchen, and she even packed away firewood and water tanks. She left the bed sheets and some clothes in the bedroom. After all, if she packed them away, it would be a bit suspicious. These clothes and bed sheets were used by the original owner for several years, and were not worth much. If someone really liked them, just take them away. Making sure the house was empty, and that thieves would cry if they came, Ji-hee locked the door and walked out. She was going to get some cement and sand, and come back to dig a basement, so that if there were really stupid robbers who came to rob this slum, she would have a place to hide. Not far from her home, there was a real estate being developed. Before the extreme heat came, this real estate was being promoted. Ji-hee passed by several times, and saw a lot of sand and cement piled up inside through the fence. After the extreme heat, this thing is not a rigid demand, and no one will take it for the time being. But it may not be the case over time. After all, the recycling center collects everything. If someone is starving, it is possible that they come here to transport some cement or something to exchange for points. Ji-hee walked quickly all the way, avoiding any shadows he saw, and successfully arrived at the new building. The ground around the half-built building was dug up in a mess, and the fences were also a bit crisscrossed, which looked a bit creepy under the flashlight. Ji-hee put the flashlight on his waist, and carefully got in through the gap in the fence. After entering, she didn't leave in a hurry, but first took a flashlight to shine around, and soon saw the pile of cement and sand on the ground that no one cared about. After finding the things, Ji-hee was careful all the way, avoiding roadblocks, and walked forward while shining the road, and soon came to the sand pile. She first shone the flashlight, and there was no one around, and it was silent. Then she bent down and started to move the cement. Even at night, she didn't think of using the ability of space directly outside, which was the foundation of her life. If she was found out because of laziness, wouldn't it be a big loss? Ji-hee carefully followed the path under her feet and carried cement to the gaps one by one. Fortunately, she was strong, and although a bag of cement was a bit heavy, she could still pull it. Every time she came, Ji-hee simply carried more, so that she would not have to come again when she needed cement in the future. She was moving cement in this deserted place, and she had no idea that it was completely chaotic outside tonight. Since the government opened the supermarket on time every night, many citizens went to the supermarket door in groups to line up, so naturally there were no people left at home. The situation was not bad at that time. Even though the temperature rose, the people still had confidence in the government, believed in the government's ability, and were willing to abide by the law. But as the natural disaster became more serious, the food at home became less and less, and the government had not come up with any effective solutions. More and more people who were either desperate or afraid of chaos in the world began to form gangs. They hid in the dark, like mice, ready to rush out and take a bite at any time. Chapter 85. And now, the temperature is rising, the food is getting less and less, and there are only the old, weak and sick people left at home. Isn't this the best time? If they wait a little longer, the food will be eaten up by everyone. What can they get even if they rob? Among these people, there are not only talented people, but also ordinary people. They have formed several small gangs. There are the Chintian Gang and the Dragon Slayer Society, which had caused trouble before, and they have revived again this time. There are also more than 10 brotherhood gangs, mutual aid associations, etc. After years of education and TV dramas, they knew they couldn't take over the whole city before the riot. They discussed and divided the areas according to their strength. The stronger the strength, the more talented people occupy the rich area. On the contrary, it's worse. The gangs discussed and decided to act together today, so that even if the authorities reacted, they would be overwhelmed with so many places rioting at the same time, which would be more conducive to their retreat. So today, in some places, a group of people gathered at around 7 p.m. to start looting, starting from the richest neighborhoods and gradually radiating to the surrounding areas with average conditions. Countless families were broken up. Because they acted quickly, it was too late for the government to receive the notice. They had few people to begin with, and they had to leave people to guard the supermarkets and the supplies. They also had to assign a group of people to watch the hospital to prevent patients from causing trouble, and then assign a group of people to catch the robbers, which seemed a bit stretched. Under the impact of the supplies, the criminals gradually lost their humanity and became more ruthless. At first, they only robbed things without hurting people. Later, as time went on, they became more and more anxious. As long as they encountered fierce resistance, they would kill them directly. In this case, when the police arrived, they could basically only collect the bodies. Of course, casualties were still controllable. After all, most people were staying in the underground shelter, and only a few people who came back to cook were at home. Most of them were still practical. Although they were unwilling to let the robbers break into their houses to rob, as long as they stayed down and let the criminals take away their things, their safety was guaranteed. Of course, it's not that the criminals are kind, they just waste time killing people. At this time, the crowd queuing at the supermarket door gradually heard the news that their homes were robbed, and they immediately became chaotic. Some sought help from the police, some turned around and ran home, and some even wanted to take the opportunity to enter the supermarket to rob things. The entire supermarket and the free trade market were in chaos. Under the already dim lights, countless darknesses were bred. There was a stampede in the crowd, and many people were squeezed down. The screams and exclamations made the entire supermarket completely chaotic. The angry crowd didn't calm down until the police shot and killed a person who rushed into the supermarket to steal things. The police killed people. The police killed ordinary people. Who dares to go to the supermarket to steal things? If you don't listen to the warning, I will shoot. Now get out. People who haven't paid for the goods should also put down their things and get out together. The supermarket is temporarily closed today. Business hours will be notified later. Hurry up. Don't let me say it again. A middle-aged armed policeman, with a pistol raised to the sky, shouted in a hoarse voice, and stood up alone with the momentum of a man standing against 10,000 men. The crowd that was rioting just now suddenly quieted down, and other police officers also took the opportunity to draw their guns and stand up. The crowd in the supermarket was quickly cleared, and after 3 checks to confirm that there were no lingering people, the supermarket was temporarily closed. Only the guards were left. The crowd that knew that the supermarket could not buy supplies had no need to stay, and they all went home. Among them, those who ran fast had already left for a long time. But how fast can 2 legs run? In this hot weather, running a few steps quickly, the lungs are almost out of breath. Although they want to go home quickly, they are unable to do so. When they got home, the lucky ones could still see their families, while the unlucky ones could only cry over the bodies. And even if they had families, what would happen? The food in the house was looted, the house was smashed and looted, and many of the furniture were broken. No one could tell what to do next. That night, the arrogant and complacent laughter of the criminals was intertwined with the extremely sad cries of the people, playing a very strange movement. In the Municipal Party Committee office, the air was dead silent. The Municipal Party Committee secretary was furious and slammed the table with his big hand. Speak up. Who will be responsible for this? The Provincial Public Security Director also looked very unhappy at this time. This matter should be under his jurisdiction, but he had no choice. All the staff were requisitioned to collect materials, and the few remaining people had to guard the supermarket and the hospital. What could he do? But he couldn't stay silent, because everyone at the table was looking at him. He touched his face and said directly, "It's useless for you to look at me. I have a certain number of people under my command, and they have all been sent out. If you don't believe me, I have records here. They work 24 hours a day, and can work 18 hours. If they are squeezed any more, people will die. Isn't it time to fire a bunch of idlers under your command? What's going on? They are still being supported every day. Aren't they afraid of a public riot?" The director of the Public Security Department has long been dissatisfied with some people. After the natural disaster, he was so busy that he couldn't go home and slept in the office every day. These people are so good. They drink tea in the office all day long. They have a bunch of useless departments under their command, but they eat very well every day. Why? Hey, how can you talk like that? The people under them quarreled in an instant, and the chaos was like a vegetable market. The municipal party secretary's face turned green. What's going on outside? These people are still quarreling here? He slammed the table hard and stood up. Shut up. It's already so late. Why are you still talking nonsense? If you can do it, do it. If you can't, go home. I tell you. The higher-ups have sent a notice. The natural disaster won't end so soon. The government doesn't support idlers. From now on, go back and check the idlers under your command. Dismiss them all. Merge those who don't want to leave into the police station, and go patrol the grassroots. I don't care how many people you have. Hurry up and find a way to catch the criminals. Our city cannot be in chaos, otherwise we are all criminals. The director of the Public Security Department was still a little unhappy. Last time, we arrested a group of people who made trouble, but you insisted that their crimes were not punishable by death. Now there is another group. What should we do if we arrest this group? Where should we put them? Not only do we need to assign a group of police officers to guard them, but the most important thing is to provide them with food. There are so many people who are still hungry, and I feel guilty about feeding them. Moreover, you transferred all my people away to collect supplies, and my police station is now an empty shell. Even if you kill me now, I can't get anyone out. Although the office was in chaos, the Public Security Bureau finally sent someone out. This matter was so big that if no action was taken, H City would be completely in chaos. Chapter 86. Many families were reluctant to use gasoline before, but when they encountered this situation, they didn't care about the pain and drove their families to the hospital. For a while, there were more vehicles on the street, which also caused trouble for the police. But fortunately, everyone knew to avoid the police car when they saw it. At least no traffic accidents occurred. When Ji collected enough cement and sand and walked back to her neighborhood, she saw a police car parked in front of her house, and many neighbors were crying around the police. She frowned. No way. That gang of robbers was so hungry that they would eat anything they wanted. They would steal from any poor place. As soon as I got closer, I saw a few old ladies sitting on the ground, howling and crying. Their wrinkled faces looked particularly bitter. Although the old ladies were not afraid of the ground burning their buttocks, they cried for a long time, but no tears came out. Who knows, they have not been drinking much water recently, so tears are not easy to come out. Why didn't you come earlier? My house has been robbed, the food is gone, and the water we stored before is gone. How can we survive? I don't want to live anymore, take me with you. My house was also robbed. Do you police officers care? When can you return the things? We pay so much tax. You police officers are supported by us taxpayers. Now when we need you, none of you show up. You must give us an explanation. When can you catch all the criminals? What if they come to rob again? You said you would catch them before, but you didn't catch them after a long time. What do you do for a living? What's the use of only 3 policemen? Why can't you bring more people? The criminals are several times more than you. Everyone had a lot of questions, and the policeman in front of him frowned, and he couldn't answer any of them. Please calm down. We don't want to see this situation either. Now the police and the military in the whole city are taking action. Please be patient. Please go home and check the damage, and staff will come to investigate next. When Ji heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Did that group of people really come to his house? Without bothering to listen, she turned around and ran home. She wanted to go home and see what her home looked like. But after running 2 steps, she suddenly stopped and walked quickly. Why was she panicking? Other people's families might panic for a while because they had food, but her family not only had nothing to eat, but also had very few furniture left. Even if they stole, could they move the bed away? I'm afraid that the robbers came with joy and left with sad faces. Thinking of this, Ji calmed down, but her face was still anxious. Along the way, she also encountered many neighbors whose doors were wide open, and faint cries could be heard from inside. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry for you. I regret it. Why didn't I take my parents to the supermarket? Dad, Mom, you had such a hard life. I won't live any longer. There's no food left at home. How can we live? You unvirtuous robbers. I curse you to give birth to sons without assholes. Your whole family will die a miserable death. Ji felt a little uncomfortable listening to this. These were the neighbors of the original owner, who had lived there for decades. Although they sometimes quarreled, they got along well most of the time. How good it would be if there were no natural disasters. Ji's sighs in her heart vanished the moment she saw her door. Her iron door was originally in good condition, but who smashed a big hole in it. The door that should have been closed was now open, and was wide open to welcome everyone. A huge hole appeared where the lock was originally, and the lock disappeared. The old lady still held back when she scolded them. These people were so immoral, why didn't anyone come to stop them? Ji-hee walked in quickly, not even bothering to close the gate. As soon as he walked in, he saw that the anti-theft door of the house had been knocked out by the robbers, and it was wide open. Ji-hee, there must be a talent among these people, otherwise how could this stainless steel door be opened? The original owner's father chose the best quality door to install it. Ji-hee opened the door, walked in quickly, and went straight to the kitchen. All the kitchen cabinet doors were opened by these people, but unfortunately there was nothing inside. It was empty like a model room. The iron pot next to her was picked up and smashed to the ground. The dining table was also kicked over, one leg was broken, and the stool rolled around in the kitchen. The house was a miserable scene after being robbed. Obviously, these people didn't find any food, so they took her kitchen to vent their anger. Ji-hee breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she packed her things before leaving, otherwise her shovel and bowls and chopsticks would definitely be gone. Looking at the kitchen, Ji-hee actually felt okay. The loss was not particularly large. Without bothering to pick up the table, she quickly came to the bedroom. The other rooms were empty, and there was no need to look at them. Only her bed and wardrobe were still in the bedroom. Ji-hee's bedroom was also turned into a mess. Only the sheets were left. Clothes were thrown all over the floor. Even the mattress had been stepped on several times. There were many black footprints on the clothes and sheets, which looked very dirty. All the doors of the wardrobe were opened, and the bedside table was overturned to the ground. The whole house looked like it had been robbed. She shone a flashlight, and under the light of the flashlight, she could see insects flying into the house. In just a short while, many insects flew into the house. Although they did not surround Ji-hee, they fell all over the house. Ji-hee sighed, "Okay, let's clean it up." She first went to the kitchen, and picked up the pot that was overturned and put it back in place. The iron pot was sturdy, and it would not break even if it fell to the ground. It could be used just by picking it up and washing it. Ji-hee's loss was not big. Those people came to steal her, and they were just unlucky. Ji-hee put the pot away and turned the table over. The table was not as sturdy as the iron pot. One leg was broken, and it was a little unstable. Ji-hee found the broken leg on the corridor, took out the wire from the space, and tied it up carefully. After connecting it, I tried it, but it was still shaking badly. Ji-hee folded a piece of paper into a small square, and put it under the short leg. I pushed it with my hand again, and it didn't shake so much this time. Although it was not as stable as before, it was still okay. I just use it. After finishing the kitchen, Ji-hee came to the bedroom. She took out the insect repellent incense and lit it. The small insect repellent incense was very powerful. The insects flying around the room either fell to the ground or flew out of the room through the open door. Ji-hee then bent down and picked up the dirty clothes on the ground one by one. However, the top layer was very dirty. The bottom layer was actually okay, but it would definitely not be worn if it was not washed clean. Who knows how much dirt is on the soles of these people's shoes? It's just not urgent for the time being. I do it when I have time. According to the rules, someone will come to question me today. Chapter 87. Ji-hee's bedroom was also very simple. Apart from the clothes in the closet and the bed sheets and quilt covers, there was nothing else. It took a while to clean up. She also put the quilt covers into the space and took out a clean set to change into. Fortunately, she washed the sheets in the washing machine when there was no restriction on water use, otherwise she would not have changed them now. The room was simple, and there were few things. Ji-hee didn't spend too much time to clean up everything. After closing the bedroom door, she came to the security door. Anti-theft door, you are useless. You can't even stop a thief. How dare you call it an anti-theft door? Ji-hee kept cursing those robbers for being unscrupulous, but he kept poking the anti-theft door with tools in his hands. This anti-theft door is still very strong. Although it was pried open, the door was not broken. There were just a few big holes on it. Ji-hee worked for a while, and the door closed smoothly. She was also relieved. It was fine if it could be closed, otherwise she would have to go out to find the door. She looked down at her phone. It was 1:40 in the morning. It wasn't long before the water came. Ji-hee lit the insect repellent incense and took out a large bucket of water and put it under the faucet. This insect repellent incense must be lit, otherwise the insects will fly into the water, and even mosquitoes like to lay eggs in the water, and then the water will be undrinkable. After seeing the insects in the house being driven out, Ji-hee washed her hands and took out the dough that had been fermented yesterday. As usual, she steamed buns. Today she wanted to steam brown sugar buns. She was alone, but there were 2 stoves. If she had to cook at the same time, she would be too busy, so she could only choose one that was more convenient and less troublesome. She rolled the steamed buns into a round shape and put them in the pot. If there was no place to put the remaining steamed buns, she would store them in the space. She could make about 3 pots of steamed buns in an hour, and 6 pots in 2 hours. In another pot, she prepared to cook dumplings. There were a lot of frozen dumplings in the refrigerator in the space, but he never had time to cook them. The dumplings didn't smell good, and the house was well sealed, so she wasn't afraid of it spreading. He prepared everything, sat on the stool, and waited for the call. No matter how big the loss was, no one would be happy if their house was stolen by a thief. At the beginning, she didn't have enough money, and she didn't buy a few clothes. Now all her clothes were stepped on and dirty. How could she wear them? The original owner had always been used to sleeping on that mattress. Although it was a little saggy, it was still usable. How could she have stepped on it and made it dirty? Don't you know how precious water is now? Aren't you just being a wasteful person? You threw clothes all over the floor when you couldn't find food. How wicked. You even stole things and threw the owner's clothes to vent your anger? That's too mean. The more he thought about it, the more upset he became. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He couldn't suppress his anger, so he simply diverted his attention and served a portion of stewed meat and added some chopped coriander. When you are in a bad mood, eating something delicious can make you happy. After eating a bowl of braised pork, Jihee's mood became much better. At 2 o'clock, the phone rang on time in the house, and Jihee breathed a sigh of relief. She thought the robbers would damage the wires. Jihee quickly plugged in the rice cooker and mobile phone. In order to prevent the mobile phone from running out of power, she took out 3 mobile phones at the same time to charge them. One of them was her old one, and the other 2 were new ones she bought. Jihee felt that someone would come to investigate soon, so just in case, her solar generator could not be taken out yet. Anyway, the power came on, and 2 hours was enough to fully charge it. After plugging in all the electrical appliances, Jihee returned to the kitchen, lit the stove, poured oil into it, and started to make pancakes. As the water and electricity came on time, the crying sounds outside the house gradually disappeared, and peace returned. Everyone ran home to get water and cook. Although most of the food was stolen, there were still some hidden. Hoarding and being prepared for danger are hidden in the bones. Although a lot of things in the kitchen were stolen, there were still foods hidden in the corners of the house. Even if life is full of suffering, we still have to persevere. Jihee was cooking dumplings while eating them. She liked to eat hot dumplings that were just out of the pot. They were so delicious. She originally planned to stir-fry chili sauce and meat sauce today. She had chopped pork and beef in advance. But plans are not as fast as changes. Who knew that someone would come to rob the neighborhood today? It is estimated that each family does not have much food at this time, so there is no way to make delicious food. At this time, she is frying sauce. I am afraid that the fragrance can spread far away, which is too eye-catching. Why can you eat so deliciously when everyone else is hungry? Jihee didn't hesitate at all. After cooking the dumplings, she quickly switched to cooking noodles. Compared to dried noodles, she prefers hand-cut noodles sold in the market. When she was selling noodles in the morning market before, she would always buy a few dozen yuan when she passed by. Although it was pressed by a machine, it was much better than dried noodles. There are a lot of them stored in the space. This one has a small taste, so it's just right to cook it today. As for the dried noodles, she will wait until she finishes the hand-rolled noodles before eating them. She has to queue up. While the noodles were cooking, Jihee opened the chat channel. She wanted to see what these ghosts and monsters were up to. This chat channel belonged to the entire country, and many people talked on it every day. Although she would check it every day, she didn't spend much time on it. She had a lot of things to do, and couldn't stay on it for a long time. A big dream. When will I enter the next round of the game? The food and copper coins I got last time were all spent long ago. Yangmimi, have you heard that there is another riot in H City, and it is a riot of several gangs? Most of the citizen supplies were swept away. Fang Hua, I don't know. I just know that our city was looted by thugs yesterday. All the food in my house is gone. Fortunately, my parents are fine. Now the whole family relies on my 1 silver coin to survive. I don't know when the food will run out. Nian Buwang, those people have no choice. If they don't rob things, they will starve to death. It's not easy for them. Please understand. Zhu, it's not easy for them? You are a fool. Don't you have any values? Is it not easy for them to break into houses, rob things, and kill people? Ya. That's right, these criminals should all go to the 18th level of hell and never be reborn. Nian Buwang, Ya, you are too vicious, aren't you? Do you have to curse others like this? Have it. I don't want to care about other people's cities. I just feel that if I don't open the game, I will starve to death. I only had one meal today. I'm so hungry. He watched for a while, and saw a few talents, who seemed to be from H City scolding the robbers, but no robbers appeared, and no one was showing off their supplies in the chat channel. Chapter 88. I don't know where these people are hiding. He looked for a while, but didn't find any useful information, so she closed the chat and lowered her head to start scooping noodles. Her storage space is very good. The dumplings and buns are the same when they are put in. She doesn't worry about the noodles clumping together. He doesn't need to divide the noodles into portions, and can just scoop them all into a stainless steel bucket. Just take out a bowl when eating. He scooped out all the noodles in the pot, and quickly continued to cook noodles. Not a minute of these 2 hours can be wasted. There are not many opportunities to get the government's wool. Now there is no announcement on how to charge for natural gas. Every penny counts. Cooking noodles is easy. He browses his phone while cooking. He and others who were robbed are relatively unlucky. There are many other communities in the city that have not been robbed. After all, it takes time for criminals to rob and move things. It is impossible to steal all over the city. How much manpower would it take? But even so, there is a lot of scolding on the internet, scolding the government, scolding the criminals, scolding the heavens and the earth. The angry scolding of the people made many citizens, who were not robbed, lose their initial relief. They began to keep silent and chose to remain silent. They were also afraid that they would be the next to be robbed. Of course, there were still many people who gloated over the misfortune, and the two sides cursed each other online. The impact of this tragedy was very bad. After the extreme heat, there were already a lot of people who were sick for various reasons, and the hospital was too busy to handle it even if it worked overtime 24 hours a day. This wave of trauma patients increased several times, and the medical system was almost shut down. There were also videos of hospitals posted by people online. Not to mention lying in the corridor, there was no room in the crowded hall, so they could only lie in the outdoor yard, but there was still a steady stream of patients being sent in. Many people died because of the lack of timely rescue, and their families were heartbroken. But they couldn't even leave their bodies. The weather was hot, mosquitoes were breeding, and the bodies would soon rot and stink in such an environment, and then they would become a breeding ground for maggots. If they were not cremated in time, the scene would be really disgusting. He had seen that scene many times since the extreme heat. The conditions of the people around were not good, and they could not get generators and air conditioners through various channels like the rich people, so they could only rely on their physical fitness to hold on. It was too hot, and many elderly people didn't even make it through the first few days. Their families were asleep and didn't know anything about it. If they weren't found for a few hours, they would rot and stink, or even completely deteriorate. The crematorium has become the busiest place besides hospitals and supermarkets during this period. Every day, you can see crematorium vehicles running on the road. He only looked for a while, and then left. What she is worried about now is whether the supermarket will be affected, and whether these people will rob the supermarket again, but after looking for a long time, there was no news of the supermarket being robbed. He thought for a while and understood. This is because they have robbed enough, and there is no shortage of food for the time being, so they simply don't take risks. But not robbing now does not mean that they will be safe in the future. He surfed the internet while cooking noodles, and time passed quickly. As soon as 4 o'clock passed, the water, electricity, and gas were turned off on time. He scooped all the last pot of noodles into a stainless steel bucket, and then put the noodle soup and the bucket into the space. This noodle soup can also be used to cook rice for the piglets, so it can't be wasted. Turning around, she turned on the night light, and began to pick up the steamed buns from the pot one by one into the stainless steel barrel. In the past few days, she had basically sold all the vegetables in the space, and several stainless steel barrels were emptied. Isn't this just the right place to put her buns? Although she made a space of food, enough for her to eat for half a year, but that little bit of food hung in the store was like a drop of water flowing into the sea, and disappeared without causing any waves to the whole world. After just a few days of putting it on the shelves, most of the food in her space was gone, and the rest was all meat and staple food. She never sold staple food, but cooked it for herself. So today her store only sold some praline and insect-repellent incense, and after selling out, it remained empty, and was not put on the shelves. He was going to put some green vegetables on the shelves for sale later. The green vegetables in her space were ripe and growing well, so she was going to sell them raw in the future. Although the price was lower than that of cooked vegetables, it was much easier. Cooking will only become more and more inconvenient in the future. She really doesn't want her neighbors to smell the fragrance from her house all day long. This doesn't match her character of eating maggots. He put the harvested vegetables on the shelves in batches in the store. Seeing that they were not sold out in seconds, he closed the back end and ignored it. Although it is difficult for ordinary people to eat vegetables now, it should not be a big problem for the upper class. There will always be a privileged class in any era. The kind of extravagant life is unimaginable to the lower class people. He just took out the broom to clean the room, and heard the sound of the courtyard door being knocked again. She stood up with the broom in her hand, opened the door, and walked into the yard. Because the courtyard door was not closed, the flashlight shone in front of her, without any obstruction, and she saw the person in police uniform standing outside the door at a glance. "I'm here to investigate, please cooperate." He nodded, put the broom on her shoulder, and started to walk out. "We all know your specific situation. Just want to ask where you were tonight?" He raised an eyebrow. "Is this to find the robber? But can they be found so easily?" She didn't believe it. "I went to the supermarket to buy things." "Where did you go after buying things?" "I went straight home." The police frowned. "Someone saw you go out again after returning home." Chapter 89. He nodded, and said openly, "An uncle I know sent me a message saying that robbers were coming, and asked me to go out and hide. After all, I was alone, and I couldn't beat them. They would beat me to death, and still take away my things." The police continued to interrogate. "So you hid away? Where did you hide?" "Not far ahead, there is a building under construction." "There is nothing there, it's empty." "I don't think people would go to a construction site to rob things." Most of what he said was true, 90% true and 10% false, and the police probably didn't have time to investigate in detail. If you don't believe it, you can go and see the footprints, and my family has also suffered heavy losses. "What did you lose?" "Some people say you've been out of food for a long time." And cough cough. The police seemed a little embarrassed. Facing a girl as young as he couldn't open his mouth. It was the person next to him who added a sentence. "They said you were eating maggots." He glanced at the person next to her, and her expression didn't change at all. As long as she was shameless and thick-skinned, no one could beat her. "What's wrong with eating maggots? Is it illegal for me to eat maggots?" He saw that the two policemen were speechless, and then continued to say, "Maggots are so good, high in protein and nutritious, and most importantly, you can eat as much as you want without spending money, and I didn't eat them dry. I also went to the supermarket to buy a lot of seasonings, and I ate them with chili sauce, and they were very fragrant. Besides, even if I don't have food, I still have clothes and a house. They threw my clothes all over the floor, and smashed several holes in my door. If you don't believe me, come in and take a look. I won't talk about the courtyard door. You are all watching. I don't know what to do with such a big hole." The two policemen looked at each other, nodded, and followed Ji-hee into the door. Since the experience of being robbed today, Ji-hee has become more cautious. Even when she went out for a short while, she put all the pots in the kitchen that she had just used into the space. She also took out the dirty clothes and threw them on the ground. The house was so empty now, there was really nothing, but she was not afraid of being seen. Walking in front, Ji-hee opened the door and let the two people in to check. The two policemen checked the house inside and out with flashlights, and had a deeper impression of the poverty of this girl. The house was bare, that's what she was talking about. But even such a poor family could not escape the fate of being robbed. These robbers are really wicked. One of the policemen saw Ji-hee's lame table, and his face was full of sympathy. It was really not easy. The two finally dispelled their doubts, and told Ji-hee to fix the gate as soon as possible, so that it would be safer, and then went to the next house to continue investigating. Ji-hee sent the police away and looked at the gate, but he didn't know how to fix it. In the end, he chose a simple and rough method, using a thick iron chain to pass through the holes of the two doors, and then took out a big iron lock and locked it, and that was it. After closing the door, Ji-hee went back to the house. She did not rest immediately, but sat down in the kitchen, took out some vegetable leaves and grass, chopped them up, and added some cornmeal, wheat bran and noodle soup to cook for the piglets. Now she makes several large pots of rice every time, but it can only last for 3 days. This pig is in the growth period, it can eat and poop, and eats more than her every day. The pig food needs to be cooked. When lighting the earth stove, Ji-hee found that there was not much firewood left, so she would go to the mountain to pick some when she had time. This thing doesn't cost money, so no one should care about it now. The livestock grows up day by day, and they eat more. The fish also grow fatter. The small fish before can now see the meat. The fish feed they eat every day has also doubled. The food they stocked up before has almost been eaten. Fortunately, he stocked up a warehouse before, otherwise it would not be enough. After he cooked the pig food, he entered the space. After feeding the livestock, he came to the small hillside. The vegetables planted some time ago are growing fast and can be eaten now. He picked the big ones and went down. She didn't pick all of them, and left a few for her own consumption and for seed. After picking a batch of vegetables from the hillside and putting them into the space, he hurried to plant them. Even though there are a lot of vegetables, the store sells them quickly. If you don't plant them quickly, they will be out of stock. The vegetables mature quickly, while radishes and cabbages mature slowly, so it's still a long way to go if you want to eat them. If he had known that the natural disaster would come so quickly, she would have bought more vegetables, radishes, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. How could she have fallen to the point where her livestock were almost out of food? Thinking too much is useless. He lowered his head and concentrated on his work. The planting space was not large. Apart from the lawn, there was actually a limited amount of space available, and the black soil had already been planted. He now planted all the gaps between the fruit trees. After planting the vegetables, he flashed out of the space. First, she wiped her body with water, then changed into clean pajamas and lay on the bed. With her left hand, she hung the vegetables to the store, and with her right hand, she took out a box of nuts and started eating. This pistachio was taken from the internet celebrity company. She didn't grab it from the supermarket. There are not many in the space now. One less box is one less. He ate very carefully. She only ate 15 nuts and couldn't bear to part with them, so she carefully put the remaining nuts back into the space. He felt very sad when she thought that she would never eat the nuts again after the nuts in the space were eaten. After thinking about it, she decided to put the insect repellent on the shelf. The quantity was very small, and she didn't have much herself. She couldn't bear to put more on the shelf, so she simply put enough for one person for 3 days. This way, if she was more economical and didn't use it 24 hours a day, it could be used for a long time. The trading items selected were pistachio trees, cashew trees, Brazilian pine trees, macadamia trees, almond trees, pecan trees, hazelnut trees, paper walnut trees, chestnut trees, cocoa trees, and coffee trees. To each. This will also leave room for tax deduction. This time she specifically noted that all exchange items must be of the highest quality. If the quality is not good, they will be blacklisted in the future. After looking at the items again, he clicked to put them on the shelves. These things are not rare. There are many for sale in the game store, but he does not have rare metals, and so many silver coins to buy them. During this period, in addition to gasoline, she occasionally uses pollen and insect repellent incense to exchange for other things that are not available in the space, of any type, all kinds of things. The main purpose is to exchange more while the supplies are abundant. Not only he did this, but many people also took out supplies to exchange for other things in the mall. After all, natural disasters come slowly, and the first to suffer are the lower class people. And the lives of the upper class people are not actually affected too much. Chapter 90. After closing the shop, he picked up her phone and opened the trading group. She found the big sister, who sold clothes at the morning market. She wanted to buy clothes from her, but she said she didn't have any clean clothes. The clothes piled up in the warehouse were all robbed by the criminals. The clothes were all over the floor and were extremely dirty. She also said that if she didn't mind, she would give them to her for free. He refused. Why would she buy dirty clothes if she wanted to wear them? Didn't she have a pile of them? After cursing the criminals for being useless in her heart, he lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling with the help of a night light. She was not in a hurry to install the solar generator back, as the neighbors were very sensitive at this time, and it would be difficult to explain the presence of the solar generator. After resting enough, she got up and carried the wood to the backyard. Then she went into the house and took out the tools, and went to the backyard to start building the rack. There was someone else living in her backyard, and that family was also a 2-story building. Usually, she could see her yard from the 2nd floor. Now she couldn't go out to work during the day. If she came to the backyard to dig a hole at night, wouldn't she be discovered at a glance? So she planned to build a simple shed and cover it with a layer of black plastic sheet so that no one could see what she was doing inside. In fact, he had thought of many places to dig the hole, even her bedroom. The main problem was that she was not a builder before, and she knew nothing about building a house. She was even afraid that she would damage the foundation if she dug into it. After much hesitation, she decided to dig in the backyard, so that she would be careful and at least not damage the house. Just be careful. He worked very hard and didn't stop until her usual bedtime. The ground shed was basically built. At least outsiders couldn't see what was in Jihee's backyard. The materials were very simple, all the leftover sticks, paper shells and the like, covered with an old bed sheet, and a layer of black plastic cloth on the bed sheet. Although it looked a bit rough, it had all the necessary functions. Jihee was very satisfied. She worked all night, and the neighbor behind had already known about it. Out of curiosity, he stood on his building and shouted, "Girl, what are you doing with the shed?" He was embarrassed to say that the shed was broken, and it would probably be easily blown down by a strong wind. "It's useful." Jihee shouted generously. "There is not enough food recently. I want to raise some." The man rolled his eyes. "Girl, don't brag. What can you raise in this weather? You grow it outside? Whatever you raise will die." His wife, who was watching the heat, quickly hit him with her arm and pulled him into the house. How could this man be so tactless? The man was a little puzzled. "What's wrong? What are you doing?" "Oh, you are asking nonsense. What are you raising? Maggots." The wife rolled her eyes at the man and walked into the house. "That girl has eaten maggots for a long time, and you are the only one who doesn't know. The news has spread among the neighbors. I guess they think it's troublesome to catch maggots outside, so they raise them at home and don't even have to go out." "Man, eh?" Lying on the bed, Jihee glanced at the store before going to bed. "The insect repellent has not been sold yet?" She hesitated. Did she want too many things? No, these things are not difficult for rich people to get. The bulletproof vest is a little troublesome, but it shouldn't be impossible to get it, right? Jihee thought for a while, but still couldn't figure it out, so she simply closed the store and went to sleep. She decided that if the transaction was not successful tomorrow, she would take it off the shelf and ask for less. She thought no one would buy it, so she was thinking about taking it off the shelf, but she didn't know how many people in the world were crazy and sleepless because of this insect repellent. Many people screamed and frantically asked the logistics department to prepare supplies. They must take down this insect repellent. Headquarters of the talented in City A. Commander-in-Chief Xie Chung looked at the busy staff with a serious face. "Haven't you collected all the things yet?" As soon as he finished speaking, his deputy immediately replied, "It's coming soon. It's coming soon. Call again to urge them. Tell them to hurry up." Xie Cheng's face was serious. "We must get this insect repellent. This is too important for us. If used alone, the insect repellent that is only enough for 3 days will not have much effect. But this thing has great research value. If they can successfully research and mass-produce the samples, the value will be immeasurable, and they must get them. They have already experimented with the insect repellent incense before, and it works not only on flies and mosquitoes, but also on other insects. Unfortunately, they have not studied it thoroughly after a long time. This Xiantian borrowed 50 billion each time, but he sold very little, and he didn't like to reply to messages, so they had no chance to buy more." The assistant adjusted his glasses and muttered, "If it didn't want the best quality, we could have traded it a long time ago." Xie Chung glared at his assistant. "When did you start talking so much nonsense? Go and urge them again." The assistant shrank back, not daring to say a word, and quickly ran to make a phone call. At this time, Su Jingyu rushed in with a happy face. "Leader, we only need cocoa trees, and we will have them all." "Okay." Xie Chung was overjoyed and urged, "Hurry up, we must get ahead of others." This was the only time the store owner made a note, and the higher-ups took it very seriously. Since they said they wanted the best, they couldn't use the second-rate ones, and they had to let the other party see their sincerity. This scene happened in many places around the world. Jihee had a very satisfying sleep. When she opened her eyes, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The first thing she did when she opened her eyes was to open the store. All the things she put on the shelf before going to bed were sold out. Jihee went straight to the end and sold the insect repellent. Jihee breathed a sigh of relief and looked at who bought it. Salute. Okay, this guy is really capable. After just one look, Jihee closed the back end of the store. As for the 999999 plus messages in the back end, Jihee glanced at them and closed them if there was nothing special to pay attention to. There were too many people sending messages. If she read them one by one, she would not have to rest. Jihee handed over all the gasoline she received today to the space, and put the fruit trees into the storage space. Now the space is too full, and there is not enough space. Wait until the vegetables are harvested again. There will be room to plant trees by then. Chapter 91. Since she was in the space, Jihee did not plan to go out directly. She simply lowered her head and started to work. The poultry grew very fast. He estimated that in less than a year, the pigs in her space should be able to give birth to piglets. Although she could not eat pork in the short term, she still had hope. The chicks moved in groups and were very lively. Even the smallest ones began to molt. He first fed the maggots. These chickens were not picky about meat or vegetables, and they were very happy to fight for them. After feeding the worms, he started to feed the chickens. If they want to grow up healthily, they need to eat more food. Rabbits are also very obedient. They are supposed to be animals that love to dig holes, but they have no intention of digging holes in the grass. They just move around on the grass. They are not afraid of he at all and run over. Following he is also considered to be suffering. Before, they could eat some vegetable roots, cabbage stalks and the like, but since the vegetable roots in the space have been eaten up, they can only eat some grass. Fortunately, he still has a conscience and can give them half a carrot a day, otherwise their life would really be soaked in yellow lotus water. The vegetables in the space were ripe, so he fed them some lettuce leaves. Eat it, you are treated much better than the people outside, you should cherish it. The rabbits ate all of it. He turned to the hill and picked the ripe vegetables. After finishing his work, he left the space and prepared to have breakfast. A bowl of sticky black rice porridge, a steamed bun, a portion of pepper-stuffed meat and beef ribs. He ate breakfast while browsing his phone. As soon as he opened the community group, he saw bad news. Director Sue, because the city lacks police force, the supermarket is temporarily closed. The business hours will be notified separately. Water, electricity, and gas will be available as usual. Home with two treasures. Are you kidding? All the food in the house was stolen, and now the supermarket is still closed. Are you planning to starve us to death? Brother Sean, when will you catch the guy? When I got home yesterday, my house was emptied, and even the water that couldn't be moved was poured out. These guys are so wicked. Director Sue, please work hard to overcome it, and trust the government. Home with two treasures. Trust? How can I believe it? Everything in my house was stolen. If I don't have anything to eat, I will starve to death. American ginseng. Let's get over it. This disaster affected half of the city. The government is under great pressure. Home with two treasures. Are you pretending to be a good person? What does it have to do with you? You are pretending to be a big shot. Who can you represent? American ginseng. You are really unreasonable. Director Sue, the government has decided to continue to recruit talented people and retired soldiers and set up a security organization. There will be special personnel leading the team. Please sign up actively. Director Sue, please also believe in the government and the country. The difficulties are only temporary. The government will not let this kind of behavior go. The group quarreled again. Many people were very irritable in their words. If they disagreed, they would type crazily. He looked for a while, and then left. Since the supermarket was closed, she would go to the mountain to collect firewood today. It happened that the stove at home was short of firewood. It was so hot, and there must be a lot of dry firewood on the mountain. It was 6:30 in the evening. He put on her sun protection clothes, tightened her backpack, pushed her bicycle, and turned to walk out. This time, she went in the opposite direction of going to the supermarket. There was a small hill about half an hour away from her home by bike. There were many trees on the hill. He planned to go to the hill today to see if she could collect some firewood. It's better to pick up more at one time to save the trouble of going again. And she also has to watch the time and go home on time before the water comes at 2 a.m. Unlike what she imagined, she thought there would not be many people on this road, but she met many people carrying plastic bags, walking with flashlights, and waving electric mosquito swatters from time to time. Is this going up the mountain? Time is not very abundant. He has no time to waste on the road. She lowered her head and concentrated on riding quickly to the destination. It was getting darker, and there were no street lights here. He couldn't see the road, so she had to tie the flashlight to the handlebars of the bicycle. It took more than 30 minutes to reach the destination. She was not the first to arrive. There were still 4 or 5 people at the foot of the mountain. They looked at he warily, turned around, and walked up the mountain quickly with their bags, and soon disappeared. Question mark. Are there so many people fighting for this little firewood? She was not very nervous at first, but the atmosphere created by these people made her a little anxious. She found a corner to put the car into the space, found the rope, and started to go up the mountain along the path. The road up the mountain was not easy to walk, and he wanted to go higher and pick up firewood from top to bottom. As she was walking attentively, an old lady came up to her and said, "Girl, why are you walking so fast? Where are you going to pick wild vegetables?" Wild vegetables. He repeated softly, So these people are going up the mountain to pick wild vegetables? Yes, if not to pick wild vegetables, what are you doing here? The old lady looked at her with an expression of I know everything, don't pretend, and grabbed Jihee's arm. There are also groups to pick wild vegetables, and you have such weak arms and legs that you can't protect them if you pick too much. Why don't you join us? When the time comes, you only need to give us half of the wild vegetables you dig. Jihee, It's quite dark, I dig wild vegetables, and you want half? Isn't this called exploitation at every level? Grandma, I won't go, I can't dig any wild vegetables. Jihee refused. She really didn't come here for wild vegetables today. She wanted to pick up firewood and didn't want anyone around her. The old lady didn't want to persuade him, and she tried to persuade him a few more times. Seeing that Jihee was not willing to listen, she threw her arm and said, "You will regret it sooner or later, so don't come to beg me when the time comes." After the old lady said this, she turned and left. There were 3 grown men in their group, and she was the only woman, waiting for her with a flashlight. As she went home by herself, several people murmured and looked at Jihee several times. Jihee ignored them, and turned to go up the mountain. Although her fighting ability was average, she was not a pushover if she was really provoked. When the big shovel hits the head, whether the person can withstand it depends on whether his head is hard or not. She has been in the orphanage for so long, and she doesn't rely on reasoning to convince people. If there are 10 or 8 strong men, she will turn around and run. She is not afraid of 2 or 3. Chapter 92. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Jihee turned left and right, and came to a place with dense branches. She shone the flashlight, and saw a lot of dead branches on the ground. There were so many of them, right? She bent down and started to pick them up. The old lady and her group were still following Jihee, not far behind. When they saw Jihee picking up firewood, and not digging wild vegetables, they looked at him as if he was crazy. Jihee ignored them, and bent down to pick up firewood seriously. The old lady and her group looked at each other. If this girl didn't dig wild vegetables, wouldn't they have followed her in vain? Several people were going to try to find wild vegetables around. After discussing, several people separated. I don't know if Jihee was unlucky, or this place was too sunny. All the wild vegetables around died. The old lady and her group searched for a long time, but didn't find a single edible one. On the contrary, Jihee found a lot of firewood. Several people gathered together, and whispered for a long time, then took a last look at Jihee and turned away. If I follow this girl with a bad brain, I'm afraid today's trip will be in vain. Since there is no money to be made, it is better to go and dig some wild vegetables while it is still early. Jihee noticed it as soon as the others left. She shook her head. As long as others did not provoke her, she did not want to provoke others. Continued to bend down to pick up firewood. There was no one around at this time, so Jihee was more unrestrained, picking up and putting it into the space. Now the firewood is all over the ground, and you don't need to look for it specifically. You can find a large piece at random. The weather is hot now, and many dead branches are dried in the sun. This is better for burning firewood when you go back. Jihee was very satisfied with what she had picked. It was a good feeling to pick up a large area at a time. At first, she was still picking at the outermost part of the mountain, but later she went deeper and deeper. Of course, she did not forget to mark the road she had seen, so that Mahakala would not get lost in the forest. Jihee was also very brave. She was alone, and did not feel scared in this dark forest. She walked and walked until she reached the depths of the forest. There were no longer all dry branches around her, and there was some green on the ground. These should be the wild vegetables that the old lady mentioned, right? Jihee was used to a hard life, and had dug up a lot of wild vegetables. She squatted down and carefully identified them. It turned out to be dandelions. This dipping sauce is the best. She took out a shovel and dug up the dandelions. She picked them up and shook them to get rid of the soil around their roots. She put the dandelions into a plastic bag around her waist. She went home and washed them and dipped them in sauce. So Jihee not only picked up firewood along the way, but also squatted down to carefully identify the green plants when she saw them. She really dug up some wild vegetables. Although there are not too many, it is better to have some than not. Life is full of surprises. Plants that other people cannot grow in greenhouses can be found in this mountain. It may be due to lack of water and high temperature. These wild vegetables are all wilted. Jihee did not pick them and carefully put them into the space. Jihee was very busy that night. She picked up the firewood on the top first, put it into the space, and then searched for traces of wild vegetables in the dead leaves below. In the depths of the mountain, under the branches, in the places covered by layers, there are indeed some green lives surviving. Even if they look like they are about to die, they are still tenaciously alive. She was still half-conscious when her phone vibrated. She was really addicted to digging wild vegetables. It was almost 12 o'clock before she realized it. She always had the habit of setting an alarm for her phone. When she felt the ringtone was too loud, she set it to vibrate a few minutes before 12 o'clock every day. Because she didn't know when she would enter the game, she had to be prepared at this time. He didn't have anything to prepare today. She put the firewood and wild vegetables in her hand into the space, took out a mask from the space and put it on, then stood aside quietly and waited. Just as the time was approaching 12 o'clock, he thought that she would not enter the game today. A familiar reminder sound of the game came to her ears. Hello, the game is about to start. Please be ready. 3, 2, 1. With the experience of the previous times, he did not panic this time. She stood there and waited quietly. Her eyes went dark, and when she opened her eyes again, she was already standing in front of a beach. She smelled a strong smell of the sea, which was the smell she could smell every time she was close to the sea. There is a long row of docks on the seashore, and there are countless small boats on the sea, which can't be counted at a glance. He was a little disappointed. She actually wanted to go to the farm dungeon. These few times of recollection, she always felt that she didn't play well in the warehouse, and took too little. That dungeon is so generous. Not only can you take sheep offal, beef offal, and pork offal, but also chicken wings, goose wings, pork, duck heads, and goose heads. You can make a lot of money just by entering once. He collected her thoughts and looked around. There were many people standing along the coastline. Some were wearing cool summer clothes, and some were wearing long sleeves. Some people have neat and clean clothes and fresh hair, while others have wrinkled clothes and smell. The gap between the rich and the poor has already emerged. A system prompt sounded in my ear. Congratulations on entering the one-star book, Kafka's Fishery. Kafka's Fishery is the largest fishery in the Peklari continent. Their boss Kafka is the best fisherman, who can raise the fattest big fat fish, making the giant cats crazy. But the sea is free. There are always some greedy jailbreakers, who are greedy for the delicious big fat fish, and come to Kafka farm. They are ugly. Their presence will not only affect the mood of the big fat fish, causing them to grow too slowly, but will even catch the big fat fish. Now, all gamers are requested to dive into the deep sea, and catch 100 big fat fish. At the same time, remember to kill 10 jailbreakers and hand in their huge eyeballs as proof of your clearance. The mission takes 3 days. Please return the boat, and go back to the fishing ground before the evening of the 3rd day. Note: the giant cats only eat live fish. Please do not kill the big fat fish. After the system sound ended, another picture appeared in Jihee's hand. There is a round fish and a crab. Could the crab be the jailbreaker? Jihee observed carefully and found that the animal only looked like a crab. It had 2 pairs of claws and more than 10 legs, but only 1 eye. It looked much scarier than a crab. In less than 5 seconds, the paper in Jihee's hand disappeared automatically, and there was a noise around him, and people cursed. System, you didn't leave me some food and water for the 3-day mission? Let us be thirsty for 3 days. This game should not be called a poverty alleviation game. It should be called PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. I'm going crazy. How can we go to the toilet? He didn't look for the boat first, but wanted to see where the fishing ground was. Where should she return to hand in the mission after 3 days? Chapter 93. How can she ensure that she can bring back these 100 big fat fish alive after catching them? How can she carry 100 fish? As Jihee kept looking back, she saw a row of red houses in the distance. This should be the fishing ground, right? Jihee knew where to hand in the task, turned around and strode forward. She wanted to find a good boat. The talents complained for a while. Knowing that they could not change it, they began to accept their fate. Some people wanted to find someone they knew in the crowd, so that the task would be safer. There were also people who wanted to form a temporary team, and they pulled people around them, who looked good to form a temporary team. No one came to find Jihee, and her thin figure was obviously not the first choice of these people. People now prefer male and stronger teammates. According to the online decryption video, there are 2 types of gifted people. One is physical mutation, and the body of this kind of people will become very strong, and after the transformation, they will have the form of a beast. The other is mental mutation, and the body of this kind of people will not change much, but will awaken special abilities, such as the announced foresight, wind, water, earth, thunder, etc. are all included here. The number of mental mutants is much smaller than that of physical mutants, and their abilities are not particularly strong. Although their attack power is good at the beginning, it is not sustainable. Now everyone is more inclined to cooperate with physical mutants. The stronger the body, the stronger the ability after transformation. He is so skinny and looks hungry, so he is obviously not the first choice for others to form a team. Everyone is scrambling for a 1.9-meter tall strongman, surrounding him, and wanting to pull him into the group. He was happy that no one came to her to form a team. She was not suitable for forming a team in her current situation. It was too easy to be exposed. She decided to do it on her own. When she stepped onto the dock, she saw rows of small boats. Many of them had been rowed away, but not everyone knew how to row. Many people rowed for a long time, and were still circling in the same place without moving forward at all. He lowered his head, and concentrated on searching inside. These boats were all the most primitive wooden boats without engines. If they wanted to move, they could only rely on human power. There is a large wooden platform at the bow and stern, with a long bench in the middle for people to sit and row. The sizes of wooden boats are not exactly the same, some are larger and some are smaller, but the difference is not too big, and most half a meter. Finally, he chose a slightly more spacious wooden boat. To stay at sea for 3 days, in this environment, you can't sleep comfortably, but at least there should be some space to move your legs, right? He chose the boat and boarded it quickly without hesitation. Only after getting on the boat and sitting down can you see that the platforms in front and behind her are actually useful. There is a fish painted in the front. He gently pushes the wooden board, and the board opens backwards. It is dark inside, and nothing can be seen clearly. Is she going to put the fish in here? He closes the board, turns around, and sees what is painted on the back. The back is also very simple, with a toilet sign painted on it, which should mean that you can go to the toilet here. He is a little curious, and after gently pushing it in, a small basin appears inside. Small basin? He was speechless last time. This game is really good. Is it because they are afraid that they will pollute the sea, so they let them solve their problems in the small basin for 3 days, not giving them water and food? Are they afraid that they will solve their personal problems? He seriously suspected that this was the game's plan. After complaining in his heart for a while, he adjusted his mentality and started rowing. With the experience of rowing in space, he was not panicked at all. He held the oars, quickly found the right direction and rowed the boat out. At this time, more and more people boarded the boat behind her and rowed out slowly. The sea is vast and has no boundaries. Small boats sailed on the calm sea, and soon some boats stopped and prepared to start fishing nearby. The closer to the shore, the more convenient it is to row back, and the closer to the shore, the easier it is to swim back in case of an accident. Many people had a plan in mind, and simply stopped the boat near the coastline to prepare to go fishing. Anyway, the game only requires fishing, but not where to fish. Some people choose to stop nearby, while others choose to travel far. There are many people like paddling forward seriously. Thought very clearly that in her situation, as long as there is one person around, it will be inconvenient for her to play. She doesn't care how far she paddles, as long as there is no one around her. In this way, he rowed while observing the surroundings. After rowing hard for an hour, the people around her gradually disappeared. He insisted on rowing deeper for 10 minutes, and this time, there was no one around her. Humans are social animals, and being alone in a boat on the vast sea gives people a strong sense of loneliness. Before he could express her inner sorrow, she suddenly saw ripples on the water in the distance. It immediately attracted all her attention. She sat up straight and looked over. What is it? He conjured up a shovel, held it in her hand, stood up, and stared nervously at the ripples that kept growing on the water in front of her. No way, there won't be sharks in this fishing ground. As Jihee's heart kept rising, the ripples reached their maximum, and a big fish that was a full meter and a half long flew out of the water. It was obviously a fish, but it was round, and the silver scales on its body reflected the light in the sun. Its entire body was round, but its head and tail were pointed. The ripples in the water just now should be the traces left by its tall dorsal fin. Jihee realized the moment he saw the fish that this was the big fat fish he wanted to catch. It was indeed a big fat fish. Although the fish is fat, it jumps out of the water and falls back down very flexibly, splashing water all over Jihee's face and body. She and the boat are all wet. Jihee, It doesn't matter really, it will get wet sooner or later. She looked down at the front of the boat, where the fish is collected. Tell me, can such a fat fish really be stuffed in? Jihee wiped her face with her hand, wiped off the seawater on her face, and resignedly found the diving goggles from the space. She didn't plan to change her swimsuit, because she would be too conspicuous, so she just took a diving goggles. Otherwise, she couldn't open her eyes when she went into the sea. It would take 100 fish of this size to catch. If she didn't act quickly, Ji-hee was really afraid that she would not be able to complete the task. Ji-hee was not very good at swimming. She had never played diving before. She had only swam in the river near the orphanage a few times when she was young. After she grew up, she was busy working and had no time to swim. Ji-hee did not dive into the water immediately, but chose to take out 2 buns from the space and eat them first. It had been several hours since she last ate. If she swam on an empty stomach, she was afraid that she would run out of energy in a while. Chapter 94. I didn't dare to eat too much. After eating 2 buns, Ji-hee stood on the boat and started to do warm-up exercises. In a short while, several fish flew over the water. They just ignored Ji-hee as if they didn't see him. After Ji-hee finished the warm-up exercises, he took off his t-shirt, put on only a vest, put on his diving goggles, took a deep breath, and jumped into the water. Fearing that he would flip over, Ji-hee did not dive immediately after jumping into the water, but floated on the water to try swimming first to find the feeling. After swimming a few laps and getting used to it, she held her breath and dived into the sea. Wearing goggles, her vision was not restricted. There were indeed many big fat fish in the surrounding waters. It was indeed a breeding farm. Basically, there was only this kind of fish in the sea. There were quite a few shellfish on the seabed. Ji-hee also saw the crab-like creature. From a distance, it really looked a bit like a crab, with a dark green body that looked more than 2 meters long, for huge claws in front and back, and eyes raised high, making it look very ferocious. Some were lying in the sand on the seabed, with only their claws exposed. Others were walking sideways on the seabed, holding up their 2 pairs of large claws to show Ji-hee their strength. 10. She had to kill 10 crabs this big in the seawater. Even from a distance, Ji-hee could feel the thickness of the hard shell, which was definitely not a crispy crab. Her space could indeed hold living things, but it did not mean that living things would have no ability to resist. Not to mention the planting space, if she put crabs in it, then none of the crops and livestock in her field would survive. These crabs might be exterminated by her. And the storage space was even more helpless. First of all, she couldn't get in. She could take things out the same way she put them in. Even if she put the crabs in, they would still be alive when she took them out. She couldn't cut off the eyes alone. If she wanted to remove the eyes, she had to fight. Suppressing the thoughts in her mind, Ji-hee adjusted her mood, held her breath, swam into the water, touched the shells, and ignored everything else. She wanted to take these immobile shell creatures back. This shell looks very strange. It is dark green, and it is different from all the shells in their hometown. The moment Ji-hee touched it, her talent also responded in time. Mobe. Shellfish creatures everywhere in the sea, meat can be eaten tastes average, and is more often used to produce seasonings. Note, wild, there are plenty in the sea, but no one wants it. Very good, she wants it. She swam quickly in the sea, taking away all the shells that could not move, and when she passed by crabs, she did not forget to collect them into the space. Although she couldn't beat them or kill them, it didn't mean she couldn't take them away. Anyway, there was room for them. After Ji-hee took away all the mussels and crabs in the sea area, she raised her head and looked at the big fat fish swimming fast in the sea, preparing to catch them. Finally, she killed the crabs. Ji-hee stood on the boat, watching the fish swimming in the sea, thinking frantically about countermeasures. The fish swam very fast. During the time Ji-hee entered the sea area, their swimming speed did not decrease at all. Their fat bodies did not cause them any trouble. On the contrary, they always had an extraordinary speed in the water. Ji-hee also tried to get closer, but just after he approached a few meters, the big fat fish flicked its tail and swam out 10 meters. At this speed, it would be difficult for Ji-hee to get close, let alone throw it into space. Space cannot be collected through air, and the limbs must be in contact. Or there must be something connecting the two. Ji-hee lay on the boat, watching their swimming posture like flying fish, thinking that she had bought a lot of fishing nets before and left them idle in space, which could be used now. She found a hand-throwing net and threw it out a few times to test the feel. After a while, the big fat fish flew up, and she caught it. Ji-hee was ready and stood on the boat, staring at the flying big fat fish with full concentration. Soon, another big fat fish flew in front of Ji-hee, jumped high, and flew into the air with its entire body. Ji-hee aimed at the opportunity, threw the big net quickly, and accurately caught the head of the big fat fish. Her eyes lit up. Done. Collect. The next second, the big fat fish in the fishing net was collected by Ji-hee into the space. and she was thrown out by the impact of the big fat fish. She fell directly into the sea. Fortunately, he was prepared and held her breath in advance, so she didn't choke on the water. She found the right direction, swam hard, and floated to the surface in one breath. She wiped the seawater off her face with her hands, and swam while looking for her boat. The boat was not far away. He found the right direction, and swam to the side of the boat quickly with breaststroke, climbed up, sat on the boat, panted, and looked at the big fat fish jumping out of the water. This fish is never quiet. It keeps swimming so fast. Isn't it tiring? Just when he had a good rest, and was about to continue fishing with the fishing net, she heard the sound of paddling water behind her. Turning her head, she saw two boats rowing in the distance, with two men sitting on them. They were sturdy, and had tight muscles on their arms. They looked at each other the moment they saw Ji-hee, and rowed quickly to approach. Ji-hee frowned. These two people seemed to be a little strange. But she was not too worried. She should be able to deal with the two of them. The two men were even more excited when they found out it was a woman. One of them even had his eyes sparkling when he saw the waterproof glasses hanging around Ji-hee's neck. The tattooed man was overjoyed. Photon, look, there are also swimming goggles. This is a good thing. Don't worry, she will be ours sooner or later. This woman will belong to me first. Let me have some fun first. The boss has been trying to stop me from getting into trouble these past 2 days, and I've been so frustrated. The bald man smiled particularly obscenely, like a rat in a sewer. Okay, we two brothers, you go first, I go second. The two of them didn't take Ji-hee's skinny body seriously. They killed many ordinary people, and even those with talent. Both of them strengthened their bodies. After awakening their talent, they paid more attention to nutrition. They ate 5 meals a day, and every meal was meat. Unlike those who only ate porridge and only 2 meals a day, they were very strong. You can see from the tight muscle lines on their bodies that this is not something that can be cultivated by eating porridge. Seeing Ji-hee's serious look, the two of them just thought it was ridiculous. It's just an ant trying to shake a tree. Ha ha ha. The two laughed wildly, and their mouths became more and more uncontrolled, spewing all kinds of dirty words, and their hands rowed faster and faster. As the boat approached, Ji-hee also heard the dirty words of the two people. She knew that these two people were not here with good intentions. Her eyes darkened, her face was cold, but her heart became calmer, and she was not disturbed by the dirty words. Chapter 95. Useful information was accurately extracted from the two people's nonsense. These two flesh enhancers have strong combat power, and they are not good people outside. They have done a lot of robbery. It doesn't matter if she is a little ruthless. Besides, she has been targeted. Even if she wants to row away now, she may not be able to make it in time. It's better to fight. Ji-hee first put on the swimming goggles to prevent falling into the water, and not being able to open his eyes. Then he opened his right hand, and conjured a shovel out of thin air. He held it with both hands, and took an attacking posture. He squatted as much as possible, and stood on the boat to stabilize his body. Ji-hee silently adjusted the angle of the shovel, so that the surface emitting cold light faced the two people, and guaranteed that a shovel would break their heads and bleed. She had tested the shovel, and it could even smash cement. What about a human head? So what if it was a flesh enhancer? Could it be stronger than cement? From now on, her shovel will be called HRB 400. The two rowing men had a wretched look on their faces, but after seeing he conjure up a shovel, they restrained their expressions a little. The shovel looked strange, with a huge head, several times the size of a normal shovel, and a concave design in the middle. I don't know what it is for. It is completely black, and the edge of the shovel reflects light in the sun. It looks like it is not easy to mess with. Wheezy, this is a combat type. Look at the shovel. It's probably quite sturdy. The bald man looked a little nervous. This posture seemed a little wrong. What are you afraid of? We've fought combat types before. Fuck her. The tattooed man usually doesn't have many ideas. He is the type who only knows how to do things recklessly. He didn't react to the shovel at this time. He just thought it was a tool for shoveling soil at home. But you see that her shovel seems to be reflecting black light. It doesn't look like she is a good person. Let's retreat. There are so many women in the sea. Why should we fight to the death with this bean sprout? The bald man was still a little hesitant. He didn't want anything to happen in the sea. He couldn't swim. When do we have to find them? If we don't find a few more sheep to help us catch fish, how long will it take to catch 100? Listen to me, just do it. If you don't do it, I will. The tattooed man was a little dissatisfied. Why was the bald man so hesitant? If it was someone else, they would have accomplished something big, The bald man hesitated. The woman didn't even hide. This reaction was too different from those screaming. Did she run into a tough guy? But think about it, they only have two people? There is only one person on the other side. What are you afraid of? He made up his mind and nodded. Go. The tattooed man on the other side nodded with satisfaction. Yes, I'm afraid of nothing. The two of them rowed quickly, ready to encircle from both sides, and as soon as the boat got close, they quickly transformed and boarded the boat to give the woman a hard blow. The bald man shouted, "Give up resistance. We two brothers may let you live for 2 more days, otherwise if you fall into our hands, it will be difficult to die." The tattooed man followed up, "Yes, put away your weapons now, and we will let you go." He pretended not to hear all the trash talk, and silently calculated the distance between the two people in his mind. When the first ship entered Jihee's attack range, Jihee didn't say a word, picked up the shovel, and used all his strength to chop down the tattooed man's head. It is said that an inch longer is an inch stronger, and an inch shorter is an inch more dangerous. This saying is very appropriate here. No matter how powerful the two people are, they have to fight in close combat, but Jihee doesn't need to. With a shovel in her hand, she is still very powerful, and she is a medium and long-range master. The attack was quick, accurate and ruthless, without any hesitation. If the tattooed man had lowered his head a second later, his head would have been cut off. Even so, half of his shoulder was cut off, blood sprayed out instantly, and a large piece of meat fell into the water, being eaten by fat fish. This series of actions took only a few seconds. When the tattooed man screamed in pain, the bald man also entered Jihee's attack range. She turned around and quickly swung the shovel in a circle, using the strength she had when throwing discus in school. Spinning in a circle, with momentum, the shovel emitted a cold light and chopped at the bald man. The bald man subconsciously blocked it with his arm, and a large piece of flesh was instantly cut off from his forearm, deep into the bone. "Ah, my arm, my arm." The bald man covered the bleeding wound and screamed. Jihee had no expression on his face, and quickly turned around to look at the tattooed man. The tattooed man had a hideous look at Jihee, and his expression looked like he wanted to eat him. At this time, he had lost some of his mind, and the whole person had completed the transformation before he even got close to Jihee. His entire upper body was much thicker than before, and his hair became more luxuriant. Even the wound that was bleeding before was about to clot. It's just that his eyes are bloodshot, and he looks a bit stupid. At this time, the tattooed man's boat is only half a meter away from her. Jihee's eyes are firm, and his expression is cold. He swings the shovel like a whack-a-mole, attacking the tattooed man's head. The tattooed man wants to grab Jihee's shovel with his hands, but the shovel is sharp around it, and he just grabbed it, and cut his hand several big holes. Jihee took back the shovel in an instant, and the next second, another violent storm hit. The tattooed man couldn't use all his strength, and he didn't even get close to Jihee's body after transforming for a long time. He was determined to use his head to resist, and rowed with both hands, preparing to approach and board the boat directly, but as soon as he used his head to resist, he heard a bang, and a severe pain came from the back of his head. Then his eyes went black, and he was knocked into the water. Damn, this woman is damn strong. This is a female Tyrannosaurus. Jihee knocked the tattooed man down, turned his head, and looked at the bald man. Just as he was about to continue the violent attack, he found that the bald man had rowed several meters away. He also completed his transformation at this moment. His hair on his head became thicker and longer, and 4 sharp teeth grew out of his mouth, reflecting the cold light. He paddled with both hands desperately, paddling desperately, to get farther away. He shouted, "Wheezy, hold on. I will come to save you." Jihee, This line has an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Seeing the bald man's back going away, Jihee was too late to chase him. She looked down at the calm sea surface, hesitated for a moment, and still didn't plan to dive into the water to catch him. Her advantage is long range. Looking at the tattooed man's strong arms and a pair of sharp claws, if he really gets close, the outcome is still unknown. Jihee simply found a rope and tied the tattooed man's boat to her own boat. "I can't catch you, but I can take your boat away, leave you without a boat." After tying the boat, Jihee sat down, grabbed the oars with both hands, and began to row far away. This place has been known to others, and is not safe. She has to find a new uninhabited sea area. After Jihee rowed the boat away, a head suddenly appeared on the calm sea. Chapter 96. It was the tattooed man who had been holding his breath underwater. Since his transformation, he not only became stronger, but his physical fitness also improved a lot, and he could hold his breath underwater for a longer time. He looked at Jihee's receding back with a fierce look. Ji in the distance seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly stopped and turned around, scaring the tattooed man to quickly sink underwater, and dared to come out again after a long time. After coming out this time, Ji's figure was no longer on the water, and she left this sea area. The tattooed man breathed a sigh of relief quietly, looked around, and was relatively safe. He lifted the transformation, and quickly swam in the direction the two had come from. The boat was gone, he had to find another one, and he was so hungry that he had to find food quickly. Physical transformation is not completely without cost. Their appetite will increase, several times that of ordinary people. If they are not full, the hunger will torture them crazy. Ji rowed the boat to a farther sea area. Along the way, there was no one here, so it was relatively safe. She stopped the boat and prepared to move around here for the time being. Then she took the oxygen tank and diving goggles, put the boat into the space, and jumped directly into the sea. The sea here is similar to the one just now. There are crabs and black clams on the seabed. Although the number is not particularly large, it is not small. Ji went to collect the crabs and black clams first as usual. When collecting, Ji did not forget to throw a few black clams into the space. This kind of shellfish with no resistance is most suitable for growing in her space. As for crabs, forget it. Even if this thing has a lot of meat, she is not going to raise it. Her space sea was not big enough to raise those sea fish, and raising a few more with such strong fighting power would simply be asking for trouble. After collecting crabs and black shells, Ji quickly surfaced, looked around, then released the boat, stretched out her arms, and quickly got on the boat. She was going to take a break before fishing. It was completely different from the relaxing feeling of watching documentaries. Swimming in the seabed was particularly physically demanding. Even if there was no fighting, and only shells and crabs were collected, Ji felt very tired, as if her whole body was about to fall apart. Her right hand emitted a white light, which moved slowly around her body, and she felt alive again. She took out the space fishing net, and prepared to catch fish. They couldn't swim faster in the sea, so Ji wanted to catch them, so she had to cast the net when they jumped out of the sea. Fortunately, they were not honest and loved to jump out of the sea. Ji waited for a while, and found the right time. Another big fat fish jumped near her boat. According to this arc, this fish would just cross her boat and fall to the other side. Ji didn't hesitate at all, and quickly cast the net and took the fish away in an instant. This time Ji had experience, and the timing of taking it into the space was very clever, so it was not taken into the water. Then she turned around, sat straight on the boat, stretched her hand forward, and with a thought, she released the fish directly from the space. While the fish hadn't reacted yet, she pointed its head forward and pushed it hard. With a whoosh, a big fat fish disappeared in front of Ji, but the small cabin didn't seem to burst at all. Ji, is that all? How do I prove that I handed in the fish? While Ji was puzzled, she noticed that the back of her right hand seemed to have changed. When she lowered her head, she found a number 1 on the back of her hand. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. This game is quite user-friendly. They even translated it for her in case she didn't know the local language. Thank you. Then she did the same thing, and quickly sent in the second fish. The number on the back of her hand also changed from 1 to 2. Knowing how to collect fish, Ji was full of energy to work. She was the type of person who would rather finish in advance than procrastinate until the last minute. In the next few hours, she concentrated on catching fish in the water. Although there seemed to be a lot of big fat fish, Ji found that she only caught more than 10 because of the size of the fish. There were obviously fewer big fat fish in this sea area, and the remaining ones were smart and cautious. They swam away quickly when they saw Ji approaching. Even when they jumped, they were not near her, let alone chasing. It was wishful thinking for Ji to touch the fishes, but after trying several times, Ji had no choice but to give up. She swam back to the boat and prepared to eat first. If the fish was still so stubborn after eating, she would have to change the sea area. After swimming for a whole morning, Ji felt tired and hungry, and wanted to eat meat. There was no one around, so Ji took out a large ceramic bowl from the space, put 5 spoons of rice in it, then 3 spoons of tomato beef brisket, and took out 2 huge fried golden and crispy chicken wings. This lunch is perfect. First, use a spoon to stir the rice and tomato beef brisket, then take a big bite. The sweet and sour taste of the tomato and the beef are delicious. Eating when you are hungry makes the food more delicious. Ji thought while eating that the dozens of barrels of food she prepared have been sold out during this period. All the vegetarian dishes are sold out, leaving only meat dishes, and even the spinach soup has been sold by her. Now, Even if she wants to eat vegetables alone, she has to make them fresh. But she didn't regret it. After all, the price of cooked dishes is more expensive. Since she had benefited from it, there was no need to complain. Besides, she was not out of food and ammunition. The cooked food left in the space was enough for her to eat for 2 months. With this period of time as a buffer, there was no need for her to panic. He was thinking while eating. It seemed that she would have to continue cooking when she returned. Those 2 hours every day could not be wasted. After all, when most people were cooking, she could be more comfortable with other people covering for her. As for the future, she would take it one step at a time. Life is so long, she can't cook all the food, there will always be a way. On the bright side, maybe her space will be upgraded by then. The longer she stays in the space every day, the more comfortable she will be, and she won't have to be so frugal. Besides, if it doesn't work, she can still go to those vacant buildings outside to cook. Unconsciously, he ate up a big bowl of tomato beef brisket rice. After eating, she picked up the chicken wings and started to eat them. She had marinated the chicken wings in advance, and the flavor had penetrated into the meat. Except for the hard bones, everything was good. He carefully collected the chicken bones after eating. This thing can be ground into bone meal for fish. After eating and drinking, he jumped into the water and flashed into the space. She was full, but the piglets and chickens were still hungry. Fortunately, she had the habit of preparing in advance. She didn't need to cook the poultry meals now. She could just take them out and feed them, which saved a lot of time. Chapter 97. After feeding the panting ones, he came to the hillside, bent down and began to pick vegetables. Since the first batch of green leaves matured, a large number of them will mature every day. If she only eats them herself, it will definitely be more than enough. But if she sells them and throws them into the market, it will really not make a splash. Even if she plants them all, she can't keep up with the speed at which others buy them. He has no good solution for this for the time being, so she can only deal with it coldly. If there are products to sell, she will put them on the shelf. If there are no products to sell, she will leave them empty. In addition to vegetables, he regularly puts a batch of insect repellent incense and praslin on the shelf every day. Although the praslin cultivation failed, there are still a lot of them in the space, enough for her to sell for a while. These two sell faster than vegetables. Basically, they will be sold out as soon as he puts them on the shelf. Many people leave messages for her to keep putting them on the shelf. He ignored them all. She has seen through it. Even if she puts all the products in the entire space on the shelf, it is far from enough. In this case, why is she in such a hurry? It only took 20 minutes to finish today's work. He did not delay for a second and flashed out of the space. Having experienced the previous sneak attack, he was much more vigilant this time. She looked around as soon as she surfaced. After looking around, she was about to retract her sight, but she saw several small black shadows in the distance, gradually expanding. He frowned, subconsciously having a bad premonition. Her place was so remote, how could anyone come here? She climbed onto the boat, lay down, took out a telescope from the space, and looked into the distance. There were 5 people in total, 4 men and 1 woman. He recognized 2 of the 4 men, the bald man and the tattooed man, and the other 2 had a face full of flesh and didn't look like good guys. He recognized the woman. She was the one he met in the last dungeon, Nian Bu Wang. He frowned, turned around, and without any hesitation, he first used a knife to cut the rope tied to the boat behind him, and then started rowing frantically. It's not that he didn't want to take the boat away, but these boats were the private property of the fishery owners, and they couldn't be taken away. Even if he put them into the space, they would disappear when he left the dungeon. In the last game, he had taken a fork used for eating, and was ready to experiment, but found that he couldn't take it back. After all, they were just workers. How could they take the boss's things casually? Even what he took away in the past few times were all garbage marked in the game copy. He rowed very fast, and before the few people could react, he rowed far away. The 5 people over there were originally sneaking forward, and suddenly saw he rowing away, and immediately knew that they were exposed. The tattooed man cursed and bent over, paddling hard, desperately chasing forward. Escape! Where can you run this time? He brought several good brothers with him this time, and he must make this damn woman pay the price. As he paddled faster and faster, the other 3 strong men followed behind, not falling behind at all. Only Nian Bu Wang fell behind by a long way, and couldn't catch up at all. She usually lacked exercise, and most of the time she relied on others to pass the game. Now she rowed on her own, and she couldn't row after a few strokes. She was a little anxious at first, But then she gave up. These fools are so brave. Chase them. She leaned back and simply stopped where she was and waited for them to come back. Ji-hee rode while looking back, wanting to see if she had gotten rid of them. But she was shocked when she saw that 3 of them had transformed to chase her. That fur was creepy. Ji-hee turned around and rode forward desperately. Now it was time to compete in endurance. She had just eaten, so she couldn't lose. In this way, Ji-hee rode desperately in front, and the people behind chased desperately. After a group of people chased for 15 minutes, the few people behind finally became a little discouraged. They were so hungry that they could hardly stand it. They had made some progress in the past 15 minutes, and the distance between them and Ji-hee had shortened to more than 20 meters. But they were hungry, and they were beginning to feel anxious. The hunger in their stomachs distracted them, making them want to turn around and look for food. With their weak willpower, this feeling was almost torturing them. And they were thirsty after rowing for so long. Food was easy to find. Just catch fish in the water, but where was the water? They hadn't had a sip of water for the whole morning. Now they were not only hungry but also very thirsty. But when they looked up, the woman in front of them didn't slow down at all. If they continued like this, they would definitely not be able to catch up. The tattooed man regretted it a little. If they had known that this woman was so difficult to deal with, they would never have provoked her. Now they were in a dilemma. If he gave up, he would lose face. If he didn't give up, his rowing hands would not work. Looking at the figure in front, who was rowing hard but didn't feel tired, the tattooed man turned around and winked at the man who hadn't transformed. "It's time for you to show your strength." The man hesitated, but finally nodded in agreement. Although he was strong, he was just a fitness coach before, and his fighting ability could not compare with the other few people. If he wanted to complete the mission smoothly this time, he had to rely on them. The man looked at Ji-hee who was rowing in the front, and a moment of hesitation flashed through his mind, and then he became calm again. "Sorry, it's your bad luck to offend Brother Hui. You are unlucky." He opened his arms and pointed at Ji-hee. The wind suddenly blew around Ji-hee. At first, the wind was very light, and Ji-hee only felt that it was a bit difficult to slide. Soon, the wind became stronger and stronger, making it difficult for her to paddle. She was shocked, knowing that this was the talent of the person behind her. Before she could figure out how to deal with it, the wind became stronger, blowing Ji-hee around wildly on the sea. Ji-hee quickly put the oars into the space, and then clung to the boat tightly. This boat is an important tool for her to complete the task, and she must not lose it. The next second, the boat and the man were blown away. Ji-hee was thrown out. She clung to the boat tightly, but her hand still slipped a little bit. Soon, Ji-hee and the boat disappeared in the vortex of the wind, flying farther and farther. A few men were left there laughing wildly. The man who used his talent lay on the boat unable to move because of exhaustion. His talent was strong, but the disadvantage was too obvious. After using it, he could not move for 15 minutes. During this time, he could only be slaughtered by others, so he usually did not use his talent. Just when he thought that he would get through the 15 minutes safely, 3 men with hideous and hairy faces suddenly appeared in front of him. Chapter 98. Use your last value. Under his horrified gaze, the faces of several men became so hideous and terrifying. The last thought before death was regret. He regretted that he shouldn't have tried to get the skin of a tiger. He shouldn't have exposed his obvious shortcomings when he knew that his ability had such obvious shortcomings. He shouldn't have hurt the innocent girl. These scumbags are the ones who deserve to go to hell. With regret, the man closed his eyes forever. After Ji-hee flew into the air, she kept spinning in the sky. She couldn't open her eyes, and couldn't see what was below. But she knew clearly that she couldn't lose the boat, so she put the boat into the space a second before her hands were about to be completely separated from the boat. Then she flashed into the space. Ji-hee sat on the ground, took a few deep breaths, and when her heart slowed down, she flashed out of the space. The next second, she appeared directly in the air, hundreds of meters away from the bottom of the sea. Ji-hee started to fall down in an instant, falling into the sea at an increasingly faster speed. Ji-hee adjusted her direction in the air, staring at the approaching water surface with her eyes wide open, silently estimating the distance in her heart. Right now. With a flash, she entered the space. Standing on the edge of the black soil, she gasped for air. To be honest, this kind of free fall was not a good feeling. She did not feel any pleasure, but instead felt as if her heart was about to stop. She had seen other people skydiving on TV before, and she thought, this feeling should be very similar, right? After resting well, she prepared herself, put on her diving goggles, and flashed out of the space. The next moment, she fell into the sea, splashing a wave, disturbing the nearby fish. The last place where Ji entered the space was not far from the sea surface. She was mentally prepared again. This time, she did not fall too deep and floated up quickly. Opening her eyes, Ji combed her bangs to the back with her hands, then turned around and looked around. There was no one around, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If possible, she didn't want to pretend to be a person with the talent of space movement. No one is good. She really can't afford to offend these talents now. They will use their ultimate power at any time. Compared with her powerful abilities, she is so weak. Raising her hand to release the ship that was put into the space, Ji climbed up, leaned against the hull, and took a breath. These people are simply too crazy. Just a game. Can they abandon so many years of education and start killing people directly? This is still a game without conflict of interest. If they really enter a copy like the Battle Royale, won't they turn into murderers? Before Ji saw the tattooed men, she had never thought that people could be so cruel. These people directly refreshed her worldview. In reality, there are people who kill people, but Ji didn't see it with her own eyes, and it's completely different from the feeling of being hunted down. Ji took out a bottle of mineral water from the space, twisted it hard, and fed it to her mouth. She kept thinking in her mind, maybe she should get some lethal weapons when she goes back. If she had a grenade just now, she would have sent them all away. Get some submachine guns and smoke bombs. When the time comes, each of them will have a round of ammunition, and see what else they can brag about. After drinking half a bottle in one breath, Ji screwed the lid back on, and put it into the space. Then she took out a long bar of milk chocolate, peeled off the skin, and stuffed it into her mouth. The sweet and mellow taste of chocolate soothed her irritable heart, and made her mood much better. These snacks were eaten one less, and she usually couldn't bear to give them up, but now she was really angry. After eating a bar of milk chocolate, Ji regained some strength. She sat up and carefully observed the surrounding environment. She just glanced at it, and didn't look carefully. What she wanted to know most was whether the wind blew her out of the fishing grounds. If she was out of the fishing grounds, how would she get back? As a result, when she turned her head, she saw a group of big fat fish jumping out of the water. She felt relieved. It seemed that she was still in the fishing grounds, so she was relieved. Then she noticed that this area was different from the previous area. Previously, the area was only a calm sea surface, with occasional large fat fish, but this water surface was different, with long strips of plants emitting green fluorescence floating on it. This plant was somewhat similar to bitter melon, growing crisp and tender, and was the kind of light green, with large patches, almost covering the entire sea surface. And there were many large fat fish around it constantly biting, causing these plants to shake constantly. Ji picked up a plant with a paddle, wanting to get closer to see what this plant was, but it turned out to be more than 2 meters long, and Ji didn't see its head until he touched it in his hand. Ji simply gave up the search and reached out her finger to touch the plant. As soon as her finger touched it, her talent gave her a hint. Building, the fastest growing plant in the Pilar Ocean. It is not picky about the growing environment. It is nutritious, has a simple taste, and is edible. It is the favorite delicacy of fish, and can be used as fish feed. Note, once cultivated, it will quickly occupy your ocean. It is an invasive garbage that is expressly prohibited in certain areas. Ji raised her eyebrows. Quickly occupy my ocean? How to do it quickly? Show me one quickly. She doesn't believe it unless you can show evidence. Ji didn't hesitate for a second, and threw the billy ding in her hand into the ocean into space. At the beginning, she bought some kelp with the sea fish fry and wanted to cultivate kelp. For this purpose, she specially opened up an area. But the kelp grows too slowly. So far, it has only grown a little bit. It can only be eaten by her. It is wishful thinking to put it on the shelf of the store, and become the next source of goods, or feed the fish. She did plant some other seaweeds, but they were too few, and not enough to satisfy her hunger. She still had to feed the fish with fish feed most of the time. Ji threw the billy ding into the space ocean, and looked at it for a while. She didn't see any visible growth, so she looked away. I hope this billy ding can do better, and become a stable source of goods for the store. She reached out, and threw more than 10 into the space sea at once. Each one was more than 3 meters long. With these, half of the sea area was covered. She put the rest of the pile directly into the storage space. She would taste it first, and if it was still edible, she would sell it. If it was unpalatable, she would feed it to the fish. Anyway, as long as it was food and edible, it would not be wasted. There were a lot of bylighting on this sea surface. Ji didn't even need to paddle, she could touch a lot with her hands. She put a lot of them into the space, but there was no obvious reduction on the sea surface. She decided not to catch bylining for the time being, and it was more important to complete the task assigned by the game. So, Ji put on her goggles and prepared to start catching big fat fish. The big fat fish here were completely different from the area he had been in before. They were all soaking in the water and concentrating on eating, and none of them even jumped out of the water. Chapter 99. Ji didn't even need to get off the boat. As long as she sat on the boat and started throwing the fishing net, she could easily collect all the fish into the space. At this moment, she really wanted to thank the wind-type psychic. Why did he send her to this good place? Look at what the fish eat, they don't even have the idea of resisting. Ji smiled while fishing. How great it is, you are comfortable, and I am also fishing easily. How much time is saved? With the cooperation of the big fat fish, Ji can also divide her energy to fish for Billy Ding. So she simply does it in 2 ways, and fishes together. After catching one place, Ji rowed to another place to continue casting the net. She was busy until the sky darkened and the sea became deeper, then she stopped. She had already lost count of how many big fat fish she had caught, and even the surrounding bylighting were all caught by her. The sea after dark seemed a little scary, and the temperature began to drop. The wet clothes stuck to her body, which was particularly uncomfortable. Ji took off her wet clothes first, then took out a basin of clean water and simply wiped her body, then changed into dry clothes, and then sighed comfortably. Ji ignored the wet clothes and threw them aside. She would wear them again when she went into the water tomorrow. Not daring to turn on the light for fear of attracting something strange, Ji took out a big bun from the space in the dark. This bun was good, with meat and vegetables but not too fragrant. She had only made one kind of big bun with cabbage and pork fillings at first. After this batch was finished, she would make more kinds of fillings. After taking out the buns, Ji poured some aged vinegar in the dark, and put a spoonful of chili oil and mashed garlic. This combination is perfect. After eating a big bun with nothing, I always felt that something was missing. Ji poured a full bowl of treasure porridge from the space, and put some pickles, and then I was satisfied. A bite of steamed bun, a mouthful of porridge, and a few bites of pickled vegetables, the taste is so delicious. Ji was eating happily, while the game players on the other side were playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Some people ate scallops raw, opening their mouths and biting them. No matter whether they tasted good or not, they would have the strength to complete the task after eating. People with fire talents were better off. They could use fire to roast seafood and eat it. Although there was no seasoning, it was hot after all. Some people tried to learn from online videos to extract fresh water from seawater. Some smart people wrapped small items such as plastic wrap around themselves and were successfully brought in. After a day, they successfully distilled fresh water. Of course, there are also some who are doing well. Water-based superpowers came to this copy and seemed to have come to heaven. They formed an alliance to sell water in exchange for big fat fish, and the food was also good. Although it was not as delicious as the mountains and the sea, it was much better than others. At least there was no need to worry about dying of thirst. The mission could be completed smoothly. After Ji had eaten his fill, he put all the bowls and chopsticks into the space, and began to release the fish in the dark. One after another, Ji turned into a ruthless fish-releasing machine. Until the last fish in the space was released, the number on Ji's right hand also showed 73. It seems that catching 27 more tomorrow will be enough. There are still 2 days before the task is completed, and Ji breathed a sigh of relief. Sitting on the boat, blowing the salty and humid sea breeze, Ji felt a little cold, and reached out to take out thick clothes from the space and put them on. Lying flat on the boat, the space was so narrow that there was no place to stretch her legs. Ji looked at the sky and thought she would not be able to sleep, but she fell asleep after a while. When she opened her eyes again, it was the next day. The weather was clear and cloudless. Ji sat up and looked around. The sea was calm and gentle at this time. Ji was in a good mood suddenly. An idea flashed through her mind. If she could live in such a continent, wouldn't it be nice? She shook her head quickly and put this idea behind her. The temperature rose at this time, and it was a bit hot to wear this. Ji put the clothes back into the space and moved her body up and down and left and right on the boat. She didn't sleep well that night. She curled up in the second half of the night, and now her whole body was sore. She simply used her healing ability and touched her whole body. Soon the soreness disappeared completely, and she was no longer uncomfortable. The power consumed during each healing is closely related to the severity of the wound. For example, the one yesterday was quite serious. After the treatment, she felt weak all over and was particularly hungry. But today's soreness only required a little power, and after the treatment, she did not feel any discomfort. Ji sat back on the boat and started to eat. Life on the boat these days was too challenging. She wanted to have a good meal to relieve her depressed heart. She had never been willing to eat the dishes made by the 5-star chef, who had been pulled from the sleep experience hall, so she kept them at this critical moment. She couldn't say that what she made herself was unpalatable, but at most it was just a delicious home-cooked dish, and there was still a big gap from professional chefs. Ji took out a large ceramic bowl for eating, and first put 3 spoons of rice in it. She was not very hungry in the morning, so she ate less. Then, the chef's dishes were brought out one by one: half a crispy pigeon, sweet and sour pork with pineapple, and steamed sea fish. As soon as the 3 meat dishes were brought out, Ji felt that her life had been elevated. First, eat the light ones, and finally the strong ones. Ji picked up the steamed sea fish with chopsticks. She didn't recognize the specific fish, but she tasted it delicious. There was no fishy smell at all. The fish meat was fresh and tender. It looked bland, but in fact, the flavor was in the meat. It was incredibly delicious after one bite. And there were no bones. With this technique, Ji felt that she would never be able to do it in her lifetime. After a happy breakfast, Ji felt a little depressed. It was all because she was too poor at the beginning, otherwise she would have to go to the restaurant to order food no matter what. Now, although she is not starving to death, she will only be able to eat in her dreams after eating all the food stored in the space. With the aftertaste of the food, Ji entered the space and began to feed the livestock. In the game, she couldn't come in often and was afraid that the livestock would be hungry, so she simply put more at a time. When she came to the beach, Ji looked at Billy Ding, who she had high hopes for. This time, he did not disappoint her. He survived temporarily, and grew a little bit. It was really just a little bit. Ji measured it with a ruler, about 5 centimeters. It's just that this is totally inconsistent with its claim to be the fastest growing plant in the ocean, but it's not bad, better than praslin. Praslin is still lying under the roots of the tree pretending to be dead, and has no intention of growing up yet. Ji tried many methods, but none of them worked, so now she could only put it aside for the time being. When she first collected praslin, she had thought about transplanting the big trees into the space and taking them away. But she also needs to have that ability. The thinnest diameter of those big trees must be 1 meter wide. She may not be able to take them away even if she has an excavator, let alone a shovel. After leaving the space, Ji didn't rush into the water, but found a fishing net and prepared to continue fishing. Chapter 100. Yesterday, Ji had emptied a small area of billetins, but today the sea surface is full again, and more big fat fish than yesterday are surrounding the billetins and eating them attentively. Similar to yesterday, all these fish are obsessed with eating, and they don't react much to Ji's boating approaching. As long as they don't touch their billetins, they won't react at all even if they are touched by Ji's fishing net. This is a great help for Ji, as he can catch several fish with one fishing net. She silently counted the number of big fat fish in her mind, and caught 27 before she retracted the fishing net and turned around to catch the billetins. After nearly 40 minutes of hard work, all the billetins on the sea were caught by Ji, and she also took the time to collect all the big fat fish required by the task and handed them in. The number on her right hand also turned into 100. This means that her task of catching big fat fish has been completed. Then, to complete the task, she has to hand in 10 crab eyeballs. As for the other big fat fish, she is not going to touch them. They are the private property of the fishery owner, and she doesn't want to take risks. Ji took out the diving goggles and oxygen tanks from the space and put them on. She didn't buy many oxygen tanks at the beginning, and there probably wouldn't be many left after this copy. Ji silently calculated in her heart that she would buy a few more oxygen tanks after the game was released, just in case. After putting on her clothes, she encouraged herself, and she was about to dive down to fight the big crab. 10 crab eyeballs, according to the size of the big crab, this is a tough battle. Ji was not completely sure. The crab's body was covered with hard shells, which could be said to be invulnerable. Even on their planet M, crabs are small, weighing no more than 1 or 2 kilograms, so you have to be very careful when catching them in the sea, not to mention this giant crab. Ji checked his equipment one last time, put the boat into the space, and began to dive. Crabs are different from big fat fish. Big fat fish are not aggressive, and like to swim in the middle and upper layers of the water. Crabs move on the seabed and bury themselves in the sand. Ji slowly dived down. This place was different from the place where Ji dived at the beginning. It was much deeper. Ji swam for a long time, but still didn't reach the bottom. After getting used to it, she lowered her head and began to concentrate on looking for crabs. She almost choked when she saw it. Do I need to look for it specially? She looked casually and saw a large area of crabs on the seabed, some of which were stacked two on top of each other. He felt that the crabs in the farm could only be so dense, right? At least it was much denser than the crabs in her breeding area. If her crabs were really so good, would she still worry about not having enough to eat? He suppressed her messy thoughts and observed carefully. There were so many crabs that she was afraid that if she attacked one, the rest would come and attack her. I don't know if this crab has any remote attack methods. After watching for a while, he suddenly found that most crabs walking alone were quite active, either moving back and forth or fighting with other crabs. The two crabs fighting were very ferocious, using their 4 large claws to attack each other crazily, as if they were facing the murderer of their father. The other crabs often ignored the pair of crabs attacking each other and walked away silently. Some crabs even watched from the side. There was a pair of crabs about to decide the winner in front of Jihee's left. One of them was too ferocious and was about 3 meters to 4 meters in size. He used his big claws to attack the other side madly, breaking the shell of the crab that was more than 2 meters in size. The crab barely resisted with its claws, and anyone could see that it was dying. Even this big crab did not let him go, and continued to attack and madly beat it on the injured part until the crab could no longer move. He then raised his 4 big claws triumphantly, and swung around the crabs with the magic of love. After several circles, he finally climbed up. The 2 crabs were motionless. Suddenly, he understood everything. It was all because of her wide experience, profound knowledge, and ability to draw inferences from one instance to another. He was about to look away, but suddenly, her head moved back quickly. She looked at the motionless dead crab below, and suddenly a little idea came to her mind. Is it right? Can we give it a try and pick up something ready-made? He felt the need to give it a try. She moved little by little, slowly approaching the 2 motionless crabs. The crab below showed signs of moving after seeing He approaching, and the 2 large claws in front of it were raised. He didn't dare to move at once. Is it not possible? Before he could react, the huge crab on her body moved, pressing down the crab below her tightly, and even clamping its claws, making her unable to move. Brother, thanks. He saw that there was no danger, so she continued to approach. Soon, she touched the big crab. She saw 2 crabs in front of her, and felt the eagerness of many crabs behind her. She did not dare to hesitate for a moment, and put the dead crab into the space, then stretched her legs and quickly left the area. She had already seen that in the few seconds when she sank to the bottom, 5 big crabs had surrounded her. It was obvious that they regarded her as food, and the big claws were very flexible to clamp Jihee. Even though Jihee tried to dodge, she could not completely dodge. One of the big claws clamped her thigh, leaving a deep cut. Red blood immediately flowed out, dyeing this small area of sea red, and the crabs below were obviously a little irritable. Jihee's heart tightened, and she didn't care about not getting ashore, so she pressed the wound with her hand in the water and treated it quickly. Fortunately, her talent was strong, and the wound that was deep enough to see the bone healed in a few seconds. Jihee also breathed a sigh of relief. Bleeding in the water is not a good thing. She wanted to go on the boat to rest, but she tried to restrain herself. It was not easy to dive again, so it was better to grab as much as possible before exhausting her physical strength. After the experience just now, Jihee no longer had any hope of challenging the crabs by herself. There were too many of them. As soon as she landed, several of them surrounded her. How could she fight them? These crabs were extremely aggressive. She could still try one-on-one, but one-on-many? It was wishful thinking. She was afraid that before she could kill one, she would be torn to pieces by dozens of them. Jihee concentrated on picking up the missing pieces, and soon, she saw another pair of large crabs with a huge difference in size. The weaker one was still beaten without any chance to fight back. It was just that this one was much more flexible than the previous one.